Chapter 1, Charming and Signing the Contract. Aha. Aha. Ah, don't it hurts, it hurts. Ah, be gentle, it hurts so much. A beautiful woman with a good figure and long legs was being pinned by Fang Ge against the window of a sports car. Brother, what do you want to do? Calm down, I'll give you whatever you want, please don't hurt me. You probably want money, how much? I can give it to you. Looking at the beautiful woman begging in front of him, Fang Ge looked indifferent. Shu Yuer gorgeous and charming. Age, 21. Appearance, 9.9. Life skills, 0. A charming and pure face with a beauty mole at the corner of the eye, clearly visible. Translucent thin lips, red but not gaudy. Coupled with her eye-catching pink hair, it makes people unable to stop fantasizing. I was so close to her, but she still didn't recognize me. In Fang Ge's memory, 10 years have passed. But he was still impressed. This school beauty Shu Yuer is his compulsory course every night, and he has been her bootlicker for half a year. There has been no news of her in the past 10 years. I'm afraid she died at the beginning of the apocalypse. The pink Chanel-style jacket and high-waisted miniskirt, this celebrity outfit is a perfect match on her. Remind the host, there are still 15 minutes until the end of the world. 2 hours ago. He was reborn from the end of the world 10 years later and returned to the present. He only remembered that on the day of the end, the human race and the alien race were fighting the final battle due to betrayal within the human race. Tianjia City, the last city of the human race, also fell, and the 10 great Tianjia were killed one by the alien race. Several of them were favored daughters of heaven before the end of the world. Fang Ge saw with his own eyes that they were dismembered to death by the aliens, and one of them had her head chopped off and fell in front of Fang Ge. Fang Ge could still remember that sad and beautiful face clearly. The most powerful lord of Tianjia City, a woman with unparalleled beauty and fairy-like appearance. In the end, he also died by self-explosion, turning into flesh and blood all over the sky, floating in front of Fang Ge's eyes. After that, the city gate was broken and he was hit on the forehead with an axe by the foreigners who rushed in. Before he died, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Detecting the host's despair, loading the Doomsday Heavenly Charm system for the host. I don't know anything after that. After waking up, I found that I was reborn 2 hours before the end of the world. With only 2 hours to prepare, even if I knew the truth in advance, I might not be able to prevent the end. At this time, the system prompted again. The Doomsday Tianjiao system has been loaded, please complete the activation. Activation condition, contract a person with Tianjiao qualification. Please activate before the end of the world, otherwise the system will cancel your account. Fang Ge felt a little tired. He had just died not long ago, and now he had to keep looking for him everywhere. In fact, Fang Ge didn't think much about saving the world, he just wanted to live well in the apocalypse. If we don't drive away the aliens, we will not be able to survive. Finally, in the last 10 minutes, he discovered Shu Yuer, who possessed natural talent. As soon as she stepped out of the sports car, she was caught by Fang Ge. Then the opening scene appeared. The two men were pulling each other on the busy street, and soon attracted a crowd of onlookers. At first, the onlookers thought that the couple was having a conflict. Later they found out that it was not the case, but that the man was coercing the woman. So the onlookers began to give advice. How dare you be so brazen in broad daylight? This guy is so disgusting. He must be attracted by her beauty and can't control his lower body. Young man, let this girl go immediately, or I will call the police. Reminder host, your activation time is 10 minutes left, after which the system will close your account. The onlookers were talking more and more heatedly, but Fang Ge had no time to pay attention to them. At this time, two righteous men saw that Fang Ge had no weapon, so they found the right opportunity and rushed directly towards Fang Ge. However, in Fang Ge's eyes, the skills of these two ordinary people were no different from those of children. He struggled for 10 years in the apocalypse, and all he had mastered were killing skills. Fang Ge kicked out twice quickly, hitting the vital points of both men directly. One of them fell unconscious on the spot, while the other fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing all over. It's over, someone's been beaten to death, someone's been beaten to death. Oh my god. Someone's dead, hurry up and call the police. The timid ones immediately scattered, and the rest of the people could only stand and watch from a distance. Shu Yuer was so frightened that she dared not move. It's over, this guy must have escaped from the mental hospital. Thinking of this, Shu Yuer's body began to feel a little weak. Fang Ge seemed to feel that Shu Yuer was a little unsteady, so he hugged her around the waist. Because Shu Yuer's top was very short, Fang Ge's hand directly touched her belly button. From childhood to adulthood, no man had ever touched her like this. Shu Yuer's body trembled slightly, and she looked very uncomfortable. Host, there are 5 minutes left until the end of the world. I don't have much time left. You have to do whatever I tell you to do next, or I will kill you. Do you understand? Shu Yuer nodded hurriedly. Then, Fang Ge took out a piece of paper with strange patterns on it and placed it in front of Shu Yuer. Sign your name on the paper. Fang Ge handed the pen to Shu Yuer. On the paper, the first thing that caught my eye was the 2 large characters contract. Contract content, all your actions will be subject to the constraints of the contract owner. The content on this piece of paper looks like a slave agreement. This guy is really a psychopath, forcing people to sign something like this in the street. Looking at this contract, Shu Yuer instinctively didn't want to write. Brother, aren't you afraid that the police will arrest you after doing this? Shu Yuer clenched the pen in her hand and asked tentatively. It seems you didn't take my words to heart. One of Fang Ge's hands suddenly slid down and then made an upward movement. Believe it or not, I'm having an in-depth conversation with you in front of all these people. Brother! Brother! Stop it! Please stop. I'll sign. I'll sign right now. Shu Yuer was trembling all over, her body tense, and she was shouting almost in tears. She quickly picked up a pen and began to write her name on the contract paper. Chapter 2 The end of the world is coming, the first level shelter. Seeing that the other party finally put pen to paper, Fang Ge moved closer and watched her every stroke carefully. A faint fragrance emanated from her pink hair, refreshing her heart. Fang Ge subconsciously moved closer, almost putting his face against Shu Yuer's. As expected of the school belle that I've been cultivating for 4 years, she's so fragrant. Feeling the other person's breath in her ears, Shu Yuer bit her thin lips and endured it with difficulty. But her trembling body made her stop writing. Host, the end of the world is less than a minute away. Moji, what are you talking about? Sign your name now. Fang Ge shouted loudly from behind. Shu Yuer was so frightened that her whole body trembled, and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. At this moment, she didn't care about the grievance, gritted her teeth, and quickly signed the rest of her name. When the last stroke was made, Shu Yuer could no longer control herself and her tears kept dripping onto the paper. The next second, the contract paper under her hand emitted a faint afterglow and then disappeared. This magical scene made her think she was dazzled for a moment. She wiped her tears and found that the paper in her hand had indeed disappeared out of thin air. Shu Yuer gorgeous and charming contracted. Age, 21. Appearance, 9.9. Life skills, 0. Physical fitness, 3. Soul contract progress, 0%. Superpower, unawakened. Congratulations to the host for completing the first contract and successfully unlocking the Doomsday Tianjiao group system. Get activation rewards, 200 gold coins, 10 strengthening pills, and a level 1 Tianjiao shelter. The gold coin mall has been unlocked. Successfully contracted Tianjiao, rewarded with a lucky draw. Congratulations on winning the magic skill. Soul gathering technique. Contract a Tianjiao and receive 100 gold coins and 10 alien crystals every day. Next stage mission progress, 110. Level 1 Tianjiao shelter, you need to find an open space to place it. Fang Ge opened the gold coin mall. Food column, 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 100 kilograms of food. Weapon column, ordinary pistol 10 gold coins, infinite bullet pistol 100 gold coins, fine steel dagger 10 gold coins, alloy dagger 100 gold coins. Vehicle column. Architecture column. The biggest problem in the end times has always been food, but now we don't have to worry about it. Fang Ge took out a bright red pill. Strengthening pills? Something the system gives should be fine. Swallowed it in one gulp. Ha! A penetrating force penetrated the whole body and quickly entered the flesh, blood, and meridians. The sudden heavy breathing beside her ear made Shu Yuer shudder. After the strengthening pill entered his body, it was instantly absorbed by his body, and Fang Ge immediately felt that his body was stronger. Fang Ge. Physical fitness, 6, not much different from an average person. Number of Tianjiao contracts, 1. Fang Ge decided to take all the remaining strengthening pills. Hoo. After continuous heavy breathing, Fang Ge's physical fitness improved again. Fang Ge. Physical fitness, 15, much stronger than ordinary people. Number of Tianjiao contracts, 1. Immersed in the changes in his body, Fang Ge unconsciously increased the strength of his hands, completely forgetting that he was still holding Shu Yuer. Ah! Because of Fang Ge's sudden force, Shu Yuer couldn't help but scream. What's going on? What does this pervert want? He wouldn't really want to use force in public. Brother, I've already signed my name. Can you let me go? Shu Yuer asked cautiously. Leave? Where do you want to go? Fang Ge used both hands to turn Shu Yuer's body over, with a strange smile on his face. Then he whispered in her ear, "The end of the world has come." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook, and after a few seconds, it stopped. A faint mist inexplicably emerged around the city. Soon the entire city was enveloped. The sudden appearance of fog caused the cars to stop and turn on their hazard lights. The people around stood there at a loss. After an unknown amount of time, a rustling sound appeared in the fog. As time went on, the sounds became more and more frequent. The whole city seemed particularly quiet, shrouded in fog and such sounds. Is it finally here? Fang Ge let go of Shu Yuer, then spread out his hands, and a pistol with unlimited bullets and an ally dagger appeared out of thin air in his hands. Shu Yuer looked at this magical scene in surprise. Ah! A shrill scream broke the peace. My feet! Something is biting my feet. Ah! It hurts so much. Help me! Someone come and help me! Soon, the scream disappeared, leaving only the sound of chewing. Immediately afterwards, screams continued to emanate one after another, and the crowd that had just gathered around began to flee in all directions. Shu Yuer suddenly became nervous. In the light mist, you can vaguely see some black shadows the size of manhole covers moving quickly on the ground. One of them had already quietly approached Shu Yuer, but she was completely unaware of it. The dark shadow on the ground jumped up and rushed towards her pretty face. Only then did she react, and the shape of the monster appeared clearly in her eyes. Its body is dark, like a reptile, with 6 legs like sickles, a small mouth full of serrations, and sticky secretions flowing from its mouth. She was so frightened that she couldn't even scream. Just when she thought she was doomed, a flash of cold light appeared, and a huge wound was cut on the monster's abdomen. The disgusting liquid spurted out instantly, splashing all over Shu Yuer. The monster fell to the ground, struggled for a few times, and then became motionless. Gold +1. Only then did she realize that the man who had just humiliated her actually saved her at the critical moment. At this moment, she felt a little strange in her heart. What are these horrible monsters? It's just a little bug. Fang Ge kicked the monster's body away. Black beetle dead. Physical fitness, 9. This is just the lowest level reptile in the other world. It can be found everywhere like cockroaches and has extremely terrifying reproductive capacity. Several more black beetles moved towards Fang Ge, and when they jumped up to attack. Bang! 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 Several gunshots were heard in succession, all of which accurately hit the black beetle's mouth. Gold +1. Gold +1. The black beetle has only 2 weaknesses, the abdomen and the mouth. Other parts are difficult to break. Although these black beetles were killed by Fang Ge, more black beetles surrounded him. Brother, what should we do? There are too many monsters here. Are we doomed? Shu Yuer was shaking with fear. If she hadn't tugged at the corner of Fang Ge's clothes, she would have probably collapsed to the ground. There are tens of thousands of these black beetles, and a pistol cannot kill them all. Once they are surrounded, they will surely die. We need to find a place to put Tianjiao shelter quickly. I remember there was a large central park after the next intersection, which was the most suitable place. Fang Ge looked at the densely packed black beetles along the way, his eyes flashing with coldness, and he clenched the dagger in his hand. If you don't want to die, follow me. After Fang Ge finished speaking, he walked in a certain direction. Shu Yuer reacted and hurriedly followed. Brother! Wait for me, don't leave me. The pervert who had just humiliated her became the only person she could rely on in her heart in the blink of an eye. Gold +1. Gold +1. Alien crystal +1. Ding, unlock the crystal shop. Gold +1. Chapter 3 Summoning Tianjiao. Fang Ge killed his way forward, and the corpses of black beetles were scattered all over the road. Along the way, Fang Ge killed at least hundreds of black beetles. The muzzle of the pistol showed signs of melting and bending, and even the fine steel dagger had many cracks. Just when the pistol was about to be scrapped, Fang Ge exchanged it for 2 more pistols. Bang! 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 2 hours later, Fang Ge and Shu Yuer broke out of the siege. Finally arrived at the Central Park. Although no black beetles were found in the park, after the 2 of them came in, black beetles swarmed in from all around the park like a tide. The entire park seemed to have become a Jedi. Brother, have you come to the wrong place? Shu Yuer originally thought she had escaped, but Fang Ge brought her to this place with no shelter. Fang Ge ignored the situation around him and walked to a flat lawn by the lake. Whether to place a level 1 Tianjiao shelter? Yes. A 2-story building appeared out of nowhere, shocking Shu Yuer again. Level 1 Tianjiao shelter. 1. It has a first-level protective shield. 2. Randomly summon a Tianjiao within 10 kilometers, once a day. 3. Teleport back to Tianjiao shelter once a month. Upgrading the level 2 Tianjiao shelter requires 3,000 gold coins. Tianjiao shelter had been set up, but Fang Ge did not go in immediately. Dense swarms of black beetles are coming soon. Open the protective shield. An invisible barrier unfolded from Tianjiao shelter and stopped after extending to a distance of 10 meters from the shelter. The black beetle also happened to come to this position. After the protective shield was deployed, even the fog within it was dispelled. The black beetles outside could not sense the human presence, and after circling several times in the same place, they gradually dispersed. Only a few dozen black beetles were still hovering around the park. It's safe for now. Seeing the black beetles around him disperse, Fang Ge relaxed and prepared to go into Tianjiao shelter to take a look. Just as I was about to turn around, I felt a soft object hanging tightly on my body. Shu Yuer was so scared that she kept hugging Fang Ge, with her 2 little balls tightly pressed against Fang Ge's arms, and she refused to let go until now. Shu University beauty, how long are you going to hold me? Do you want me to carry you in myself? After Fang Ge finished speaking, she bent down and gave him a princess hug. Ah! No, no need. Shu Yuer hurriedly let go, a slight blush on her face. Hugging Fang Ge was just her desperate reaction. Now that Fang Ge took the initiative, she still resisted instinctively. Strange, why is there no signal on my phone? Shu Yuer took out her cell phone and looked for a signal everywhere. Of course there is no information, because the fog has blocked all signals. Fang Ge didn't tell her that what he was concerned about now was the second function of Tianjiao shelter summoning Tianjiao. Summon Tianjiao? Yes. Swish. A vortex of light similar to a teleportation appeared in the open space of Tianjiao shelter. After waiting for a few seconds, the light vortex disappeared. The summoning failed. The Tianjiao was unwilling to accept the summoning. Don't want to accept the call? It seems like he hasn't suffered the severe beating of the apocalypse yet. He'll probably regret it in a few days. Afterwards, Fang Ge entered the Tianjiao shelter. The entire Tianjiao shelter covers an area of about 100 square meters. The 2 came to the first floor, where there was a kitchen and a living room with only a few sofas. Shu Yuer followed behind and suddenly asked, "You just called me the school beauty. Are you and I from the same school?" What? The campus beauty of Shu University doesn't remember me anymore? Who are you? Because of a word you said, I brought you breakfast for half a year, and then you kicked me away. Have you forgotten? Ah. You are that Fang Ge. Shu Yuer pointed at Fang Ge and widened her eyes. Oh. You still remember it. It's my honor. Fang Ge, this is a misunderstanding. This was a prank played by my best friend on you in my name. I had no idea about it and I only found out about it half a year later. I'm going to apologize to you on her behalf now, okay? Fang Ge. I see. No wonder her best friend always comes to pick up breakfast when it's delivered. After delivering it for half a year, she hasn't even seen Shu Yuer. Back then, I was even worse than a dog licker. Seeing that Fang Ge didn't react at all, Shu Yuer grabbed the corner of her clothes and looked nervous. You won't take revenge on me because of this, right? In this situation, if Fang Ge wanted to do something to her, she would be almost powerless to resist, so she had to deal with it carefully. Revenge? Hey, that's a good suggestion. Although the misunderstanding was not caused by you, as her best friend, you should assume the obligation of revenge. How about, you provide my breakfast from now on? I have to drink salsa for breakfast. Fang Ge glanced at a certain part of Shu Yuer and smiled meaningfully. Although Shu Yuer didn't understand, Fang Ge's eyes made her guess that it might not be a good thing. Fang Ge, don't be like this. You saved me. After these monsters are destroyed, I will definitely repay you. I will give you a lot of money and arrange a good job for you. Please trust me. Repay me? And arrange a job for me? Ha 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 ha. Fang Ge couldn't help laughing. Shu Yuer, it seems you still don't understand the significance of the coming of the end of the world. He came to Shu Yuer and pinched her chin. Woo, Fang Ge, please don't be like this. Can I apologize to you? Hey, I'm not interested in apologies. From now on you have to call me Master. Fang Ge. Don't go too far. Master. Shu Yuer was about to resist, but an unknown force restrained her behavior. What's going on? Why would I say these two words? Do you remember what I asked you to sign before? Think about that contract and what it said. Fang Ge looked at Shu Yuer with a half smile on his face. Fang Ge's reminder reminded Shu Yuer of the contract that disappeared out of thin air. How is that possible? I just wrote my name on it. But then he thought of Fang Ge's magical methods. Everything seems to appear out of nowhere, and these situations are simply inexplicable. Could it really be that contract? No way. I am Shu Yuer, the future daughter of destiny. In the past, many men knelt in front of me to pursue me, but I ignored them. How can I call him master now? This is too. No. I absolutely cannot call him master. Fang Ge, please don't do this to me. Shu Yuer showed a pitiful expression. If it were Fang Ge before his rebirth, he might have softened his heart long ago. Unfortunately, Fang Ge, who returned from the apocalypse, no longer buys this trick. He touched Shu Yuer's smooth face and gave another order. After a long time, Shu Yuer's face was burning and her whole body felt like it was falling apart. After a while, a sound like fine lines came out from Shu Yuer's little mouth. Oh no. Damn it, I actually had to dance for a whole hour, and it was the same dance you see online. Looking at Shu Yuer's hesitant look, Fang Ge said something. Call me a few times and you'll get used to it. Then Fang Ge stood up and walked towards the second floor. The entire second floor is a bedroom with only a large bed and a bathroom next to it, which is separated by a frosted window. Why is there only one bed? Shu Yuer followed. What? One bed isn't enough? Fang Ge scanned Shu Yuer from head to toe. Shu Yuer suddenly shrank back nervously. You, go wash up. Chapter 4 Alien World Crack. Master. I don't want to go to bed yet, so I won't wash it yet. Who said we should go to bed? Look at you now, you're so dirty and smelly, and you still want to sleep? I'm afraid you'll make the bed dirty. Because I was too nervous and scared before. Shu Yuer hadn't realized that her entire body was covered in the slime of those monsters. At this moment, even she herself was disgusted. But I don't have a change of clothes. Fang Ge waved his hand, and 10 sets of lace pajamas of different styles appeared instantly. Spend 100 gold coins, remaining 66 gold coins. The appearance of these pajamas made Shu Yuer blush. But she had no other choice now, so she picked up a green suit and prepared to go to the bathroom. Wait a minute. Fang Ge suddenly called her. Shu Yuer turned around in confusion. Fang Ge picked up a set of pink lace pajamas and said, "Wear this." You. The meaning of pink is self-evident. Shu Yuer blushed slightly and wanted to refuse. But she knew the result would probably not change. In the end, she could only vent her anger and grab the pink and transparent pajamas. After a while, the sound of the shower began to drip, and water vapor gradually rose. The mist lingered around like light smoke, and the water droplets could be vaguely seen flowing on the undulating layers. After sending Shu Yuer away, Fang Ge opened the crystal shop that he had just unlocked. Currently owns 8 crystals. Strengthening pill 10 crystals. The strengthening pill actually requires 10 crystals. Someone has calculated that one can dig up one by killing about 20 to 30 black beetles. In my previous life, I dug out an alien crystal from the corpse of a black beetle that was left behind by others, and eventually became an evolver. I just killed at least 300 black beetles, and only got 8. My luck is so bad. Groan. Suddenly, a shrill sound pierced the sky above Central Park. This is the rallying cry. What's going on? Why are the black beetles suddenly gathering? And they seem to be gathering right here. Fang Ge looked across the lake through the protective shield and found that the fog across the lake was much thicker than this side. In the fog, Fang Ge discovered a huge black shadow. The shape of the black shadow is like an irregular crack, with flashes of light appearing from time to time. Another world, crack. This is the passage through which the black beetles came here from the other world. A large number of black beetles drilled out from the cracks in the other world. Fang Ge discovered that there was a beetle of even larger size, surrounded in the middle. This beetle is silver all over, and it was the beetle that made the scream just now. Silver beetle. Physical fitness, 25. Could it be that they encountered some powerful obstacle? As the silver beetle screamed again, all the black beetles rushed to the same place like a tide. Soon, there were only a few beetles left in Central Park. At this time, Fang Ge came to the crack of the alien world. This was the first time Fang Ge was so close to the crack. White mist emanated from the crack crazily, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Only some black beetles crawled out from time to time, but they were all easily dealt with by Fang Ge with a dagger. He recalled the information before his rebirth, and it seemed that there were all kinds of treasures hidden in the cracks. In previous lives, some evolvers accidentally ran in and became even more powerful after coming out. However, Fang Ge missed this opportunity because he had been hiding in the early stage. This time, I'm probably the first person to see the rift in the other world. It's a pity that I haven't awakened my ability to detect things. If I go in now, the risk will be too great. Fang Ge thought about it carefully and decided to put the exploration of the rift in the other world on hold for the time being. Fang Ge looked at the direction the silver beetle left and decided to follow to see what was going on over there. It's Chengdong. Gold +1. Gold +1. Alien crystal +1. Gold +1. Alien crystal +1. As a low-level evolver in his previous life, beetles were the exotic beasts he dealt with most. Once the black beetle receives the assembly order, its perception of other directions drops sharply. Fang Ge followed the army of black beetles all the way, and he stole all the black beetles that fell behind one by one. More than 200 were stolen in just 10 minutes. This time we were lucky, as more than 200 black beetles dropped 13 alien crystals. Fang Ge immediately changed to 2 strengthening pills. Physical fitness, 17, gold, 315, otherworldly crystal, 1. Fang Ge followed for another 10 minutes and finally arrived near the east of Yuncheng. The sound of a large number of gunshots could be heard from a long distance away. Judging from the density of the firepower coverage, Fang Ge judged that an army was entering the city. Fang Ge climbed to the top of a building and looked into the distance. Intensive clattering. Fire was opened from the main gate in various corners of an industrial park, forming dozens of fire snakes. The dead beetles at the park's gate have piled up like a mountain. The army arrived so quickly, they should be the garrison troops of Yuncheng. I wonder if they brought heavy weapons. If not, these black beetles can still be stopped, but once the silver beetles come out, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on. The fog blocked all signals, causing the army to be unable to exert even 10% of its strength. Captain Xiao, there are too many monsters here. We rushed here at short notice and our ammunition is running low. I'm afraid we have to retreat. If we retreat, what will happen to the ordinary people here? Captain Shaw seemed unable to accept the act of desertion. Now the various units are unable to communicate. We are fighting completely alone. When we set out, the military commander said that if we are surrounded, we must retreat immediately. On one side are ordinary people, and on the other side are brothers and comrades. The battalion commander is unable to make a decision for a while. Just as he was hesitating, the situation on the battlefield changed dramatically. Sure enough, the silver beetle arrived and immediately joined the battle. Dang dang dang. The silver beetle's hard shell blocked all the bullets. Look, that silver monster is not afraid of bullets. Oh no, this is a new monster. Captain Xiao, we must retreat immediately. When the silver beetle was 20 meters away from the park, its body suddenly began to wriggle strangely, and all the scales on its body spread out like a peacock spreading its tail. Then we saw the silver beetle's tail gradually stretching out, revealing the shape of a cannon muzzle, facing diagonally towards the sky, with the angle towards the gate of the industrial park. With a hissing sound, a stream of fluorescent corrosive liquid spurted out instantly. Corrosive liquid fell from the sky and spread all over the entrance of the park. Because the attack coverage was too wide, many soldiers were unable to dodge and were hit by the corrosive liquid. Although it is not immediately fatal, it will make the soldiers who are hit lose their combat capability. Seeing the casualties among the troops, Captain Shu finally made up his mind. Immediately order everyone to evacuate from the back entrance of the industrial park. There aren't many back doors for silver beetles, but it's not easy to break through by force. Chapter 5 Another Tianzhou. Fang Ge also lurked over at this time and had already reached the rooftop of a building next to the park. He had just observed from a high vantage point that the silver beetles coming from all directions had surrounded the park's exit. It seems that this unit is preparing to retreat. Fang Ge was waiting for an opportunity to kill the silver beetle. To kill a silver beetle, you must wait until the moment it attacks. The troops began to break out towards the back door of the park. Although the firepower was fierce, they were still unable to break through the silver beetle's defense. The 4 silver beetles in the front began to spread their scales and extend their tails. At this time, if you stand behind the silver beetle, you can clearly see a strange energy brewing at its tail. The energy was condensed in just 1 second. Once these energies erupt, this force will suffer heavy casualties. Just as the silver beetle was about to attack. Bang! 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 4 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously, with 4 bullets hitting the precise concentrated energy explosion point. The 4 silver beetles exploded instantly like a powder keg that had been detonated, and the surrounding black beetles were also dragged into it. Gold plus 19. Alien crystal plus 3. Gold plus 22. Alien crystal plus 3. Gold plus 21. Alien crystal plus 3. Gold plus 27. Alien crystal plus 4. Gold plus 1. Gold plus 1. Alien crystal plus 1. Gold plus 1. A huge gap suddenly appeared in the encirclement of the park's back door. Seeing this, Captain Shu did not miss such a good opportunity and immediately led his soldiers to break out quickly. While they were breaking through, Fang Ge continued to harvest beetles. After Fang Ge dealt with 2 more silver beetles, the entire army finally broke out of the encirclement and headed towards the garrison base. At this time, Captain Shu looked back at the park. He realized that someone had helped them break out, but this person was elusive and moved to another place after firing a few shots. But because of the fog, Captain Shu could not see what the man looked like. However, he believed that such people would not die easily, and he might see them in the future. In a certain block of Yunqing, tens of thousands of black beetles were rushing madly like a black tide. There was an agile figure in front of the black tide, running and firing back with a pistol, and almost every shot would knock down a black beetle. But as the distance increased, black beetles along the way joined in. The scale of tens of thousands gradually became hundreds of thousands, just to chase a human being. Originally in the East City Industrial Park, Silver Beetle was commanding the black beetles to pursue human troops. But Fang Ge's appearance made the silver beetles feel greatly threatened. They screamed collectively, and immediately all the black beetles changed their attack targets. Facing the pursuit of hundreds of thousands of black beetles, Fang Ge did not show any panic on his face. Without Shu Yuer by his side, Fang Ge's current physical condition meant that the black beetle couldn't touch him at all. Bang, 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 bang. Gold plus 1. Gold plus 1. What's going on? The gunfire hasn't stopped tonight. Could it be that the army just now has come back to attack again? Many people hiding on high floors cautiously leaned out of the windows. They vaguely saw countless black beetles from the fog, forming a dark curtain with no end in sight. Oh my god! What's wrong with this guy? Why did he lure so many monsters here? Isn't he going to kill us? The teleportation function of Tianzhou shelter has not been used today. Fang Ge glanced at the black tide behind him and decided to kill as many black beetles as possible before he ran out of energy. Alien crystal plus 1. That's exactly 30 alien crystals. Exchange for strengthening pills. Physical fitness plus 3. Fang Ge. Physical fitness, 20 super strong among ordinary people. Number of Tianzhou contracts, 1. Gold, 666, otherworldly crystal, 0. When his physical fitness reached 20, Fang Ge's body underwent tremendous changes. The lines of the body become more defined. Muscles become tighter and stronger, making every movement more explosive. His body regained vitality. Fang Ge put away his pistol, and 2 alloy daggers appeared in his hands. Swish, swish, swish. Fang Ge swung out a few afterimages and instantly killed the nearest few black beetles. That's what it feels like to be in the last days. The feeling of weapons cutting into flesh, the splashing juices all over the body. After Fang Ge's physical fitness reached 20. Strength combined with weapons can easily break through the black beetle's defense, and there is no need to attack its weaknesses. This kills much faster than a pistol. Although it is easy to kill black beetles, charging head-on into a swarm of black beetles would be courting death. He decided to find a dead end. He wanted to take advantage of his current situation and try to accumulate more capital in the early stage of the apocalypse. A figure was speeding down the street, occasionally stopping to kill the monsters chasing him. Detected someone with Tianjiao qualifications nearby. This sudden reminder caught Fang Ge off guard. At this moment. But at this time, it was impossible for Fang Ge to look for this beautiful girl. There was no other way. He could only make a rough note of the appearance of the block and come back next time. In a commercial building in the distance. At this time, at the door of a warehouse in the corner of the 21st floor. Boss, Xian Ning baby, can you open the door? I will be nice to you and gentle to you. I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Open the door quickly and let me in to love you properly, okay? A greasy, bald, middle-aged man shouted at the people in the warehouse with a lewd look on his face. If Fang Ge were here, he would definitely recognize this bald man as the guy who called him during the day. The bald man is called Jin Guirong, and he is the human resources manager of this company. At this moment, there were 2 strong men lying at Jin Guirong's feet. Judging from their clothes, they should be bodyguards. The chests of the 2 bodyguards were sunken, and it looked like they wouldn't live long. Inside the warehouse, an extremely beautiful woman was still moving things to the door. It was extremely difficult for her originally delicate body to move, but the disgusting sound outside the door seemed to have stimulated her inner potential. She piled all the cabinets and tables at the door. When the last cabinet was pushed over by her and pressed against the door along with other things, she let out a long sigh and then collapsed on the ground. Although she was temporarily out of the clutches of the devil, a look of worry still appeared on her delicate face. She knew this was not a long-term solution after all. She blocked her only way to survive, which also meant that no one would come to rescue her. Otherwise she would be trapped here and die, or the door would be broken in by someone outside who coveted her. If that really comes to the point, she will be living a life worse than death, and her fate will be unimaginable. Before, a strange prompt appeared in her mind, asking her whether she would accept the call of Tianjiao shelter. Out of caution and incomprehension, she did not agree. If I had really agreed at that time, would something magical have happened? Compared to the current worse situation, she has begun to regret it. Chapter 6 Physical energy exhausted, teleported back. Seeing that the person inside did not respond at all, Jin Guirong's face suddenly changed. Xin Xianing, are you still hoping someone will come and rescue you? Don't dream. Even the army can't stop these monsters. Who else can come to save you? I advise you not to refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. You'd better open the door quickly. As long as you open the door obediently and come out to serve me well, you can still be the high and mighty female CEO in front of everyone. Otherwise, when I break the door open, don't blame me for turning you into a bus. Xin Xianing covered her ears. She didn't want to hear what the fat pig outside said at all at this moment. Just when Xin Xianing and the bald man were in a stalemate, frequent gunshots suddenly came from a distance. A hint of anticipation suddenly appeared on Xin Xianing's face. She moved a stool and leaned against the window to look down. What's going on? Could it be that the troops from before have come back again? Jin Guirong was shocked. However, the gunshots never came back after reaching this area. Phew, it turned out to be a false alarm. I don't know which fool was so ignorant of the danger that he dared to go outside and challenge these monsters. Good death. Jin Guirong couldn't see Fang Ge from his position, so when he didn't hear the gunshots, he thought the people below had been eaten by the monster. This damn woman, on the first day I landed here, she actually wants to fire me. Since you don't want me to live, I won't let you live easily either. I have to say, these monsters came at the right time, it was really God's help. And by killing these monsters, you can actually gain a magical power. I really love this world now. Oh, and there is the beautiful lady in the room. Once my strength increases again, this door probably won't be able to stop me. Thinking of this, Jean Guerong immediately said to the people behind him, "You guys, go and lure a few more monsters up." Judging from the appearance of these people, they should also be employees here. When they heard the order given by Jean Guerong, they were so scared that their legs trembled, and then they shook their heads and waved their hands frantically. Because they had seen with their own eyes that several former colleagues had been eaten to the bone because they attracted monsters. There were a few people who wanted to resist and launch a sneak attack on Jean Guerong, but they were killed in the end. After that, no one dared to resist anymore. Don't be afraid, I'll be watching you from behind. My fellow colleagues, once we open the warehouse door, I'll let you smell the scent of high society. Jean Guerong smiled kindly, but there was cruelty in his eyes. At this moment, from Shenxianing's angle, she could vaguely see the people below. This man actually dared to fight those terrible monsters, and killed them without a gun. He should be better than that fat pig outside. Fang Ge quickly found a dead end, which was right opposite the window where Shenxianing was. Fang Ge didn't hesitate and went straight in. A large number of black beetles immediately rushed over, but unfortunately a large number of them were blocked at the entrance. Oh no! How did that person end up on a dead-end road? How can he run away now? Swish, swish, swish. The black beetle rushing in the front was killed instantly by Fang Ge. Next, these black beetles were eliminated one after another by Fang Ge, just like they were lined up. In a short while, hundreds of them were killed. The originally crowded dead end was suddenly cleared out by Fang Ge. Oh my god, this guy is so amazing. If only he could come and rescue me. Shenxianing suddenly had this thought, but the floor was too high, and even if she shouted for help, the other party might not be able to hear her. Moreover, this person is also trapped in a corner, and I'm afraid he can't protect himself at this moment. Looking down from Shenxianing's perspective, thousands and thousands of black shadows, almost endless in sight, were rushing towards here. 200. 300. 500. 1,000. There were more and more black beetle corpses under his feet, gradually piling up to the level of 2 floors. Damn, is this a human or a monster? Why do these monsters suddenly feel so weak? A man with poor cognitive ability saw this situation from upstairs, so he took out the kitchen knife at home and walked out of the room. He found a lone black beetle and chopped off its shell with a knife. With a clang sound, the knife chipped a hole, leaving only a scratch less than 5 millimeters on the black beetle's shell. The black beetle turned around and pounced, and the man immediately screamed, and soon he was silent. Hoo. After killing hundreds of black beetles again, Fang Ge's physical strength was close to the limit. It's almost done. My physical strength is almost at its limit. System, contact Tianjiao shelter and teleport back. Call out. A vortex of light formed behind Fang Ge, and when he stepped back, the vortex of light immediately disappeared. The next second, he appeared in the open space in front of Tianjiao shelter. At this moment, Shenxianing was in the commercial building, and the last hope in her eyes disappeared. Not long after Fang Ge disappeared, the black beetles lingered for a while and then dispersed. In Shenxianing's eyes, Fang Ge had been eaten by those monsters until nothing was left. Call. After being safe, Fang Ge took a deep breath and then fell to the ground. At this moment, his hands and feet were shaking uncontrollably, and his whole body felt weak. After resting for half an hour, he finally managed to get up. He looked around the protective shield and found no special changes. There were still only dozens of black beetles wandering around. The alien world rift on the opposite side continued to spew out mist, making the visibility around even lower. When the fog becomes thicker in the later stages, I'm afraid more powerful monsters will appear. Fang Ge walked into the Tianjiao shelter. There was no one on the first floor, so he went to the second floor. Coming to the second floor, Fang Ge took a casual glance. The water droplets on the floor of the bathroom, which had been dripping before, have dried up, but you can still tell that someone has showered there. The remaining pajamas were still there, and the bedding on top was a little wrinkled, probably because someone had used it. Where is Shu Yuer? He won't run away, will he? Just when I was wondering, a soft and fragrant smell came over me. Fang Ge suddenly felt 2 pressures, and this feeling was particularly obvious when he was losing strength. The refreshing fragrance penetrated deep into his lungs, invigorating his exhausted body a little. Fang Ge was a little surprised by Shu Yuer's initiative, as he had been very resistant before. Hee hee, my Shu University campus beauty, why do you suddenly miss me after not seeing me for so long? Even if you want to do something, you have to wait until I finish washing up. Shu Yuer ignored Fang Ge's teasing. Fang Ge, you big bastard. First you threatened me, then you humiliated me, then you forced me to sign a contract, and then you brought me here and ignored me. You ran away without saying a word. I thought you wouldn't come. Do you know that those monsters outside have been screaming and screaming all night long? I was scared all night long. The more Shu Yuer spoke, the more excited and aggrieved she felt. After Shu Yuer took a shower, she was still worried about what would happen. After the results came out, she was relieved to find that Fang Ge was missing. I never thought that the monster outside the shelter was going crazy for some reason and was screaming wildly. She looked out the window and saw that the beetle-like monsters were densely packed all over the central park. The shelter was also surrounded by a large crowd, although no attack was launched on it. But the sound of passing by still made her extremely scared. Without Fang Ge, she suddenly felt empty. After all, if it weren't for him, she might have died long ago. Fang Ge now occupies an increasingly larger position in her heart. Shu Yuer seemed to have lost her support and could only hide in the corner and shiver. It turns out that this girl is scared. Suddenly feeling the strong arms, Shu Yuer's body trembled unconsciously. But at this moment, I feel more at ease. The touch, the scent, the creamy skin. Hee, I must win tonight. Even though I'm a little exhausted, I can still hold on if I squeeze in some strength. Chapter 7 Rogue. How long will you be gone? You 1T never come back, will you? Fang Ge's hands couldn't help but start moving. Then he found that the other party didn't seem to resist at all, so he became even more unscrupulous. After a while, Fang Ge felt that it was about time and was ready to get to the point. I found that Shu Yuer had fallen asleep without me noticing. She actually fell asleep. Should I wake her up? 10 minutes later. Looking at Shu Yuer, who couldn't be woken up, Fang Ge gave up and had to put her aside and go take a shower. When I came out of the shower, I found that Shu Yuer was already sleeping very soundly. There were traces of tears on her pretty face, her thin red lips were slightly opened, a faint fragrance was exhaled from between her lips, and her soft hair was curled on one side. Her already attractive face becomes even more attractive when she falls asleep. Fang Ge pinched her cheeks with his hands and straightened her hair again. Shu Yuer couldn't help humming in her sleep, and then she was silent. Oh, never mind. My waist isn't feeling well today. Until the next morning. With a comfortable moan, Shu Yuer gradually woke up and her blurry eyes slowly opened. After waiting to wake up, she gradually recalled what happened last night. The more he thought about it, the redder his face became, and the more incredible it seemed. When did I become so bold? My ears turned red. After falling asleep, I felt like I was being moved around. Could something else have happened? Could he have already? Shu Yuer hurriedly pulled back the quilt to take a look. Phew! Fortunately, it's still there. Then she stretched herself and went downstairs. When she came to the first floor window, she found Fang Ge sitting cross-legged on the grass with his upper body exposed. Outside the shelter. It was a sunny morning, but due to the fog, the surroundings still seemed a little dim. The fog is indeed thicker today than yesterday. If the rift in the other world is not resolved, the fog will only get thicker. Daily reward, 100 gold coins, 10 alien crystals. Fang Ge checked the current resources. Gold coins, 2088, otherworldly crystals, 57. Fang Ge exchanged for 5 more strengthening pills. Take all. His physical fitness reached 25, and Fang Ge clearly felt that his strength had increased again. At this time, Fang Ge took out a book with the words Spirit Gathering Technique written on it. Since the end of the world came yesterday, I haven't had time to study this thing properly, but now I finally have some time. Spirit Gathering Technique? Could it be magic? In my previous life, I had never heard of the existence of magic. This is the reward from Shu Yuer for the contract. Does this book require me to cultivate it on my own? As soon as this thought flashed through Fang Ge's mind, the spirit gathering technique turned into a ray of light and entered his mind. A piece of information that he had never encountered before began to construct in his mind. Then, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the grass. After using the spirit gathering technique, he began to feel the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth is like a naughty little animal, flashing and moving left and right. As the spirit gathering technique continued to be performed, Fang Ge's consciousness was like spreading a net, gradually capturing all the surrounding spiritual energy. The spiritual energy enters the body, just like taking a sip of ice-cold cola, so refreshing. An hour passed slowly. Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, Fang Ge's skin seemed to be coated with a layer of light, appearing particularly shiny and translucent. At this moment, a strange energy formed in his dantian, and finally settled there and slowly rotated. Physical fitness +1. Spiritual chi cultivation +1. Fang Ge. Physical fitness, 26 super strong among ordinary people. Spiritual energy cultivation, 1. Number of Tianjiao contracts, 1. Gold, 2088, otherworldly crystals, 7. Spiritual energy cultivation? System, what's the use of spiritual energy cultivation? Host, your spiritual energy cultivation allows you to cast spells. Cast a spell? I don't seem to know any spells. I wonder if I can draw a spell if I contract another Tianjiao. Fang Ge looked in the direction of the bloody battle with the black beetle last night. It's time to go and take a look, otherwise things might have changed. Fang Ge immediately turned around and went into the house, ready to change clothes and set off. As soon as I pushed the door open, I heard an ah. When I walked in, I found Shu Yuer slumped behind the door. Because of her cool attire and elegant posture, Fang Ge could see many parts of her body clearly. What are you doing? You're not peeking at me, are you? No. I just fell accidentally. Feeling Fang Ge's fiery gaze, Shu Yuer realized something and hurriedly blocked it with her hands. Rogue. Rogue? It seems you've forgotten what to call me again. After saying that, Fang Ge immediately squatted down and lifted Shu Yuer's chin with his hand. What are you going to do? What should you call me? When Fang Ge spoke in her ear, Shu Yuer felt numb. Shu Yuer didn't respond, and Fang Ge sighed when he saw this. This went on and on, making it impossible for Shu Yuer to speak properly. After a while, Fang Ge finally stopped. Shu Yuer finally had a chance to catch her breath and hurriedly called out Master. Fang Ge raised his head and looked at the blushing face in front of him. With his lovely girl so close to him, he had no intention of letting her go. Fang Ge, what are you doing? Why are you staring at me like that? Shu Yuer noticed that Fang Ge was looking at her with a very aggressive look. Don't look at me like that. I'm a little scared. You seem to have said that you would have to provide my breakfast from now on. What breakfast? I don't understand what you are saying. Fang Ge no longer gave Shu Yuer a chance to argue. The fog in the alien world crack began to surge wildly, and even the black beetles inside began to become restless. Soul contract progress 1%. Soul contract progress 2%. Soul contract progress 3%. Soul contract progress 10%. Life skills +1. An hour later. In the crack of the alien world, the flickering light stopped, and only 1 or 2 black beetles appeared occasionally. Shu Yuer looked at Fang Ge with resentment. Looking at this woman who was once the dream of all the boys on campus. He thought about the 4 years of college he had spent handing in his homework every night on her photo. But from this moment on, all future homework can truly be handed over to her. Another half hour passed. I'm going out now. You wait here for me and we'll continue in the evening. When Fang Ge stood up, he pinched her again, making Shu Yuer both embarrassed and angry. Hearing Fang Ge was about to leave again, Shu Yuer hurriedly asked, How long are you going to be gone? You won't not come back, will you? This is my base. How could I not come back? Don't worry, I'll be back soon after I go out this time. After Fang Ge put on his clothes, he walked out. Only Shu Yuer was left there, feeling the remaining warmth. She found that Fang Ge had changed a lot, like a completely different person. Compared to yesterday's ordinary appearance, today made her feel very charming, and her figure became particularly attractive. Shu Yuer stroked her slender fingers, carefully recalling the feeling just now. Etc. He seemed to have said to continue in the evening. Shu Yuer touched her flushed face, looked at the torn cloth beside her, and a few drops of bright red color, and unconsciously hugged herself tightly. The fog covered the entire cloud city. As time went by, it became thicker and thicker, and visibility became lower and lower. The East City block, which was bustling yesterday, is now so quiet that you can hear a pin drop. Lu Ming had been hungry all day and couldn't stand it any longer, so he took the risk and ran to the convenience store downstairs to get something. Those monsters were making such a fuss last night, but they're so quiet today. They must have left. He walked carefully along the stairs, because the fog blocked his vision and he could only grope his way forward with his feet. Hard work pays off, and Lu Ming finally reached the first floor safely. Great! Looks like the monsters are really gone. When he was filled with joy and thought that everything was just as he imagined, a rustling sound suddenly came from above his head and around the walls. Then, a shrill scream resounded throughout the entire neighborhood. But after a few seconds, it was quiet again. If the fog disappeared at this moment, you would definitely see a horrifying scene. Countless black beetles curled themselves into a circle, clinging to the ground and the walls of the floors. They are now in silence and rest. Once prey appears nearby, they will immediately attack. An hour later, a figure appeared in the neighborhood. Chapter 8 Familiar People, Superpower Evolvers. Laugh. Gold +1. Laugh. Gold +1. Laugh. Alien Crystal +1. Fang Ge sneaked all the way here. He was familiar with the characteristics of the black beetle. They are most active and high-pitched at night, and their perception is most sensitive at that time. This is the time when they sleep and their perception is the lowest. He smeared some black beetle liquid on the surface of his body, which could basically completely block the black beetle's perception. The fog at the bottom of the city was getting thicker and thicker, and even Fang Ge could hardly see the road ahead. Now he can only kill the black beetle by touching it for a moment. Boom! Fang Ge stepped on the raised ground, and then the ground suddenly moved, and at the moment the ground shook. With a swish sound, the alloy dagger pierced into the flesh. The shaking of the ground stopped. Gold +1. Laugh. Gold +1. Host, someone with Tianjiao qualification is detected nearby. We're finally here. Phew, this journey is so tiring. Ha! A commercial building? This building looks familiar. Wait, this seems to be where I do my internship. Although 10 years have passed, some vague memories still roll out of my mind. On the day the end of the world came, Fang Ge did not go to the company, but went to catch someone cheating. During college, Fang Ge's mind was always on the school belle Shu Yuer, so he never had a girlfriend. Just before graduation, the class beauty Han Yuan suddenly said that she wanted to be Fang Ge's girlfriend. Any man would immediately agree to such a good thing that came from the sky. But Fang Ge was a pure-hearted man, so he naturally refused at first. But later, he could not resist Han Yuan's relentless pursuit and soon fell for her. They started living together that day and rolled in the sheets at night. At that time, Fang Ge had experienced a woman for the first time, so he naturally treated Han Yuan like a treasure. Every day I hold it in my heart, in my arms, in the bathroom. A month later, Han Yuan went to the hospital for a checkup and found out that she was pregnant and the fetus was more than a month old. Fang Ge, who is happy to be a father, has not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Later he noticed that Han Yuan always went out early and came back late for a period of time. Out of curiosity, after making inquiries from various sources, he discovered that Han Yuan had cheated on him and was cuckolding him. No, it shouldn't be considered cheating. Before Han Yuan got together with Fang Ge, she had been having an affair with a professor at the school. Later, the professor's wife found out and she became pregnant. He was forced to find Fang Ge to take over, so he is not even as good as the cuckold man. Han Yuan chose Fang Ge because she saw that he was naive and had no parents at home. Who would have thought that these two people would get together again behind Fang Ge's back? That day was the end of the world, and it happened to be the day when Fang Ge went to settle the score with the two of them, so he didn't go to the company. There's Tianjiao in this building? Who is she? Fang Ge searched through his memories of the past 10 years and discovered that no powerful or talented person had appeared in his company. Maybe it fell from the beginning. Laugh. Gold +1. Laugh. Alien Crystal +1. Fang Ge searched upwards layer by layer. The higher you go, the thinner the fog becomes and the fewer black beetles there are. Fang Ge found some human body parts and some black beetle corpses on the way. It seems that someone has found a way to kill the black beetle. In fact, as long as the black beetles are lured out of the fog, even ordinary people can find a way to kill them. However, Fang Ge discovered something strange on the corpses of some black beetles. Some of the black beetles were not killed by sharp objects, but were beaten to death by brute force. It seems that someone has found a crystal from another world and has become an evolver. And the speed of evolution is so fast that he can actually kill a black beetle with his bare hands. No! Judging from the number of these black beetle corpses, this evolver can't reach this level at all. There is only one possibility, that this person is a person with superpowers that only appears once in a million people. As an ordinary evolver, Fang Ge is well aware of the horror of people with special abilities. Once the psychics awaken, they can far surpass ordinary evolvers. The abilities of psychics are ever-changing and difficult to guard against. Even the most common power type should not be underestimated. Even if an ordinary evolver puts in 100 times the effort, it cannot match the evolution of a psychic. However, it is precisely because of the emergence of these people with special abilities that humans were able to resist the invasion of these strange beasts in the early stages. Could it be that Tenjio has awakened her special abilities? I have no memory of it. Even after awakening superpowers, he still died. How pathetic is that? Fang Ge continued to search upwards. At this time, it is several floors above. The ground was littered with the corpses of black beetles, and among the corpses were scattered the remains of some ordinary people. Bang! A black beetle was slammed against the wall by a brute force, and then fell to the ground, leaving a pool of green slurry. The next moment, a human hand suddenly reached into the black beetle's body. A crystal from another world was taken out. Ha ha ha, great, I finally found another one. I saw a bald middle-aged man who immediately swallowed the crystal from another world into his stomach. After a while, the bald man's body began to change. His muscles began to swell, and his face became more ferocious. The bald middle-aged man looked at his body with satisfaction. Xin Xianing, get ready to accept my favor, he he he. In the warehouse on the 21st floor. Xin Xianing hadn't eaten for a day and a night, and her delicate lips had become dry. Only the dim sunlight outside the window made her feel that she was still alive, or perhaps she would die soon. Bang! A sudden loud noise shook the entire warehouse, and cracks appeared on the stainless steel door of the warehouse. Xin Xianing was startled. The sound seemed to hit her heart, causing her heart to stop for a few seconds. Are monsters attacking? Then there was another loud bang and the warehouse door was kicked open. But because there were too many things blocking the way from behind, it didn't open completely. A very strong arm grabbed the stainless steel door that was knocked open and then pried it open with force. With a squeak. The door, which could not be broken by human power, was bent by this violence. The door was then removed and thrown aside. The door of the warehouse was finally opened, and the obstacles piled inside became meaningless. It was quickly cleaned up by Jin Guerong and Jin Yong, who broke in. Xian Ning baby, I'm here. Do you know how much I've sacrificed just to come in and see you? Those former colleagues, in order to help me, were eaten by those monsters one after another. Can't you hear their cries before they die? You are so cruel. You are hiding away. But it doesn't matter, it's all worth it. Jin Guerong looked at Xin Xianing greedily, the lust in his eyes seemed to want to see through her. The stunning beauty in front of him, who was once unattainable, now leaned against the wall with a helpless look on her face. The scene of Xin Xianing being tortured by him and begging for mercy appeared in Jin Guerong's mind. Chapter 9 Alluring Beauty, Signing the Contract. Jin Guerong, aren't you afraid that the army will come after you after they recapture the city? The army? If the army could have recaptured it, it would have been recaptured long ago. I can see that these monsters are not limited to this city. They must have appeared all over the world. Now that the end of the world has arrived, the army will definitely not be able to take care of this place. Even if the army really recaptures this place in the future, I will just kill everyone who knows about it and then say that it was eaten by a monster. Who can then prove that it was me? Xin Xianing actually guessed it, but she didn't expect that the guy in front of her had also thought of it. I am from the Xin family. If you dare to touch me, the Xin family will not let you go. Xin Xianing was still making her final struggle. Xin family? Humph, now that the apocalypse has arrived, I'm afraid the Xin family can't even protect themselves. Besides, I have gained great strength. The bodyguards you brought with you can't even block a single punch from me. When the time comes, I will kill every one of the Xin family members who come. After gaining power, Jin Guerong felt extremely inflated at this moment. Xin Xianing, please stop wasting time. There are only 2 of us left on this floor. Don't expect anyone to save you. Jin Guerong began to walk towards Xin Xianing. You fat pig. Don't touch me. Dead fat pig? Ha, good scolding, I'll let you taste the fat pig later. Let's start now and have a good and in-depth discussion. I guarantee that you will have a sleepless night and will never forget it. He. After his body was strengthened, Jean Guerong felt that he could fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Looking at Jean Guerong approaching step by step, Xin Xianing showed a look of despair. She was filled with mixed emotions at this moment. Maybe she should have stayed in Shangjing City and not come to this place. Or he could have committed suicide at the beginning and not suffered this humiliation now. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in her mind, the figure who dared to fight countless monsters. It's a pity that such a man has perished, while scum like Jean Guerong is still alive. Xin Xianing closed her eyes, feeling completely hopeless. Just when Jean Guerong was about to touch Xin Xianing's body. Hey, did I bother you guys? An untimely voice broke in. Xin Xianing opened her eyes upon hearing the voice, and then looked at the owner of the voice. He is a slightly handsome young man with a comfortable look on his face, but his eyes reveal a sense of being weathered. Someone actually dared to come to this floor. It seems I'm too gentle with the employees here. Jean Guerong turned around with a cruel look on his face. If anyone dared to disturb his interest at this time, he should be prepared to bear his wrath. He planned to break the man's legs first and then throw him to feed the black beetles. When he looked closely, he found that it seemed to be an acquaintance. Fang Ge? Why are you here? There are so many monsters down there, how did you get up here? Of course I walked up. It's an interesting question you ask. Fang Ge had a teasing look on his face. But Fang Ge asked at this time, who are you? Why are you here? After Jing Guerong evolved, his body and appearance underwent some changes, and even his voice became hoarse. In addition, this was Fang Ge's impression from 10 years ago, which led to him not recognizing it for a while. Fang Ge, you can't even recognize me. You are Bald King? Jean Guerong. Physical fitness, 13. Superpower, strong. It turns out that he was the one who awakened. What a lucky guy. The awakening is the ability to strengthen the body, no wonder his physical fitness is so high. If it weren't for the system, I would probably have to kill hundreds of black beetles to reach his level. Before his rebirth, Fang Ge was both angry and envious of people with special abilities. Because 1 month's hard work is not as effective as 1 hour's work of these psychics. The differences between people are already huge. Unexpectedly, after the end of the world, the gap between evolvers became even bigger. Fang Ge glanced at Jean Guerong's sturdy arms. His supernatural ability should be related to this arm. Bald Jean? I'm too gentle to my employees. I guess that's what you all call me behind my back, hee. Jean Guerong looked at Fang Ge with a malicious smile. You better leave now. This man has gone crazy. He has killed all the colleagues here. A pleasant but somewhat weak voice came over, and Fang Ge looked in the direction of the voice. She wore a black silk miniskirt, a formal suit, and a neat hairstyle. She has bright eyes, white teeth, delicate features, and a figure that reveals her upbringing and noble temperament. Although her face was a little pale, it could not hide her stunning beauty. Xin Xianing, alluring beauty. Age, 22. Appearance, 9.9. Life skills, 0. It's another 9.9 Tianjia. When Fang Ge saw that Xin Xianing's life skills were still 0, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Want to leave? Since you're here, then stay. Fang Ge, you're lucky. I'm just short of an audience right now, so I won't kill you for now. Today, I'll let you, and in turn, broaden your horizons and see how this high-ranking beautiful CEO begs for mercy in front of me. Fang Ge seemed not to hear Jean Guerong's generous declaration. He walked straight toward Xin Xianing. Are you the president of this company? Why haven't I seen you before? Ah. I was transferred here from headquarters just yesterday. Are you an intern here? This was the first time Xin Xianing heard such a question. Although it felt a bit strange, she still answered the other party. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but the appearance of this man suddenly made her feel at ease. Beautiful CEO, nice to meet you. As a CEO, I imagine you must be very good at signing documents. Could you please sign your name on this document? Fang Ge looked at Xin Xianing with a smile, politely took out a piece of paper, and placed it in front of her. Contract, all your actions will be bound by the contract master. Contract? Xin Xianing showed a puzzled expression. She didn't understand why this man wanted her to sign this thing at this time, Excuse me, what happens if I sign my name on it? I'm going to get you out of here and somewhere very safe. What if I don't sign? Then, I can only wish you good luck. Fang Ge expressed it very tactfully, but the implication was very clear. Okay, I'll sign. Xin Xianing hesitated for only a second before agreeing. At this point, she had no better choice but to take a gamble. Moreover, she felt an inexplicable trust from the other person's confident face. Chapter 10 Tianzhou Killer, Extreme Shadow Bug. Fang Ge suddenly felt that he had a new hobby, which was watching beautiful women write. He found that when these beauties wrote, they would always unintentionally use their fingers to touch the hair in front of them. Under such circumstances, Xin Xianing remained elegant from beginning to end. Her action is not only captivating, but also emits a faint fragrance. This was very helpful to Fang Ge, who was standing next to him. Just when Fang Ge was immersed in it, Jin Guirong behind him couldn't stand it anymore. You too, are you treating me like I don't exist? After saying that, he slammed his huge fist towards the back of Fang Ge's head. Careful! Xin Xianing couldn't help but exclaim. The next second, her eyes blurred and her body flew up involuntarily. Then there was a whirring sound of wind in my ears. When she looked again, she found herself being held in someone's arms, and they had somehow moved behind Jin Guirong. Successfully contracted Tianzhou, rewarded with a lucky draw. Congratulations on winning the magic skill. Transparency. Contract with 2 Tianzhou and receive 200 gold coins and 20 alien crystals every day. Next stage mission progress, 210. You damn fat pig, you almost ruined my good thing. Phew. Hearing Fang Ge calling the other person a fat pig, Xin Xianing couldn't help laughing. Hearing Xin Xianing's laughter, Fang Ge couldn't help but stare at her for a long time. Can you put me down? Xin Xianing's face flushed slightly. Sure. But you have to call me master first. Owner. For some reason, Xin Xianing didn't want to scream, but the words came out involuntarily. Is this the consequence of signing a contract? Hearing Xin Xianing call Fang Ge master, Jin Guirong became even angrier. The piece of meat that was about to reach his mouth was suddenly snatched away by a stinky intern, and he almost lost his mind. He made a strange movement, and the muscles in one of his arms suddenly began to swell. Crackling. A burst of explosive sounds came from Jin Guirong. Be careful, he used this trick to defeat my 2 bodyguards before. Fang Ge naturally didn't need Xin Xianing to remind him of his understanding of people with special abilities. Fang Ge, it seems that you are also an evolver, but there are differences between evolvers. There were originally 3 evolvers in this building, and Jin Guirong was one of them. At first, Jin Guirong thought he was the same as the other 2, but later when he killed the black beetle, he found that he could kill the black beetle alone, while the other 2 people would find it difficult to kill a black beetle even if they worked together. So his ambition began to grow, and he wanted to monopolize all evolutionary resources. Afterwards, he found an opportunity and killed the other 2 evolvers. Fang Ge, you die. Jin Guirong's move is to concentrate all the strength at one point and explode. His punch was full of violent emotions. Ha! This guy's physical fitness actually broke through to level 20. Facing this attack, Fang Ge's expression remained unchanged, and he threw a punch calmly. Bang! The 2 fists collided, stirring up a gust of air. Fang Ge didn't move at all. Jin Guirong flew backward several meters and hit the wall behind him. The move that Jin Guirong was proud of was easily resolved by Fang Ge, and he had a crushing advantage. Fang Ge had already raised his physical fitness to 30 before coming here. His body at this moment is no longer that of an ordinary human being and is no longer at the level of an ordinary evolver. That's impossible. How can a stinky intern like you beat me? It's strange. Jin Guirong is not a weak guy, and he is also a person with superpowers. Why have I never heard of this person in my previous life? Moreover, the survival rate of this kind of people with special abilities in the apocalypse is very high. If they hadn't met me. Although Fang Ge was a little confused, he didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, it was he who sent Jin Guirong on his way early in this life. Go down and ask your great-grandmother. After a bang sound, Jin Guirong collapsed to the ground powerlessly, his eyeballs almost popping out and his chest deeply sunken. Just as Fang Ge killed Jin Guirong, he seemed to sense something the next second. In an instant, he flashed and pressed Xin Xianing under him, pulling out the alloy dagger. There was only a clang sound. Sparks flew from the alloy dagger. An extremely fast shadow disappeared after colliding with the alloy dagger. Although it was only for a moment, Fang Ge still caught a glimpse of the afterimage. Fang Ge, what's going on? Because things happened so quickly, Shen Xianing had no idea what was going on. Fang Ge did not respond, but his brows gradually furrowed. The afterimage just now reminded him of something scary. A little thing that makes evolvers and mutants tremble in fear. If I'm not mistaken, the thing that just attacked should be the extreme shadow bug. This little thing is an assassin among alien races. I don't know how many human geniuses have died tragically at its hands. If you encounter it in the early days of the apocalypse, you will basically die. This thing is extremely rare. Fang Ge has only seen it once. He witnessed with his own eyes a human beauty die at its hands. The extreme shadow insect is very good at hiding. After attacking, it will hide away and ordinary people cannot find it at all. The only result is that it attacks people, and others can't hit it at all. Therefore, many people with special abilities died from torture like this. I didn't expect to run into it so soon. This is really troublesome. Shen Xianing didn't know what was going on. But judging from Fang Ge's expression, she felt that she must be in big trouble. How could the extreme shadow bug appear here? I'm a loser who can't even awaken my superpowers, so it can't possibly target me. So, it was the woman under me who attracted it? If I were alone, the extreme shadow bug would be unable to do anything to me. But if I want to protect this woman all the way, I might have to sacrifice myself. What kind of talent does this woman have that she can actually cause the appearance of the extreme shadow bug? Just as he was distracted by his thoughts, the extreme shadow insect attacked again. Clang! Metal collided and sparks flew. This extreme shadow bug can actually detect my flaws. I really can't focus at all. After 2 consecutive battles, Fang Ge still couldn't figure out the disappearance trajectory of the extreme shadow bug. This extreme shadow insect seemed to be able to move instantly, and every time it attacked or escaped, there seemed to be no trace. Fang Ge's face showed solemnity at this moment. Shen Xianing seemed to see Fang Ge's difficulties. If it really doesn't work, leave me alone and go alone. Humph. Woman, you're actually playing hard to get with me. Do you really think I won't abandon you? Her beautiful face, despite her frail body, looked pitiful. Fang Ge looked at Shen Xianing's thin lips that lacked moisture. I really want to give her some lubrication before leaving. Shut up and don't bother me trying to figure it out. Fang Ge took out a book, and after a few seconds the book turned into spots of light and disappeared. Transparency consumes a little spiritual power, the effect lasts for 1 hour. Use permeabilization. Base. The scene before Fang Ge suddenly changed drastically. The walls and some tables, chairs and cabinets became transparent in his eyes, with only some lines left to prove the shapes of these things. Fang Ge lowered his head again and glanced at Shen Xianing. Chapter 11 These are your change of clothes. This picture is really touching. It's cool, transparent, and round, and the lines are very pleasing to the eye. Fang Ge? Shen Xianing called out. What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? Don't worry about it. You are my personal property now. I can look at you as I want. After his immersive experience was interrupted, Fang Ge showed an unhappy expression. You? Shen Xianing deeply regretted asking this question. Fang Ge raised his head and looked around for a long time. Sure enough, in a corner, I found a black shadow as big as a mobile phone, slowly floating in the air. Extreme Shadow Bug. Physical Fitness, 18. Superpower, Short Distance Flash. He also found that only the head of the polar shadow worm is hard, while the tail is soft. The moment Fang Ge saw the extreme shadow bug, he thought of a way to crack it. Now he just had to wait for it to take the initiative to attack. The extreme shadow bug didn't know at this time that its position had been exposed. It was now waiting for its superpowers to cool down. A few minutes later, Fang Ge noticed that the extreme shadow insect seemed to start moving. He took out another alloy dagger and held both daggers tightly in his hands. At this moment, Fang Ge's nerves were stretched to the limit. Shen Xianing seemed to have noticed something as well. She let go of Fang Ge's clothes and even held her breath. In an instant, the extreme shadow insect moved, and Fang Ge also moved at this time, and both attacked almost at the same time. The extreme shadow insect activated its supernatural power. It was moving at high speed, then disappeared briefly before suddenly appearing in front of Fang Ge. Fang Ge raised the alloy dagger and collided with the extreme shadow insect again. The extreme shadow insect returned empty-handed and was about to escape in a certain direction. Fang Ge seemed to have anticipated this, and another alloy dagger flew out of his hand. In an instant, a cold light rushed towards the back of the extreme shadow insect. With a sneer, the extreme shadow worm was like a piece of barbecue on a skewer, and was pierced through in an instant. The extreme shadow insect fell to the ground, twisted its tail a few times, and then became motionless. Kill the special beast extreme shadow bug, obtain a special energy pill, 9 alien crystals, and 99 gold coins. Superpower pill 100 crystals, can awaken superpowers. Can you still walk? Fang Ge helped Xinxianing up. Okay, where are we going next? Didn't I just say I would take you to a safe place? Let's go. The two came outside the building. How can we leave in such a thick fog? As soon as Xinxianing finished speaking, Fang Ge smeared the black beetle juice on her body. The disgusting smell almost made her vomit bitterness. She refused at first, but then immediately understood. Give me your hand. Xinxianing immediately stretched out her hand obediently. Delicate and soft touch. The transparency technique still has some time to run out, which should be enough time to go back. In the face of the power of transparency, the fog is basically useless. All the black beetles dormant on the ground are like lambs to be slaughtered. Fang Ge couldn't help but sigh at this moment. In the past 10 years of the apocalypse, killing monsters has never been as easy as it is now. Gold +1. Gold +1. Alien crystal +1. Soon, Fang Ge brought Xinxianing back to Tianjiao shelter. Fang Ge calculated the time and found that they arrived half an hour earlier than when they came, and they brought someone with them. Xinxianing saw the shelter here, and also saw that the fog was actually blocked outside by a magical cover. This magical scene made her extremely curious about this mysterious and powerful man. At this time, a woman walked out of Tianjiao shelter. Xinxianing and Shu Yuer looked at each other at the same time. What a beautiful woman! What a beautiful woman! Come on, I'll take you to the second floor to take a shower. Fang Ge took Xinxianing into the Tianjiao shelter and touched Shu Yuer before entering. This made Shu Yuer very angry. Damn it, hiding me here wasn't enough, he brought back another woman, and she's so beautiful. On the second floor of Tianjiao shelter, Xinxianing looked at the lace pajamas and asked, "Are these prepared for me?" Of course not. Hearing Fang Ge's answer, Xinxianing immediately felt relieved. With her upbringing since childhood, she had never tried to wear such a thing. By the way, let me ask you, have you ever refused the call of Tianjiao Sanctuary? The call from Tianjiao Sanctuary? Okay, it seems like that's the case. Fang Ge's question reminded Xinxianing of something that she regretted. Could it be, were you the one who summoned me in the first place? That's right. Fang Ge looked at her with a smile. I'm sorry, it was so sudden. I couldn't understand it at the time, so I refused. Xinxianing explained in a low voice like a little girl who had made a mistake. Oh, it's okay, it's all in the past. It just wasted my summoning opportunity. Oh, by the way, this is your change of clothes. Fang Ge waved his hand, and 10 bikinis appeared in front of Xinxianing. Consume 100 gold coins, remaining gold coins 2,966. The appearance of these clothes made Xinxianing blush on the spot. She noticed that one of the bikinis was very revealing, with almost no coverage. Is this what he meant by "it doesn't matter, it's all in the past"? Then I'd better change those. Xinxianing pointed at the lace pajamas next to her. That won't do. These are already Shu Yuer's personal belongings. Pick one quickly. Fang Ge pointed at the bikinis. How to choose this? Xinxianing bit her lip, looking unable to speak. I know you women always have trouble choosing when you see beautiful clothes. Let me help you choose. I don't want this one. I don't want this one either. In the end, Fang Ge kept 2 pieces, one was a white hollow style, and the other one was hard to describe. Xinxianing was still hesitant and didn't want to make a choice. Finally, under the contract, I had no choice but to choose the white hollow one. At least the front part is still a one-piece, although the back is almost completely hollow. Inside the bathroom, the sound of dripping water continued to be heard. Xinxianing cherishes the opportunity to take a hot bath in such an environment. It took me more than an hour to wash, but I spent half an hour hesitating about how to wear this thing. In the end, he walked out feeling unwell all over, and found that Fang Ge was still outside, and his face immediately turned red. The moment Shen Xianing walked out, Fang Ge's eyes lit up. Although Shen Xianing was wearing a bikini, her movements were still very gentle and elegant. As expected of someone from the upper class, she has been taking care of her skin since she was young. Before, Shen Xianing's body was covered with too much dirt, so it was hard to see, but now it has been cleaned. Only then can you truly see what it means to have soft, delicate, and smooth skin. With her stunning beauty and graceful figure, a bikini makes her look elegant and noble. Dressed like this, I have to make her call me master. Chapter 12 Battle. Hands-on teaching. After a while, Fang Ge came down with Shen Xianing, whose face was slightly red. At this time, Shu Yuer came forward and said pitifully, "Fang Ge, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten for a whole day and night." When Shen Xianing heard this, she couldn't help but touch her lower abdomen. Fang Ge almost forgot Shu Yuer's reminder. He hadn't eaten since yesterday. Strange, why am I not hungry at all? Fang Ge suddenly thought of it. Could it be that it was because I used the spirit gathering technique to absorb spiritual energy yesterday? Legend has it that immortal cultivators who absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth can go on a fast without eating. Never mind, I'll study this question later. The next second, Fang Ge took out rice, flour, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea, beef, pork and chicken breast out of thin air. Consumed 1 gold coin, remaining gold coins 2,965. Wow, Fang Ge, are you a god? How can you transform into both a house and food? Shu Yuer opened her mouth in surprise again. Whether I am a god or not, haven't you already tried it? Shu Yuer blushed and spat at Fang Ge. Fang Ge then issued a soul-searching question. Which of you two can cook? Shu Yuer and Shen Xianing both shook their heads at the same time. Ha, she is indeed a spoiled child, indeed she is the result of being pampered. An hour later, a table of dishes was ready. Shu Yuer and Shen Xianing were immediately attracted by the delicious food and couldn't wait to pick up their chopsticks. Although Shu Yuer was very hungry, she still maintained her dignity while eating. Shen Xianing's cultivation is even more so. She still maintains elegance when picking up food. The food was chewed carefully in her little mouth for a long time before being swallowed. They ate for almost 2 hours before they finished. After Shu Yuer finished eating, she touched her slightly bulging belly, let out a long sigh, and showed a happy expression. This won't work. I have to summon a genius who can cook. After dinner, Fang Ge took the two of them to the outside of Tenjiao shelter. Then he took out 2 pistols with unlimited bullets and put them in the hands of the 2 men. From now on, you must learn to fight. Do you want us to fight those horrible monsters? Yes, that's right. But it's safe here. Can't we just wait here for the army to drive the monsters away? The army? I'm afraid the army is already overwhelmed. How could this happen? Are these monsters that powerful? See the fog outside? Fang Ge pointed at the fog outside and continued, because of this fog, communication signals from all over the world cannot be transmitted. Under such circumstances, the military strength can hardly be brought into play. So we can't rely on the military anymore. We can only rely on ourselves in the future. And our future enemies will not only be these monsters, but also the evolved and superpowered humans among us. Has the world really become like that? Shen Xianing was still a little confused. Haven't you experienced those things yourself? Fang Ge asked directly. Shen Xianing began to recall what had happened in the past 2 days. Monsters appear, the army retreats, and Jin Guirong suddenly gains strange powers. She couldn't help but nodded. Of course, Fang Ge's strength in fighting monsters and his various magical methods were what made him feel most mysterious to her. Fang Ge, what are revolvers and mutants? Shu Yuer asked. Fang Ge glanced at Shu Yuer, did not answer, and walked directly out of the protective shield. The moment Fang Ge appeared, the black beetles around him gathered around him like sharks smelling blood. At this moment, 2 daggers appeared in his hands. Brush, brush, brush. In less than 3 seconds, all the black beetles besieging him were killed. Fang Ge walked back with the corpse of a black beetle in his hand. Those who possess strength, speed, and reflexes that surpass those of ordinary people and can defeat these monsters on their own are the evolved. When Fang Ge walked back from the fog, there was something strange in Shen Xianing's eyes when he looked at him. Because the figure of Fang Ge killing the black beetle in the fog just now made her feel a little familiar. Shu Yuer had seen Fang Ge kill the black beetle before, so she was not surprised. Shu Yuer continued to ask, what about the superpowers? People with superpowers are quite rare. That Jin Guirong is one of them. Shen Xianing has seen him before. Fang Ge, are you an evolver or a mutant? I am an evolver. Shen Xianing, then you were able to kill Jin Guirong, so does that mean that evolvers are stronger than psychics? I'm special. I'm a little bit stronger than ordinary evolvers. Normally, mutants are much stronger than evolvers. Besides, people with special abilities are very rare. There is only one person among 10,000 people. Shu Yuer, Fang Ge, then I want to become a superpower. If you want to become a superpower, that depends on luck. Before that, you should first learn how to fight monsters. After all, I can't be here to protect you 24 hours a day. If you encounter a dangerous situation in the future, at least you can protect yourself. Shen Xianing took Fang Ge's words to heart. She wanted to learn how to fight, she wanted to gain strength, she was afraid that one day she would meet someone like Jin Guirong again. At this time, Shen Xianing firmly gripped the gun in his hand. Next, Fang Ge taught them how to use guns and told them the weaknesses of the black beetles, and then let the two of them fire freely at the black beetles. Bang! 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 Intermittent gunshots began to be heard in Central Park. Inside the protective cover, a figure so charming and graceful. A graceful and gentle posture. Two women with beautiful figures were using pistols awkwardly. Fang Ge, who was sitting behind them, couldn't help but sigh, it's a shame not to use a figure like this to get pregnant. Looking at the progress of the soul contract between the two women, Fang Ge fell into deep thought. The time for the end of the world is too urgent, and there has been no time to advance this soul contract. Looks like I have to squeeze in some time. Then Fang Ge began to wait for the gold coins to come in. However, after waiting for an hour, I finally heard the sound of gold coins entering the account. But it was only one gold coin, and Shen Xianing hit it by luck. She originally wanted to attack another black beetle, but accidentally killed the one next to it. Fang Ge shook his head. It seemed that it was impossible to achieve gold freedom anytime soon. Fang Ge walked up to Shu Yuer and started teaching her step by step. The whole teaching process is filled with fragrance. An hour later, Shu Yuer, with a rosy face, finally looked like a gunman. Next, Fang Ge came to Shen Xianing again and also used hands-on teaching. Since Shen Xianing's bikini was hollow, the entire teaching process was hard to describe in a few words. 2 hours later, Shen Xianing regained her elegance and her gun-holding posture gradually became standard. Chapter 13 One of the 10 Great Beauties, Violet Lolita. Bang! 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 Gold +1. Gold +1. After all the hard work of teaching, Master Fang finally made a small profit. Seeing the two women gradually getting on the right track, Fang Ge sat down cross-legged and began to practice the spirit gathering technique. 2 hours later. Physical fitness +2. Spiritual power +2. Physical fitness, 32, already an extraordinary person. Spiritual power cultivation, 3. Number of Tianjiao contracts, 2. Gold coins, 29.99, otherworldly crystals, 38. I almost forgot I got a superpower pill before. A blue pill appears in Fang Singer. Could I finally become a superpowered person? Looking at the blue pill in my hand, I couldn't help but sigh. Just as Fang Ge was about to put it in his mouth, a prompt suddenly appeared on the system. Warning! The energy of the supernatural pill will conflict with the host's spiritual power. What? This prompt from the system was like a bolt from the blue, shocking Fang Ge. System, energy conflicts, what will be the result? At the very least, all spiritual power and cultivation will be lost, and at the worst, one may become a cripple. The system immediately gave the answer. Then can I give up my spiritual power cultivation and awaken my supernatural powers? Host, you don't have any special talents, so you can't awaken special abilities. In his previous life, Fang Ge longed to become a person with special abilities. He was very envious of those special abilities such as flying, hiding in the ground, being invisible and having perspective, being able to control ice and fire, controlling and strengthening a certain limb, etc. In the later period, those with advanced superpowers can even destroy the world. Unlike an evolver like Fang Ge, who can only chop one thing at a time. Now this road is blocked. Fang Ge could only cultivate his spiritual power. The future of this path is unclear because Fang Ge has never seen such a cultivator. Etc. Maybe you haven't seen such a person before. Fang Ge suddenly thought of a beautiful figure. That person didn't seem to be a psychic, but he was stronger than the psychics. Even when he was fighting 1 against 3, he didn't lose. Could she be such a practitioner? That peerless elegance, that unreachable figure. With Fang Ge's identity at the time, he could only see a glimpse of his figure from afar. This Tianjiu is in another city, maybe I should find time to meet her. After pondering for a moment, Fang Ge put the small blue pill back into the system space. He didn't consider awakening his superpowers for the time being. Gold +1. Gold +1. Host, the gold coins have reached 3,000, which means it can be upgraded to a level 2 Tianjiu shelter. Would you like to upgrade? Oh. Is that already 3,000 gold coins? It's time to upgrade, otherwise if I summon a few more beauties, the bed won't be big enough for me to sleep in. System, upgraded to a level 2 Tianjiu shelter. Consumed 3,000 gold coins, remaining gold coin 1. Fang Ge had just finished speaking. A rumbling sound began to be heard, and the Tianjiu shelter in front of him automatically grew larger. In a short while, the Tianjiu shelter was expanded a lot. Level 2 Tianjiu shelter. 1. It has a secondary protective cover. 2. Within 60 kilometers, randomly summon a Tianjiu once a day. 3. Teleport back to Tianjiu shelter once every 2 weeks. Upgrading the level 3 Tianjiu shelter requires 30,000 gold coins. Hearing the loud noise coming from behind, Shu Yuer and Xianxianing immediately turned their heads. It was discovered that the 2-story Tianjiu shelter had suddenly turned into a 3-story villa, the single door had become a double door, and even the outer walls had become much stronger. Shu Yuer was almost immune to this kind of magical thing, while Xianxianing opened her mouth in surprise. Fang Ge led the two of them inside. The first floor has become very large at this time, with an area of 300 square meters. The original kitchen is no longer just a kitchen, it is more like a small restaurant. There are many sofas in the middle of the first floor, forming a large circle, like a small gathering place. Coming to the second floor, you will see a pink world. Fang Ge counted and found that there were 10 rooms, neatly arranged on both sides, just like a girl's dormitory. Shu Yuer and Xianxianing were unable to walk when they arrived at this floor. A hint of joy appeared on their faces, and they began to choose room by room. The third floor is naturally where Fang Ge lives, and it has become much larger. Not only is there an extra living room, but there is also a very large bathtub in the bathroom. Fang Ge walked around carefully again and found that there were not only 3 floors, but also a basement. The lighting in the basement was a little dim. There was a row of rooms inside. The doors of the rooms were made of fine steel, and there seemed to be some torture instruments in the rooms. This level 2 Tianjiu shelter is so strange. There's even a confinement room. Fang Ge walked out of the basement and found Shu Yuer and Xianxianing still choosing a room. As expected, women always have difficulty making choices when it comes to small things like this. Fang Ge went up and told the 2 girls directly that they didn't need to worry so much and could just live together on the 3rd floor. As a result, the 2 women shook their heads violently. Humph, what's the point of shaking your head? I'll give you a contract tonight, so you still have to come up obediently. Fang Ge planned to ignore the 2 women for the time being. He came to the outside of Tianjiu shelter. He still had one chance to summon Tianjiu today, and he planned to use it now. Summon Tianjiu? Yes. Swish. A vortex of light similar to a teleportation appeared in the open space of Tianjiu shelter. After waiting for a few seconds, the light vortex disappeared. A petite figure appeared on the grass, with a pair of bright eyes under her crescent-shaped eyebrows. On her slightly chubby cheeks, there is a charming cherry mouth, her skin is fair with a rosy glow, and she has 2 cute buns. She looks very cute and adorable. However, her clothes were already a little torn, and there was still some monster blood on her fists. The overall look is quite embarrassing. Bao Shangru cute and cute. Age, 18. Appearance, 9.2. Life skills, 0. Physical fitness, 17. Superpower, super gravity mutation level. Hey, wasn't I being besieged by monsters? How did I end up here? After Bao Shangru awakened her special powers, she always wanted to eat, almost every moment. Since her parents were missing and she had eaten all the food at home, she had to run outside to find food. There weren't many black beetles around her, but she was a directionally challenged person and the fog was thick. While looking for food, it ran directly to where the black beetles gathered. When she was surrounded by black beetles, a prompt suddenly appeared in her mind and she agreed without thinking. Then it appeared here. Wrap it up. I actually summoned a Violet Loli, one of the 10 most beautiful girls. Although Bao Shanggru is 18 years old, she looks cute and lovely, and still looks childish. And her power is among the best in the apocalypse. Unfortunately, he was besieged and killed by aliens in the end. Fang Ge took a look at Bao Shangru's information. Unexpectedly, she has awakened superpowers, super gravity. It was a mutant-level superpower from the beginning, no wonder she became one of the top 10 beauties. For an ordinary evolver to reach the strength of a psychic, he would have to put in at least 100 times more effort. To reach the level of a mutant with superpowers, one must put in 1,000 times more effort. We must sign this Tianjiao. Chapter 14 Delicious Tianjiao. Bao Shanggru shouted to Fang Ge, "Uncle, where is this place?" "Uncle." Fang Ge's face changed and he was about to correct it, but then he changed his mind. "I have been reborn for 10 years, so it seems right to call him uncle." "Forget it. I'll just wait until I sign her and then teach her slowly." "Ha, this is uncle's home. Do you want to stay? Uncle can protect you." Fang Ge forced a fake smile. "No, I want to go home. Uncle, it's very safe here. Those monsters can't get in. I'm not afraid of those monsters. I can kill one with one punch." Bao Shanggru waved her little fists, then turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Fang Ge immediately dodged and came behind Bao Shanggru, grabbing her shoulder with one hand to stop her from leaving. Bao Shanggru felt something coming from behind and turned around to punch it. It just happened to collide with Fang Ge's palm. Since Fang Ge didn't put in much effort, he was knocked several meters away. Such a strong force, and it also carries an irresistible shock force. No wonder she was able to single-handedly take on an entire legion in the later period. "Uncle, you can't even beat me, yet you still want to protect me." After being reborn, I was actually mocked by a little girl. Fang Ge put away his fake smile. 10 minutes later. Fang Ge pressed Bao Shanggru to the ground, making her unable to move. "Someone's been beaten to death. That perverted uncle is going to rape a little girl." Bao Shanggru, who was being pressed down, squirmed frantically, trying to break free from Fang Ge's restraints. "This Violet Loli is really hard to deal with, I have to think of a way." By the way, after becoming a mutant, one's previous habits and desires will be magnified, and mutants will magnify them to the extreme. I vaguely remember that among the 10 great delights there was a very delicious one, I think it was a steamed bun. System exchange food. Consume 1 gold coin, remaining 0 gold coins. So poor. In a flash, all kinds of snacks appeared on the huge lawn and were piled directly in front of Bao Shanggru. Coke, milk tea, potato chips, spicy noodles, biscuits, wow. And a really big sausage. The moment she saw these snacks, Bao Shanggru stopped struggling and her eyes began to sparkle. "How about it, do you want to eat?" Bao Shanggru nodded sharply. "If you want to eat it, you can. Sign your name here and these snacks are all yours." Fang Ge naturally took out the contract and placed it in front of Bao Shanggru. Bao Shanggru signed her name without hesitation after taking the pen handed to her by Fang Ge. When Bao Shanggru signed, she didn't lift her hair like Shen Xianing did. She blew directly upwards, blowing away the hair that was blocking her eyes. The breath sprayed on Fang Ge's face, and a faint fragrance mixed with a hint of childish milky fragrance entered Fang Ge's lungs. This Violet Lolita was quite cute when she signed her name. After Fang Ge got the contract, he let her go. Bao Shanggru immediately opened a bottle of milk tea and enjoyed it comfortably. Successfully contracted Tianjiao, rewarded with a lucky draw. Congratulations on winning the magic skill. Light body technique. Contract a Tianjiao awakening and receive a superpower pill. Contract 3 Tianjiao and receive 300 gold coins and 30 alien crystals every day. Next stage mission progress, 310. The sounds of Fang Ge and Bao Shanggru struggling attracted Shu Yuer and Shen Xianing. "Ha! Why is there a girl? Wow, what a cute girl. Fang Ge, who is this girl?" Shu Yuer and Shen Xianing immediately surrounded her, touching and hugging Bao Shanggru. But Bao Shanggru was not disturbed and continued to eat snacks by herself. This child must be starving. "Yeah, I just picked it up. I'm hungry." At this time, Bao Shangru raised her head and suddenly asked, "Uncle, are these two beautiful sisters your girlfriends? Why are they not wearing clothes?" This question made Shu Yuer and Xin Xianing very embarrassed. Sisters, those who wore clothes, just not enough. Oh, that's what my dad would make her wear when he was locked up in the room with Mom. Bao Shangru's words made the two girls blush. Cough. Fang Ge directly broke the awkward atmosphere. You guys have had a good rest, right? Then continue training. Xiaoro, after you've eaten, go outside and kill 100 black beetles. Fang Ge gave Bao Shangru the first instruction. What? How could Fang Ge let this girl go outside? Shu Yuer and Xin Xianing couldn't understand why Fang Ge suddenly became so cruel. Ha, you'll know soon. Seeing Fang Ge say this, the two women could only suppress the doubts in their hearts. An hour later, Bao Shangru came out of the protective shield, and the surrounding black beetles immediately surrounded her. Shu Yuer and Xin Xianing looked at her nervously. Bang! Bao Shangru knocked the black beetle that was rushing towards her away with one punch, and also knocked the black beetle behind her away. Gold +1. Gold +1. Gold +1. She only took out 3 with one punch. It seems she's not very proficient in controlling her powers yet. Fang Ge shook his head. However, Bao Shangru's punch was extremely shocking in the eyes of Shu Yuer and Xin Xianing. They didn't expect that this girl who looked even more delicate than them was actually so powerful. After killing nearly 200 black beetles, Bao Shangru ran back. It seems that the limit of her ability is around 200 black beetles. If the ability is used more skillfully, the number of black beetles killed should be doubled. Strange, why don't these monsters have any crystals in their bodies? Fang Ge. I can't tell her that after the contract, all her spoils were confiscated by the system. Gold coins, 188, otherworldly crystals, 68, strengthening pills, 0, ability pills, 2. Fang Ge exchanged for a strengthening pill and put it in Bao Shangru's hand. Then tell her it's delicious candy. Bao Shangru put it in her mouth without saying a word. Then Fang Ge checked her physical fitness and found that it had become 20. Is this a mutant with superpowers? One strengthening pill actually allowed her to directly increase 3 points. Xiaoro feels stronger again. Yeah, Xiaoro is getting more and more powerful. Next, Bao Shangru ate while recovering her superpowers. After her superpowers were recovered, she went out to fight the black beetle again. Shu Yuer and Xin Xianing also continued to use pistols to attack the black beetles outside. Taking advantage of his spare time, Fang Ge also began to practice the spirit gathering technique. 2 hours later. Physical fitness +2. Spiritual power +2. Fang Ge. Physical fitness, 34, already an exceptional person. Spiritual power cultivation, 5. Number of Tianjiao contracts, 3. Magic skills, spirit gathering, transparency, light body. Gold coins, 588, otherworldly crystals, 79, strengthening pills, 0, ability pills, 2. At this time, the sky gradually darkened and the situation in the fog could no longer be seen. The 4 of them returned to the Tianjiao shelter, ate something on the first floor, and then went back to their rooms. Just as Shu Yuer was about to close the door, a large hand suddenly blocked the crack in the door. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Were you crying last night? When Shu Yuer saw the big hand, she knew who was outside the door. I also directly thought of this big hand and the things it had done to me during the day. She stood at the door desperately, but her weak body was unable to stop it. Fang Ge walked in effortlessly and locked the door. Fang Ge, what are you doing here? What? Have you forgotten what I told you before I left during the day? I don't know, I've forgotten. Although Shu Yuer said she didn't remember, her hesitant look betrayed her. You forgot. Then I have no choice but to come and remind you myself. Fang Ge, wait a minute. I'm a little tired today, I want to rest early. Rest? I'm here to rest too. And, have you forgotten again that you should call me master? You Fragrant and delicious taste. At this moment, Xin Xianing regretted choosing this room very much. The constant sounds of sex coming from next door made it difficult for her to fall asleep. During the day, the two called each other sisters, and then joined hands to become neighbors, agreeing to take care of each other. Now her sister was being bullied, but she was powerless and could only stand by and watch, suffering bitterly. The dispute ended 2 hours later. Soul contract progress 11%. Soul contract progress 12%. Soul contract progress 13%. Soul contract progress 30%. Life skills +1. Fang Ge. Shu Yuer's pretty face is so attractive that people can't let go of her. Fang Ge is ready to try again. Fang Ge, please let me go. If the boys who admire Shu Yuer saw her current appearance, they would probably cry and fight with Fang Ge. Shu Yuer begged bitterly. At this time, Fang Ge took out a small blue pill and placed it in front of her. What's this? Didn't you say you wanted to become a superpowered person? Eat this and you'll be able to awaken your superpowers. Really? Of course it's true, do you want it? Yes, of course I do. Shu Yuer showed a longing look. Then it depends on your performance next. If you can hold on for a while longer, I will give you this supernatural pill. What do you think? Shu Yuer looked at the small blue pill, bit her translucent thin lips hard, and nodded vigorously. Seeing Shu Yuer open her mouth, Fang Ge stuffed the pill directly into her mouth, then grabbed her pink hair. Soul contract progress 31%. Soul contract progress 32%. Soul contract progress 33%. Shun Xianing. She had just fallen into a light sleep when she was woken up by the collision. Soul contract progress 45%. Soul contract progress 46%. 2 hours later. Soul contract progress 60%. Life skills +1. Shu Yuer and Shin Xianing finally fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Shin Xianing and Fang Ge walked out of the room at the same time. When Shin Xianing saw Fang Ge, she became panicked. He wasn't paying attention and bumped into Fang Ge's chest. Just as he was about to fall, Fang Ge grabbed him by the waist and lifted him up. The two of them were suddenly very close, and their noses exchanged breath several times. There was a faint fragrance in Fang Ge's lungs. What's wrong? You look so bad, did you not sleep well? Why didn't I sleep well? Don't you know? Shin Xianing's face gradually turned red, and she quickly pushed Fang Ge away. At this time, Bao Shanru also walked out of the room. After she came out, she yawned and stretched. In order to ease the awkwardness, Shin Xianing quickly asked Bao Shanru, Xiao, did you sleep well last night? Well, it's okay. I just heard someone crying and screaming in the middle of the night. Sister Shin, were you crying last night? Bao Shanru suddenly asked Shin Xianing with her bright eyes. No. I'm not crying. Shin Xianing waved her hands hurriedly. Oh, that's strange. Who is crying? Oh, why hasn't Sister Shu gotten up yet? Your Sister Shu was a little tired last night, maybe she's still sleeping in. Shin Xianing glanced at Fang Ge and hurriedly explained to Bao Shanru. Let's leave her alone and go downstairs for breakfast. When she heard about eating, Bao Shanru immediately lost interest in everything else. Wait a moment. Fang Ge stopped the two people. He found that Bao Shanru was still wearing yesterday's tattered clothes and seemed not to have taken a shower yet. Xiao, go wash up before eating. Ah, but I want to eat first. No, go wash it first. Fang Ge directly used the contract command. Miss Shin, please take her to the third floor to take a shower. Then, he exchanged 10 sets of girl JK and handed them to Shin Xianing. After a long time, the cleaned bag became soft. She was wearing a white and black JK suit with a pink bow tie. That kind of cute and lovely scent, with the aura of a pure girl, rushed straight into Fang Ge's face. Wait until Bao Shanru and Shin Xianing have finished their breakfast. Fang Ge sent 2 more people to continue fighting the Black Beetle. At this time, Shu Yuer finally arrived. When she came downstairs, her legs were trembling slightly and her walk was very unnatural. After going downstairs, she found Fang Ge on the first floor, which immediately reminded her of what happened last night, and her face suddenly turned slightly red. She just walked straight towards Fang Ge. After coming to Fang Ge, his eyes were evasive, his expression was unnatural, and he looked as if he wanted to say something but stopped. This made Fang Ge very confused. A great campus beauty. At this moment, she was so pretentious and shy, acting like a little girl. Could it be that after having tasted the sweetness yesterday, he came to invite me in advance today? Shu Yuer hesitated for a long time before she leaned close to Fang Ge's ear and said, Fang Ge, I think I'm pregnant. Fang Ge, who had just taken a sip of Coke, spat it out. Shu Yuer is pregnant? Did she have a boyfriend before? That's not right. The system clearly shows that her life skills are 0. No, I have to ask. Your ex-boyfriends? What are you talking about? I've never had a boyfriend. So who did you do that with before? What are you talking about? I only have that with you. No, we just did it yesterday. Even though we did it several times, it's not like you can get pregnant the next day. Fang Ge felt that Shu Yuer had some mental problems after having sex with him. I don't know either. I think since you can do so many amazing things, it's normal for you to get pregnant one day. Puff. Fang Ge snorted again. Yuer, that's not the case. I just want to know why you think you're pregnant? Shu Yuer began to explain. After we finished that yesterday, I fell asleep. When I woke up the next day, I found a little thing in my stomach and it kept moving. Shu Yuer said this while touching her smooth abdomen. Look, it's moving again. Fang Ge retrieved Shu Yuer's information. Shu Yuer, gorgeous and charming, contracted. Age, 21. Appearance, 9.9. Life skills, 3. Physical fitness, 3. Superpower, dimensional power, ordinary level. Soul contract progress, 60%. Don't worry, you're not pregnant. Really? Of course it's true. That's great. I don't want to get pregnant so young or my figure will be out of shape. After receiving Fang Ge's assurance, Shu Yuer's face glowed again. Then what's in my stomach? Why is it moving? Remember the little blue pill I gave you yesterday? I remember. That is the superpower pill. You have awakened your superpowers and are now a superpower user. Chapter 16 Dimensional Power. Not long after, Shu Yuer finished her breakfast and followed Fang Ge to the outside of Tenjiao's shelter. Seeing Shu Yuer coming, Xianxianing walked over and asked softly, "Are you okay? I heard that you seemed very uncomfortable last night." Shu Yuer showed an embarrassed expression. She didn't expect that the sound insulation of Tenjiao's shelter was so poor. It's okay, I'm fine. Shu Yuer turned around with trembling legs, forcing herself to resolve the embarrassment. At this time, Bao Shangru also came over and stabbed him again. Sister Shu, were you the one crying last night? Sister Shen said it wasn't her, so was it you? When Shu Yuer didn't know how to answer. Fang Ge spoke up, your sister Yuer just awakened her special ability last night, so she made a fuss for a while. Xianxianing said in surprise, Yuer, have you awakened your superpowers? Yes, I have awakened my superpowers. How did you awaken? Actually, this is all thanks to Fang Ge. He helped me awaken. Shu Yuer directly put the blame on Fang Ge. Could it be, that way I can awaken my superpowers? Because of Shu Yuer's explanation, Xianxianing started to think in different ways. Okay, let's stop talking and take a look at Yuer's abilities. Fang Ge, how do you use your superpowers? Try it. Follow your feelings, mobilize the energy in your body, and then think about releasing it from your hands. Shu Yuer closed her eyes and started to follow Fang Ge's instructions. Soon, a strange energy began to gather at Shu Yuer's fingertips. As Shu Yuer's fingertips slid, an extremely tiny crack appeared on the back of the black beetle. The next second, the black beetle split into 2 halves without even having time to make a sound, and green blood flowed out. After releasing her supernatural power, Shu Yuer instantly felt dizzy and couldn't even stand steadily. Just when she was about to fall, Fang Ge held her in his arms. What a heaven-defying ability! However, the consumption is also very high. If the supernatural power continues to improve, it may be possible to surpass the top 10 beauties in the future. Fang Ge, what happened to Yuer? She's fine, she just consumed too much energy and is exhausted. Fang Ge, is my ability really useless? I can't use it after just one use. Shu Yuer asked weakly. No, your ability is very powerful, but the energy in your body is too little to be of much use. When you have more energy in the future, it will be fine. So, for now, you'd better keep your pistol ready. Oh. At this time, Fang Ge took out another small red pill and fed it into Shu Yuer's mouth. Eating this will strengthen your physique and restore some of your strength. After Shu Yuer swallowed it obediently, her strength was indeed restored a lot. Fang Ge, this pill is amazing. I feel like some parts of my body have become much fuller. Fulfilling? Fang Ge immediately glanced at Shu Yuer's key parts. My physical fitness increased by 0.5, and it did get a little bigger. Feeling Fang Ge's naked gaze, Shu Yuer quickly shielded herself from him. Fang Ge. It's not like I haven't seen it before. I rubbed it over and over dozens of times yesterday. Fang Ge continued to take out 2 small red pills and handed them to Xin Xianing and Bao Shanru respectively. Great! More delicious candy. When Bao Shanru saw the pill, she immediately showed a happy expression. After Xin Xianing got the pill, she took a quick look at it and swallowed it. After all, having seen Shu Yuer's changes with her own eyes, she also showed a hint of anticipation. Bao Shangru's physical fitness has reached level 23. Xin Xianing's physical fitness only increased by 0.5. The effect of the strengthening pills on Shu Yuer and Xin Xianing is not even as good as mine. It seems that they are both pure supernatural types. Once this type of psychic evolves to a high level, their power will be unimaginable. Afterwards, Fang Ge exchanged for 6 strengthening pills, strengthening his physical fitness to 40, and his body's hardness increased again. After his physical fitness reached 40, Fang Ge gradually felt the shackles that restricted his body. Fang Ge had a premonition that when his physical fitness reached 50, he would probably face the first level of shackles. In my previous life, I was stuck at this level. The reason is that at the beginning of the apocalypse, he missed the opportunity in the cracks of the other world, and until the last day of the apocalypse, he was unable to obtain the treasure to break through the shackles. Soon, the alien world rift will usher in a major change. Before that, I have to go to the alien world rift to take a look. Once my physical fitness and spiritual power have improved a bit, I'll find an opportunity to go in. Next, the 3 women continued to hunt the black beetles. Fang Ge continued to practice the spirit gathering technique. After Shu Yuer and Xin Xianing took the strengthening pills, their gun-holding postures became much more stable. Among the 4, only Xin Xianing has not awakened her special abilities, and her mentality is quietly changing at this moment. Although Fang Ge has not awakened his superpowers, Xin Xianing feels that he is much more powerful than those with superpowers. Xin Xianing looked at Shu Yuer, then secretly glanced at Fang Ge, not knowing what she was thinking. Summon Tianjiu? Yes. Swish. A vortex of light similar to a teleportation appeared in the open space of Tianjiao shelter. In a certain city, a very charming woman, with a black veil covering her eyes, walked on the street with a relaxed look on her face. The black beetles around her seemed not to see her and did not attack her at all. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Do you accept the call from Tianjiao Sanctuary? What? The sudden sound made her stop in her tracks. She thought for a moment and did not respond, and the voice never appeared again. The summoning failed. The Tianjiao was unwilling to accept the summoning. Another one who was unwilling to accept the call. As night falls, the black beetles in the mist become active again. After practicing the spirit gathering technique for a whole day, Fang Ge's physical fitness reached 45, and his spiritual power reached 10. Gold coins, 1776, otherworldly crystals, 58, strengthening pills, 0, ability pills, 1. When the spiritual power reaches 10, Fang Ge felt that his whole body was wrapped in a force of energy, as if protecting himself. Feeling the changes brought about by the cultivation of spiritual power, Fang Ge began to take more interest in this path of cultivation. After the 4 of them had dinner, the 3 girls returned to their rooms. But Fang Ge is still full of energy. Ever since practicing the soul-gathering technique, Fang Ge gradually felt that he was sleeping less and less. When you feel low in energy, you can recover by just meditating for a while. He had wanted to go to Shu Yuer tonight to continue reviewing his lessons and strive to make her soul contract reach 100%. But Shu Yuer was very resistant, but she could not disobey Fang Ge. She had no choice but to tell Fang Ge that she was seriously injured and therefore could not accompany him to review his homework in the evening. Fang Ge naturally didn't believe it. He looked Shu Yuer all over and found that there was nothing wrong with her. But Shu Yuer hesitated for a long time and insisted that she was injured. Then, after a careful and thorough examination of Shu Yuer, he left her room reluctantly. Chapter 17. Why haven't I awakened my superpowers yet? Xin Xianing had just finished taking a shower and was about to rest. There was a knock on the door. Who is it? The person outside the door did not answer, but opened the door directly, walked in, and then immediately locked the door. This series of actions made Xin Xianing anticipate what might happen next. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat and began to beat faster and faster. Fang Ge, it's so late, what do you want to talk to me about? I want to talk to you. Is there anything we can't talk about tomorrow? Haha, there are some things we need to discuss tonight. Does President Shin look down on me as an intern? Please don't make fun of me. I'm not a CEO now. Shin Xianing held her head high and her back straight, with her hands crossed on her knees, always maintaining an elegant sitting posture. Unfortunately, no matter how elegant she was wearing a bikini, and most of her skin was exposed to Fang Ge's gaze. Such a woman makes people have a strong desire to conquer her. Shin Xianing had already felt Fang Ge's aggressive gaze at this moment. Her hands began to feel helpless and she subconsciously tried to cover the exposed areas. Unfortunately, the protection provided by a pair of hands is always just a drop in the bucket. Fang Ge began to walk forward slowly. With every step he took, Shin Xianing moved back an inch until they reached the corner of the wall. Fang Ge, we don't have to get so close to each other when we chat. We don't need to be that close to chat, but I want to communicate with you further. Faced with Fang Ge's straightforward expression, Shin Xianing was suddenly at a loss. In fact, she was not opposed to Fang Ge. The moment Fang Ge rescued her when she was desperate, she developed a liking for Fang Ge. Later, when they were attacked by an unknown monster, Fang Ge tried his best to protect her and did not abandon her. He had saved her twice, and Fang Ge had already been in her heart. And she had one more thing she wanted to confirm with Fang Ge. It was the man who dared to fight countless monsters that night. She thought that man had died. And the image of Fang Ge killing monsters in the fog yesterday made her feel a little familiar. She wondered if this person was Fang Ge. How do you want to communicate? Oh, you mean, I can communicate with Luo in my way? No. That's not what I meant. Fang Ge and Shin Xianing were very close at this time, and the faint fragrance penetrated into their lungs. After Fang Ge's body was strengthened, he became very manly, and with the cultivation of spiritual power, he developed an extraordinary temperament. Fang Ge smelled the fragrance on Shin Xianing's body, and at the same time, the masculine scent on Fang Ge's body was also invading Shin Xianing. This made Shin Xianing clasp her hands together nervously. Wait a minute, Fang Ge, can you make me a mutant? Shin Xianing suddenly raised her head and looked at Fang Ge. Fang Ge didn't understand why Shin Xianing asked this question at this time. He did have another supernatural pill, and it was originally reserved for Shin Xianing. Even if she didn't mention it, he would find a chance to give it to her. Since Shin Xianing took the initiative to propose it, then it's just a matter of going with the flow. Sure. After getting Fang Ge's answer, Shin Xianing slowly closed her eyes. When both parties are ready to communicate formally. Shin Xianing suddenly opened her eyes again. No, not here, let's go to the third floor, okay? On the way to the third floor, Shin Xianing regretted walking in front. She could clearly feel the gazes behind her at this moment, which made her feel uncomfortable. But Fang Ge felt differently. He didn't want to endure it for even a moment. Especially when Shin Xianing was going up the stairs, her white hollow bikini showed off her beautiful and elegant figure. Both of them felt that this process was extremely long. When they reached the third floor, Shin Xianing suggested taking a shower again. Fang Ge naturally knew that she was making an excuse, because just now on the second floor, he smelled the fragrance of Shin Xianing after taking a bath. A dripping sound began to be heard and the fog gradually increased until it buried the entire room. Waited for half an hour. Fang Ge didn't plan to wait any longer, so he pushed the door open and walked in. The air was filled with mist, but a beautiful figure could still be seen. As expected, Shin Xianing was not washing, she was just pretending to keep the water running. At this moment, she has not yet broken through the last barrier in her heart. Fang Ge quickly walked up to Shin Xianing. He had reached his limit of endurance. Seeing Fang Ge's determination to win, Shin Xianing hurriedly stopped him. Wait, Fang Ge, I want to ask you one last question. Okay. Ask. Did you go to the East City District a few nights ago? Yes. Have you ever been cornered by monsters? Huh? How did you know? So it really is you. After confirmation, the seed in Shin Xianing's heart finally sprouted in her heart. Looking at the man with extraordinary temperament in front of her, Shin Xianing's tense body relaxed. Her eyes gradually softened, and she took the initiative to put her arms around Fang Ge's neck with her white arms. Although Fang Ge didn't know why Shin Xianing's attitude suddenly changed. But he certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Soul contract progress 1%. Soul contract progress 2%. Soul contract progress 3%. 2 hours later. Soul contract progress 10%. Life skills +1. The thick mist stopped changing irregularly. His face was burning, and he spoke frankly. 10 minutes later. Soul contract progress 11%. Soul contract progress 14%. 2 hours later. Life skills +1. Soul contract progress 30%. The water ripples that had been spreading continuously stopped. Fang Ge didn't understand why Xin Xianing insisted even though she was clearly in a weak state. Xin Xianing was even more puzzled. Why hasn't he the superpower awakened yet? How did you manage to hold on yesterday? Fang Ge, haven't I awakened my superpowers yet? Fang Ge. Xin Xianing wouldn't think that she was helping him awaken his superpowers. Although he didn't know how the misunderstanding came about, Fang Ge enjoyed this sweet misunderstanding very much. Looking at Xin Xianing's sweaty appearance, he decided to continue hiding it from her. Then, Fang Ge took out a small blue pill and a small red pill and fed them to him with his mouth. Xin Xianing was in a daze at the moment, vaguely feeling that something had been eaten by her. Bright eyes and a stunning appearance. Such a Xin Xianing is really hard to let go. 10 minutes later. Soul contract progress 31%. Soul contract progress 36%. 2 hours later. Life skills +1. Soul contract progress 60%. Xin Xianing fell into a deep sleep. Until noon the next day. Gold coins +300, alien crystals +30. Gold coins, 2076, otherworldly crystals, 78, strengthening pills, 0, ability pills, 0. Shu Yuer and Bao Shangru were still practicing fighting, while Fang Ge was meditating on the first floor. At this time, Xin Xianing finally appeared. Her condition looked even worse than Shu Yuer's yesterday. My legs were shaking so badly that I had to hold on to the wall to go downstairs. After seeing Fang Ge, what happened last night immediately came to his mind and his face turned red. Compared with her original image, what happened last night seemed extremely absurd to her. She was seen walking slowly towards Fang Ge. After coming to Fang Ge, his eyes were evasive, his expression was unnatural, and he looked as if he wanted to say something but stopped. A beautiful CEO, a member of the upper class. At this moment, she was so pretentious and shy, acting like a little girl. Fang Ge suddenly felt that the scene was a little familiar. Isn't Xin Xianing's current state exactly the same as Shu Yuer's yesterday? Xin Xianing hesitated for a long time before leaning close to Fang Ge's ear and saying, Fang Ge, I think I'm pregnant. Chapter 18, Summoning. Another of the 10 Great Beauties. 10 minutes later. Xin Xianing was relieved when she knew she was not pregnant. She was also afraid that pregnancy would affect her figure. It's no wonder these two became good friends so quickly, it turns out they have the same ideas. At this time, Shu Yuer and Bao Shangru walked in. Sister Xin, you finally woke up. Xin Xianing smiled at the cute Bao Shangru. Bao Shangru suddenly complained to Fang Ge. Uncle, is there something wrong with the construction of your Tianjiao shelter? Xiaorou, why do you say that? Bao Shangrou's question immediately aroused the curiosity of Shu Yuer and Xin Xianing. I heard people crying the night before last, and my ceiling was shaking last night. It was really weird. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Shu Yuer and Xin Xianing were so ashamed that they both turned sideways to cover their faces. If you want to blame someone, blame your two sisters. They are too beautiful and are the cause of trouble. But last night was a bit crazy. Fang Ge thought about it carefully and found that there were traces of his fight with Xin Xianing in almost every corner of the third floor. Outside the Tianjiao shelter, Xin Xianing began to test her special abilities. Xin Xianing alluring style contracted. Age, 22. Appearance, 9.9. Life skills, 3. Physical fitness, 4. Superpower, power of control ordinary level. Soul contract progress, 60%. Xin Xianing carefully controlled the energy in her body. Fang Ge had warned her not to use too much force. She opened her palm and pointed it at a black beetle. Then I saw the black beetle being twisted around as if it was out of control. As Xin Xianing withdrew her hand, the black beetle also escaped freely. Xin Xianing looked a little disappointed. Fang Ge, my ability seems to be useless. Why can't I even kill a black beetle? Xin Xianing's ability should be a superpower type. In the past 10 years of the apocalypse, no one has heard of any superpower masters. But, why would the extreme shadow bug target Shen Xianing? Logically speaking, Shen Xianing's ability is definitely not that simple. There are no useless superpowers in this world. You are just like you are now, because you have too little energy. Once it accumulates to a certain level, it will play a big role. Fang Ge was unsure and could only comfort Shen Xianing first. Oh. Hearing Fang Ge say this, Shen Xianing's mood immediately improved a lot. She now trusts Fang Ge very much, and she believes that Fang Ge will not lie to her. Fang Ge arranged for the three women to continue fighting the monster. A new day has arrived, and he is about to begin calling again. Summon Tianjiao? Yes. Swish. A vortex of light similar to a teleportation appeared in the open space of Tianjiao shelter. A beautiful figure, mixed in the fog and buildings, moved quickly, looking back from time to time. What a haunted fellow. Do you accept the call from Tianjiao Sanctuary? Here comes this reminder again. Then why not see what interesting things will happen? Maybe I can get rid of the rat behind me. The next second, the figure disappeared out of thin air. Not long after, a figure wrapped in a black robe appeared at this location. Strange? The taste is interrupted here. A figure with its eyes covered by a black lace veil appeared on the grass. Even though she was wearing tight black clothes, it still couldn't hide her graceful figure. Although her entire face cannot be seen, she can be seen from her delicate nose and pink lips. She is a woman of good looks. Swish! A cold light flashed, and the moment the woman in black appeared, she took out her dagger. Then he moved towards Shu Yuer at an extremely fast speed. Base. An inexplicable force pressed down on the woman in black. Shen Xianing activated her control ability, but it only stagnated for less than a second before the woman in black started moving again. Just as the dagger was about to slide to the delicate neck, Fang Ge held the black-clad woman's dagger firmly with 2 fingers. The woman in black did not hesitate, activated her special ability, and disappeared in an instant. A living person suddenly disappeared right under everyone's noses. Shu Yuer and Shen Xianing suddenly became nervous. Transparency. The outline of the woman in black was clearly visible in Fang Ge's eyes. Lu Lianxia gorgeous and yet pitiful. Age, 23. Appearance and figure, 9.8. Life skills, 0. Physical fitness, 22. Superpower, shadowless trace mutation level. Lu Lianxia, one of the 10 great beauties. He actually summoned another beautiful girl, and it was this female killer. This female killer never kills women, only men. I guess he wanted to hold Shu Yuer hostage just now, otherwise she would have been hurt. Although Lu Lianxia's special ability is very strong, if he encounters something that can restrain him, he will lose his advantage. At the end of the world, her special ability was discovered and she was torn into pieces and died. Rumor has it that she seemed to be a member of a killer organization before the end of the world. Lu Lianxia showed a scornful smile on her face and slowly moved behind Fang Ge. She gently raised the dagger and pointed it at the back of Fang Ge's head. Just as he was about to kill him with one blow, the man in front of him suddenly said something. Are you sure you want to do this? There was nothing in front of the man, as if he was talking to the empty air. This made Lu Lianxia freeze in her tracks. Who is he talking to? Is it me? Although she hesitated for a second or two, she still poked it out resolutely. When the tip of the dagger was only a millimeter away, the man seemed to have anticipated it, bent his head forward, and dodged. The attack missed, and Lu Lianxia instantly felt something was wrong. She acted decisively and immediately turned and fled into the fog. Fang Ge took a look and followed the direction Lu Lianxia fled. As soon as we entered the fog, the black beetle swooped down. With a flash of cold light, the black beetle split into 2 halves like a piece of paper. The black beetle now poses no threat to Fang Ge. Even if there were more, it would be useless. Even if Fang Ge was exhausted and collapsed to the ground, the black beetles would probably find it difficult to bite him. Lu Lianxia's figure swam left and right among the swarm of black beetles, and soon she escaped 100 meters away. She turned her head and looked back at the location of Tianjiao shelter. It's an interesting place. I'll come here again next time, hee. As she finished speaking, a voice came from behind her. Since you find it interesting, then stay here from now on. The voice startled her and she stepped even faster. I was able to run so fast because I didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. Why is this man so fast? Lu Lianxia glanced back quickly and saw an incredible scene. Hundreds of black beetles surrounded the man. The man waved his hands a few times, and shadows flashed across the sky. All the black beetles in front of him were cut into pieces. Lu Lianxia was horrified. With her strength, she could only kill about 10 at a time, but this man was more than 10 times stronger than her. What made her most uneasy was that this man could find her so accurately in the fog. Her invisibility in the fog is several times greater than in a place without fog. This terrifying man, even the top killer in the organization, couldn't do this. Chapter 19 The confinement room of the shelter. Lu Lianxia felt a little regretful at this time. Why was she so curious and agreed to that damn hint? There was no point in regretting now, she could only run as fast as she could. The man behind her was getting closer and closer, and Lu Lianxia gradually felt powerless. Suddenly, a large number of screams appeared in front. Lu Lianxia heard the sound and looked in the direction where she saw a huge crack in front of her, from which thick fog was being released. A large number of silver beetles swarmed out. Great! It's those silver monsters. These silver monsters will definitely be able to stop that mysterious man. Lu Lianxia immediately changed direction and rushed towards the crack in the alien world. The changes in the alien world crack also attracted Fang Ge's attention. Seeing Lu Lianxia's movements, he immediately guessed what the other party wanted to do. In fact, even if Lu Lianxia didn't lead him over, Fang Ge also planned to get rid of these silver beetles first. At present, these silver beetles are still too much pressure on human survivors, so it would be good if we could solve it in advance. Silver beetles are appearing more and more. It seems that the next change in the alien world rift is approaching. Lu Lianxia quickly came near the silver beetle. Her nimble figure kept moving through the pile of silver beetles. When Fang Ge got closer, she went around and came out. After she got out, she looked back at the man chasing her. I found that the other party was indeed blocked by those silver monsters. Unfortunately, these silver monsters were no match for the man, but they could still hold him off for a while. Half a minute later. Gold plus 1,385, otherworldly crystals plus 168. Fang Ge dealt with all the silver beetles and started searching for Lu Lianxia again. With this little time, Lu Lianxia had already escaped to a location close to 1,000 meters away. However, with the help of the transparency technique, Fang Ge still discovered Lu Lianxia's location. Although her figure has become a little smaller, her posture and movements are still easy to recognize. Fang Ge once again formed a spell with his hands. Light body technique. As soon as the technique was performed, Fang Ge felt his body become several times lighter. Then he lightly stepped on the ground and instantly arrived 100 meters away. At this time, Lu Lianxia, who had run 1,000 meters in one breath, had begun to relax his vigilance. She was sure that no matter how powerful the other party was, he would not be able to catch up with her at this distance. The corners of her mouth curled up and she looked back proudly. As a result, the other party's terrifying figure was already right in front of them. The next second, her eyes blurred and she felt a tingling sensation in her neck. It's over. Curiosity can really kill a woman. Then her eyes went dark, and she knew nothing. 1 minute later. Fang Ge carried Lu Lianxia back to Tianjiao shelter. When Shu Yuer and Xianxianing saw Fang Ge coming back, they immediately surrounded him. Shu Yuer, Fang Ge, you caught this woman. This woman almost hurt you, so of course she has to be brought back. After hearing this, although Shu Yuer knew that he might not be serious, she still felt a little happy in her heart. Is this woman so powerful that she allowed you to capture her for so long? The female killer, one of the 10 great beauties, is of course powerful. But her life was ruined by her own hands. Fortunately, this woman is just a little cunning. Xianxianing, Fang Ge, what are you going to do with her? Fang Ge glanced at Lu Lianxia on his shoulder. He had already thought of it when he chased out. There is a row of detention cells under the Tianjiao shelter, which is just the right place to keep her. In the entire basement, there was only a dim yellow light at the top. Crash! There was a slight sound of chains. In one of the confinement rooms, a woman gradually wakes up from a coma. The sound of clattering sounded again. I'm wearing handcuffs, chains. She immediately realized that she might be controlled by someone. She began to pull hard at the chains on her body, but found that she had no strength at all. What's going on? Why do I have no strength at all? Was he drugged? Don't waste your energy. This confinement room is specially designed for people with special abilities like you. A man's voice appeared in the dark corner of the solitary confinement room. Looking at the 5 silver shackles on Lu Liansha, Fang Ge couldn't help but sigh. This system is so thoughtful. These shackles can actually restrain people with special abilities. There's no need to worry about Lu Liansha escaping. Who are you, sir? Why did you bring me here? The sound is very nice, with a soft and sticky feeling. This is actually the voice of the female killer. Fang Ge asked back, shouldn't you ask yourself why you hurt people as soon as you showed up? Please don't misunderstand me, sir. I only attacked her to protect myself. I had no intention of hurting her. Of course Fang Ge knew that she didn't kill women, otherwise she would have tortured her long ago. But you did have murderous intentions towards me, didn't you? Lu Liansha. He actually knows my name. Is this a trap set for me by some organization? Who are you, sir? Are you from the Blood Alliance? Blood Alliance. When Fang Ge heard the word Blood Alliance, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. At the end of the world, one of the culprits who betrayed the human race was the Blood Alliance. The guys in the Blood Alliance are all a bunch of bloodthirsty lunatics. For them, such a world is like entering a paradise. Don't worry, I'm not a member of the Blood Alliance, nor do I belong to any organization. The moment I heard Fang Ge's denial, Lu Liansha suddenly felt relieved. The Blood Alliance has a deep blood feud with her, and no matter who gets into the hands of either party, they will never let go. She observed that Fang Ge's style of doing things was almost completely different from that of the Blood Alliance. Then what is the meaning of your 2 consecutive summons to me? Twice? Does this system summon just one person and then pull them out? If the summon fails, won't they change the person? If someone keeps refusing to accept the summons, it will be a big problem. Because I'm setting up an organization and summoned you here so that you can join. Since Your Excellency knows my name, you should know that I am from the Dark Alliance. If the organization finds out that I've secretly joined another organization, I'm afraid even you will be in trouble. Don't worry, I just want you to sign a contract first. I won't let your organization know. Besides, my organization won't be established that soon. Lu Liansha thought carefully about Fang Ge's words. If I sign the contract, will Your Excellency release me? Of course. Sign it on the spot. Release it on the spot. Okay, I'll sign. Hee, once you let me go, I will never be able to come back. Hee, once you sign, you will never be free again. Fang Ge took out a piece of paper from behind him and placed it in front of Lu Liansha. Contract, all your actions will be bound by the contract master. As a person with special abilities, Lu Liansha felt a mysterious power from this piece of paper. Lu Liansha had a feeling that once she signed her name on it, she would no longer be able to control her own affairs. Chapter 20 This woman is really stubborn. This chapter has been in the Black Room many times, please read it carefully. Your Excellency, have you taken the wrong contract? The content on it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the organization. Oh, it's just a signature. Is the content on it so important? Can you please not worry about these details? Fang Ge was already getting a little impatient. How long are you going to tease me, sir? The power in this contract is your supernatural power, right? Once I sign my name on it, I'm afraid I'll become an obedient puppet. Lu Liansha revealed Fang Ge's intention in one sentence. Fang Ge. Your Excellency, you are silent. Does this mean you agree? Hey, it's just a signature, why are you taking so long? Why are you so clever, woman? Smart women often end up in bad situations, you know that? Since they were about to fall out, Fang Ge might as well overturn the table. Your Excellency was not sincere in the first place, why are you blaming me? Are you sure you don't want to sign? Fang Ge placed the contract in front of Lu Liansha and shook it. If you please bring me a normal piece of paper, I will sign it. Oh, what a waste of words. I should have just used torture. Fang Ge looked around in the room and saw things everywhere targeting Tianjia. Some messy shapes. This damn system. If these things go down, Tianjia will be ruined. What? After I found out, you got angry and embarrassed? Hey! What do you want to do? It's rumored that you're androphobic, and no man has ever seen your true face. I'm very curious, so I plan to be your first man. Fang Ge walked forward slowly and touched Lu Liansha's veil. You don't touch me. Crash. Lu Lianxia pulled the chain hard again, but to no avail. Don't want. Whoosh. The veil was pulled off. The dim light just happened to shine on Lu Lianxia's face. Her eyes are bright as water, full of charm. She has a straight nose and pink lips. She looked so weak and vulnerable, and I felt sorry for her. Is this the true face of the female killer? Asshole, I'm going to kill you. Even the expression of gritting teeth and pouting makes people feel pitiful. If the information displayed by the system was not correct, Fang Ge would have thought that this person had been secretly replaced. Next, let me see what the symptoms of androphobia are. He. Asshole, dare you touch me? The black tights were thrown aside. The skin is smooth, firm, and well maintained. A sweet smell gradually appeared in the confinement room. An hour later. Looking at Lu Lianxia, whose face was blooming with peach blossoms in front of him, Fang Ge was deeply puzzled. Is this androphobia? Although Fang Ge's knowledge in this area is limited, he still feels that this is not androphobia. This is more like man-thirsty syndrome. This must be why she wrapped herself so tightly. The rumors are indeed flawed. What? Even after all this, you still refuse to sign? Lu Lianxia was speechless. She was biting her lips tightly, not knowing what she was enduring. Don't worry, this contract won't make you a puppet, and I won't restrict your freedom. Lu Lianxia took a deep breath and finally recovered. Do you think I will believe you? Aren't those two scantily clad women outside your masterpiece? They both volunteered. I didn't force them. It may not have been voluntary at first, but after a few friendly exchanges, it should be considered voluntary. You're lying. When you speak, your eyes wander and your words are evasive. Fang Ge. As a female assassin, why do you need to learn so many skills? My mouth is dry from all the coaxing and deceiving. I need to find something to moisten it. Fang Ge stared at Lu Lianxia's lips. Looking at the other person's malicious expression, Lu Lianxia pursed her lips tightly. An hour later. Asshole. How dare you stick out your tongue? Isn't your mouth tired yet? You can still curse? An hour later. Lu Lianxia no longer dared to speak easily. Her pink lips were a little swollen at this time. Be frank, sign it or not. Lu Lianxia turned her head away, neither speaking nor paying attention to Fang Ge. In that case, don't blame me for continuing to torture you. The confinement room is once again filled with sweetness. An hour later. This woman is so stubborn. Fang Ge shook the things in his hand. Lu Lianxia's face was burning with anger at this time, and she even had difficulty standing on her feet, but she still gritted her teeth and endured. Looks like I'll have to torture you. Fang Ge tied the veil back over Lu Lianxia's eyes. Lu Lianxia looked puzzled and didn't understand why Fang Ge did this. Being looked at like this. Then, Fang Ge took out a lace cloth from behind him. When Lu Lianxia saw this thing, she became even more confused. She had never seen such a thing and didn't know what it was used for. Is it a torture instrument? This is to prevent you from shouting too loudly and disturbing others' rest. Fang Ge explained carefully. Next, Fang Ge tied Lu Lianxia's mouth with lace cloth. 10 minutes later. Fang Ge whispered in her ear, this kind of punishment requires honesty. Just bear with it. Lu Lianxia finally started to get anxious. Crash. She pulled at the chains hard and seemed to want to say something, but no words came out. Fool. The chains rattled even louder. 2 hours later. Life skills +1. Soul contract progress 1%. Host, do you want to force the contract? What? It's actually possible to conclude a contract this way. This damn system didn't tell me earlier. Yes, sign the contract immediately. 10 minutes later. Contract failed. The contractee is determined and can try again. Fail? Then I can only try again. 2 hours later. Life skills +1. Soul contract progress 2%. Ding. Host, do you want to force the contract? Yes. Contract failed. The contractee is determined and can try again. Failed again? Then continue. 8 hours later. Life skills +1. Soul contract progress 10%. Contract failed. The contractee is determined and can try again. This woman is so tenacious.
If it weren't for the chain supporting her, Lu Lianxia would have been unable to stand.
Continue, see who loses first. The contracted party is in an unconscious state and cannot be forced into a contract. Fang Ge pinched Lu Lianxia's chin and lifted her head up, only to find that she had already fainted. There was no other way. Fang Ge had to take back the torture instruments and left helplessly. Chapter 21 Who does this guy look down on? After leaving the basement, Fang Ge found that it was already late and the three women had returned to their rooms to rest. Fang Ge came to the second floor.
First, I went to chat with Shu Yuer for a while, then checked her wound, which seemed to be bleeding.
So I comforted her to have a good rest and leave it for another day. After leaving Shu Yuer's room, Fang Ge went to Xin Xianing's room again. As soon as I entered, I found that Xin Xianing looked very uneasy and uncomfortable. After Fang Ge's bold guess and careful verification, Xin Xianing confessed her injury. Fang Ge immediately offered to check her wound.
Xin Xianing, however, showed great resistance and refused to do so.
After Fang Ge's repeated requests and firm attitude, Xin Xianing reluctantly agreed. Fang Ge carefully examined Xin Xianing's wounds several times inside and out with a very professional attitude.
In the end, a definite answer was reached. Her wound was much more serious than Shu Yuer's. Fang Ge used gold coins to buy some medicine at the mall and gently applied several layers of it on Xin Xianing's wound. He also told her to have a good rest during this period and not to practice fighting for the time being.
Xin Xianing covered her red face and nodded quickly. After applying it, Fang Ge also warned Xin Xianing.
Tell her to be more restrained when she has sex with her boyfriend in the future and learn to cherish herself. After hearing this, Xin Xianing's face darkened and she immediately kicked Fang Ge out of the room. Standing in the corridor on the second floor, Fang Ge kept sighing and shaking his head. I had planned to work hard over the next 2 days to make their soul contract reach 100%.
It's a pity that Shu Yuer and Xin Xianing are too fragile. My physical fitness will become stronger and stronger in the future, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for the two of them to bear it. When passing by Bao Shangrou's room, Fang Ge stopped. He looked at the soft door handle and hesitated for dozens of minutes. Never mind, it's too small, I can't do it for now. Finally left. With nothing to do, Fang Ge came to the outside of Tenjiao's shelter and began to practice the spirit gathering technique. A few hours passed. Physical fitness +5. Spiritual power +6. Fang Ge. Physical fitness, 50 transformation period. Spiritual power cultivation, 19. Number of Tianjiao contracts, 3. Magic skills, spirit gathering, transparency, light body. Gold coins, 2977, otherworldly crystals, 219, strengthening pills, 0, ability pills, 0. My physical fitness has finally reached 50, and it really can't be increased any further. Fang Ge felt as if there was a layer of shackles on his body, preventing him from breaking through. In my previous life, I was stuck at this stage and couldn't move forward. If you want to break through this layer of shackles, you must look for something to break through in the cracks in the other world. The rifts in the alien world are not only full of dangers, but also like a maze. The fog blocking the view alone has stumped countless people, not to mention having to fight against countless monsters. Generally speaking, a team without tacit understanding will find it difficult to survive. It's time to find some time to explore the cracks in the alien world. However, Fang Ge did not plan to take anyone with him. Go to the rift in the other world, these people can't help much at the moment. Although Bao Shangru has some strength. However, the situations encountered in the alien world rifts are difficult to predict and cannot be solved by brute force alone. Fang Ge checked his spiritual power. Before that, you must improve your spiritual power. Fang Ge felt that spiritual power cultivation would be of great help in exploring the cracks in the alien world. Outside Central Park, a figure in a black robe appeared. The smell has been lingering around here. Did she set a trap ahead? A man's face appeared in the black robe. He had an extremely thin face and dark eye sockets, and it looked like he hadn't slept for half a year. The man in black robe smiled strangely. Let me see what kind of trap this little darling has set, he. 5 minutes later. The smell is interrupted. It seems like something is blocking it. Just as the man in black robe was about to reach out and touch it, a man's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Who are you? What are you doing here? The man in black robe was startled and immediately drew his dagger and turned around. An ordinary man, nothing special about him. Fang Ge restrained his spiritual power and only showed a little bit of the appearance of an evolver. When did this guy get behind me? I didn't even notice.
Wait, this guy has such a strong smell, it's that woman's smell.
Could it be that the woman had contact with this guy and was hidden by him? No.
This smell wasn't simply caused by contact, it had become one with him.
This won't happen in a short time unless
this woman was eaten by him. Well, this guy's behavior is in line with the standards of our blood alliance.
Boy, are you hiding a very beautiful woman? 1. Who does this guy look down on? No. No? If not, then what's with the smell on you? Smell? What smell? This guy is talking about something strange.
Boy, lying is useless to me.
I have already marked the scent of that woman.
You smell like her everywhere, inside and out. If it's not long-term close contact, it's impossible to integrate so deeply in a short period of time.
The woman this guy is looking for, could it be Lu Liansha?
Also, what do you mean it's impossible to merge so deeply in such a short time? In just a few minutes, the black-robed man offended Fang Ge twice.
There's only one reason, that's because you ate her. You pervert, you actually accused me of cannibalism.
I never eat people, and I certainly won't eat women.
Asshole, you dare to scold me.
I wanted to introduce you to the Blood Alliance, but it seems I have to sacrifice your blood today.
Blood Alliance.
When Fang Ge heard the word Blood Alliance, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Feeling the other party's murderous intent, the man in black robe did not dare to be careless and hid his body in an instant.
Another one with the ability to become invisible. Transparency. As soon as the magic was cast, Fang Ge not only discovered the man in black robe.
A bloody mark resembling a skull was also found on the black-robed man's chest, with a number on it. Although the man in black robe did not underestimate Fang Ge, he did not really take him seriously either. Because he didn't feel the energy of the psychic from Fang Ge. So in his eyes, Fang Ge was just a slightly stronger evolver. He has slaughtered several evolvers in the past few days.
Everyone is like a lamb to be slaughtered before him. There was also a power-type mutant.
Although this mutant was stronger than him, he was eventually tortured to death by him.
And Fang Ge's fate will be the same as those people. Chapter 22 Rest well, I will start to torture you again. Which part should I start cutting from? The man in black robe showed a hungry expression.
The flesh and blood of the evolvers, although not as delicious as those of the mutants, it is still tasty.
Strangeness?
All the guys I met before were panicked when they saw me disappear.
This guy didn't react at all.
As a killer, he remained cautious and decided to test the other party first. He gradually circled around to the side and rear of Fang Ge, which was a blind spot for Warrior's perception. Just as he was about to make a move, Fang Ge spoke.
What kind of day is today? I actually encountered 2 people with the ability to become invisible in a row. Don't you think so? Blood 21 of the Blood Alliance.
Fang Ge tilted his head and glanced at the man in black robe out of the corner of his eye. Blood 21 was startled for a moment, but immediately made a clear response.
Identity exposed. Enemy strength unknown. Temporary retreat.
He threw the dagger at Fang Ge in an instant, then ran away at an extremely fast speed. He is indeed an experienced killer. Blood 21 made the right decision at the first moment.
But Fang Ge learned from the experience of chasing Lu Liansha and directly used the light body technique.
Just when Blood 21 was running away at full speed,
an extremely fast figure instantly appeared behind Blood 21. A flash of cold light. Blood 21 felt dizzy and the earth was spinning after he landed on the ground.
He saw a headless corpse, still running forward.
Fang Ge looked at the sky and estimated that it would take several hours before dawn.
After practicing the spirit-gathering technique, his energy has been restored. He once again came to the underground confinement room of Tinjiao Shelter. Lu Liansha had already woken up from her coma, but she continued to pretend to be unconscious.
When she heard Fang Ge's footsteps, Lu Liansha trembled unconsciously. Fang Ge pushed open the door of the confinement room. A black veil blindfolded, lace-gagged, and 5 supernatural chains bound a stunning beauty tightly.
At this moment, Fang Ge felt like a bad guy. I feel guilty in my heart, but my body is very honest. Fang Ge walked around behind Lu Liansha again and whispered in her ear, "Rest well, then I'll start torturing you again."
Lu Liansha did not respond. Stop pretending.
I'll tell if you're unconscious or not once I try.
Bastard. Bastard. I'm going to kill you.
Lu Liansha's mouth was blocked, so she could only mumble, and it was impossible to hear what she was saying.
Wait a minute. Why does this guy have a new smell? Mum. Lu Liansha really wanted to speak at this moment and wanted to ask Fang Ge what was going on. Unfortunately, the only response he got was severe punishment.
At this moment, Fang Ge thought that Lu Liansha must be scolding him, so he didn't even think about untying her restraints.
2 hours later. Life skills +1. Soul contract progress 12%. Host, do you want to force the contract? Yes. Contract failed. Rejected by the contractor, you can try again. The soul contract is already 12% complete. Will this woman hold on until 100% before succeeding? Mum. You're so stubborn, are you calling me a bastard? Mum. If you don't say anything, then you admit it. Then continue. Mum. 2 hours later. Life skills +1. Soul contract progress 15%. Ding. Host, do you want to force the contract? Yes. Contract failed. Rejected by the contractor, you can try again. Mum. Failed again. Both times, the woman seemed a little abnormal and kept shaking her head. Is there really anything to say? Lu Liansha, if you have something to say, please say it quickly. I'm very pressed for time. Mum. Stop mumbling and speak. You bastard, my mouth is sealed, how can I speak? Fang Ge. I almost forgot, you can't speak now. Fang Ge took out the lace cloth. You bastard. I'm going to kill you. After Lu Liansha gained freedom from her mouth, she cursed angrily and completely forgot what she wanted to say. Fang Ge. I knew I couldn't trust pretty women. Fang Ge checked the progress of the soul contract again. Forget it, I'd better continue to be a hard-working little bee. Instead of trusting women, it's better to believe that iron rod can be ground into a needle. Fang Ge raised the lace cloth again.
Seeing this, Lu Liansha immediately regained some of her sanity and hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute, I have something to say. No, I'll try to impress you with the method that perseverance can make up for one's shortcomings."
Lu Liansha.
Wait, I was wrong, I won't curse anymore. Lu Liansha became anxious and quickly lowered her posture.
This bastard.
She was clearly the one who was bullied and wronged, but she still had to apologize to him.
I'm giving you a chance, tell me now. The soft and sweet apology finally moved Fang Ge.
Why do you smell like the blood child?
Smell? Are you guys all dogs? How come you judge people by smell? You guys? Did you just meet someone from the Blood Alliance? And you still say you have nothing to do with the Blood Alliance? Crash. Lu Liansha suddenly moved violently. Lu Liansha always gets particularly excited when she talks about the Blood Alliance.
Rumors of her having a grudge against them might be true. I do have a relationship with the Blood Alliance, but we are enemies.
Enemy. Why should I trust you? Why can't you believe it?
The blood son you mentioned has already been killed by me.
Since you can smell, don't you smell blood on me? Lu Liansha did smell it, but she still didn't dare to confirm it. Still don't believe it? The body is outside now.
There's a bloody mark on his chest.
The number is 21. Fang Ge revealed some important information.
You even knew about the blood mark, and you actually killed Blood 21. The blood mark is a very secret thing of the Blood Sun, and it will not be easily revealed even within the Blood Alliance.
Is it difficult? I feel not much different from you. Lu Liansha.
You killed the Blood Sun.
Aren't you afraid of attracting revenge from the Blood Alliance? Come or not, I'll kill anyone who comes.
It's just the right time so I don't have to go through the trouble of looking for them.
Have you finished what you wanted to say? I'll continue after you finish. Fang Ge has already started using torture instruments. Wait a minute. I want to form an alliance with you. How about we work together to deal with the Blood Alliance? Not very good. Why? I don't need allies, I just need obedient subordinates. Lu Liansha. Lu Liansha was in a dilemma.
She still has a great revenge to take, and she doesn't want to become another person's vassal.
You have nothing to say, right? If you have nothing to say, I can only continue to torture you. Wait, once you get blinded, you're, Fang Ge didn't give Lu Lianxia time to think anymore.
He picked up the lace cloth and blocked her mouth again.
Chapter 23. Don't you still have that contract paper? Life skills +1. Soul contract progress 20%. Host, do you want to force the contract? Yes. Contract failed. The contractee has shown signs of wavering. You can try again. Fang Ge untied the ball. Asshole, can't you just wait for me to finish speaking? Lu Lianxia's face was as pale as a peach, and she looked weak. Then tell me quickly. I only need to rest for 10 minutes.
Lu Lianxia was speechless for a moment, and it took her a long time to adjust her mood.
I am a member of the Dark Alliance. If I become your subordinate, it would be equivalent to betraying the Dark Alliance. The organization will not let me go. If you don't betray the organization, won't the organization betray you?
The Dark Alliance appears to be at odds with the Blood Alliance, but for the sake of interests, the two organizations are not much different.
Lu Lianxia chose to join the Dark Alliance for revenge. What do you mean? Then have you ever thought about who exposed your whereabouts when you were being hunted by the Blood Alliance? Fang Ge vaguely remembered that Lu Lianxia later betrayed the Dark Alliance.
And for a period of time, he was hunted by the Dark Alliance, but was finally rescued by a mysterious woman.
I don't know if this has anything to do with it.
Fang Ge's words planted a seed of doubt in Lu Lianxia's heart, making her feel uncertain.
Fang Ge whispered in Lu Lianxia's ear.
He continued, I know you have a grudge against the Blood Alliance, but an organization like the Dark Alliance can't help you.
However, I can.
These words seemed to have magical power and touched Lu Lianxia. It is precisely because of her desire for revenge that she has persisted until now.
Even the Dark Alliance can't help me, so why do you say you can help me?
Because I dare to kill the people of the Blood Alliance, and because I can help you become stronger quickly.
Fang Ge placed a small red pill in front of Lu Lianxia. What's this? Eat it and you'll know. After hesitating for a few seconds, Lu Lianxia opened her mouth and swallowed the pill.
A strange energy flowed through her body. Although she was still chained, she could still feel this visible increase in strength.
As long as you sign the contract, I will give you this strengthening pill every day. Taking this pill is much more comfortable than digging those disgusting monsters every day. Moreover, the effect of this medicine is much better than absorbing crystals.
Lu Lianxia was already a little shaken at this time.
Why did you summon me and insist on making me your subordinate? After hearing this question, Fang Ge already knew that this female killer was no longer indestructible.
But this question cannot be answered casually, otherwise all the previous words will be wasted. You certainly can't say that the system randomly picked you, and I tortured you for the system reward.
Of course it's you because you are so talented and have been a great help to me. The most important thing is that you are so beautiful. Women deserve praise, and female killers are no exception. The expression on Lu Lianxia's face began to soften.
Don't worry, after signing the contract, you won't become a puppet, and I won't force you to do anything difficult. Seeing that there was hope, Fang Ge continued to guide the child.
Okay, well, I hope you can keep your promise. The stubborn woman finally gave in.
Lu Lianxia suddenly said at this time, by the way, I don't know your name yet.
Ha? I never told you. No. My name is Fang Ge.
Then we have been husband and wife so many times, so you have never called me.
Lu Lianxia. This is such a pity. What are you doing? Didn't I agree to sign the contract?
I'm sorry, but the conditions for activating the contract ability are like this, and it will take a little time.
Please be patient. Don't you still have that contract paper? Lost it. Fang Ge.
You bastard.
You did it on purpose. Lu Lianxia's expression, which had finally returned to normal, changed again. Life skills +1. Soul contract progress 30%. Ding. Host, do you want to force the contract? Yes. Successfully contracted Tianjiao, rewarded with a lucky draw. Congratulations on winning the skill, Phantom. Contract a Tianjiao awakening and receive a superpower pill. Contract 4 Tianjiu and receive 400 gold coins and 40 alien crystals every day. Next stage mission progress, 410.
Lu Lianxia gorgeous and charming contracted.
Age, 23. Appearance and figure, 9.8. Life skills, 10. Physical fitness, 25. Superpower, shadowless trace mutation level. Soul contract progress, 60%. Fang Ge untied the chains.
Lu Lianxia stared at Fang Ge fiercely at this time, but there was more resentment in her eyes. Just as Lu Lianxia was picking up her tight-fitting outfit, Fang Ge stopped her. She took out 10 lace dresses and placed them in front of Lu Lianxia.
What do you mean? It's nothing special. This is the culture of my organization. Everyone who joins the organization will have exclusive clothing. No, I've never worn anything like this before. I absolutely won't. Fang Ge. Fang Ge silently used the power of the contract. 10 minutes later. Asshole, you said you wouldn't force me. 10 minutes later. Oh no.
Lu Lianxia had already begun to regret it at this time. Not long after, the two left the underground confinement room. But the rich and charming smell of the confinement room could not dissipate for a long time. When I returned to the lawn of Tianjiao shelter, I found that the sky was already turning white. Daily reward, gold coins plus 400, alien crystals plus 40. Gold coins, 3377, otherworldly crystals, 249, strengthening pills, 0, ability pills, 1. Is it the second day already? Fang Ge looked at the hazy sky. Ever since the city was shrouded in fog, it had become difficult to see the sunlight. Shu Yuer and the others had not yet gotten up. After Lu Lianxia came out of the dungeon, she disappeared. But if Fang Ge wanted to find her, it would be easy. The summoning function will be refreshed again on the second day. Summon first. The more you sign contracts, the more rewards you will accumulate. I believe that it won't be long before we can improve our strength just by lying down. I don't know when I can summon that beautiful lady. A figure in white clothes as white as snow, like a fairy descending to earth, appeared in Fang Ge's mind. Summon Tianjiu? Yes. Swish. A vortex of light similar to a teleportation appeared in the open space of Tianjiao shelter. Inside the faculty office building of Yunqing University. A beautiful woman in her 30s was running away in panic. It was as if there was something more ferocious than the black beetle chasing her. He. Teacher Son, run as much as you can. The faster you run, the more excited I am. He. A tall, thin, middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses came and went freely in the fog of the building. No matter where the woman fled, he seemed to be able to find her quickly. Finally, he trapped the woman in a small room in the corner. Chapter 24 Graceful and Beautiful, Song Yuyan. Song Yuyan, the game of hide and seek is over, Luo, he. Director Xia, why are you holding on to me? How did I provoke you? He, it's just that you're so sexy and beautiful, and you've remained single for so many years. Ever since Shu Yuer went on internship, you have become the most beautiful woman in this school. You actually want to touch your own students. So what if I'm involved? When I've had enough of you, I'll go find her and imprison both of you. I'll make you my slaves. Oh, by the way, I also want to arrest the girl who was just admitted to the hospital. I heard she's your niece, she's really pretty, no less beautiful than you. When the time comes, I'll make the three of you serve me together, he. Damn it, Xia Yaohui, you scumbag, how dare you? Song Yuyan was very angry, but she could only scold the other party. Oh, you actually challenge my courage. Not only do I dare, but I also dare to do it. Asshole, aren't you afraid of being arrested by the police department? Police department? Now that the world has become what it is, do you think the police department is still useful? Besides, I have gained extraordinary powers. Even if the police department comes, I am not afraid. I know you're stalling for time, but it's useless. No one in this world can save you anymore. Xia Yaohui's claws began to touch Song Yuyan's key parts. Just as Song Yuyan closed her eyes in despair, a prompt sound appeared in her mind. Do you accept the call from Tianjiao shelter? What is this? Is it an illusion in my mind? If only it were true. But even if it's an illusion, I still want to make a choice. Song Yuyan silently chose yes. Whoosh. The next second, a vortex swallowed Song Yuyan.
Xia Yaohui's claws hit nothing. What's going on? Where are the people? Xia Yaohui looked around and found that there was no living creature around. Where is Song Yuyan? Did she also gain mysterious powers? Damn it! It was so close. Song Yuyan, I will get you sooner or later. The teleportation vortex disappears. A beautiful, graceful, and slightly plump woman appeared on the lawn. Song Yuyan graceful and charming. Age, 30. Appearance, 9.4. Physical fitness, 4. Life skills, 0. Superpower, unawakened. Teacher Song? At this time, Shu Yuer, Shen Xianing, and Bao Shangru just walked out. She discovered that there was another woman on the lawn, and Shu Yuer recognized her at a glance. She heard someone calling her name, and it was a woman's voice. Song Yuyan opened her eyes immediately and found two very beautiful women standing together, with a pretty and lovely girl beside them. Shu Yuer? Song Yuyan also recognized one of the women. Why are you here? Hey, where is this place? Where is Xia Yaohui? When she first saw Shu Yuer, Song Yuyan thought she had been arrested as well. Director Xia, what happened to him? That bastard, he wanted to force me, and he even said he would capture you too. What? Xia Yaohui, that bastard. When he was in school, he had bad intentions towards pretty girls, and now he has no scruples at all. Yuer, hurry up and leave before Xia Yaohui catches you. Song Yuyan showed an anxious expression. Don't worry, Mr. Song, you are safe now. Is it safe? This isn't a school? Yes, this is the central park in the city. It's a very safe place. You are no longer in school. Shu Yuer walked up to Song Yuyan to comfort her and began to explain some things. Fang Ge? Yes, Teacher Song, was it Fang Ge who saved you? Hello, Teacher Song. It was only at this time that Song Yuyan noticed Fang Ge's presence. A man with extraordinary temperament, tall and a little handsome. Fang Ge, are you Fang Ge? You've changed so much. Oh, I didn't expect Teacher Song to know me. Of course I know you. You pursued Shu Yuer for half a year. You were very famous in the girls' dormitory. Looking at the way you two look now, are you already together? Ahem, Teacher Song, that was just a misunderstanding. Fang Ge wasn't pursuing me, and we're just living here together now. Shu Yuer explained. We already live together, what's the difference? Teacher Song is right. Shu Yuer is already my woman. Fang Ge directly stopped Shu Yuer from explaining. When Shu Yuer heard this, her face immediately turned red. Song Yuyan observed Fang Ge carefully and found that he didn't look like a young man at all. From Fang Ge's eyes, she saw calmness and restraint, as well as a little bit of dominance. Just now, Yuer said that Fang Ge saved me. I wonder if I can ask him to save my niece as well. Fang Ge, the teacher wants to ask you a favor. Teacher Song, please speak. Since you were able to save me, I wonder if you can use the same method to save my niece? No. As expected. Saving me is probably already difficult for him, how can I ask for anything else? It doesn't matter. I'll think of another way. Teacher Song, you misunderstood. Forehead? I mean, the same method won't work today, but I can go and rescue her myself. What? Fang Ge, you're going to Yunqing University to rescue people yourself? Song Yuyan couldn't believe her ears. Yunqing University is more than 10 kilometers away from here. It is almost impossible to avoid being hunted by these monsters during this period. Fang Ge, don't be impulsive. The teacher is very grateful that you are so brave. But there are thousands of monsters along the way, and they will gnaw you till there's nothing left of you. Fang Ge smiled but said nothing. He, Mr. Song, don't worry. Those disgusting monsters can't hurt him at all. Shu Yuer held Song Yuyan's arm to comfort her. Teacher Song looked at Shu Yuer's playful face and couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Could it be that Yuer is in love? Is she too blindly confident in her man? At this time, Shen Xianing came over. Teacher Song, please believe Fang Ge. He is indeed very powerful. He was the one who saved me from the monster. She is graceful, noble, and very cultured, and at first glance she looks like the daughter of a wealthy family. Shen Xianing's words convinced Song Yuyan a lot. Yeah, those little bugs are very weak. I can beat 10 of them with one punch.
Bao Shangru raised her little fist in front of Song Yuyen.
Song Yuyen couldn't help but be infected by Bao Shangru's cuteness and started laughing.
At this moment, she felt that this girl was really sensible and must be comforting herself.
In that case, Fang Ge, I'll go with you. That's not necessary. You just need to tell me your niece's name.
Oh, okay.
By the way, Mr. Song, please sign this before you leave. Fang Ge took out the contract and showed his signature smile. Chapter 25. Will you be my girlfriend? Song Yuyen didn't understand.
After getting the contract, he looked at Shu Yuer and Shen Xianing. I saw that the two of them didn't say anything.
So he signed his name on it. Successfully contracted Tianjiao, rewarded with a lucky draw. Congratulations on winning the magic skill. Cleansing Healing. Contract 5 Tianjiao and receive 500 gold coins and 50 alien crystals every day. Next stage task progress, 510.
After successfully signing another deal, Fang Ge felt relaxed and at ease, looking at Song Yuyen with a smile on his face.
Teacher Song, can you cook? Well, I can cook.
When I'm on vacation at home, I often cook for myself.
That's great. First, could you please make breakfast for these children? Would you like to stay and eat? I won't eat. I'm going to Yunqing University now. I'll try to be back before dinner. Oh, Fang Ge, be careful on your way.
Be sure to be careful.
Song Yuyen couldn't help but give some instructions.
Fang Ge nodded towards Song Yuyen, telling her not to worry. Before leaving, he fed Bao Shangru 3 strengthening pills, raising her physical fitness to 31, and told her to protect this family. After Fang Ge made all the arrangements, he walked into the fog. After Fang Ge left, Song Yuyen began to look around the Tianjiao shelter. When did such a large building appear in Central Park? It seems like it was planned long ago. Could it be that Fang Ge is some hidden rich man, or the son of a high-ranking official? Otherwise, how could he build such a building in the park? But it doesn't matter what it is now. She went inside and made breakfast. When she made breakfast and came out to call the girls to eat, I found that Shu Yuer and the elegant woman were attacking the monsters outside with a very standard gun-holding posture. And within 10 shots, a monster will definitely be killed. This surprised her a little. 2 such delicate girls actually dared to fight these monsters. And there were frequent kills. But what really shocked her was that the little girl who had just comforted her was fighting a monster in the fog. She saw with her own eyes that the monsters gathered together and were blasted into pieces by her. In the Cloud City. Gradually, people have discovered the existence of crystals from other worlds. They also learned to use black beetle juice to mask the smell, and learned how to lure black beetles, and began hunting black beetles. This group is the first batch of evolvers in the end times and will also be the main force in the future. In the future, under the leadership of the psychics, a counterattack will be launched against the black beetle. But at present, most people are still hiding in their beds and dare not come out. Fang Ge in his previous life was one of them. In the fog, 3 teams of black beetles were searching everywhere for the smell of flesh and blood. Once they discover the presence of other creatures, they will call their companions and attack in groups. At this moment, a figure flashed by. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 black beetles were cut in half without even reacting. After Fang Ge walked out of Tianjiao shelter, the black beetles along the way began to suffer. Now his physical fitness has increased to 50, reaching the peak before his rebirth. Now it was effortless for him to kill a black beetle. As long as he is not surrounded by hundreds of thousands of them, he can kill as many as they come. An hour later, Fang Ge's figure appeared on the top of a 100-meter-high building in Yunqing. At this moment, he was lost. Looking at the entire Cloud City, the fog was rolling and had reached a height of more than 10 floors. At this time, Yunqing University was already shrouded in layers of fog. 10 years of life in the apocalypse had erased some of his memories of Yunqing. Fang Ge looked around, trying to find the location of Yunqing University from the remaining building outlines. Although transparency can penetrate fog in buildings, this is also its flaw. At first glance, all the building lines are superimposed on each other, making it even more difficult to identify the direction. Moving objects may still be used as a reference, but buildings are dead. Fang Ge reconfirmed his approximate location and then jumped. He crossed the 100-meter distance between the tall buildings. Yunqing University. Junior Sister Yao, will you be my girlfriend? I will definitely treat you well. A boy with a strong body and good looks is still in the mood to confess his love in this situation. Senior Xiaoyang, you already have so many girlfriends around you, so I won't join you. A young girl with a high ponytail and bright eyes politely declined. Junior Yao, don't get me wrong, those girls are just passing through my life. The only one I really like is you. From the day you stepped onto campus, I fell deeply in love with you. The boy continued to express his feelings affectionately. Senior Xiaoyang, can you please put aside your girlfriend's affairs for a moment? I've lost my aunt. I want to find her now. Can you help me look for her? The girl confessed her love to the boy, but he seemed unmoved. Then let's do this, junior sister Yao. I can help you find your aunt. After I find your aunt, can you agree to be my girlfriend? Well then. The girl looked embarrassed, but still agreed to the boy's request. That's great. Junior sister Yao, I'm really happy that you agreed. The boy looked at the youthful and lovely face in front of him and wanted to go up and hug the girl. But the girl dodged very flexibly. Senior Xiaoyang, you haven't found my aunt yet. Yes, I was too excited. I'm going to find your aunt now. Then, junior sister Yao, just wait for me here with peace of mind. This classroom is very secluded, and I reserved it specifically for you. After saying that, the boy left. When the boy walked away, the girl immediately showed a look of disgust. Finally got rid of this disgusting guy. We have to find my aunt quickly and leave here. At this time, 3 black beetles emerged from the fog and surrounded the girl. When he got close to the girl, he stopped. Then I saw the girl squatting down, whispering something to the 3 black beetles. How is it? Did you find my aunt? Chirp, 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 sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Still haven't found it? Then you guys keep looking. Auntie, where are you? The girl looked anxious. Director Xia, what do you mean? We agreed at the beginning that we would each have one. I want Song Yiyao, and Song Yuyan will give it to you. Now that you've lost Teacher Song, you actually want to snatch Song Yiyao away. Luo Xiaoyan clenched his fists and his skin looked like it had been hardened. Student Luo Xiaoyang, brother Luo, please calm down first. I didn't say I was going to rob you. I just came here to trade with you, he. Xia Yaohui's face was full of smiles. Chapter 26. Are you sure you want me to let go? Trade? How do you want to trade? How about you lend me Song Yiyao for 3 days? Lend it to you. Who do you think my girlfriend is? Brother Luo, let's be frank. Haven't we done enough business in the past 2 days? How about this? You lend me Song Yiyao for 3 days, and you can pick 10 girls from me. Humph, you want to exchange 10 girls for Song Yiyao for 3 days? Director Xia, you're really calculating. Luo Xiaoyang showed a disdainful look. You must have hidden away girls of good quality a long time ago. And don't I know your intention of asking me to pick 10 girls to come here? You want to reduce the pressure of food, right? This is the experience Luo Xiaoyang gained from trading with Xia Yaohui and suffering several losses. How about I add another 100 kilograms of food? 100 kilograms of food. Luo Xiaoyang's eyes suddenly lit up. There are currently 2 groups within Yunqing University. One gang was headed by Luo Xiaoyang, and the other was headed by Xia Yaohui. Because these 2 people have awakened their special powers, they have recruited many younger brothers and occupied most of the school's resources. Those who disobeyed them were either expelled from the school and left to fend for themselves, or were eliminated by them. Although the number of students in the school has been greatly reduced, food is still in short supply. Okay, deal. The temptation of 100 kilograms of food was too great for Luo Xiaoyang to refuse. To protect your Xiaohu files from piracy, choose Xiaohu when searching for book robots. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. But, this transaction has to wait 2 days. Brother Luo, what do you mean? I've already shown such sincerity, why are you still hesitating? Brother Luo, haven't you captured that little girl yet? Xia Yaohui observed Luo Xiaoyang's expression and immediately guessed the reason. Song Yiyao's movements were very agile. I trapped her in the room several times but couldn't catch her. I suspect she has secretly evolved. Oh. How about we work together? You lock her in the room, and I'll catch her. How about that? Luo Xiaoyang thought about it, felt it was feasible, and said, okay. However, the terms of this transaction need to be changed? How do you want to change?
I'm not taking advantage of you. Once I catch Song Yao, I'll lend it to you for 3 more days. Rather than seeing it but not being able to eat it, it's better to cooperate with this guy. Luo Xiaoyang considered it carefully and agreed. While the two were still dividing the use rights of Song Yao, a black beetle was hiding in a corner not far away. Weird? Why do I always feel like I'm being watched? The black beetles in the school were basically cleared out by Luo Xiaoyang and Xia Yaohui, and even the school gate was blocked by them. Could it be that a black beetle sneaked in? Xia Yaohui, who has the ability to sense, looked at the corner where the black beetle was hiding. Nothing was found. At this time, the black beetle was almost back to Song Yao. After a while, Luo Xiaoyang and Xia Yaohui came to the room where Song Yao was. Brother Luo, where are the people? It was there just now, but now it's gone. It seems it ran away again. But I've already blocked the only exit, so if she wants to escape, she can only run upwards. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. The two began to go to the top floor. What should I do? I didn't expect these two to come together to arrest me. Could it be that my aunt has fallen into their hands? Song Yao huddled in a corner on the top floor and looked around, but there was nowhere to escape. Song Yao. A voice suddenly sounded behind her. When Song Yao heard the sound, she looked and saw a young man standing on the fence at the edge of the top floor. When did this person get here? Is he here to arrest me too? Without waiting for Song Yao to reply, the young man continued, Your aunt asked me to pick you up. What? Your aunt is with you? Yes, come with me. The young man stretched out his hand and motioned Song Yao to come over. Good. Song Yao smiled. Humph, if I believed you, I would be a fool. The next second, Song Yao quickly turned around and left. At the same time, 3 black beetles attacked the young man. The young man didn't seem surprised by Song Yao's behavior. Swish. Before Song Yao had taken 2 steps, she felt that the black beetle she was controlling had lost contact. Before she could react, she felt herself being picked up. Then, the sound of wind whistling came to my ears. Asshole. Put me down quickly. Song Yao punched and made a fuss in Fang Ge's arms, even trying to pull Fang Ge's hair out. Are you sure you want me to let go? Fang Ge asked back expressionlessly. Asshole. Let me go. Song Yao suddenly felt her body relax. Whoosh. Immediately afterwards, a strong feeling of falling came from the body. Ah. Song Yao opened her eyes and found that she was no longer in school. I don't know when, but I was taken to a very high place. The most terrifying thing was that her body was falling from a high altitude. She closed her eyes and began to scream in terror. It looked like it was about to be smashed into a meat paste. A strong arm held her in his embrace again. The sound of wind whistling in her ears again. This time when she opened her eyes again, she was back to 1,000 meters in the air. The blue sky and the long-lost sunshine. The thick fog was very far away from her at this moment. This magical scene gradually calmed her intense mood. She began to look at the man holding him again. He is a man with extraordinary temperament and looks a bit handsome, but his expression is a bit serious. Song Yao looked at the man holding her, leaping between the skyscrapers very easily. When crossing, it is like a big bird, gliding slowly in the air. Is this something a human can do? This man couldn't be some humanoid monster, trying to capture me and take me back to his lair to enjoy me slowly. Do you still want me to let go? When Song Yao heard the man's question, she quickly shook her head. In that case, then hold me tight. Song Yao was very obedient at this moment and quickly hugged Fang Ge's neck. The girl's fragrance penetrated into Fang Ge's heart. Song Yao youthful and lively. Age, 18. Appearance, 9.5. Physical fitness, 11. Life skills, 0. Superpower, Spirit Master Ordinary level. Oh, another rare ability. I didn't expect to sign Song Yuyan and get another one for free. Fang Ge was so happy that he leaned against Song Yao and took a deep breath. Song Yao suddenly shuddered and shrank her body tightly. It's over. It's over. Has this guy already been unable to resist and wants to eat me? After waiting for a long time, Song Yao found that the other party did not take any further action. Is this to let me build up fear first, and then enjoy it slowly? Along the way, Song Yao was filled with all kinds of uneasy speculations. Finally, he was taken to Tenjiao shelter.
Chapter 27 Alien Rift, Title Effect.
Auntie, why are you here? I can't find you anywhere in the school. Yao, that's great.
I didn't expect that Fang Ge really rescued you.
Fang Ge? Yes, Fang Ge is from the same school as you and he's your senior. I was the one who asked him to save you. Ah, so what he said was true. I thought. Song Yao glanced at Fang Ge secretly, her expression full of embarrassment. Yao, what's wrong with you? Why don't you thank Fang Ge quickly? Song Yao walked up to Fang Ge with an apologetic look on her face. Senior Fang Ge, thank you for saving me.
And I also apologize to you for misunderstanding you.
No need to apologize.
I saved you for my own selfish reasons.
Selfish? Song Yao was a little confused. Fang Ge took out a contract and put it in Song Yao's hand. This is. The contract is clear at a glance. Senior, are you serious about the contents of this contract? Of course I'm serious. Your aunt signed it too. Do I have to sign it? It's better to sign it.
Fang Ge still had an expression that looked like he was trying to persuade her in a kind way.
What if I refuse to sign? Song Yao's lively eyes revealed a hint of determination. 10 minutes later. I'll sign. I'll sign. Senior, please put me down.
Fang Ge let Song Yao experience the bungee jumping several times, and the kind without wearing a safety belt.
Senior, I can sign it, but I have a request. Okay, go ahead. I hope you won't let me sleep with you. After Song Yao finished speaking, she couldn't help but blush. Okay, no problem.
As long as you don't make any mistakes in the future, I won't force you to do anything.
Humph, once you sign the contract,
there are plenty of ways. In the future, we need to implement a last in first out elimination system, where whoever kills the fewest monsters will be punished. After getting the promise, the contract was signed smoothly.
Successfully contracted Tianjiao, rewarded with a lucky draw. Congratulations on winning the magic skill. Wind control. Contract a Tianjiao awakening and receive a superpower pill. Contract 6 Tianjiao and receive 600 gold coins and 60 alien crystals every day. Next stage mission progress, 610. Just completed the contract with Song Yao. Shu Yuer and Xin Xianing ran over in panic. Fang Ge, something bad has happened to Xiao. Something happened? Bao Shanru couldn't afford to get into trouble.
She was currently the most important member of Tenjiao shelter.
Fang Ge frowned.
But he felt through the contract that Bao Shanru was still alive, and he relaxed again.
What happened? Tell me slowly. This morning, after you left, a large number of black beetles suddenly appeared in that alien rift. So Xiao went alone to eliminate the black beetles. But just a short while ago, that alien world rift changed again.
Inside the crack, a strong suction force suddenly emerged.
In the blink of an eye, Xiao was sucked in. It hasn't come out yet. This is the rift title effect.
In my previous life, I was hiding at home and had no idea when the first title effect would occur.
I didn't expect it to happen at this time. I wanted to wait until the first title effect was over before going in, but it seems I have to go in early. Fang Ge, what should we do? Xiao might have already. Shu Yuer looked anxious. It's okay, Xiao is still alive. Really? Of course it's true. Sister Qian Ning and I don't have the strength to go in. We can only wait for you to come back. Don't worry, you guys are doing great. I'll go in and rescue her now. Fang Ge comforted a few women and then headed towards the crack in the alien world. At the entrance to the alien world rift. Due to tidal suction, the crack no longer spews out mist, and the entrance has taken on a concave shape. As Fang Ge approached, he immediately felt a suction force. With Fang Ge's physical condition, this suction force could not affect him. The world spun around and around, as if it had switched places. Dark, very dark. This was the first time Fang Ge had ever entered the secret realm of the crack. And in this life, he is also the first to enter the secret realm. In the previous life, these rifts in other worlds were almost all controlled by those powerful forces. If others want to get in, they have to join these forces or be captured and become scouts. Becoming a crack explorer is basically a life or death struggle. Transparency. Under the power of transparency,
the shape of this secret crack appeared in front of Fang Ge.
It is winding and intricate, like an extremely huge maze.
The fog outside actually has a corrosive effect, but it is diluted to a great extent.
In addition, the evolvers and the mutants all have certain resistance capabilities. So basically, I don't feel anything.
But the concentration of fog in the secret realm is almost dozens of times more than that in the outside world. At this moment, Fang Ge could clearly feel that the fog had a corrosive effect.
Preparing to erode your own body. At this moment, the spiritual power in Fang Ge's body suddenly emerged. A protective shield automatically formed on Fang Ge's body surface.
But at the same time, it was also consuming his spiritual power.
Rustling. The black beetles have already smelled Fang Ge's scent, and a large number of black beetles began to gather here. We must find Bao Shangru as soon as possible. Once her spiritual power is exhausted, it will be dangerous.
Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of black beetles were chopped into pieces in an instant. It seems that the black beetles here are much stronger than those in the outside world.
Originally, this attack could kill hundreds of them. More black beetles surrounded.
An hour passed and Fang Ge still hadn't found Bao Shangru. The maze passage was littered with the corpses of black beetles, and some were silver beetles.
I can't keep searching like this maze is too big. I don't know what Bao Shangru is doing now. Fang Ge checked and found no gold coin prompt for killing monsters by Bao Shangru. Is she trapped by something?
Under the observation of the transparent technique, the secret realm was filled with the outlines of strange beasts, and Bao Shangru's figure was completely invisible. If Bao Shangru doesn't kill the monsters, it will be difficult for Fang Ge to find her.
He could only search every channel. If that's the case, it may take a whole day and a whole night to find it. Gold +1. Gold +11. It was Xiao, she finally moved. Transparency.
Up, down, left, right, Fang Ge searched back and forth.
Finally, from 1,000 meters away, I noticed something strange.
A large number of strange beasts were gathering in the opposite direction of Fang Ge.
Fang Ge discovered a unique little figure. Found it. The small figure was soon surrounded. Fang Ge received more and more gold coin notifications. There are too many monsters.
Based on her strength, she should be able to hold out for a while. But she probably won't be able to withstand the corrosive fog here for long.
There's no time to delay. Fang Ge decided to use his full strength. Light body technique.
Fang Ge suddenly became as light as a swallow, and his attack speed increased several times. He just stepped on the ground and rushed forward. The whole person was like a tornado, rushing through the maze passage. Wherever it passed, the black beetles were shredded into pieces. At a certain point in this maze, there is a huge hole. There is a high platform in the cave, on which a huge white crystal is floating. The crystal glowed with a faint light. The magical thing is that wherever the light shines, the fog retreats. A scarred girl is relying on the light of the crystal to withstand the tide of attacks. As long as she continues like this, Bao Shangru will be able to hold on until Fang Ge comes to rescue her. Seeing that they could not take the city after a long attack, hundreds of silver beetles in the swarm suddenly screamed. Then, they collectively opened their silver insect armor. Hundreds of silver beetles gathered energy at the same time at their tails, creating a spectacular scene.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The overwhelming corrosive liquid left Bao Shangru with nowhere to escape. Bao Shangru lifted up a pile of black beetle corpses and successfully resolved the crisis.
But if it happens again, it will be difficult to stop it, because the surrounding beetle corpses will be corroded completely.
Sure enough, the silver beetle began to gather energy again.
Bao Shangru originally wanted to rush into the fog and fight to the death. But at this time, a more terrifying beetle appeared among the insect swarm, a golden beetle with an even larger body.
Chapter 28 Mysterious Otherworldly Crystal. As soon as this golden beetle appeared, it gave off an oppressive feeling, and the surrounding insects began to give way. It stood directly at the front of the swarm of insects, blocking all of Bao Shangru's retreat routes. The golden beetle opened its mouth wide and gathered a stream of yellow energy. Bao Shangru immediately felt that she was being locked. This time, Bao Shangru really had no idea what to do. Xiao Rou is so hungry and wants to eat. Xiao Rou doesn't want to starve to death. After a while, the overwhelming corrosive liquid came again. At the same time, a yellow beam of light also came. At this critical moment, an extremely fast figure fell from the sky.
Bao Shangru felt a flash before her eyes, and then she was hugged in someone's arms. When he came to his senses, he found that he was no longer in the same place, and all the attacks of the swarm of insects were in vain.
Well, you're hungry, right?
A familiar voice called her attention back. She pouted and looked at Fang Ge with grievance.
Yeah. Xiaoro is really hungry. Fang Ge took out a big sausage and put it in Bao Shangru's hand. Take it and eat it slowly.
Looking at Bao Shangru, who was covered in bruises in his arms, there was still some murderous look on his face that was eroded by the fog. Fang Ge immediately used the purification technique. It consumed 2 points of spiritual power and could purify the evil spirit and heal the injured part at the same time. An indescribable comfort spread throughout Bao Shangru's whole body. Feeling this warmth, Bao Shangru hugged Fang Ge tightly. This feels so comfortable, it seems even better than eating. Smelling the scent on Fang Ge's body, the girl's heart began to beat a little. Brother Ge, if you don't let me go, I can fight with you. Ha! This little girl called me brother for the first time. Don't worry, these little bugs won't require my 2 hands. Fang Ge smiled confidently. After hearing Fang Ge say this, the girl became even more reluctant to leave his arms. Fang Ge didn't take any of the beetle's presence seriously. Only the golden bug is a little troublesome. Golden beetle. Physical fitness, 50. Fang Ge didn't let go of Bao Shangru because he understood the characteristics of the golden beetle. The golden beetle is very smart. It knows how to make a feint to the east and attack in the west, and likes to start attacking the weakest opponent. The golden beetle's shell is extremely hard, and ordinary weapons cannot break its defense at all. So it is almost the nightmare of all evolvers. Only a powerful psychic or a special weapon can break its defense. However, as an insect killer with 10 years of experience, Fang Ge knew that the golden beetle had a fatal weakness. That is, it, like other insects, has spiracles. But its valve is extremely hidden. You can't find this valve without super eyesight. At the same time, you need to be extremely fast to catch this valve. Fang Ge, holding Bao Shangru, circled around the golden beetle and cleaned the insects around it. Although the spiracles of each golden beetle are not in the same place, they are definitely in the crevices of the shell. Fang Ge's purpose of circling the golden beetle was to make the golden beetle's body expand to its largest state. This will allow a slight gap to appear in its scales. The moment its valve is found, the golden beetle will die. Fang Ge had circled the golden beetle several times but still couldn't find the valve. Strange, where are the valves of this golden beetle hidden? At this time, the golden beetle seemed a little impatient and began to gather energy in its mouth. Found it. There is a small white dot below the corner of the golden beetle's mouth. If he hadn't been grinning while using his skills, Fang Ge really wouldn't have noticed. After the energy was gathered, a beam of light whizzed out and directly penetrated Fang Ge's body. Next second. Body movement skills. Phantom without a trace. Fang Ge's body turned into a phantom. And his true location was already below the corner of the golden beetle's mouth. The dagger in Fang Ge's hand turned into a stream of light and instantly penetrated into the body of the golden beetle. The golden beetle immediately let out a series of wails. Then, a body like a mountain of flesh fell heavily to the ground. After falling to the ground, he twitched from time to time, and white fluid kept oozing out of the wound. Kill the golden beetle, get 35 alien crystals, and obtain 450 gold coins. After killing the golden beetle, it seemed that no other beetles entered the hole. Fang Ge carried Bao Shangru to the white crystal. After getting closer, Fang Ge felt the shackles on his body loosen. Cracked crystal. Contains mysterious energy. This crystal, could it be the thing that's rumored to be able to break free from shackles and increase the level of supernatural powers? Fang Ge was about to touch it when he suddenly felt a violent vibration under his feet. Soon, there was a sound of breaking ground. The thick fog kept rolling, and I could vaguely feel something coming out from the ground. Although I can't see what it is. But from the 2 glowing giant eyes in the fog, it can be judged that it must be a huge monster. Giant beast worm. Physical fitness, 80. It is rumored that the cracked crystals are guarded by strange beasts. Fang Ge originally thought it was the golden beetle. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a giant beast insect. This is bad. Although the giant beetle's defense is not as high as the golden beetle, its recovery ability is amazing. In addition, due to its huge size, it is basically impossible for ordinary evolvers to kill it. Even though it is a superpower, it is difficult to harm it without the corresponding ability to restrain it.
Is there no choice but to give up?
Fang Ge looked at the cracked crystal so close to him, feeling somewhat unwilling. While he was thinking, the giant beast worm had already started attacking. Of the 8 big feet, 2 had already poked forward fiercely at a very fast speed.
If Fang Ge hadn't used the light body technique, he might not have been able to dodge it. He just jumped up, circled around the giant insect's feet and climbed up. When it reached the top of his head, Fang Ge stabbed the alloy dagger down with force. The alloy dagger was completely inserted into the worm, but the giant beast worm didn't feel anything at all. It was like being tickled. The small bugs on the top of the giant beast worm's head are very annoying. The giant beast worm shook its body vigorously, trying to throw Fang Ge off. However, Fang Ge held the dagger tightly and couldn't get rid of him for a while. Seeing this, the giant beast worm slammed its head against the wall of the cave. In order to dodge, Fang Ge had to drop the dagger.
After the giant beast worm hit the wall, its body rolled over and fell to the ground. This scene looked very funny, but Fang Ge couldn't laugh at all.
We can only retreat. There's nothing we can do about this guy right now. Just as the giant beast worm rolled up, a faint light appeared.
Fang Ge, who was preparing to retreat, noticed something strange. Under his observation of the power of penetration, he discovered that in addition to his dagger, there was another weapon stuck in the giant beast worm. The place where the dagger was inserted has begun to heal, and the dagger is about to be squeezed out by the muscles of the giant beast worm. The wound where the other weapon was inserted not only did not heal, but was still oozing green blood.
Fang Ge immediately realized that this weapon was not simple.
While the giant beast worm has no time to pay attention to him,
Fang Ge flashed to the position where the weapon was inserted. It's a sword. Chapter 29 Secret Skill, 1 Knife. Supernatural Sword.
Weapons made of materials from another world can be controlled by supernatural powers.
Fang Ge grabbed the supernatural sword and pulled it out with force.
The moment the supernatural sword was pulled out, the giant beast worm suddenly let out a long roar. There was a sense of comfort in the long howl, as if celebrating the disappearance of the hidden illness that had plagued him for years.
Obtained supernatural weapons and successfully unlocked the supernatural weapon store. Power Sword 200 crystals, Power Blade 200 crystals, Power Bow 200 crystals, Power Gloves 200 crystals. The 2 things Fang Ge desired most in his previous life were to become a superpowered person and to obtain a superpowered weapon. Now one has finally been realized. Fang Ge is good with a knife.
The moment he held the sword in his hand, Fang Ge seemed to be back on the battlefield of fighting and killing.
Is this a supernatural weapon? Why is it so heavy?
Fang Ge found that the sword was very heavy and difficult to wield, let alone kill the enemy.
Is it really necessary to have supernatural powers to control it?
The moment he held the supernatural sword, Fang Ge felt a strong sucking sensation coming from the blade.
But Fang Ge does not have any special abilities. Spiritual power. What would happen if spiritual power were input into it?
Fang Ge untied the restraints on the sword and released his spiritual power. The supernatural sword instantly became like a beggar who had been hungry and thirsty for 10 days, madly sucking Fang Ge's spiritual power.
11 10 9 8 3 2 1. The sword stopped only when the last bit of spiritual power was left. At this time, the sword became extremely light and could be controlled at will. Fang Ge, holding the sword in his hand, could clearly feel the biting cold edge coming from the sword. The giant beast worm had started rolling again at this time. The little bug in front of it helped it a lot. It decided to repay the favor and string the little bug on its feet. Keep it with you forever. The giant beast worm attacked again. Fang Ge dodged and slashed the giant beast worm's body with a knife.
A deep wound appeared on the body of the giant beast worm. The wound heals very slowly.
This wound is still harmless to the huge behemoth insect. If I keep chopping at it like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to kill it even if I'm exhausted.
While dodging, Fang Ge recalled all his previous knife skills. I found that no trick could deal with the giant beast insect in front of me. This huge body, unless it can be severely damaged in one blow. The giant beast worm didn't give Fang Ge time to think any further, and this time it attacked with all 4 legs at the same time. The attack came down quickly, locking onto Fang Ge from 4 directions. Only 1 point of spiritual power left. Fang Ge used the last bit of his spiritual power. Body movement skills. Phantom without a trace. The giant beast worm's attack missed, and Fang Ge's figure disappeared on the spot.
The giant beast worm moved its bulky body and began to search for Fang Ge.
But it never expected that Fang Ge was right above its head. He plunged the sword in his hand into the top wall and hung in the air with one hand.
Fang Ge closed his eyes tightly, immersing himself in every detail of his past experience with the knife.
As time went by, the giant beast worm's frantic search for Fang Ge had turned the cave upside down. Fang Ge was very calm at this moment, but his sword was vibrating.
Next second,
he opened his eyes, and the giant beast worm also discovered Fang Ge at this time. Their eyes met, and the giant beast worm let out a deafening scream at him.
Fang Ge fell from the sky.
At this moment, he forgot all his moves.
There was only one thought left in his mind. This knife, cut it off.
The sword burst out with light at this moment. The light instantly penetrated the body of the giant beast worm. The light disappeared and Fang Ge fell back to the ground. After landing, Fang Ge took a deep breath, his body trembled a little, and his knees almost fell to the ground. At this moment, the giant beast worm's body solidified in place.
Fang Ge looked back and put away the supernatural sword. The next second, the giant beast worm's body began to split into two. Boom!
2 huge pieces of meat fell heavily to the ground. Kill the giant beast worm, 60 alien crystals, and obtain 2,000 gold coins. Congratulations to the host, you have mastered a unique skill.
Please give it a name. Let's just call it Edao.
Without the interference of the strange beast, Fang Ge came back to the crystal. He placed his hand on the white crystal.
Mysterious energy detected, unlocking the first level shackle pill, unlocking the superpower mutation pill.
First level shackle pill 1000 crystals, supernatural mutation pill 1000 crystals.
Mysterious energy crystal detected, should it be absorbed? Yes. A powerful and inexplicable energy poured into Fang Ge's body. This energy is several times stronger than Fang Ge's own energy. Under normal circumstances, Fang Ge's body would explode and die.
But at this moment, the shackles on the body played a role in resisting the impact. All the blocked areas in the meridians were forcibly cleared.
The violent impact almost made him faint.
He clenched his teeth and held on. As time goes by, when the last blockage is cleared. At this moment, the body feels brand new and whole body is connected.
Fang Ge felt his body again. Fang Ge.
Physical fitness, 50 plus 10 first transcendent stage.
Spiritual power cultivation, 19. Number of Tianjiao contracts, 6.
Magic skills, spirit gathering, transparency, light body, cleansing, phantom, wind control.
Special skill, 1 knife. Gold coins, 12377, otherworldly crystals, 689, strengthening pills, 0, ability pills, 2. Although the physical fitness only increased by 10 points.
But Fang Ge felt that his body now was completely different from before. These 10 points of physical fitness are much stronger than the previous 50 points. Fang Ge exchanged for a strengthening pill, and after taking it, he found that his physical fitness did not improve at all. He checked the crystal mall again and found an additional refined pill that required 30 alien crystals.
Exchange for a refined pill.
After Fang Ge took it, he indeed added a little.
It's time to go out.
Fang Ge looked at Bao Shangru in his arms and found that she had fallen asleep a long time ago. But she always held Fang Ge tightly. She had a sweet sleeping face, as if the fierce battle just now had nothing to do with her. This body is no longer afraid of the fog's erosion, but it still can't be covered with soft.
Fang Ge wrapped Bao Shangru tightly with his body. Half an hour later, Fang Ge brought Bao Shangru back to Tianjiao shelter. Fang Ge, what happened to Shuro? Shu Yuer and Shin Xianing walked over at the same time. She's fine, she's just tired and hungry.
Xian Ning, take her back to her room to rest.
Fang Ge handed Bao Shangru to Shin Xianing. Good. After Shin Xianing left, Fang Ge held Shu Yuer's hand. What's wrong? Shu Yuer was a little confused. Fang Ge looked at Shu Yuer's information. Soul contract 60% must be achieved today. Fang Ge didn't say anything, but the strong sense of possession in his eyes made Shu Yuer understand immediately. No, it's broad daylight. Shu Yuer's refusal was basically ineffective on Fang Ge's side.
He picked up Shu Yuer and rushed directly into the nursery on the 3rd floor, then locked the door tightly. Chapter 30 The fog seems to be disappearing soon.
No. Fang Ge, I haven't recovered yet. Don't worry, I have a way. Fang Ge gave a mysterious smile. Then, a soft light appeared in the room on the third floor. Not long after, moving music came from inside. 2 hours later. The music paused and the soft light came on again. The light fades and the music continues. Life skills +2. Soul contract progress 100%. Host, the soul contract progress has reached 100%. Do you agree to establish the soul contract? Agree. Shu Yuer's face was flushed and she was exhausted. In a daze, a voice suddenly came from her mind, asking her if she was willing to establish a soul contract with Fang Ge. Shu Yuer did not hesitate and subconsciously chose to agree. Both parties have agreed to begin the soul contract. The two consciousnesses began to slowly approach each other. At the beginning, the two consciousnesses were testing and chasing each other. After that, they started teasing each other and even playing tricks on each other. But once they touch, they can no longer be separated. In the invisible void, the two consciousnesses mixed together, and after countless overlapping pulls, they finally reached a consensus. The fusion of the two consciousnesses created a wonderful connection between their souls. Soul fusion is successful, a contract has been established that will last until death, and the conditions for dual cultivation have been met. The next second after the soul contract was successfully established, a flash of inspiration suddenly blossomed in Fang Ge's mind. Fang Ge's consciousness seemed to jump out of the sky and come to another space. But this space is gray, not very big, and not very bright. Immediately afterwards, a drop of liquid like dew fell into this space. The space seemed to have a breath of life. Sea of Consciousness +1. After the soul contract was established, Fang Ge began to try the method of dual cultivation. Until the next day. The exhausted Shu Yuer finally regained her freedom. She just fell down and fell into a deep sleep. Fang Ge touched her delicate face and spoke with a look of pity. Don't blame me for being cruel. It's your fault that you were the first one to fall into my hands, and you look so beautiful that you are a disaster. Fang Ge became more and more reluctant to let go of her, and he even had the idea of waking up Shu Yuer. But after much hesitation, I still held back. Fang Ge. Physical fitness, 50+11 first transcendent stage. Spiritual power cultivation, 19. Sea of Consciousness, 3. Number of Tianjiao contracts, 6. Magic skills, spirit gathering, transparency, light body, cleansing, phantom, wind control. Special skill, 1 knife. Gold coins, 12977, otherworldly crystals, 739, strengthening pills, 0, ability pills, 2. I have one more spiritual thought in my sea of consciousness, but I don't know what it's for. Fang Ge, come out and take a look, something big has happened outside. Xin Xianing ran up at this time. It turns out Fang Ge has no. The whole house was in a mess, as if it had been after a long war. Xin Xianing's face suddenly turned red. She didn't dare to look any further and turned around and ran away. Something big happened? It's the end of the world, what big thing can happen? After Fang Ge got dressed, he walked out and found that except Shu Yuer, several other women had come outside. Fang Ge looked outside the protective shield and saw something serious had happened. The thick fog has become very thin, and the long-lost sunshine has once again filled the entire city. Look, Fang Ge, the fog seems to be disappearing soon. Are those monsters about to be destroyed? Is this disaster almost over? Xin Xianing asked the question first, and this was what everyone wanted to know. Fang Ge looked solemn and did not answer immediately. After a long silence, he said, on the contrary, the real disaster is just beginning now. Why? The fog has become less, and even the monsters have decreased a lot. Song Yiyao didn't quite believe it. Then take a look at the alien rift across the lake. Fang Ge pointed at the crack in the other world and asked the girls to look at it. If the disaster has passed, then why does the passage to the other world still exist? But there aren't any monsters coming out of that passage anymore. That's because the first stage of the rift tidal effect has begun. What is the tidal effect of the rift? The women were puzzled. The tidal effect is a stage in which the alien rift accumulates power. This stage is like the human body breathing. It will first absorb everything around it, and then after accumulating to a certain stage, it will burst out. These monsters at the moment are just minor ones. When the rift in the other world erupts again, monsters even more terrifying than the ones now will appear. Only then will humanity truly fall into despair. Fang Ge gave a brief explanation. Really, Fang Ge?
Of course it's true. What's even more terrifying is the second and third stages.
We are only at the first stage now. However, Fang Ge did not say it out loud, because if he did, the women would become even more desperate. How do you know so clearly? Because I can foresee the future. Fang Ge looked mysterious.
The women were somewhat skeptical.
Then when will this alien world rift erupt? It should be in these few days. The title cycle of the first stage was not long. Fang Ge recalled his memories of his previous life and estimated the time. Should we tell the government and the military about this news? No need for that.
If we spread this news, no one will believe it, and it will only bring unnecessary trouble.
The most important thing is that no one wants to believe it. I finally look forward to the sunshine and the hope of survival. Once this desperate news is released, people will definitely criticize it to death.
If there were smart people, they would have guessed the problem with this crack and would have made preparations early on.
You might as well inform your family members. First, check if they are still alive.
If they are, we should make preparations early.
After Fang Ge's enlightenment, the girls realized that they could now communicate.
Xin Xianing's family was in Beijing, but she couldn't get through no matter how hard she tried to call them.
Fang Ge had no idea what was going on in Beijing.
But there is one thing Fang Ge knows: the situation facing foreign races in Shangjing is completely different from that in Yunqian. Therefore, the crack cycle is also different. In his previous life, Fang Ge had never been to Shangjing, so he didn't know what kind of alien race was invading there. Bao Shangru couldn't find her home from the beginning, so she doesn't really care now. Lu Liansha's hatred should be related to the blood alliance, so she has no need to contact her family at all.
Only Song Yuyan and Song Yiyao contacted their families. Although they wanted to reunite with their families, they could not leave because of Fang Ge's contract.
They could only ask their families to make appropriate preparations and stock up on food and other supplies. Seeing that the girls were busy with their own things, Fang Ge began to summon Tianjiao.
Summon Tianjiao?
Yes.
Swish. A vortex of light similar to a teleportation appeared in the open space of Tianjiao shelter. Chapter 31 Rejecting the Call, and Iran. And Iran is one of the very few female anchors who doesn't use beauty filters. With her youthful and sweet image, she is very popular on the internet. After the alien monsters arrived, she had been hiding in her live broadcast room. Because the floor is high, and she usually stocks up a lot of snacks and treats. So I have been living a safe and sound life these past few days. Now the sun is shining again in the sky, the fog is gradually dissipating, and those terrifying monsters are gradually being eliminated. When she found a signal, she turned on the live broadcast immediately. Family, babies, are you all still there? Wow. Baby has been so scared these past few days. I thought I was going to see my great-grandmother. But fortunately, everything is over and I can see the sun again. More and more people came to the live broadcast room, and the survivors joined in one after another. Baby, don't cry. We are all survivors. The disaster is finally over, baby, I missed you so much. Yeah, it's great to be alive. It's a pity that my neighbor's family was eaten by those monsters, alas. Wow, my husband was eaten by a monster, what am I going to do next? Woo, my wife was eaten too. The one upstairs, this is unfortunate, how about you two start a new family? Ha, you're sad, but I'm happy. My annoying boss has been eaten, and he can't exploit me anymore. If your boss gets eaten, shouldn't you be considering losing your job? Ah. Yes, and he hasn't been paid for 3 months. Dude upstairs, you can't even find anyone for labor arbitration now. Seeing that more people were gathered, and Iran asked what everyone wanted to know. Family, have all those horrible monsters been eliminated? How's the situation over there? Can we go downstairs now? I don't seem to see any monsters here. I still have some monsters here, but not many. Did the army come and destroy them? I'm not sure. The army only showed up a few days ago, and we haven't seen them since. Hey! Family, guess what I saw? Someone actually killed those monsters with their bare hands. I saw it too. I have a man here who can emit flames from his hands. He burned those monsters to death. Wash, there's an old lady downstairs who's really brave. She just chopped the monster up with a kitchen knife, and I think she even dragged the monster's body back home. Ah, could these be the people in the novel who gain superpowers? Can you gain superpowers by killing monsters? Oh no! These monsters are so scary. I tremble just looking at them. How can I dare to fight them? Me too, I can't even look at these monsters. I envy those who have superpowers. There's no point in being envious. They risked their lives to get there. Yes, no matter what, being alive is the best. Yes, the monsters have been destroyed. This is a good thing. To celebrate, I decided to give the anchor 100 big Bentleys. I didn't expect that Big Brother Bang was also alive. Okay, to celebrate, I'll also give the anchor some love. Immediately afterwards, the live broadcast room began to be flooded with gifts. Thank you for the gift, Big Brother Bang. Thank you. Thank you also for the little gifts from the babies. Thank you. Thank you to all the survivors who made it out alive. It's great to be alive. It's great. I didn't expect to receive so many gifts during my first live broadcast after surviving the disaster. This gift is almost as much as my income in the previous 6 months. So what if I have superpowers? They are not as valuable as these small amounts of money, he. Do you accept the call from Tianjiao Sanctuary? A hint suddenly appeared in Iran's mind. What is this? A summon? No. When you are unsure about something, click no first. This is the secret to surfing the internet. Besides, she is now busy receiving gifts and connecting with the top brother on the list. But I don't have time to care about anything else. Next, the live broadcast room was filled with singing and dancing, celebrating the beauty of being alive and a better tomorrow. This situation in the live broadcast room is probably also the mentality of most people at present. They really don't want to recall the nightmarish days of the past few days, nor do they dare to recall them. If someone says now that the monsters will come back, the apocalypse is not over yet. I will definitely be scolded and quit the internet. Of course, there are also a small number of people who remain sober. Especially those who become evolvers and mutants. After experiencing this feeling of being superior to others, they are very reluctant to go back to their old days. They firmly believe that the end of the world is definitely not over yet. But they dare not show off yet because they are currently unable to compete with the government and the military. What they have to do now is to keep a low profile and actively stockpile weapons and supplies. As expected, failed. This kind of sudden call makes people wary and difficult to accept. Unless you are facing a desperate situation, or meet someone as thick-skinned as Bao Shangru. Besides, most people now certainly believe that the end of the world has passed. Therefore, the success rate of this summoning will be even lower. She'll regret it in 2 days. But by then, Fang Ge won't be so easy to talk to. Fang Ge now has a standard. Tianjiao who successfully summons once will be respected by all members. There will be a small penalty for successfully summoning Tianjiao for the second time. For those who only accept the call when they are above 3, I'm sorry, but you should go to the confinement room and reflect on yourself. Next, Fang Ge arranged for the girls to undergo combat training. Just about to practice the spirit gathering technique. At this time, Shu Yuer quietly walked to Fang Ge's side. She whispered in his ear, Fang Ge, did you make a wrong judgment last time? I feel like I'm really pregnant. Fang Ge. Look, that thing from before, I feel like it's gotten bigger and moving more vigorously. Shu Yuer pointed at her belly. Fang Ge rolled his eyes at her. Then he took her to an open space and let her use her supernatural powers again. This time, Shu Yuer used her supernatural power 3 times in a row before she felt physically exhausted. It seems that dual cultivation has great benefits for Shu Yuer. What about your own sea of consciousness and spiritual thoughts? System, what is the use of the sea of consciousness? Host, the spiritual thoughts in the sea of consciousness can improve the control and power of magic skills. As for other effects, please explore them on your own. Because monsters have become very rare. For the next 3 days, the women had nothing to do. They could only wait for the situation Fang Ge described to happen. But Shu Yuer was the only one who was so busy during these 3 days that she couldn't even rest her feet. When Shu Yuer was sleeping, Fang Ge practiced the spirit gathering technique. Whenever Shu Yuer woke up, Fang Ge would force her to practice dual cultivation with him. Fang Ge. Physical fitness, 50 plus 17 first transcendent stage. Spiritual power cultivation, 38. Sea of consciousness, 11. Number of Tianjiao contracts, 6. Magic skills, spirit gathering, transparency, light body, cleansing, phantom, wind control. Special skill, 1 knife. Gold coins, 14421, otherworldly crystals, 875, strengthening pills, 0, power pills, 2, refining pills, 0. Chapter 32 Ling Family, Salvation Society. It's the third day. Sure enough, 3 consecutive summons failed. Fang Ge came to the rift in the alien world. After 3 days of changes, the crack in the alien world has increased 3 times in size. The originally dim red light has now become bright red, shining directly into the sky. The number of monsters in this wave is incalculable and is simply incomparable to the previous ones. And this time there will be more terrifying monsters. Golden beetles and behemoth beetles will also appear in this wave. By then, these tall buildings will no longer be safe. There were too many people in this wave, and Fang Ge couldn't kill many of them alone. I'm afraid most of humanity will disappear this time. When it comes to destroying monsters from other worlds, Bao Shangru is currently the only one that is useful. The other Tianjios can't help at all in the short term. Lu Liansha's abilities aren't suitable for fighting large numbers of monsters. Oh right. How could I have forgotten that Tianjiao? This person is the nemesis of strange beasts and a female killer god who is as famous as Lu Liansha. Her special ability is very suitable for dealing with strange beasts. And she should be in Yunqing right now. Lately I have been busy practicing dual cultivation with Shu Yuer. I hope nothing special happened to that one. Before leaving, Fang Ge exchanged for 16 strengthening pills, which strengthened Bao Shangru and Lu Liansha's physical fitness to 50. Tell them both to protect this place. He solemnly told Tianjiao not to run around until he came back. The rift in the other world may erupt at any time, and the extent of this outbreak will be more than 10 times that of the previous one. The women were not clear about what 10 times meant. But they still remember vividly the tragic situation that happened before. Now they firmly believe what Fang Ge said. Because of the abnormal condition of the crack at this moment, even a fool would know what is going on. The streets of Yunqing were in ruins, with monster corpses everywhere. There weren't many human corpses, because most of them were eaten by monsters. The shops on the ground floor were the worst hit, as most of them had been invaded by monsters. The streets were sparsely populated, and not many people came out. Most of them go into shops to pick up things. Since the shop owners were nowhere to be found, these people were forced to buy for free. The Yunqing Police Department is the busiest. There were a large number of casualties in the city, and they had no way of telling which were caused by monsters and which were man-made. There are even more fugitives in Yunqing prison. The police department also needs to send a group of people to chase the fugitives. The army stationed in Yunqing seemed unusually quiet. The police bureau requested support, but there was no movement from the Yunqing army. The Yunqing army did not want to enter the city to maintain order, but they were unable to do so. A large number of troops are stationed in the 2 alien world rifts outside the city. With the changes in the rifts in the alien world, capable people in the army have already judged that monsters will definitely appear again. Fortunately, there is an armored battalion near Yunqing. The previous monsters were only resisted thanks to the tanks of the armored battalion. The troops are now stationed here to prevent monsters from suddenly appearing again. The army has dispatched various experts, who are now studying how to solve the crack problem. They tried various methods, including bombing with tanks and bombing with missiles. Unfortunately, nothing could stop the cracks from expanding. They don't have much time left, and the army can only be prepared. The Yunshan Road leads directly to the most powerful family in Yunqing, the Ling family. At the end of the road there is a huge manor, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, very magnificent. The plaque at the entrance of the manor Yunting. Second uncle, what do you mean? You've been kicked out of the Ling family by Grandpa. What are you planning to do when you come back today? And they brought so many outsiders in. A graceful young woman questioned a middle-aged man in the crowd. The woman's eyes were like a pool of clear water, and her temperament was elegant and noble, which captivated people and made them dare not desecrate her easily. Humph, if I don't come soon, the Ling family will be destroyed in your hands. Second uncle, what do you mean? What makes you say that the Ling family will be destroyed in my hands? What kind of world is this these days? If the Ling family continues to cling to its old ways, it will soon perish. Besides, they are not outsiders. They are members of the Savior Society.
The middle-aged man pointed at a group of ferocious-looking guys behind him.
The Salvation Society. The woman frowned.
Uncle, I think it was because you were involved with the Salvation Society that Grandpa expelled you from the family.
Don't mention that dead old fogey to me. Don't you dare say bad things about Grandpa.
Humph, so what if I said it? If it weren't for this old stubborn man, I would have been the head of the Ling family long ago. How could it be your turn as a little girl to give orders here?
The middle-aged man showed an excited expression.
I came here today to take back everything I lost, including the position of the Ling family.
Ling Hongtao, you can't do that while I'm here.
The beautiful woman showed a determined look.
Ha ha ha, Ling Miaoyu, do you think you still have the ability to hold on to this position?
A while ago, the family's security forces were probably almost all killed in the battle with the monsters. The remaining manpower you have now was cleared out when we came in just now.
Now, what means do you have left?
Ling Hongtao showed a smug smile.
How is this possible?
My bodyguards are all good soldiers.
How could I possibly be defeated by a bunch of idiots like you? Ling Miaoyu was a little unconvinced.
Humph. That's why the Ling family will be destroyed sooner or later if it is handed over to a woman like you.
This world is no longer the same as before.
From now on, this world is destined to be controlled by the evolved and the supernatural.
Evolvers and mutants? Ling Miaoyu showed a puzzled expression. Let me introduce you to this gentleman in front of me. He is one of the several deacons of the Cloud City Salvation Society, Bakun. He is a noble psychic. Ling Hongtao showed a very respectful attitude at this time. Bakun? Why does this name sound so familiar? You are the boss of the underground gang in Cloud City. Ah, nice to meet you.
I never thought my name would reach Miss Ling's ears. A burly man with a face full of flesh stood in the front.
What are you doing in the Ling family? The Ling family doesn't welcome you.
I've heard that Miss Ling is incredibly beautiful and the most distinguished daughter of Yunchen. I came here specifically to see her. After seeing it today, I found that it is indeed as good as its reputation.
It is really haunting. Bakun's eyes were full of possessiveness. Ling Hongtao, are you planning to use outsiders to deal with your own family?
Without waiting for Ling Hongtao to explain, Bakun continued.
Miss Ling misunderstood.
Your second uncle has already joined the Salvation Society, so we are a family.
There is no distinction between outsiders. Besides, we will become even closer in a while.
Bakun had a malicious smile on his face, and his words made no secret of his intentions. Ling Miaoyu saw Bakun's aggressive look and subconsciously took a half step back.
Chapter 33, Fire Phoenix, a beauty that overwhelms the nation. Ling Hongtao. Do you want to destroy the Ling family? Ruin the Ling family? Ling Miaoyu, what do you know?
I already told the butler before I came here. As long as I offer you to the Savior Society, the Savior Society will give me an evolution crystal.
Humph.
When I become an evolver, I will lead the family even further.
Has this so-called evolution crystal made you so crazy? It seems that Miss Ling looks down on evolvers. Ba Koan suddenly stood up and interrupted Ling Miaoyu.
The brothers behind me are all evolvers. They defeated all of Miss Ling's guards.
And I'm a superpower.
I can take care of all your bodyguards with just one finger.
Bakun showed a proud expression. We already have hundreds of brothers like this in our Cloud City's Salvation Society.
In the future, this world will definitely be controlled by our Salvation Society.
Humph.
The Savior Society wants to control the world.
Don't you think you have any regard for the army? Ling Miaoyu was somewhat disdainful. Army?
Ha ha ha, I know Mr. Ling has some connections in the military. It's a pity that the army has already been severely damaged and is now unable to take care of itself.
Do you see that red light outside?
Bakun pointed at the red light in the sky.
Those monsters will come back soon.
It's hard to say whether the army will be able to stop them then.
So Miss Ling, don't count on the army to rescue you.
Miss, hurry up and go to the barracks to ask Captain Xiao for help.
Still want to run? He, my good niece. Do you feel your body getting hot, your heart beating faster, and your whole body feeling weak? Do you really want to find something to comfort yourself? Ling Hongtao looked proud.
You put drugs in my water. Ling Miaoyu looked at the tea she had drunk before, and her face was now slightly red.
Yes, I have already bribed the servants around you. The water you drank just now was specially prepared for you.
Ah, brother Ling, Master Ling, you really are very smart.
Ha, I don't deserve it. I hope Deacon Ba can say a few good words for me in front of the branch president.
Of course, we'll be a family soon, ha ha. Ba Koan and Ling Hongtao laughed in cahoots with each other.
Shameless. Ling Hongtao. You are simply the scum of the family.
Just curse me, I'm not afraid to tell you. Your parents' deaths were caused by me and the Salvation Society. If your parents hadn't informed the old man, I would have joined the Salvation Society long ago. Originally, the first person the Salvation Society wanted to find was your father, but unfortunately he refused to change his ways.
That's not my fault. Are you still human? My father is your biological elder brother.
Although Ling Miaoyu had guessed it long ago, she was still very angry after hearing it with her own eyes.
Miss, please leave quickly. We will block it for you.
After the bodyguard finished speaking, he rushed towards Bakun. The two men attacked with all their strength, heading for Bakun's chest, but Bakun looked disdainful, neither dodging nor defending. The heavy punch hit Bakun's chest hard. Bakun remained motionless, seemingly unharmed.
Bakun raised his hand. Two afterimages suddenly appeared. The next second, the two bodyguards were not more than 10 meters away and there was no movement anymore. The two bodyguards didn't even last 3 seconds before falling down. Ling Miaoyu finally showed a surprised expression. Humph! Unable to withstand a single blow. Bakun showed a disdainful look. Ms. Ling, you can't run away now. If you run away, who will help you resolve your difficulties? He. Ba Kuan began to walk towards Ling Miaoyu.
Asshole, go away, don't touch me. Ling Miaoyu was angry and helpless, her blood was surging rapidly, and the effect of the medicine had begun to affect her consciousness.
The more you resist now, the more embarrassing it will be later, he.
Bakun became excited thinking about the cold and beautiful woman in front of him who would soon change into another appearance.
Come on, after I've cured you of the poison, I'll take you to see an important figure. Look at Bakun's outstretched hand.
Ling Miaoyu's legs went weak and she fell backwards. At this moment, a warm and strong embrace wrapped her up. Soft and tender in the arms, with a faint fragrance in the lungs. This is how Fang Ge feels at the moment. Ling Miaoyu wanted to struggle, but found her body was very sore. She didn't know if it was because of the effect of the medicine. She found that the man holding her had extraordinary temperament, very handsome appearance, and the smell of his body was very attractive.
Fang Ge looked at the woman in his arms.
She has the beauty of Shu Yuer and the elegance of Xianxing.
Is this the Fire Phoenix girl, one of the 10 heavenly beauties?
At this moment, Fang Ge recalled the scene of her dying together with the enemy.
This aura is nothing like that terrifying female killer in the rumors. Ling Miaoyu, stunning beauty. Age, 22. Appearance, 9.9. Physical fitness, 4. Life skills, 0. Superpower, awakening soon. The superpower is about to awaken, and this hint is the first time I've seen it.
Just as Fang Ge was admiring the beautiful person in his arms, he suddenly felt a soft hand touching him all over.
Hey. You can't touch here at this time.
If you want to touch it, find a quiet place.
Fang Ge blocked the uninvited guest.
But the next second, a pair of delicate thin lips kissed and bit him.
Oh my god, is this Fire Phoenix girl so open-minded? Fang Ge observed Ling Miaoyu carefully. His face is red and he's unconscious. He's on drugs.
Just when Fang Ge and Ling Miaoyu were hugging each other and showing their love, suddenly, a murderous intent came from the side.
Die, you bastard.
Ba Kuan raised a huge fist and punched Fang Ge with all his strength.
But Fang Ge didn't even raise his eyes, and with a casual slap of his hand, he neutralized Ba Kuan's full strength attack.
It also caused Bakun to retreat several meters.
What's going on? Why is this guy so powerful? After Ba Kuan stopped, he was horrified. He looked at Fang Ge again and found that he didn't look like a power-type evolver at all. Could it be a person with special abilities? At this moment, a soft light enveloped Ling Miaoyu.
After a few seconds, Ling Miaoyu slowly regained consciousness. When she found herself hugging a strange man very intimately,
he panicked suddenly and quickly let go.
Seeing the beauty leave his arms so decisively, Fang Ge suddenly felt regretful.
Fang Ge actually wanted to use a more primitive method to help Ling Miaoyu detoxify. However, the conditions on site did not allow it, so I had no choice but to use the healing technique. Sure enough, this person is a person with special abilities. When Ba Kuan saw Fang Ge releasing magical powers, he felt much calmer. He was already certain that the other party was not stronger than him. Instead, he used some kind of supernatural power to rebound his own power. The advantages of this kind of special ability users are obvious. They can burst out powerful strength in an instant. But the disadvantage is also obvious, that is, the sustainability is too poor, and it will stop working after releasing the power a few times. Thinking of this, Ba Kun regained his confidence. Chapter 34 I come to admire the noble lady of Yuncheng. Who are you? Why are you here? Don't you know this is the Ling family? Although Ling Hongtao did not understand the confrontation between Ba Kun and Fang Ge. But seeing Ba Kun's confident demeanor, he guessed that Ba Kun might not have used much strength just now, which led to him being caught off guard by the other party. So he immediately stood up and questioned Fang Ge. Ling family, of course I know. The most powerful family in Yuncheng, an existence that can cover the sky with one hand in Yuncheng. Since you know this is the Ling family, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? I heard that the Ling family has a beautiful young lady who is known as the most noble lady in Yuncheng. So I came here specially to see it, to admire it. Fang Ge thought he had found a reasonable excuse. But when the people around heard these words, they immediately felt something was strange, as if they had just heard it not long ago. At this moment, Ling Miaoyu, who was standing behind Fang Ge, felt completely different. She couldn't imagine that Fang Ge was such a frivolous and impetuous person. But then she thought again, the way she was just now, the other party didn't take advantage of her. He also took the initiative to use his magical power to help her detoxify. Ling Miaoyu accepted Fang Ge's frivolous words and even found them somewhat useful. The Ling family is not something that just anyone can break into. Now that you've seen it, please leave. Ling Hongtao did not look down on Fang Ge. Because from Ba Kun's attitude, he felt that this person who suddenly appeared was probably not simple. Who are you? Why are you talking so much here? I am the head of the Yun family, Ling Hongtao. That's not right. I remember the current head of the Yun family should be the eldest daughter of the Ling family. Ling Miaoyu is no longer fit to lead the Ling family, so from today on, she will be removed from her position as head of the family. Ling Miaoyu immediately stood up and refuted Ling Hongtao. Humph, if you want to remove the head of the family, you must invite the elders and open the ancestral hall. You, Ling Hongtao, think you can remove me from my position as patriarch by yourself? That's simply wishful thinking. Besides, you are someone who has been expelled from the family. Hey! Miss Ling, what you said is not right. Now that the Ling family has joined the Salvation Society, these old rules should be abolished. We must now use the new rules of our Salvation Society. So the appointment of the Ling family's patriarch should be decided by my Salvation Society. At this time, Ba Kun brought out the name of the Salvation Society again. Oh? You're from the Savior Society. When Fang Ge heard the other party talk about his origins, his expression suddenly became serious. Yes, this Lord Ba Kun is the deacon of the Yuncheng Salvation Society. Ling Hongtao jumped out again to introduce Ba Kun. The Salvation Society. I didn't expect to run into them so soon. Blood Alliance, Dark Alliance, Savior Society. In just half a month, he actually encountered the three major organizations of the apocalypse. Of these three organizations, the one Fang Ge fears the most is the Salvation Society. The president of the Salvation Society is extremely mysterious, and it seems that no one has ever seen his true face. Even on the day when the world ended, Fang Ge did not see the president appear. It is rumored that this Salvation Society was founded before the end of the world. Its membership structure is very complex. It is said that it covers elites and senior executives from all walks of life, and even infiltrates the military. After the end of the world, all evolvers and people with special abilities will be recruited by him. The Salvation Society has almost no bottom line when it comes to recruiting people. There are all kinds of people inside, including some extremely vicious people. Ba Kun saw that Fang Ge was silent. I thought the other party was intimidated by the name of the Salvation Society. Young man, it seems you also know the name of the Salvation Society. How about this, you hand this woman over to me, and I can recommend you to join the Salvation Society.
With your status as a superpower, I believe you will soon become a core member of the Salvation Society.
What do you think? Bakun directly extended an olive branch. Okay, but I have a condition. What are the conditions? Bakun asked.
The condition is, I can join the Salvation Society, but I want to take this woman with me. After Fang Ge finished speaking, he hugged Ling Miaoyu and deliberately sniffed her hard. Ling Miaoyu was shocked and began to struggle desperately. After struggling for a few times, she found that a certain part of her body was held by the man, which made her feel weak all over.
This. What? A dignified deacon of the Salvation Society, but you can't even bear to part with a woman? Asshole, how could you tell our deacon?
Just as a younger brother was about to start shouting, Bakun stopped him. The end of the world is coming, and the Salvation Society is in urgent need of recruiting talents. It has as many evolvers as it wants, but people with special abilities are very scarce. The branch president has instructed that if we encounter people with special abilities, we must try to get them to join. But this woman is also very important.
She is the one that the branch president specifically asked to be taken back. Brother, I can agree to other conditions, but I really can't let you take this woman away. Why? This woman was specifically asked to be taken back by our branch president.
She's just a woman, and you specifically asked me to take her back with me.
Does she have some secret? Brother, I can't tell you that. After all, you haven't joined the Salvation Society yet. Once you join, you will naturally know. Since you have no sincerity, then what is there to talk about? Don't be anxious, bro. Although I can't let you take this woman away, I can let you keep her for 2 days.
I can take her back later.
Oh? Is that okay?
Of course, we're all men, so if we can help each other, it'll benefit everyone.
Brother Ba has said so much, so I have no choice but to agree. Assholes, I am the eldest daughter of the Ling family. How can I be treated like a commodity by you and toyed with as you please?
Ling Miaoyu began to struggle hard again.
But Fang Ge just touched a certain part of her lightly. Ling Miaoyu collapsed in his arms.
Brother, it seems you still need to spend some time taming this woman, As for women, if you ride them, they will behave themselves.
Brother, you are indeed a fellow traveler.
Ling Miaoyu knew very well that they were arguing with her.
But now she is just a fish on the chopping board, powerless to resist. By the way, Brother Ba, since I have agreed to join the Salvation Society, then can you tell me where the Savior Society's base is and who its members are? Besides you, there are other deacons?
Don't let yourself get into a dispute and find out it was a flood that washed away the Dragon King temple.
That would be bad. Fang Ge immediately acted as if he was familiar with the person. Although Bakun was a little confused, the questions Fang Ge asked were indeed reasonable.
It's not that I don't want to tell you about the Cloud City Salvation Society's base, but it was destroyed by those monsters some time ago. We haven't found a suitable base yet.
The Ling family is a nice place.
We have many members in the Salvation Society, but only a few can enter the core.
Then who are your several major deacons? If it was before the end of the world, Bakun would never tell Fang Ge.
But in today's world, in order for the Salvation Society to develop, these deacons will sooner or later surface. It doesn't matter if I tell Fang Ge in advance.
Chapter 35 magnified dozens of times, still white and tender. The several major deacons in our Cloud City are XX, XXX, XXX. I heard Bakun call out these names one by one. Ling Miaoyu couldn't help but widen her eyes.
Because she knew that all the people Bakun was talking about were big figures in Yuncheng.
In other words, excluding the Ling family, almost the entire Yuncheng is under the control of the Salvation Society.
Oh, so these are the people.
Who is that branch president, a big shot? Fang Ge continued to ask.
In fact, the identity of the branch president is what he wants to know most. He wanted to continue digging out the mysterious president of the Salvation Society through the branch president.
Chapter president? The branch president always appears wearing a mask, so I'm not sure. Then can you take me to meet this branch president? Meeting the branch president? With your current status, forget it. The branch president doesn't meet everyone.
Even I have to wait for the messenger's notification before I am qualified to see him.
Bakun was already getting impatient with the questions. Alas, it seems you are not an important person. You can't even meet the branch president. It doesn't matter if this salvation meeting doesn't join. Boy. What do you mean? Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding you. I just suddenly feel bad and don't want to add you for the time being. Is that okay? At this time, even Ling Miaoyu felt that this man was a bit of a rogue. You want to get rid of me just because you're in a bad mood? It's not that easy. Now that you know so many secrets of the Salvation Society, do you think I will let you go? Oh, what a coincidence. I thought so too. Humph. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Ling Miaoyu suddenly became nervous. There are so many people on the other side, and I don't know if this man can handle it. Mr. Su, what are you waiting for? Please take action to kill this person. Bakun did not make a move, but suddenly shouted a man named Mr. Su. Ling Miaoyu and everyone else present felt baffled. Only Fang Ge knew what was going on. In the crowd behind Bakun, a person suddenly disappeared. Ordinary evolvers may not feel anything at all. But for Fang Ge, this was no different from disappearing in front of him. Bakun didn't dare to underestimate Fang Ge because he knew how powerful people with special abilities were. He had to wait until Fang Ge had unleashed all his supernatural powers before he dared to take action. This Mr. Su is an invisible person with special abilities recruited by Bakun before. It was one of his trump cards, but now he had to expose it in order to deal with Fang Ge. He had seen with his own eyes a person with fire abilities being killed by Mr. Su like a chicken. At this moment, he was also very sure that the young man in front of him would have the same end. Because the ability of the invisible mutant is really unsolvable. They are completely the natural enemies of ordinary people with special abilities like them. Just when everyone was confused, the invisible Mr. Su has secretly come to Fang Ge's side. Seeing the other party's clueless look, Mr. Su gave a strange smile. He has seen too many people like Fang Ge. In the end, he didn't even know how he died. Unfortunately, Fang Ge knew everything he did. However, Fang Ge did not use the technique of transparency, but the induction brought to him by the spiritual thoughts in his sea of consciousness. Within the range of his sea of consciousness and spiritual thoughts, he could clearly hear everything, from the slightest movement of the wind and grass to the smallest breath of dust. He could clearly feel the beating of every part of Ling Miaoyu's body. Her very delicate face, magnified dozens of times by Fang Ge, was still as fair and tender. She's taken such good care of herself that there aren't even any black spots in her pores. Just as Mr. Su was about to stab Fang Ge in the neck, a movement so fast that he couldn't see clearly flashed past his eyes. Next second, his neck was tightly gripped by a terrifyingly powerful hand. Fang Ge's sudden move left Ling Miaoyu completely bewildered. But the next moment, a wretched-looking man suddenly appeared beside her. And he was holding a sharp knife in his hand. Ling Miaoyu was so frightened that she let out a silly burp. How did you find my? Your footsteps are so loud, your body odor is so strong, and you have bad breath, it's hard not to notice. How is this possible? No one has ever discovered me before. Maybe the people before us all had rhinitis. Fang Ge's casual explanation made Ling Miaoyu wonder if she had rhinitis. Do you have any last words? Stop. I'm from the Dark Alliance. Aren't you afraid of offending the Dark Alliance? Dark Alliance. Even Ling Miaoyu had heard of the Dark Alliance, and heard that it was an assassination organization. There are many experts there, and once you are targeted, you will never have peace. The Dark Alliance is not a waste concentration camp. What did you say? A loser like you who can't even control your breathing and heartbeat, dares to pretend to be a member of the Dark Alliance. Although I don't know where you heard about the Dark Alliance. Even if you really are from the Dark Alliance, I will still kill you. If there are no last words, then let's go. Wait, don't kill me, please let me go, I am willing to be loyal to you. Mr. Su began to cry and beg for mercy. Let you go? Why don't you ask the neighbors and female colleagues you raped and murdered if they are willing to let you go? And those who kill people you don't like, are you willing to let you go? Are you a devil? Why do you know so much? Fang Ge didn't tell him the answer, nor did he give him another chance to speak. Because he has seen this kind of thing many times. Once the invisibility ability is awakened, they usually do this. Although Fang Ge killed Mr. Su very violently in front of Ling Miaoyu. But she didn't feel uncomfortable at all, instead she felt a little comfortable.
Ling Miaoyu stared at Fang Ge's back and couldn't help but become more and more curious about him. Ba Kuan, who was originally full of confidence, finally started to panic after seeing Mr. Su's death with his own eyes. This is his biggest trump card. The other party didn't even use his superpowers and crushed a superpower user to death. After killing Mr. Su, Fang Ge looked at Ba Kuan and his group. His cold eyes frightened the members of the Salvation Society so much that they retreated one after another. You, young man, are you going to become a complete enemy of the Salvation Society? I advise you not to act rashly. The Salvation Society is destined to control the world in the future. If you become our enemy, you must think carefully about the consequences. Fang Ge did not respond, but his attitude was very clear. The Salvation Society is the troublemaker in the end times. Wherever they are, there is chaos. So Fang Ge will never let the people from the Salvation Society go. Ba Kuan saw murderous intent in Fang Ge's eyes. Damn it! Come on, everyone! I don't believe he can handle so many of us. Ba Kuan yelled at his subordinates to go forward, but he himself retreated. Unfortunately, no one can escape from Fang Ge. Chapter 36 Such a good girl. Ba Kuan is dead. A deacon of the Salvation Society branch, in Fang Ge's previous life, that was an existence that was out of reach for him. In this life, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Fang Ge. Why did you let my second uncle escape? Ling Miaoyu walked up to Fang Ge and asked. That person is from the Ling family, so naturally you have to deal with him personally. Yeah. Although Ling Miaoyu didn't show anything on her face, she was a little happy in her heart. She didn't expect that the other party not only saved her, but also considered her so thoughtfully. While Ling Miaoyu was imagining things, Fang Ge was thinking. I've helped you resolve so many causes and conditions, I won't leave any more hatred for you. Then your Tianjiao account is completely useless. Give me your hand. Fang Ge extended his hand towards Ling Miaoyu. What's wrong? He wants to hold my hand so soon? Doesn't he even give me time to prepare? Let me take you to a safe place. Ah? Then why don't we just drive there? I don't think I can drive. The roads are not very clear right now, and even if they were, I'm afraid it would be too late now. What do you mean too late? Look at the sky, the monster will soon come again. Only then did Ling Miaoyu notice the sky. The sky, which was only half red just now, is now almost completely red. Could it be that, what the people in the Salvation Society said is true, and the apocalypse is really not over yet? It doesn't matter if I don't drive. I can walk by myself. You're leaving by yourself? I'm afraid the monsters will eat you up before you even get off the mountain where you live. But. Without waiting for Ling Miaoyu to refuse, Fang Ge directly picked her up. Such a soft body, and such a unique fragrance. Just as Ling Miaoyu was about to struggle, she felt herself flying 100 meters above the ground like riding on a cloud. She didn't even have time to exclaim before she found herself on top of a skyscraper that soared into the sky. Fang Ge's next action almost made her heart stop. The top of the skyscraper is already the highest, and there is no other place to stand around it. But Fang Ge leaped into the sky again. Ling Miaoyu had no idea what Fang Ge was trying to do. She could only hold Fang Ge tightly, not daring to look around. Wind control technique. Fang Ge's body did not fall down, but flew forward. The combination of light body skills and wind control skills allowed Fang Ge to achieve the ability to fly. Are we flying? Ling Miaoyu slowly opened her eyes after she felt herself floating regularly. I guess so. This is so amazing. The colorful sky, the clouds that are within reach, Ling Miaoyu's feelings at the moment will be unforgettable for her. The man in front of her once again refreshed Ling Miaoyu's cognition. This man is mysterious, powerful, and kind of good-looking. When did such a person appear in Yuncheng? Well, I still don't know your name. Fang Ge. Fang Ge, did you come here specifically to see me? Yes. How do you know something happened to my family? I didn't know, I just happened to catch up. Oh, so you came to me because you need my help with something? Well, I guess so. Then how do you want me to help you? Forehead. I want you to work for me and fight for me day and night. This was what Fang Ge was thinking, but he couldn't say it out loud given the current situation, otherwise he might fall from a height. Is there something you can't say? That doesn't matter.
As long as it's your request, I will agree to it. Is this the number one lady in Yuncheng? She is beautiful and speaks nicely.
Like Shen Xianing, she is very well educated. Although the voice was soft, every word was very clear.
Such magnanimity is truly admirable.
Such a good girl, if she knew she would work like a slave for me.
Will he still be able to maintain such noble character? He. Fang Ge's expression change at this moment made Ling Niaoyu look confused.
Seeing that Fang Ge no longer responded to her, Ling Niaoyu stopped talking.
She quietly felt this wonderful experience.
The burden of the family and the hatred of the fathers seemed to be able to be put down at this moment. The red light became brighter and brighter, gradually covering the entire sky. As the red light covered the sky, which should have been bright, now gradually darkened. Fang Ge knew that when the entire sky turned dark red,
this is the moment when the rift in the other world truly erupts. I must hurry back. Even Bao Rou and Lu Lianxia might not be able to withstand this wave of monsters.
The rift to the other world is right at my doorstep, and my nest cannot be destroyed.
Ling Niaoyu, pay attention, I'm going to speed up. Fang Ge lowered his head and said to Ling Niaoyu.
Ling Niaoyu looked at Fang Ge's serious expression and realized that something big might be about to happen. She immediately hugged Fang Ge's neck obediently. The two faces were almost touching at this moment.
Even breathing and heartbeat can be heard. Next second.
With a whoosh, two bodies flew forward at high speed. At this time, Fang Ge used the wind control technique to the limit.
The strong wind forced Ling Niaoyu to close her eyes and stick close to Fang Ge's face. Outside Yuncheng Central Park, a group of people in uniform were fleeing in this direction. Third brother, that bitch is still chasing us, why don't we fight her? Yeah, this bitch is so difficult to deal with. Why are you leaving so many fugitives behind and instead chasing us? Why rush? Even though we've been strengthened, we still can't withstand bullets. Let's find a suitable place and then find a chance to get rid of her. A burly man with a big scar on his face had a vicious look in his eyes. Third brother, there is a park over there. The park? I remember there was a small forest in this park. Really? Yes, I lived here in Cloud City, I remember it very clearly. Very good. You guys go lie in ambush in the grove, I'll lure her over here later. When the time comes, we'll use the trees as cover and find an opportunity to take this little girl down. Good. We briefly discussed the plan. The scarred man named Third Brother entered the Central Park with a group of ferocious-looking men. Not long after this group of people entered, a beautiful figure followed closely. Xiao Ling, the female policewoman of Yuncheng Police Bureau. After seeing the group of people entering the park, he followed them in without hesitation. The reason why she kept chasing after this group of people? Because there is a guy named Lu San among them. This guy has several murders on his record, all of which are serious crimes of raping and murdering women. Xiao Ling's sister was one of the victims. The final sentence had already been handed down, and it was destined to be the death penalty. But when the end of the world came, a rift from another world appeared on the prison side, and the prison was subsequently destroyed by monsters. Lu San thus escaped death. After Xiao Ling learned about this, she began to pursue Lu San independently due to insufficient police force. This behavior is extremely dangerous. Because of Yuncheng's current situation, there was no one who could support her. Chapter 37 Fugitive. Hostage Bao Shangru? Outside Tianjiao shelter. Shu Yuer and others stood by the lake, staring at the crack in the alien world with worried looks. As people with special abilities, they could clearly feel the energy released from the rifts in the other world. Now that Fang Ge is not here, they seem to have lost their backbone. Once the rift in the other world appears, the situation Fang Ge described will really occur. They really don't know how to deal with it. However, there was only one person who did not feel any crisis. That was Bao Shangru. She was by the lake at the moment, kicking the water carefree. Third brother, look over there, there's a lake. What's wrong with having a lake? Isn't it normal for a park to have a lake? There's someone by the lake. There's someone. Could they be ambushing us? Lu San was shocked. He didn't want to be caught again. It doesn't look like that. It looks like a group of women. Woman. Yes, that's right, they are all women. When he heard the word woman, Lu San's eyes lit up. Damn, brothers, why are you hiding in the woods? Go to the lake and use these women as hostages.
A series of plans suddenly emerged in Lu San's mind. Not only did he want to use these women as hostages, he also wanted to use them to capture the policewoman named Xiao.
Then drag them all into the woods.
Lu San and his group soon arrived at the lake. When they saw the appearance of the women by the lake, their eyes widened.
Oh my god! What's going on? They're all beautiful women. Have all the beauties from Yunqing come here to party? Both her figure and appearance are top-notch. Two of the women are the best of the best.
They were drooling at the sight. This caused a strong natural reaction in the bodies of these guys who hadn't eaten meat for a long time.
He. Is God taking pity on me, Lu San, for being single for so long? So many beauties were sent here at once. I'm afraid I'll never meet one of these women in my lifetime. Look, there's a big house over there. It looks very sturdy. I see.
These women must be seeking refuge here.
Ha, there's actually a house. Brothers, I'm afraid we won't be able to sleep tonight, he.
The other fugitives immediately understood the meaning of Lu San's words.
Third brother, one night is not enough. I can keep them awake for 3 days and 3 nights, he.
The fugitives present were already starting to get excited. At this time, Xiaoling had already rushed over from not far away.
Oh no, why is there someone here?
Xiaoling hurriedly shouted, "You guys!
Run!
These guys are all fugitives who kill without blinking an eye.
Third brother, this bitch is chasing us."
Upon hearing this, Lu San hurriedly grabbed Bao Shangru, who was closest to him. "Mr. Xiao, I'm warning you not to come any closer, or I'll strangle this girl to death."
Oh no, I'm a step too late.
Xiaoling raised her pistol and pointed it at Lu San.
Lu San, surrender and don't hurt innocent people. Ha, Mr. Xiao, what naive nonsense are you talking about? Lu San sneered disdainfully.
"Bitch, put your gun down, or all the women here will be buried with me."
You bastards. Xiaoling is not a fool.
Once she puts down her gun, she is afraid that everyone will fall into the hands of these people.
Hateful. What's wrong with these women? Cloud City is so chaotic, why would they appear in a place like this?
And, this little girl was kidnapped, why aren't these people worried at all?
Officer Xiao, what are you still hesitating about? Are you going to watch these women die in front of you? This bitch is also very pretty. It would be even more perfect if I could take her down too. Put the gun down now. Lu San threatened again. The distance is too far, and this position might hit the little girl. I have to find a way to get closer. Lu San, as long as you don't hurt them, I can let you go.
At this time, Xiaoling slowly moved forward.
Don't move. Lu San seemed to see Xiaoling's intention. Let us go?
Bitch, it seems you don't understand the situation. You guys, bring those beautiful ladies here too.
Let's see what Officer Xiao will choose.
As soon as Lu San finished speaking, the other fugitives immediately took action.
Because they couldn't hold back any longer.
Just as they surrounded Shu Yuer and others and were about to attack, the ground suddenly began to shake.
Immediately afterwards, a dazzling red light shone from the alien world crack across the lake. Then, dense swarms of black beetles appeared. They are like ants swarming out, endless. Monsters! Those monsters again! Oh my god! Weren't those monsters completely eliminated? Why did they appear again? Run! Are you still waiting to die here?
When their lives were at stake, Lu San and his group of fugitives no longer cared about these delicate beauties.
Prepare to run away.
But at this moment, Xiaoling suddenly blocked their way.
Don't run, or I'll shoot. You bitch, are you crazy?
We'll all die when these monsters get here.
You all deserve to die. Follow me back to the police station, or none of you will escape. Third brother, forget about this bitch, let's just run away and see what she can do. Don't move, or I'll really shoot. Xiaoling held the pistol firmly and had already started pulling the trigger. There was a loud bang of a gunshot. Lu San and his group of fugitives were suddenly shocked. Shit, we didn't move, and this bitch started shooting.
All of them felt their bodies and found that none of them had been shot.
What's going on?
The fugitives looked confused. Xiaoling didn't understand what was going on at this moment.
She clearly didn't fire a gun, so how could there be a gunshot? But they soon found out. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots attracted their attention.
Several women who were originally very fragile were holding pistols and shooting at the monsters continuously.
Although their shooting skills are not particularly accurate,
but they seem to be very clear about the monster's weaknesses and could definitely kill a monster with just a few shots.
How do these people get guns? Could it be that they are from the military? No.
He doesn't look like one, and he doesn't have the temperament of a soldier at all.
There can't be so many beautiful women in the army.
Xiaoling was very confused at this moment. She also observed that these people didn't seem to have changed their magazines.
This is too unbelievable.
In addition to the women who fired guns, Xiaoling also noticed a girl. I saw her waving her hands in front of her. Then I saw the monster that was originally rushing towards me suddenly turn around and deal with its own kind.
This girl can do magic? Chapter 38. Why don't you ask Fang Ge? At the same time, there is a magical phenomenon. There seemed to be an invisible wall in front of these women.
All the black beetles that came within 5 meters were cut in half. Then an even more shocking scene occurred. The little girl who looked the most fragile. A man rushed towards the monsters without fear. She jumped high and then slammed into the group of monsters like a cannonball.
There was a loud boom. Piles of monsters were shaken into the sky.
The sky was filled with broken limbs and arms, pouring down like rain. Those monsters were like tofu in front of this girl, breaking into pieces at the slightest touch. The girl could kill more than a dozen monsters with just one strike. Even the silver monster that appeared behind her couldn't block her punch.
Seeing the women's performance, the fugitives felt a chill down their spines. I originally thought she was a weak and easily bullied woman.
But I didn't expect that they were all cold-blooded monster killers.
Especially Lu San.
He even dared to hold the most terrifying little girl hostage. Thinking of this, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Under the violent output of the gentle Lu Liansha,
the number of monsters decreased visibly. The monsters coming out of the cracks could no longer keep up with the speed at which they were eliminated. And there seems to be no fog appearing in this crack. As time went by, a huge golden beetle appeared. As soon as it appeared, Bao Shangru faced it. Bao Shangru punched the golden beetle.
The golden beetle suddenly rolled over, and its huge body pressed down all the beetles along the way, crushing them to pieces. But the golden beetle did not seem to be greatly harmed. After it got up, it emitted a ray of death towards the bag. Bao Shangru managed to dodge it. Fortunately, she had seen this move before, otherwise she would most likely be injured. Bao Shangru continued to punch the golden beetle. The golden beetle got up and continued to shoot death rays. This cycle repeats itself, and for the time being, neither can do anything to the other. If this continues, the golden beetle will definitely be the loser in the end. But if there is the first golden beetle, there will definitely be a second one. After a while, 3 huge golden figures appeared at the exit of the rift in the alien world. The appearance of these 3 golden beetles immediately made the women feel pressured. Bao Shangru punched a golden beetle that had just appeared and sent it flying. But then another golden beetle fired its death ray. After Bao Shangru dodged one, she had to take care of the other one. In this way, she could only restrain 2 golden beetles. The other 2 began to move towards the women. The nearest golden beetle has already arrived in the lake. The women were already very close to the attack range of the death ray. The next second, the golden beetle suddenly stopped. Then his body kept twisting, and his mind seemed to be resisting something. It is Song Yao's special ability. With her current supernatural powers, she can only barely restrain the golden beetle, and it won't work any longer. There is only one golden beetle left. Lu Liansha took action. Unfortunately, her weapon could not break the golden beetle's defense. But Fang Ge had not yet had the chance to tell her the golden beetle's weakness. Although the golden beetle didn't know what was attacking it, it seemed to have no effect on it. Just as the golden beetle was about to launch a death ray, a tiny black crack appeared out of thin air on the golden beetle. Cracks began to appear in the beetle's shell. As the black cracks continued to expand, the golden beetle's shell finally couldn't bear it anymore and a big hole appeared, accompanied by a shrill wail. The golden beetle's entire body split into 2 halves. When Xin Xianing saw the golden beetle die in such a way, she immediately realized that this was Shu Yuer's special ability.
She was very curious at the moment. Why did Shu Yuer's abilities improve so dramatically in such a short period of time?
She also observed that Shu Yuer seemed to still have some energy left. Lu San and his group of fugitives were also shocked when they saw the scene. Lu San had also seen this kind of superpower when he was in prison. At that time, there was a silver monster that was killing people wantonly in the prison.
When almost no one can do anything about it.
One of the inmates suddenly exerted a magical power and split the silver monster in half.
Although the abilities seem different, the effects are quite shocking.
In Xiaoling's eyes, these women looked weaker than each other. But their attacks were more terrifying than each other. I don't know how these terrifying women gathered together.
Shu Yuer attacked again and quickly killed another golden beetle in the lake.
At this time, Fang Ge, who was still flying in the air, received the message that the golden beetle was killed twice in a row. In such a short time, she killed 2 golden beetles.
Shu Yuer's ability is indeed very powerful.
But we have to hurry, the golden beetle has appeared, which means the giant beast bug is about to come out.
The fog below spread out again.
There was the rustling sound of hordes of monsters in the fog. Even Ling Miaoyu, who was in the air, could hear it clearly. She was very grateful at this moment. If Fang Ge hadn't appeared and saved her, she would probably have fallen into the mouths of these monsters.
She couldn't help but secretly glance at Fang Ge.
The man in front of her had a new place in her heart. After killing the second golden beetle, Shu Yuer also became exhausted. When her legs went weak, Shen Xianing supported her in time.
Thank you, Sister Qian Ning.
Yuer, how come you've become so powerful in just a few days?
Well, why don't you ask Fang Ge?
Looking at Shu Yuer's expression of being unable to speak,
Shen Xianing understood immediately, and the two of them fell into an inexplicable awkwardness. Does it mean that every time I improve my superpowers, I can only look for Fang Ge? This promotion method is too weird.
Thinking of the feeling she had when communicating with Fang Ge before, Shen Xianing's face gradually turned red.
During the conversation between the two women, the remaining 2 golden beetles were also badly injured after Bao Shangrou's repeated attacks.
It is only a matter of time before they are eliminated. Just when the women thought the crisis was about to pass,
a huge black shadow stretched out from the crack in the alien world.
The shape of this black shadow is about the same size as a golden beetle. Seeing the size of the black shadow, the women breathed a sigh of relief. They felt that if they worked together, they should be able to defeat this new monster.
But in the next second,
the back part of the monster slowly moved out from the crack. A monster that covered the sky and the sun appeared before everyone. Only then did they realize that the small black shadow was just the monster's calf. This heavy feeling of oppression caused a trace of despair to appear in the hearts of the women.
It's over. It's over. This really is the end of the world. Who can kill this kind of monster?
The fugitives like Lu San were so frightened that they dared not move.
Chapter 39. Do you really think you have an iron kidney and iron waist?
Xiaoling's heart was also filled with despair at this time.
She was very surprised by the extraordinary abilities of the women.
It would be difficult to find anyone among humans who could surpass them. But the monster that appeared at the end was really frustrating.
Only by dispatching heavy human troops can we defeat this monster. But how many heavy armored troops does humanity have? How many of these monsters are there? In the fog, all electronic equipment has failed. How much combat effectiveness can the heavy armored troops retain?
Moreover, the human heavy armored troops are probably still trapped in the fog at this moment.
But these monsters can move freely. Fang Ge, why haven't you come back yet? If you don't come back, we'll be in danger.
At this moment, only Shu Yuer and Shen Xianing believed that only Fang Ge's appearance could resolve the crisis. Yuer, go back to the shelter with everyone first.
No, Xiao is still being haunted by the monster. If anything happens to her, Fang Ge might blame us.
The giant worm moved, and in one step it reached the middle of the lake. It only needed to take one more step to reach the top of Shu Yuer and the others.
Fang Ge, where are you? At this extremely critical moment,
Shu Yuer could only keep repeating Fang Ge's name in her heart.
Why, you miss your man after just a short while?
A voice suddenly sounded in Shu Yuer's mind.
Ha? Is this Fang Ge's voice? Fang Ge, is that you? Where are you?
Shu Yuer looked around but didn't see Fang Ge at all.
Xianxianing, Yuer, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly calling Fang Ge's name? It's Fanggu, I heard his voice. What? Why didn't I hear it? No, I clearly heard it. Don't look for me, I'm right above your heads. Fang Ge's voice appeared in Shu Yuer's mind again. Fanggu said he's in heaven. In the sky?
Shu Yuer and Xianxianing looked up at the sky at the same time.
Sure enough, they found a black dot 1,000 meters in the sky. They were very familiar with the figure of this black spot, it was Fanggu. At this time, the black spot in the sky emitted a bright light. It began to slowly fall towards the direction of the giant beast worm. When the giant beast worm was about to take another step, the speed of the light suddenly increased. From a distance, it looks like a shooting star in the night sky. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 100 meters away from the giant beast worm. Only then did everyone notice this unusual scene. The giant beast worm seemed to sense something as it looked up. The meteor turned into a huge beam of light. The entire sky was illuminated into daylight. There was only a vast expanse of white before everyone's eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the light faded away. When everyone regained their sight, a figure slowly walked towards them. Behind him, the despairing giant beast had been split into two. Shu Yuer looked at Fanggu approaching and originally wanted to pounce on him to relieve her fear. But she found that he was holding a woman in his arms. Moreover, this woman is very beautiful, comparable to Xianxianing. Humph. Stinky man, stinky Fanggu. Every time he goes out, he brings a woman home, and they are all beautiful women. Do you really think you have iron kidneys and iron waist? Tired you to death. Shu Yuer felt a surge of anger in her heart. Shu Yuer, you've become bolder again, haven't you? You actually dare to scold me. It seems I have to find a time to make you understand what the Master's Majesty is. Fang Ge's voice suddenly came into Shu Yuer's mind, which scared her. What's going on? Fang Ge, how do you know what I'm thinking? He, because your body and soul have signed a contract with me that will last until death. We two have become one, indistinguishable from each other. When Shu Yuer heard Fang Ge say that they had merged into one, her face immediately turned red. Bah, who will be loyal to you until death? Although Shu Yuer spoke stubbornly, she was very happy in her heart. Although there are more and more women around Fang Ge, but she is always Fang Ge's first woman, and the first woman who has a soul connection with him. And, you should wash yourself clean and wait at night. This time I'll let you see whether I have a strong waist and strong kidneys, and see if you can tire me to death. When Shu Yuer heard this, her originally red face suddenly turned pale. My legs also began to tremble constantly. She hurriedly begged for mercy in her heart, but unfortunately Fang Ge did not respond to her. A punchline? When Xianxianing saw the person in Fang Ge's arms, she immediately called out a name. I heard someone calling my name. Ling Niaoyu, who was still clinging to Fang Ge's arms, stood up in a hurry. Xianning? Why are you here? They both asked this question at the same time. It was Fanggu who saved me and brought me here. The two answered each other's questions at the same time. Fanggu, do you two know each other? Yes, our two families have been family friends since our grandfather's time. Yes, Xianning and I were playmates when we were little. We only separated after college. Since you two know each other, you can chat first. I'll go bring Xiaro back. After Fanggu finished speaking, he turned around and jumped. In an instant, he appeared beside Bao Shangru. The golden beetle is indeed tough, and Bao Shangru's attacks can never deal it a fatal blow. Fanggu exchanged for a pair of special boxing gloves and threw them to Bao Shangru. Xiaoro, go on. Bao Shangru took the gloves and put them on. He punched the golden beetle again, and its body exploded instantly. Seeing this, the other golden beetle actually started to run away. Unfortunately, the speed was too slow and he was wrapped up and thrown away. A punch blasted into the sky, and immediately blood and flesh rained down. After dealing with the two golden beetles, Bao Shangru immediately pounced on Fanggu. Brother Fang, I'm so hungry. Fanggu heard this. He immediately took out a giant sausage, stuffed it into Baora's mouth, and let her eat it slowly. Fanggu came to the side of the alien world crack. There were some beetles gathered around, but he killed them all with just a casual blow. No mist dissipated from the crack, only monsters came out. It seems that what I took away last time was the mist crystal. There are usually 3 crystals in the alien world rift.
Two of them are monster teleportation crystals, and the other one is the mist crystal that Fang Ge took away last time. When all three crystals are removed, the crack disappears. This crack cannot be fixed for the time being. Because of the guardian beast in the innermost part, Fang Ge estimated that he was no match for it. Afterwards, Fang Ge brought Bao Shanru back to the girls. He discovered that they were controlling some people Fang Ge had never seen before.
When Fang Ge came over,
Lu San and other fugitives subconsciously stepped back a little.
Even Xiaoling couldn't help but take a step back.
They had just seen with their own eyes that this man fell from the sky and split the horrible monster in half with one sword.
This overwhelming sense of oppression made them feel fear involuntarily.
After Fang Ge briefly understood the situation through Shu Yuer, he said, "That's it.
Why keep it?" Chapter 40 I have a big secret.
When they heard that Fang Ge was going to kill them, the fugitives immediately knelt down and called out for mercy.
Unfortunately, Fang Ge didn't want to pay attention to them. "Yuer, you take care of them." "Ah. No. No, I've never done that before. I don't dare."
When Shu Yuer heard Fang Ge calling her out, she panicked and shook her head quickly.
"If you don't take action, the punishment tonight will be doubled."
Fang Ge used his consciousness to communicate with Shu Yuer, but Shu Yuer completely ignored him.
Shu Yuer just stuck out her tongue and thought, "It doesn't matter, she can't stand it whether it's doubled or not."
Shu Yuer couldn't do it, so Fang Ge looked at Xin Xianing and Ling Miaoyu again. The two of them didn't have the courage to shoot anyone, especially Song Yuyan and Song Yiyao.
It's over. Has the Tianzhou account been ruined all these days? Even people don't dare. Fang Ge looked at Bao Shanru again. "Never mind, it's too young, I'll talk about it later."
Fang Ge wanted to decide the life and death of these prisoners with just a casual remark. This was obviously unacceptable to Xiaoling.
She stood up immediately. "No. I want to take them back and let them face legal punishment.
And since you're illegally in possession of firearms, you have to come with me." Although Xiaoling's words were well reasoned, she lacked any courage in her last sentence. Obviously, this was due to her professional ethics, and she said it like a conditioned reflex. Xiaoling's act of stopping him made Fang Ge turn his gaze towards her.
Just now in the air, the system prompted that Tianzhou was here.
Fang Ge was still wondering why there was a Tianzhou in his family who had not signed a contract. It turns out that it was delivered to my door on its own initiative.
Xiaoling graceful and graceful. Age, 24. Appearance, 9.6. Physical fitness, 10. Life skills, 0. Superpower, unawakened. She's really good looking. I never thought there would be such a beautiful policewoman in the police station. Law? Don't you want to see what the world is like now? Where does the law still exist? Looking around, there is no fog and no monster invasion except here.
Fog had begun to fill the distance, and the roars of monsters could be heard everywhere.
After saying that, Fang Ge raised his knife and executed a fugitive. "Stop. How can you execute these people at will?"
Xiaoling immediately raised her gun and pointed it at Fang Ge. "Seeing my strength with my own eyes, yet you dare to point a gun at me.
Is this woman stupid, or is there something wrong with her brain?"
The damage caused by this type of firearm is no longer meaningful to Fang Ge now.
"Since they wanted to hurt my woman, they deserve this fate." After saying that, Fang Ge executed another one. "You."
Xiaoling held the gun, but did not dare to shoot.
"Aren't you afraid of being punished by the nation after the monsters are eliminated?" She knew that guns probably couldn't do anything to Fang Ge, so she tried to reason with him. "Liquidation? Then let me tell you a cruel truth.
From this day forward, everything you rely on, including your police department, will cease to exist. From this moment on, mankind will enter its darkest hour.
Everyone's desires will be infinitely magnified.
If these fugitives were allowed to escape, the harm they would pose to humanity would be no less than that of the monsters." After Fang Ge said this, he executed another person. He not only said these words to Xiaoling, but also to the women behind him.
One day, they will face more of them.
They must be made to accept as soon as possible that the world has changed.
No, how is that possible? The monster will definitely be destroyed. I don't believe you.
Xiaoling really couldn't accept what Fang Ge said.
Don't believe it? Then open your eyes and take a good look.
At this time, Fang Ge pointed in a direction.
Everyone looked over. I saw a skyscraper in that direction. Immediately afterwards, bursts of roars were heard from the bottom of the skyscraper.
Then the building began to shake.
In less than 5 minutes, the entire building collapsed with a loud bang. Such things are happening in many places in Yuncheng. Giant beasts like the one just now are everywhere in Cloud City. Can your laws and your police department stop it? Swish. Another fugitive was chopped in half by Fang Ge. You clearly possess such powerful strength, why can't you step forward and save this city? Xiaoling was no longer able to refute at this point, but she still couldn't help but question Fang Ge. Save the city? Do you think of me as your savior? You overestimate my strength. I'm not one of those soldiers. I'm not that great. I'm not willing to sacrifice myself to save this city. I just want to protect the people around me now. When Fang Ge said that he just wanted to protect the people around him, the girls behind him felt warm in their hearts. Xiaoling looked at the woman behind Fang Ge, and suddenly a trace of envy arose in her heart. At this time, Fang Ge had already come to the last fugitive named Lu San. Just as he was about to raise his knife, Lu San suddenly shouted, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I have a secret, a big secret." Secret? Not interested. What big secrets could such a small minion have? Fang Ge's expression was cold, and he was about to continue his attack after he finished speaking. Lu San hurriedly said, "Wait, my secret is related to the Salvation Society." Oh? The Savior Society? Fang Ge showed a hint of surprise. Seeing hope, Lu San quickly said, "Yes, it is the Salvation Society. If you don't kill me, I am willing to tell you this secret. Don't think you can negotiate terms with me just by mentioning the name of the Salvation Society. Tell me quickly, or I'll kill you right away." Fang Ge's ruthless killing forced Lu San to reveal a little more information. This secret is related to the eldest daughter of the Ling family and Officer Shao. Hearing this, Ling Niaoyu immediately showed a puzzled expression. Xiao Ling was also very confused at this time. This was the first time she had heard of the Salvation Society, and she didn't understand why this secret was related to her. If you want me to tell you, you have to spare my life, otherwise I will never tell you even if I die. Lu San was also determined to take the risk. He had to take this gamble. Fang Ge glanced at Xiao Ling, then turned back to look at Ling Niaoyu. At the same time, Ling Niaoyu and Xiao Ling also looked at Fang Ge. Tell me, I promise not to kill you. And those women behind you can't kill me either. Lu San was cautious and continued to make requests. No problem, I promise they won't do anything. After getting the promise, Lu San finally felt relieved. Officer Shao, it wasn't me who killed your sister. Xiao Ling showed an expression of disbelief. What? Not you? That's right, I'm just a scapegoat. The one who really killed your sister was the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Tianlang. The Zhao family is the second largest family in Yuncheng after the Ling family. Chapter 41 Superpower Rampage. Nonsense. I have nothing to do with the Zhao family. Why would he want to harm my sister? What evidence do you have? I have no proof, but this is what I heard with my own ears. Lu San continued to explain. I was helping the Zhao family deal with the body and overheard a conversation between the Zhao family's head and another person. They were originally going to arrest you, but they caught your sister by mistake. When Fang Ge heard Lu San mention Zhao Tianlang, he already felt that the news might be true. Then why did the Zhao family arrest Officer Shao? Fang Ge asked. Well, I didn't dare to linger at the time, and I didn't hear the rest of the content clearly. I just vaguely heard something about a special physique, something about sacrifice. And they seem to have another target, the eldest daughter of the Ling family. Fang Ge, what did he mean when he said the Zhao family wanted to arrest me? Ling Niaoyu came to Fang Ge's side at this time. This person is actually the eldest daughter of the Ling family, the rumored number one daughter of Yuncheng. No one expected that the person involved, the most powerful figure in Yuncheng, was also here. Do you remember those names Bakun mentioned? Remember. Zhao Tianlang is one of them, one of the deacons of the Salvation Society. It seems they want to obtain something through some ritual. And you and Xiao Ling might be the sacrifices. Fang Ge made a rough guess based on this information. What? How can there be such an evil ritual in this world? Judging from the serious expression on Fang Ge's face, Xiao Ling has begun to believe what Lu San said.
She didn't expect that her sister was indirectly killed by her. That day, she tried to discipline her sister, which led to a quarrel between them. Then her sister left home in anger and secretly drove away her car. When I saw him again, he was already a corpse.
I have already told you what I know in secret. And every word is true. Can you let me go now?
Okay, go ahead.
Fang Ge responded to Lu San expressionlessly.
Lu San felt as if he had been pardoned. He stood up and ran out of the Central Park.
Fang Ge, do you really want to let this kind of person go? Ling Niuyu asked. Since we promised not to kill him, we must keep our promise.
But unfortunately, he missed one person.
She didn't say she wouldn't kill him. Anyone else? Ling Niuyu looked around at everyone and found that they were all there. Lianxia, go ahead. Fang Ge just said something to an empty space.
Lu San had already run to the park entrance at this time. These damn bitches, wait until I get back to the Zhao family. Tell the Zhao family about Xiao Ling and the Ling family's eldest daughter, and let them deal with you.
Once I capture these women, I'm sure the Zhao family will reward me with one, hee.
Thinking of those incredibly beautiful women, Lu San felt hot all over.
Whoosh! It was as if a cool breeze blew, followed by a dizzying feeling.
Lu San touched his neck and found it was chilly.
After that, he knew nothing.
At this time, Shu Yuer and the others had already returned to Tianjiao shelter.
Come on, Xiao Ling, follow me back to the shelter. Why, do you order me around? Where else can you go? How could Fang Ge let go of Tianjiao, who was right at his fingertips? I'm going back to the police station and join them in fighting these monsters.
With your current strength, you'll be torn to pieces by those monsters as soon as you leave this park.
You'd better come with me first. Why go and die in vain? Even if I die, I will go back to help them. How stubborn. Lianxia, take her back. This was the second time Fang Ge had called this name.
Xiao Ling looked confused. There were no other three people present except her and Fang Ge.
But the next second,
she felt a faint fragrance behind her. Then, a slender hand wrapped around her waist. She was startled, and just as she was about to raise her gun and turn around, she found a sharp blade hanging on her neck. Her gun had been neatly cut into two pieces. Only then did Xiao Ling understand who this Lianxia was.
Lianxia, put her in the detention room first. You.
Xiao Ling wanted to say something, but the sword on her neck prevented her from speaking.
Fang Ge planned to let Xiao Ling calm down for a few days before making any decision. Inside Tianjiao shelter. As soon as Fang Ge walked into the house, he saw Xin Xianing walking towards him in a panic. Fang Ge, come and see Niuyu. What happened to her? I don't know.
She was fine just now, but suddenly her whole body started to feel hot and she started talking nonsense. This Fire Phoenix girl is his ultimate weapon, so nothing must happen to her.
Fang Ge hurriedly walked up to Ling Niuyu.
He touched her forehead with his hand and found that it was indeed very hot and was still getting hotter. Just as Fang Ge was about to investigate further, Ling Niuyu suddenly pounced on him. Then he hugged and touched her with his hands, and rubbed his face against Fang Ge.
What's going on here? This Yunqing's #1 daughter is way too enthusiastic. Blushing, unconscious. Why was I drugged again? It doesn't make sense. No one else here could have given this kind of medicine except me. Fang Ge, what's going on with Niuyu? Xin Xianing asked with some concern.
Oh, it's okay, she might have been drugged.
Drug? What drug? It's one of those drugs that makes you feel really high and want to be embarrassed. Why was Niuyu given this drug? We don't have this kind of medicine here.
Besides, there's no way we girls would feed this medicine to Niuyu.
I'm also confused.
Logically, I've already detoxified her, why is she still?
Fang Ge was wondering what was going on when he looked up.
He found that Xin Xianing and others were staring at him with suspicious eyes, and even the invisible Lu Lianxia cast a look of contempt at him.
No, why are you looking at me? I didn't drug you.
Although Fang Ge tried his best to explain. But based on what Xin Xianing and the others knew about Fang Ge, they seemed to not believe it at all. Fang Ge was speechless and had to explain with actions.
Cleansing technique. A soft light enveloped Ling Niuyu. After a while, the light disappeared. Fang Ge thought it would have immediate results.
But the next second, Ling Niuyu suddenly let out a sound of pain, and the situation became even worse.
Fang Ge, what's going on? Why did Miao Yu suddenly become so upset?
Fang Ge was also very confused at this time. Moreover, when he was performing the healing technique just now, he felt that his energy was being devoured by Ling Miaoyu's body. When he was about to use the system to check Ling Miaoyu, currently in the process of awakening superpowers, unable to view information. This wouldn't happen even if the superpowers were awakened. System, is there something wrong with this woman's awakening of her superpowers? Host, the supernatural power in this woman's body, mixed with a certain drug, has caused it to go out of control.
So is there any way to solve this runaway problem?
A medium is needed to guide this supernatural power.
Medium? What medium?
The host will experience it for himself.
Fang Ge. Chapter 42 Shaoling next door. This damn system doesn't even explain itself clearly. What can I do?
Fang Ge felt that Ling Miaoyu's body temperature seemed to be getting higher and higher.
Fang Ge. Why is smoke coming out of your body?
Shin Xianing suddenly screamed.
Smoke? No. This isn't smoke, this is fire.
Fang Ge found that his and Ling Miaoyu's clothes could no longer withstand the temperature.
No. We have to put her in the water quickly. Fang Ge's first thought was the water on the third floor.
When he was halfway there, he suddenly remembered that this was the Fire Phoenix girl's supernatural fire. No matter how much water there is, it will be evaporated by her.
By then, I'm afraid even the entire Tianjiao shelter will be burned down by her. Oh, right.
There's another place that might be able to control her supernatural powers.
Underground confinement room. Clang. Fang Ge kicked open the door of the underground confinement room.
Then he walked in holding Ling Miaoyu. At this moment, Ling Miaoyu's whole body was glowing red.
The next second after the two of them entered, flames emerged from Ling Miaoyu's body. Then, the clothes on the two men also caught fire. Fortunately, Fang Ge's body broke through the first layer of shackles. In addition to the spiritual power to resist, otherwise he really couldn't withstand Ling Miaoyu's supernatural fire.
After arriving at the confinement room, Fang Ge found that it was indeed effective, but it was only suppressive. Ling Miaoyu's temperature was still rising, and the range of the flames was getting larger and larger, but it was becoming very slow. And Ling Miaoyu seemed to be getting more and more uncomfortable. She squeezed Fang Ge tighter and tighter, wishing she could rub herself deep into Fang Ge's vagina. How could Fang Ge bear this, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He was afraid that once he started, Ling Miaoyu's condition would become even worse. Then it might be too late for him to run away, and if a piece of it is burned, it would be a big disaster. But Ling Miaoyu didn't give Fang Ge time to think, and her subsequent behavior became more and more excessive. This was intolerable for Fang Ge. Looking at Ling Miaoyu in front of him, she had lost her mind and was only driven by instinct. Fang Ge made up his mind. Forget it. Just go for it. While I can still resist her flames, I might as well become a fire warrior. Ling Miaoyu. I've made a huge sacrifice this time to save you. You must remember to repay me well in the future. Xiaoling from next door, when she was just sent here. She found many torture instruments here. Although she couldn't understand what they were, they definitely couldn't be good things. She was still thinking about how to escape from here. Suddenly there was a loud bang, which scared her. She thought the man was going to torture her. But after a while, I found that no one came to take care of me. Moreover, the temperature in the confinement room was originally very cool. But someone came in just now. She felt that the temperature of the entire confinement room seemed to be rising continuously. It was so hot that she was sweating. If there wasn't someone around, she would even want to completely release herself and cool down completely. Just when she was confused and wanted to knock on the door and shout. Suddenly, a voice came from next door, making people blush. This voice belongs to that man from before, and the eldest daughter of the Ling family. Bah! This man is really not a good person. And how could the number one daughter of Yunqing do such a thing with a man from outside, and in a place like this? Was she forced by this man? Soul contract progress 1%. Soul contract progress 2%. Soul contract progress 3%. 2 hours later. Life skills +1. Soul contract progress 20%. Host, are you forced to sign the contract? Yes. Contract failed. The target has not yet regained consciousness. Ling Miaoyu in front of him had a face as red as an apple. I don't know if it was caused by the surging blood and energy, or by her supernatural flame. In short, Fang Ge now breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Miaoyu's violent ability did not continue to worsen. His peace was saved. It seems that the method is correct, but we still need to keep up the efforts.
Soul contract progress 22%. Soul contract progress 27%. 2 hours later. Life skills +1. Soul contract progress 50%. Host, are you forced to sign the contract? Yes. Contract failed. The target has not yet regained consciousness. Why hasn't he regained consciousness yet? It seems the problem is really serious. This time, let's use a chain to see how it works. The chains of the confinement room, which had not moved for a long time, suddenly made an inexplicable sound again. Soul contract progress 55%. Soul contract progress 88%. 2 hours later. Life skills +1. Soul contract progress 100%. Host, the soul contract progress has reached 100%. Do you want to make a soul contract with the other party? We were able to make a soul contract so quickly, and this is only the third time. This is skipping the first contract directly. Yes, the system will quickly carry out the soul contract. But it may not be successful the first time. Both parties have agreed to begin the soul contract. Agreed. Fang Ge was a little bit unbelieving. However, at this time, the two consciousnesses had begun to slowly approach each other. These two consciousnesses seem very strange. But after coming into contact with each other, they merged very quickly. In just a short while, the two consciousnesses merged into one. A wonderful connection was instantly formed between the two souls. Soul fusion is successful, a contract has been established that will last until death, and the conditions for dual cultivation have been met. Successfully contracted Tianjiao, rewarded with a lucky draw. Congratulations on winning the magic skill. Sparkling magic. Contract a Tianjiao awakening and receive a superpower pill. Contract 7 beauties and receive 700 gold coins and 70 alien crystals every day. Next stage task progress, 710. Is this a success? Fang Ge originally thought that the second person to make a soul contract with him would be Xin Xianing. I didn't expect it to be Ling Miaoyu. So has her sanity recovered now, or not? Before Fang Ge could think about it, Ling Miaoyu took the initiative. In that case, Fang Ge will no longer be polite. Xiao Ling next door was suffering. The entire underground confinement room was filled with magical sounds and witty words. The temperature also fluctuates, sometimes it is hot like summer and sometimes it is cool like autumn. And the sound of chains scraping against the floor continued all night long. It wasn't until the third day that things started to ease. Life skills +12. Sea of consciousness +12. In the confinement room of Fang Ge and Ling Miaoyu. On the floor, beautiful hair spread out like a waterfall. Ling Miaoyu's skin, which had been burned like fire, has completely returned to normal. Ling Miaoyu had regained consciousness long ago, but she didn't dare to move at this moment. When she communicated with Fang Ge's soul before, her mind returned to normal. But I was in shackles at the time, in that situation. In addition, the restlessness of the supernatural fire in her body made her very proactive. So, he was too embarrassed to admit it, so he continued to pretend to be unconscious. Later, when the fire of supernatural power in the body subsided, he found his surroundings in a mess, but was too embarrassed to speak, so he continued to pretend. Fang Ge actually knew every move of Ling Miaoyu. He didn't point it out and continued to pretend with her. During this period, in order to help Ling Miaoyu hold on, Fang Ge fed her several strengthening pills. As a result, one dared not speak and the other was unwilling to speak. This went on for 3 days. Chapter 43 Phoenix rising from the fire. Ling Miaoyu. Ling Miaoyu was very confused as to why someone was calling her in her mind. Miss Ling. That voice is Fang Ge? Why is Fang Ge's voice in my head? Yes, that's my voice. Our souls have merged together, so we can communicate telepathically. Ms. Ling, are you planning to stay here with me and not go out? At this moment, Fang Ge suddenly touched Ling Miaoyu's hair. Why did you start, again? Ling Miaoyu responded in her trembling consciousness. If you still don't want to get up, then I'll continue. No. No, how can I get up if you don't give me something to rely on? Next second. A lace suspender dress fell on Ling Miaoyu. Ling Miaoyu quickly picked it up and turned around. He tidied things up in a secretive and covert manner. Ha, Miss Ling, I've looked inside and out more than a dozen times. Fang Ge conveyed his consciousness again. Ling Miaoyu didn't think about anything, her face was as red as a peach. Looking at Ling Miaoyu's perfect back, Fang Ge checked her condition. Ling Miaoyu, a stunning beauty. Age, 22. Appearance, 9.9. Physical fitness, 27. Life skills, 12. Superpower, Phoenix rising from the ashes mutation level. Soul contract progress, 100%. As expected of one of the 10 great beauties, she gains mutant-level superpowers upon awakening. After Ling Miaoyu tidied herself up, the two of them left the ground confinement room. These two men and women finally left. Xiao Ling suddenly felt that the cold confinement room had turned into a paradise. After leaving the basement, Fang Ge took Ling Miaoyu and flew directly outside. Ling Miaoyu, Fang Ge, where are you taking me? Go test your abilities. Superpowers, are you saying that I have become a superpowered person? That's right. How did I become a mutant? Ling Miaoyu was a little curious, but Fang Ge's next words made her curiosity disappear. If you really want to know, you can think carefully about what happened in the past 3 days. When Ling Miaoyu heard this, she immediately blushed. Fang Ge didn't let her go. He bit her earlobe and continued, do you know how much risk I took in the past 3 days to allow you to awaken your superpowers comfortably? Ling Miaoyu blushed even more at this time. After a long while, he responded, thank you. This woman is so easy to talk to. He was bullied for 3 days, yet he still thanked me. Who would have believed that such a well-behaved woman was actually the #1 lady in Yuncheng? Fang Ge. What's up? My stomach. Ling Miaoyu was seen touching her belly with her hand. Then he stammered, looking as if he couldn't speak. You're not pregnant. Before Ling Miaoyu could finish her words, Fang Ge answered her doubts. How do you know what I'm going to ask? Because it's based on experience. Ahem. Our souls have long been connected, so I naturally know what you're thinking. Oh. Then why does my stomach feel bloated and keeps rolling around? This is where your body's special abilities are stored. Fang Ge gave her some knowledge about superpowers and taught her how to use them. Next, let's find a target and test your abilities. Police Department. Lao Zhang, are you okay? Don't worry, you won't die. Fortunately, Lao Zhao suddenly showed his strength, otherwise I would have to explain myself today. Hey, Lao Zhao, this is something called awakening. I saw someone online before, saying that people like you who have awakened are called psychics. It seems so. 3 middle-aged police officers were smoking and slumped in the corner of the police station. It seems like there's no way we can kill all these damn monsters. If the police department hadn't had sufficient ammunition, I'm afraid we would have been defeated long ago. Hey, life is already so difficult here, what about the ordinary people? Where's Xiaoling? Why haven't I seen her these days? After the kid went off on his own to chase the fugitives, these monsters appeared. Oh, this child is so stubborn, I hope she is okay. Don't worry, this kid is pretty smart. He should be fine if he finds a place to hide. Hopefully, this situation is difficult. The 3 of them sighed. Oh no! Captain Zhang, Captain Liu, Captain Zhao, those monsters are attacking again. And this time there are 4 silver monsters. A young man came running over in a hurry. Everyone rushed to the gate. The main entrance has been sealed tightly. Relying on the solid walls, the crowd fought back with various firearms. The black beetles can only stack up to climb over the wall, and after climbing over the wall, the black beetles will be defeated one by one. The only thing they fear is the corrosive fluid of the silver beetles. Once the walls corrode, it's over. The black beetle could not defeat the enemy for a long time. At this time, the 4 silver beetles behind also started to move. Old Zhao will take care of the 2 on the right, and you're on the left. Good. Okay, when those 4 monsters attack, we'll all attack their tails together. The people from the police department have also discovered the silver beetle's weakness. For silver beetles began to attack.
Everyone was nervously looking for an angle to attack because there were no long-range firearms. They could only use the method of scattering flowers from the sky to distribute people in every corner.
As long as one person can shoot the silver beetle's tail, that's enough. At this time, Lao Zhao also rushed out. He took out a big iron stick and swept forward to sweep away the enemy. Suddenly, an open space appeared. He rushed forward another 10 meters, and took advantage of the gap in the silver beetle's attack to smash it down with a stick. He smashed the silver beetle's head, and the other one suffered the same fate. Looking at the other two, they were successfully killed with the cooperation of everyone. The silver beetles were eliminated, and the remaining black beetles no longer posed a threat to them. Great! We win again! Everyone started cheering. Hey, we're on guard again.
Captain Zhang and Captain Lu smiled at each other.
Just when they were ready to relax,
a larger figure slowly crawled over from a distance. Under the spotlight, everyone could see clearly that it was a golden monster. It is very large, like a big truck. They had never seen this monster before, but it gave them a great sense of oppression.
Without waiting for everyone to react,
the golden beetle has begun to gather energy, and a ray of death has directly opened a big hole in the door of the police station.
Black beetles immediately poured in from the big hole.
Captain Zhao retreated hastily and was able to barely hold the entrance to the cave.
If another hole is blown, the police station will be completely undefendable. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Is there something wrong with my body?
The second energy of the golden beetle has begun to condense, and no one has time to pay attention to it. Just as the death ray was about to be launched, a huge fireball fell from the sky.
Directly hit the golden beetle's body.
The hard shell of the golden beetle was melted directly and finally turned into a pile of charcoal.
Everyone looked in the direction of the fireball. I found a man and a woman floating in the air.
Another fireball fell from the sky and hit the swarm of black beetles. More than half of the black beetles disappeared in an instant as if they had vaporized.
Then the man and woman flew away. Lao Zhao, Lao Lu, did you see clearly?
No.
I didn't see it clearly.
It seems they can fly and shoot flames.
Is this still human? Whatever, we're saved anyway. 2. Fang Ge, do you think I'm using my supernatural powers correctly? Yeah, not bad.
Ling Miaoyu smiled slightly when she received the compliment.
Let's find another big guy and experiment with it. Okay.
After a while, they found a giant beast insect. This behemoth bug is destroying a residential building. I saw this giant insect shaking a residential building with more than 20 floors. The building is already in a precarious condition and is not far from collapse.
A person with Tianjiao qualification is detected nearby. Fang Ge, that building is about to collapse. Should I take action? Let me do it. You may not be able to kill it. There seemed to be a genius in this building.
Just in case, Fang Ge thought about it and decided to take action himself.
What's going on? What's going on? Is there an earthquake?
The sudden shaking made the female anchor in panic. A few days ago, she was still full of passion and celebrated her survival with the audience. As a result, not long after, the whole world fell into darkness again. Those hopeful images from before have now become laughable memories. The building was shaking more and more violently, and An, who was still inside, felt completely weightless and couldn't even stand. And Edian looked out the window and found that his vision had become tilted.
At the moment her building was about to collapse.
A flash of white light appeared outside the window, and the violent shaking stopped immediately.
Are you saved? And Iran came to the window and looked down. Due to the influence of the fog, she couldn't see clearly what was outside.
She only vaguely saw two huge objects downstairs. At this moment, Fang Ge, who was in the air, observed in Iran. It seems that this woman has rejected my repeated calls.
In that case, you can stay for 2 more days.
Afterwards, Fang Ge and Ling Miaoyu found another giant beast insect.
Ling Miaoyu threw a fireball down.
The fireball exploded on the giant beastworm, and some black smoke rose. After the black smoke cleared, Fang Ge discovered that a large wound had been blown open. But it doesn't appear to be fatal, and the wound is healing. After being attacked, the giant beastworm immediately stopped what it was doing.
It looked around for the enemy that attacked it, but could not find it. Another fireball hit its original wound. It roared in pain and then ran away.
In the end, Fang Ge caught up with it and killed it with one knife. The Fire Phoenix girl's abilities are already very strong. However, if I want to kill the giant beastworm, I'm afraid I will have to fight it fiercely several times. Next, Fang Ge and Ling Miaoyu encountered a swarm of insects. Among the swarm of insects, there were several golden beetles, hundreds of silver beetles, and countless black beetles. This kind of lineup is perfect for Fire Phoenix girl to practice. Fang Ge also had the opportunity to try out a new technique, the spark technique. A rapidly rotating Mars appeared in Fang Ge's heart. Then, the Mars rushed into the swarm of insects.
Bang! Sparks exploded among the insect swarm, and from a distance, it looked like a dazzling spark. Fang Ge immediately received a large amount of gold coins and special crystals. This spark technique is extremely powerful, only slightly less powerful than Ling Miaoyu's fireball. However, the spark technique consumes 3 points of spiritual power each time. Fang Ge stopped after using it a few times. The remaining monsters were handed over to Ling Miaoyu. When the last golden beetle was destroyed, Ling Miaoyu finally exhausted the last bit of her supernatural power. Her body softened and she fell on Fang Ge. Thanks for your hard work. Fang Ge gently stroked Ling Miaoyu's face. The Fire Phoenix girl is indeed worthy of being the number one in the Apocalypse era. Her efficiency is terrifyingly high. Go back. Ling Miaoyu naturally put her face on Fang Ge's chest. Whoosh! Fang Ge took Ling Miaoyu and flew towards Tinjiao shelter.
During the flight, Fang Ge discovered that something was wrong with Ling Miaoyu in his arms. He noticed that Ling Miaoyu's breathing was getting faster and heavier.
At first I thought it was due to exhaustion.
But it doesn't make sense that after all this time, it's still like this.
Fang Ge looked at Ling Miaoyu carefully.
Her face was flushed, her eyes were blurry.
What the hell? What's going on? Why are you here again? Just when Fang Ge was confused,
Ling Miaoyu started to touch her all over again. The originally delicate and smooth skin turned red and hot. After a while, green smoke began to rise from the two men's bodies.
My whole body started burning again.
There was no other choice, Fang Ge could only fly to the nearest skyscraper.
In a corner of the top floor, 2 figures.
A few hours later.
Life skills +3. Sea of consciousness +3. There have been series of decisive battles during the day and night these days.
Ling Miaoyu had hardly ever had a good rest, not even with the few times just now. Ling Miaoyu finally had no strength left, and she curled up quietly beside Fang Ge.
Fang Ge touched Ling Miaoyu's fair and tender face and couldn't help but feel a little confused about her current situation.
Fang Ge suddenly remembered that when a mutant awakens, his previous habits and desires will be magnified, and it will be even worse for mutant-level mutants.
This Yunqing's #1 lady is so hypocritical. No.
It seems like she was drugged when she woke up.
Could it be a mutation caused by the mixture of drugs and superpowers? Maybe this is the reason why she became like this. If that's true, then how did she solve it when I didn't exist in her previous life? Fang Ge remembered that Fire Phoenix girl also hated men extremely.
If no one helps her, how uncomfortable it will be. Thinking of this, Fang Ge touched Ling Miaoyu a few more times, not knowing whether it was out of pity or something else.
This immediately made Ling Miaoyu, who was sleeping, moan twice.
However, Fang Ge suddenly thought that there seemed to be a snow girl among the 10 beauties. This snow girl seems to be often entangled with the Fire Phoenix girl.
Maybe she helped Ling Miaoyu resolve it. Thinking that Ling Miaoyu would probably need to sleep for a while, Fang Ge began to practice the spirit gathering technique. Until the next day. Physical fitness +3. Spiritual power +9. Fang Ge.
Physical fitness, 50 plus 21st transcendent stage.
Spiritual power cultivation, 47. Sea of consciousness, 26. Number of Tinjiao contracts, 7.
Magic skills, spirit gathering, transparency, light body, cleansing, disappearing, wind control, sparks.
Special skill, 1 knife. Gold coins, 49421, otherworldly crystals, 2675, strengthening pills, 0, power pills, 3, refining pills, 0. Ling Miaoyu woke up slowly and found that she was covered with a thin blanket. He could only blush and ask Fang Ge for a new thing to rely on. He tidied things up in a secretive and covert manner. Ling Miaoyu adjusted her mood. Fang Ge, what's wrong with me? Is there something wrong with my body? Why can't I control myself? I always want to do that with you.
Although it was a bit difficult to say, Ling Miaoyu still wanted to know why.
Chapter 45 The Future of Yunqing. There is a problem. Ling Miaoyu suddenly became nervous. But it's not a big deal. Then why am I like this?
Fang Ge began to explain the reason to Ling Miaoyu.
10 minutes later. So that's how it is. Then can I still use my supernatural powers in the future?
Of course you can, but in the future you should try to keep half of your superpowers in your body, so that you can delay the onset of this disease.
Oh. Ling Miaoyu nodded.
But, if I'm by your side, you don't have to hold back.
Fang Ge leaned close to Ling Miaoyu's ear and whispered.
Ling Miaoyu was silent for a long time before she realized what this meant.
I remember that mutant-level psychics have 2 skills.
What is your other skill?
The second skill doesn't seem to be very useful.
Useless?
What kind of skill is that?
Why do you say it's useless?
Fang Ge, don't ask anymore. It's really useless. Ling Miaoyu seemed to be somewhat resistant to the second skill. Seeing that you don't want to talk about it, I'm even more curious. If you don't tell me, I'll fly back alone.
You are such a bad person.
My other skill is flying. Fly. What's so bad about this skill? Let me see if you can fly. I'm afraid of heights. Then I'll support you.
As Fang Ge spoke, he walked behind Ling Miaoyu and supported her.
Now you don't have to be afraid, just fly.
Seeing Fang Ge's determination to not give up, Ling Miaoyu had no choice but to use her second skill.
2 flames suddenly appeared from Ling Miaoyu's back. Swish!
A pair of wings of woven flames spread out from behind Ling Miaoyu.
The appearance of these wings made Ling Miaoyu look very sacred and majestic. But the next second,
the object on Ling Miaoyu's body started burning again. She covered her face with her hands, feeling a little embarrassed.
Now, Fang Ge finally understood.
It seems that both of your skills require my presence.
Ling Miaoyu. Not long after, the 2 returned to Tianjiao shelter. Miaoyu, are you okay?
As soon as she entered the door, Shen Xianing came over to ask about Ling Miaoyu's situation.
Well, Xianing, I'm fine now, and I've also awakened my superpowers. Hearing Ling Miaoyu talk about awakening superpowers, Shen Xianing subconsciously glanced at Fang Ge. Miaoyu, what superpower did you awaken? Come out, I'll show you. Ling Miaoyu pulled Shen Xianing outside.
Miaoyu, you have just awakened your superpowers, don't force yourself. Shen Xianing gave a reminder. She was afraid that Ling Miaoyu would faint if she exerted too much force.
Boom!
A huge fireball exploded at the crack of the alien world. A group of beetles that had just come out were blasted to the sky.
Miaoyu, are you sure you just became a mutant? Yeah, about 3 days ago. Xianning, you are also a person with special abilities. It should be very easy for you to do this. Shen Xianing didn't know how to respond to Ling Miaoyu. Next, all the women went to clear out the monsters that came out of the cracks.
While Fang Ge was practicing the spirit gathering technique, he began to think about the future direction of Yunqing. In the previous life, Yunqing survived this wave of monster attacks with great difficulty. However, due to the huge losses of the army, it was no longer able to control Yunqing. In addition, there are endless mutants and evolvers appearing. This led to the emergence of large and small forces in Yunqing. In order to seize the resources in the cracks, these forces are scheming against each other and using all means. As a result, before the next wave of stronger monsters appeared, Yunqing's combat power was exhausted. As a result, Yunqing was quickly razed to the ground by monsters and left the stage of the apocalypse early. This time, Fang Ge plans to quickly improve the strength of the girls.
Then take them with you to wipe out the monsters in the city. Finally, these cracks must be controlled to avoid internal friction in Yunqing. Fang Ge checked the alien crystals and found that there were 2,775 of them accumulated. If every person needs to break through, then 7,000 pills will be needed. Only by going to the cracks in the other world can you obtain so many crystals. Fang Ge planned to let Bao Shangru break through the first layer of shackles first.
Bao Shangru currently plays the greatest role in Fang Ge, and her personality is relatively simple.
And Shen Xianing and Lu Liansha. Physical fitness +4. Spiritual power +12. After practicing for 12 hours? At night.
When Fang Ge was about to look for Shen Xianing, there was a sudden knock on the door. He opened it and saw that it was Shin Xianing. Without waiting for Shin Xianing to speak, Fang Ge smiled and said, "I was just about to look for you, and here you are."
Ah, come in and talk. Seeing Shin Xianing's surprised expression, Fang Ge pulled her in and pressed her against the wall. The atmosphere in the room instantly became the same.
The two of them were in this closed room at the same time, which made Shin Xianing nervous.
Fang Ge leaned in and said, "We haven't practiced together for a while." Fang Ge's straightforwardness left Shin Xianing at a loss. He wanted to push Fang Ge away, but he was too weak to do it. After struggling for a while, he gave up. This struggle, in which she didn't even use her special powers, showed that Shin Xianing didn't really want to push Fang Ge away.
"What's the matter with you coming to see me?" Fang Ge asked. I want to know why Yuer and Miaoyu's abilities improved so quickly." This question is very simple, because the two of them signed a second contract with me.
"What is the second contract?" Shin Xianing showed a curious expression. "This contract is quite special and will take you a few days to understand." "A few days? Does it take that long?" "Yes, next, I hope you can hold on as long as possible, just like last time. Because of this contract, the longer you stick with it, the better the effect." When Fang Ge started to act recklessly, it was too late for Shin Xianing to stop him. 2 hours later. Life skills +1. Soul contract progress 100%. Host, the soul contract progress has reached 100%. Do you want to make a soul contract with the other party? At this time, Shin Xianing finally understood the second contract that Fang Ge was talking about.
They both agreed at the same time. Both parties have agreed to begin the soul contract.
At first, Shin Xianing was a little timid and at a loss.
But when Fang Ge realized that he was approaching her,
Shin Xianing's consciousness tightly grasped Fang Ge's consciousness, and she didn't want to let go at all.
In just a short while, the two consciousnesses merged successfully.
A wonderful connection was instantly formed between the two souls.
Soul fusion is successful, a contract has been established that will last until death, and the conditions for dual cultivation have been met.
Sea of Consciousness +1.
In order to improve her spiritual power, Shin Xianing gritted her teeth and persevered for 2 days and 2 nights. Finally, at the last moment, he fell asleep.
What a hard-working woman. Fang Ge used his fingers to smooth away the frown on Shin Xianing's brows.
Shin Xianing's eyebrows are the most beautiful, with soft brow bone lines, like willow branches in early spring.
He covered Shin Xianing with a blanket and left.
It's time to go check on this beautiful girl who refused to be summoned.
Chapter 46 Brother Tiger, where are you going to take me? Fang Ge first went to find Bao Shangru, and then exchanged for a shackle pill. Let Bao Shangru eat it. The effect of this shackle pill is much better than the mysterious crystal absorbed by Fang Ge.
In just a short while, the first layer of shackles that wrapped around Ro was broken.
Not only was there no pain, but Bao Shangru's physical fitness also increased by 20 points. Bao Shangru cute contracted. Age, 18. Appearance, 9.2. Life skills, 0. Physical fitness, 50 plus 20. Superpower, super gravity mutation level. Soul contract progress, 0%. Then he spent another 800 alien crystals to increase his physical fitness to 50 plus 50. Fang Ge asked Bao Shangru to protect everyone and then left Tianjiao Shelter. Yunqing West District Street.
I saw a giant insect shaking a residential building with more than 20 floors. This building is already on the verge of collapse, and if it shakes 2 more times it will be completely destroyed.
What's going on? What's going on? Why is there another earthquake? This is too unlucky. It's over, it's completely over now.
And Iran was still preparing to take one last look at the outside world before he died. When she walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, a bloody mouth opened in front of her. She was so frightened that she fell to the ground, her beauty completely gone. However, the next second, a flash of cold light passed by, and the bloody mouth was split into 2.
Boom!
The huge body fell downstairs, causing a strong shock.
This residential building with more than 20 floors has completely become a high-risk building. Fang Ge looked at the 2 giant insect corpses on the ground. Fang Ge couldn't help but sigh. I don't know whether this woman is lucky or unlucky.
Fang Ge came into the house and found that the woman was still sitting on the ground in a posture that was revealing. His eyes were wandering, his lips were trembling slightly, and his face was very pale. Fang Ge had already come to her side, but she was unaware.
An Iran flower face and moon appearance. Age, 21. Appearance and figure, 9.7. Life skills, 0. Physical fitness, 3. Superpower, unawakened. Soul contract progress, 0%. At this moment, Fang Ge suddenly smelled an indescribable smell. He looked carefully for the source and found a pool of something like yellow soup under where an Iran was sitting. Fang Ge walked up to her and snapped his fingers. Only then did an Iran come to her senses. You, who are you? How did you get in? I'm here to save you. Are you from the government rescue team? Has the monster finally been driven away? There was expectation in an Iran's eyes. I'm sorry, but I'm not from the government. Ah, then why did you come to rescue me? Aren't you asking for help online? Then why don't I come here? Ah. So you're the fan called Tiger Baby, the 999 level Super Guardian Knight? Fans, Baby Tiger? Such a disgusting name? This woman turned out to be a female anchor. Fang Ge just responded casually, but he didn't expect to be considered as the other party's fan. What a fool this tiger cub is. He's actually a level 999 member. The money he spent could buy him a suite directly. Seeing that Fang Ge did not respond, and he still thought that the other party had agreed. I didn't expect, after connecting with you that day, you actually came to save me. I didn't expect you to look good, but your voice seems different from when we were online. This kind of problem is not important. Come with me. This building is no longer safe. Oh, okay. And Iran stood up and was about to leave with Fang Ge. I just realized that some part of my body seemed to be wet. As soon as he touched it with his hand, an extremely embarrassed expression appeared on his face. She rushed into the bathroom quickly. Soon, a dripping sound was heard in the bathroom. This woman, the building is about to collapse, why is she still caring about these things? 15 minutes later. The dripping sound had not yet ended when the walls of the building began to slowly fall off. Half an hour later. The building finally couldn't hold on and began to collapse. And was still screaming in the bathroom. She was only halfway through her shower and her whole body was covered in bubbles. At this moment, the floor she was on cracked and the bathroom began to fall from the sky. If Fang Ge hadn't rescued her, this kind of death would probably be rare in the end times. And Iran, who was held in Fang Ge's arms, felt ashamed at this moment. She experienced this extremely humiliating act twice in a short period of time. And in front of who she thought were her fans. A tight dress fell from the sky and landed on an Iran, covering her last bit of dignity. How did this woman survive until now? After reorganizing herself, an Iran was indeed different. She has a slim figure and very attractive looks, and has a sweet temperament that makes people want to pamper her. It is extremely rare to see a female anchor who is still so beautiful even after removing the filter. No wonder it attracts such enthusiastic fans. She is just a little thin, and seems even more delicate than Shu Yuer. But when you meet me, you have to change your delicate appearance. Let's go. Brother Tiger, where are you taking me? Originally, Fang Ge wanted to go to the crack nearby first. It's just that when an Iran was in crisis, he had to save her first. Next, he would take her to the cracks and stroll around so that she could grow up quickly. Go to a very exciting place. Exciting. This isn't a good idea. We just met. And was still a little uneasy. Fang Ge ignored her feelings and headed towards the crack. And Yin had no choice but to follow. Because of the fog, she held Fang Ge's clothes tightly, fearing that she would lose him. The monsters in the western part of Yuncheng. Fang Ge and Ling Niaoyu had just cleared out the monsters a few days ago, so there weren't many monsters left. The two walked for a long time before they finally encountered some black beetles. Fang Ge put a pistol in an Iran's hand. Ah, why did you give me the pistol? The black beetle is coming, quickly raise your gun and fight. But I don't know how to use a gun. When Anin heard that the monster was coming, he didn't even think about fighting. At this moment she was so nervous that she couldn't even hold her weapon. In the fog, several dark shadows crawled towards an Iran. When it gets close, it pounces. An Iran was about to scream when Fang Ge suddenly turned behind her and grabbed the pistol with her hand. Bang! 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 The flying black beetles were shot down one by one and fell to the ground without any movement. See clearly? This is how you use a gun, and this is how you kill monsters. And he ran. Bang! 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 Gunshots continued to be heard on the streets of Yunqing West District. At the 100th shot, Anin finally hit a black beetle. Brother Tiger, look, I finally hit it. And raised his pistol happily and made a gesture that he thought looked very heroic. Fang Ge took a look at the target she hit, it was a beetle corpse. And Iran, come here. What's wrong, Brother Tiger? Eat this. A small blue pill appeared on Fang Ge's palm. Chapter 47 What the hell is this spiritual communication? What's this? Why are you asking so many questions? Eat it, it's good for you. And Iran looked at the little blue pill and then at Fang Ge. After thinking for a while, I finally decided to eat it. She felt that if the other party wanted to harm her, there was no need to wait until now. After taking the blue pill, and Iran immediately felt miraculous changes in her body. A strange feeling appeared in her lower abdomen. After this feeling appeared, she vaguely sensed the existence of another world. An Iran flower face and moon appearance. Age, 21. Appearance and figure, 9.8. Life skills, 0. Physical fitness, 3. Superpower, psychic normal. How is it? How do you feel? Fang Ge asked. It's amazing, but here. And Iran touched her lower abdomen. Not pregnant. Without waiting for an Iran to finish, Fang Ge answered directly. What are you talking about? Of course I know I'm not pregnant. And Iran blushed, not understanding why Fang Ge suddenly said this. I mean, it's bulging here, and it seems to be moving. This is your special ability. I'll teach you how to use it. 10 minutes later. And still closed his eyes and placed his hands down. After a while, a circle of obscure formations appeared under her feet. The formation began to emit a dazzling light. Of course, after the light faded, a sphere appeared in front of an Iran. The ball is furry, snow white, and has eyes the size of green beans. What kind of spiritual thing is this? This was Fang Ge's first thought. White moon unknown beast. Physical fitness, 2. Ability, unknown. But an Iran didn't seem to think so. Wow, so cute. And still picked up the ball of fur. So soft and tender, so soft and comfortable. Brother Menglong, do you want to touch it? This little thing doesn't look like it has any fighting ability at all. I suggest killing it and then summoning another one. No. Absolutely not. Maybe it just looks weak, but it will fight differently? On the empty streets, 2 black beetles were pushing a furry white ball back and forth. The scene is very harmonious, like pets laughing and playing together. After rescuing the white ball, Fang Ge again suggested giving up the white ball. This was again rejected by an Iran, who insisted on keeping the white ball. He even begged Fang Ge desperately. Okay, stay and observe for now. Thank you, Brother Menglong. Great, Fluffy Ball, you'll be my partner from now on. Fluffy Ball doesn't sound good, change the name. Then let's call it Xiaobai. And still held Xiaobai tightly in his arms. Half an hour later, Fang Ge brought an Iran and finally arrived at this alien world crack in the west of the city. There's no fog coming out of this crack. Someone got the mist crystal inside? I don't know who got it. If it was someone from the military, it would be fine, but if it was those other people who got it, then he can't leave. At this moment, several figures appeared in Fang Ge's mind. Brother Menglong, what is this? Why is such a huge hole hanging in the air? The spectacular scene before him still shocked him. This is the monster's lair. What? It's so dangerous here. Let's go. Haha, why are you leaving? Didn't I just say I was going to take you to a very exciting place? Here it is. It's too dangerous here, Brother Menglong, let's go. Dangerous places are truly exciting. You'll be visiting these places often in the future. Today, I'll let you experience them in advance. No. It's too dark in here, and I'm afraid of the dark. Don't waste time, let's go. The reason why Fang Ge dared to bring in Iran into the crack was because at this point in time, there were the fewest strange beasts in the crack. Fang Ge hugged an Iran and forcibly took her with him and jumped into the crack. Somewhere deep in the crack, A golden beetle was about to launch a death ray. Suddenly it was cut in half by a knife. Brother Meng, you are really fierce. Such a powerful guy was killed by you with just one sword. Yeah, this golden monster, we can't even hurt its fur. From now on, Brother Wang Meng will be our boss. A middle-aged fat man was holding a peculiarly shaped weapon with a smug look on his face. When I meet that giant beast again, I will definitely be able to defeat it. If it weren't for that giant beast, I would have already been playing with that woman. What a pity. I'm afraid that woman has been eaten by the giant beast now. But it was a blessing in disguise, as he was forced to flee here to avoid the giant beast. And I gained great strength here. This crack is too big. I have been walking for so long but still haven't reached the end. Could there be treasures inside? Brother Meng, look, there is light ahead. There's light. Is there really a treasure? Wang Meng and his group came to an open area and found that this was the end of the crack. In the middle of the open space, there is a circular light gate, which is in the shape of a spiral. There is an alien crystal on each side of the light gate. There are 2 of these mysterious crystals again. After I absorb these 2 crystals, who can still be my opponent? By then, the entire Cloud City will be at my feet. Wang Meng came to one of the alien crystals, placed his hand on it, and the power in the crystal was immediately transferred to him. Feeling his strength increasing, the excitement on Wang Meng's face was self-evident. The group of younger brothers behind him, although their eyes were filled with greed, did not dare to move at all. Because if Wang Meng wanted to kill them, it would probably only take a few seconds. Just when Wang Meng was madly absorbing the crystal, there was a loud bang of a gunshot. A bullet flew accurately towards his eye socket. He could only stop absorbing the crystal power immediately and raise his knife to block it. He originally thought it was his younger brother who did it. But he suddenly thought that the people on his side didn't seem to have guns. Wang Meng turned around and looked around. He wanted to see who was the ignorant guy who dared to provoke him at this time. At this time, he followed the direction of the attack and found the person who attacked him. There was a man and a woman. I didn't know the man, but the woman was very beautiful and seemed a little familiar. And Iran entered the crack. She had originally thought that she would encounter countless monsters, so she hugged Fang Ge's arm tightly. It turned out to be very quiet in there. I didn't encounter any monsters along the way. And she found that she seemed to be able to see everything here clearly. The originally nervous mood gradually relaxed, and he turned into a curious baby, looking around. Because there were no obstacles along the way for the 2 of them. Soon we reached the end of the crack and saw a guy absorbing the power of the crystal. Chapter 48. How dare you pretend to be me? Fang Ge recognized this guy at a glance. Butcher Wang Meng. I didn't expect it to be this guy. Along the way, Fang Ge saw the corpses of those monsters, all of which were killed with one knife. There are many people who use knives in the last days, but only 3 can do this at this time. There is no one else except the butcher Wang Meng. Among the major forces in the late period of Yuncheng, Wang Meng was not considered the top one. But other forces did not dare to provoke him easily. I don't know what luck this guy had in the early stage, but he suddenly gained powerful strength. After that, he crushed his way through and gained many followers. Although his subordinates are not very good, he alone can challenge a medium-sized force. It seems like he gained his strength here. This guy is very cruel and especially likes to collect rich ladies, female anchors and female stars. Those women he collected basically had no good ending. It is said that there are thousands of women buried in the lowest level of his base. When Fang Ge saw that it was this guy, he decisively shot to stop him from absorbing the crystal. Seeing the gun, Wang Meng subconsciously thought that the other party was from the police department. But he was interrupted and now he is very angry. Even if the other party is from the police department or even the army, he will not let him go. The power of these crystals must be his. Just as he was about to take action against Fang Ge and the other 2, a younger brother suddenly shouted, "Boss, look at that woman, she looks like the female anchor Shu Yuer." Only then did Wang Meng notice an Iran behind Fang Ge. He took a closer look. I found that Iran's appearance was almost the same as when she was live streaming online. It really is Shu Yuer. She is so beautiful, worthy of being the female anchor I have been thinking about. But what's up with the man next to her? Why stand with Shu Yuer? Could it be that he has already got his hands on my baby Shu? Could it be that this bitch has already gotten involved with this man?
There was murderous intent in Wang Meng's eyes.
Shu Yuer, who is this man? Oh. You know me, and which fan of mine are you?
I'm Baby Tiger, your level 999 Super Guardian Knight. When Wang Meng mentioned the tiger cub, everyone present felt physically uncomfortable.
Ha! What did this guy say? He said he was a tiger cub.
Looking at Wang Meng, who was fat and had acne scars all over his face, and Iran suddenly felt uncomfortable.
What are you talking about? The one next to me is the tiger cub. And Enin suppressed the feeling of nausea and looked at Wang Meng with contempt. What? How dare you pretend to be me? Wang Meng pointed at Fang Ge angrily. Baby tiger?
You're barely a tiger, but what kind of baby are you?
Don't you think so, an Iran?
Not only did Fang Ge call out an Iran's real name, he also held her in his arms affectionately.
An Iran was a little resistant.
But compared with Wang Meng, Fang Ge in her eyes was as handsome as Panin and had the temperament of an immortal. So she gave it a symbolic push and obeyed. It was obvious that an Iran no longer cared who the tiger cub was.
Wang Meng's violent emotions were gradually revealed on his face. Shu Yuer, do you know how happy I was when you contacted me and asked me to come and save you?
In order to save you, I threw my wife to be eaten by monsters.
Do you know how painful it was for me? How dare you betray me for this pretty boy?
After hearing this, an Iran felt extremely disgusted with Wang Meng.
You two dogs.
Don't worry, I won't kill you right away.
I'll capture you two and torture you. Shu Yuer, you were going to be my personal pet. But now I've changed my mind. I'm going to turn you into a bus.
Wang Meng's cruel and brutal eyes frightened an Iran so much that she kept leaning towards Fang Ge behind her.
An Iran's actions once again stimulated Wang Meng. You, arrest this pair of bastards. Wang Meng ordered his subordinates to arrest the man. Brother Menghu, what should we do? There are so many of them.
Fang Ge whispered in an Iran's ear, don't be afraid of him, attack them with your pistol.
But they are all human beings. If you really hurt them, it will be against the law. So, do you want to be a bus? No. I don't want to. That's it. If you don't shoot, they'll come and get you. Bang.
The next second, and still closed his eyes and fired a shot at random.
The result, naturally, was that nothing was hit.
This group of younger brothers were also shocked. They didn't expect that the other party would actually dare to shoot. However, since they missed, these younger brothers began to slowly move forward again.
Bang!
Another gunshot was heard, and Anin fired another blind shot, but the bullet still missed the crowd. However, an inexplicable force suddenly changed the direction of the bullet, causing it to directly hit one of the younger brothers.
Ah, I'm shot. It hurts.
The little brother immediately screamed in pain.
These little brothers are just ordinary evolvers, and their level of evolution is not yet to the point where they can ignore firearms.
These guys can still hurt them if they see guns.
He immediately stepped back, fearing that he would be the next one. Boss, they have guns, we can't get through. Humph, a bunch of trash.
Seeing this, Wang Meng had no choice but to take action himself. Seeing Wang Meng coming, Anin fired several shots in panic.
Each of these shots flew accurately towards Wang Meng, but he dodged them easily. Humph, you two bastards, are these guns the only thing you rely on?
Seeing that he missed, Anin continued shooting. The bullet flew towards Wang Meng again, and Wang Meng dodged again. But this time, the bullet seemed to have eyes and chased directly to where Wang Meng was hiding. This is Fang Ge using his spiritual thoughts in his sea of consciousness to change the direction of the bullet.
Bang bang. The bullet hit Wang Meng.
With Wang Meng's current physical condition, he is naturally not afraid of guns. But the feeling of being hit by a bullet is still very uncomfortable. This guy had indeed broken through the first layer of shackles. Bullets could no longer harm him at all.
Tracing bullets? Ha, this is your special ability? You dare to challenge me with such a rubbish ability? Go to hell.
Wang Meng was so fast that even the bullets hitting him couldn't stop him at all.
In the blink of an eye, he rushed to an Iran. What should we do? Brother Tiger, this guy is so scary, he's not afraid of bullets. An Iran turned around in fear and buried her head in Fang Ge's arms.
Faced with this situation, the two were still flirting. Wang Meng's face was filled with anger, and he punched out, determined to tear the couple into pieces. Even though the fist was so close, Lianin could still feel the biting pressure. If she was hit by this punch, she would surely die.
Chapter 49 Invisible Blade Moon. In this instant,
Fang Ge held an Yijing to one side and then threw a light punch.
Bang!
The two fists collided. Fang Ge did not move at all, while Wang Meng retreated several meters.
And Iran, who was concentrating on Fang Ge, did not see Fang Ge make a move.
She only felt her whole body tremble slightly, and then nothing else happened. After Wang Meng steadied himself, he stared at Fang Ge in surprise and confusion.
How come this guy is so powerful? However, after careful observation, he discovered that there was no fluctuation of supernatural powers on the other party.
I immediately felt relieved. Perhaps when this guy evolved, all his energy just happened to be focused on strength.
Boy, I admit that you are an evolver with some power.
But it's naive of you to think you can challenge a superpower based solely on your strength.
Shu Yuer, I'm going to let you know from now on that pretty boy you're attracted to is just a good-looking guy with no real value.
After saying that, Wang Meng held a knife of a peculiar shape in his hand. Seeing the supernatural sword in Wang Meng's hand, Fang Ge couldn't help but sigh.
Wang Meng's luck is really extraordinary.
Not only did he become a superpower, but he also picked up a rare superpower weapon in the apocalypse.
Moreover, at this point in time, the crack is at its weakest.
Most of the strange beasts have almost come out of their nests, and new strange beasts have not yet been teleported over.
That's why he can easily obtain the power of the mysterious crystal.
If he were to absorb all the power of these two crystals, he might really become the #1 person in Yunchen. No wonder this guy in his previous life was able to single-handedly take on an entire force. If he had no background, perhaps he could really control the entire Yuncheng. I originally wanted to leave your bodies intact, but now it seems unnecessary. Because turning you into a pile of rotten meat might bring me greater physical and mental pleasure. A supernatural power slowly condensed in the supernatural sword, which originally looked like an ordinary sword. At this moment, it seemed to wake up and make a buzzing sound. I originally reserved this move for the giant beast outside. But now, I plan to let you two dogs have a taste first. Wang Meng jumped high, holding the sword in both hands and holding it above his head.
Next, I will let you feel what despair is. A powerful energy burst out from the supernatural sword. Moreover, this energy seems to carry a kind of aura that can lock the target firmly. And Iran, who has become a superpower, can clearly feel the power of this force. At this moment, she was like a small boat in the stormy sea, which could be sunk at any time. The one who felt the deepest should actually be Fang Ge. His unique knife-wielding skill was largely inspired by Wang Meng's move. This move is also Wang Meng's special skill. With one slash of the sword, Fang Ge and Iran's bodies were split in two.
Just when Wang Meng was feeling proud, he discovered that the two people who were killed had turned into shadows.
What's going on? Where are the people? Are you looking for us?
Wang Meng turned around and saw Fang Ge and Iran appeared behind him unharmed.
How is it possible? How are you all okay?
Wang Meng was well aware of the severity of his move. If the difference in strength between the two sides is not big, it is basically impossible to dodge and you can only take the move head-on. The man dodged, and he took a woman with him. He couldn't believe it unless he saw it with his own eyes.
Now that you've made your move, it's my turn. Although Fang Ge dodged Wang Meng's ultimate move.
But he didn't think that this man without superpowers could defeat him. He wanted to see what tricks this man was going to play. Fang Ge took out a weapon out of thin air, which was extremely similar to the sword in Wang Meng's hand. Then, almost the same power operation method was used. The only difference is that one uses supernatural powers and the other uses spiritual power. With the same starting posture, Fang Ge raised the sword above his head, but did not leap forward.
Fang Ge's way of attacking made Wang Meng feel extremely similar.
I even feel that the opponent's moves are more concise and mysterious. At this moment, Wang Meng still did not feel any crisis.
Fang Ge slashed down with a knife. Ha! Is this guy a fool? Swinging a knife from such a distance?
An invisible force appeared out of nowhere and quickly turned into a crescent shape, breaking through the air towards Wang Meng. A biting chill came over him and reached Wang Meng in an instant. At this moment, Wang Meng finally felt the threat of death. He quickly raised his knife to block. Unfortunately, this invisible crescent moon was not blocked by his sword, but directly penetrated his body. The invisible crescent moon disappeared. Wang Meng spread out his hands and touched his body in some confusion, and found that he seemed to be unharmed.
Ha ha ha, that's it? What's so great about you?
It turns out you're just. The word scare had not yet been uttered. Then a thin red line appeared in the middle of Wang Meng's body, from head to toe. The red line became thicker and thicker, and gradually seeped out blood red. Two images suddenly appeared in front of Wang Meng's eyes. He tried hard to put his head and body back together. Unfortunately, his body has begun to lose control.
Save me. I don't want to die yet. Please save me. He began to feel fear and panic. But at this time, even if he regretted it very much, no one could save him. The moment his body was hit by the invisible crescent moon, it died. Now he is just a walking corpse with his soul still alive. Wang Meng didn't want to die, so he stretched out his hands and walked towards Fang Ge and the others. When he took the first step, his body was broken in two. The bloody scene instantly made the stomachs of the others present churn and vomit violently. And Iran was leaning at Fang Ge's feet, vomiting as if she was pregnant. Wang Meng's group of younger brothers had almost vomited enough, so they immediately came to Fang Ge and knelt down to beg for mercy.
Wang Meng's strange death made these younger brothers shudder, fearing that they would follow in his footsteps.
Fang Ge let these people go.
Because in his previous life, Wang Meng and his younger brothers had almost no presence, and there were no extremely evil people.
Just warn them not to fall into your hands when they do evil. Then let these people go.
The move that killed Wang Meng just now was actually a sudden inspiration from Fang Ge, who swung the knife casually. No real stunts were used. He simply integrated the spiritual thoughts into his sea of consciousness, and then used a unique sword technique to cut it out, which led to such an effect. If Wang Meng had not underestimated his enemy and directly used his supernatural powers to resist, he might not have been defeated so quickly.
Wait until all the strangers have left. Fang Ge finally walked to the portal to the other world. He reached out and touched it, but was instantly bounced back. It seems that this is a one-way portal. What does the world behind this look like?
Fang Ge was very curious, but it was not something he could explore at the moment.
Chapter 50 Strange Beast Black Shadow. Fang Ge came to one of the crystals.
A mysterious energy crystal has been detected.
Do you want to store it?
Yes. Obtain 928 alien crystals.
Fang Ge came to another crystal.
A mysterious energy crystal has been detected.
Do you want to store it?
Yes.
Obtain 1000 alien crystals. Currently 3812 alien crystals.
After taking the two crystals away, the portal to the other world disappeared.
Strangeness? There are usually powerful beasts protecting the crystals of other worlds. Now that the crystals have been taken away, the guardian beasts here haven't appeared. Although Fang Ge was a little confused, he had already obtained the crystal from another world, so nothing else mattered. Fang Ge walked over to an Iran and found that she was still feeling nauseous.
After a long time, an Iran's gastric juice finally calmed down, and then she stood up tremblingly.
With this kind of physical condition, it is estimated that there is no way out of the crack.
Seeing this, Fang Ge picked her up and carried her horizontally. An Iran was startled, but when she smelled Fang Ge's familiar scent, she gradually got used to it.
Afterwards, Fang Ge took an Iran away from this place. Wait until they leave soon.
Suddenly, a small hole appeared in the ground, and a dark figure resembling a silkworm pupa emerged from the hole.
The black shadow of the silkworm pupa crawled to Wang Meng's body and sniffed it again and again. Then, in the darkness, chewing sounds began to be heard. After the chewing was finished, the black shadow of the silkworm pupa seemed to transform. After a while, this silkworm-like thing turned into a human shape. Not long after, Fang Ge and Iran arrived outside the crack.
The cracks have begun to heal slowly at this time.
It won't be long before the crack here disappears. Brother Tiger, where are we going now? Where do you want to go? Wherever Brother Tiger goes, I will go.
At this moment, an Iran has already formed a dependence on Fang Ge.
Well, then you better hold on tight. The next second, Fang Ge held an Iran and soared into the sky.
An Iran was immediately frightened and screamed. She didn't know what was happening, she just felt her body suddenly rising up and a strong wind whistling in her ears. She was so scared that she hugged Xiaobai tightly in her arms. When she calmed down, she slowly opened her eyes. I found myself above the white clouds. It was already late at night, and the stars and the moon were hanging high in the sky, shining exceptionally brightly. The sudden feeling of dislocation made her at a loss for a moment. However, the beautiful scenery before her made her immersed in it unconsciously, and her mood gradually calmed down.
Where will this flying man take me? Will he take me to a remote and quiet place? What if it's just the two of them? Will he be like that man, locking himself up and becoming his own pet?
As Iran was thinking, her face actually began to turn slightly red.
Fang Ge had no idea about Iran's chaotic thoughts at the moment.
But she was right to some extent. She repeatedly refused the call of Tianjiao shelter, which seriously affected Fang Ge's plan to form the Tianjiao group. Fang Ge did plan to lock her up first, but he was still considering how to punish her. While the two of them were thinking about their own things, they did not notice the changes in the strange beast Xiaobai. The small white and green eyes are now staring at the bright moon in the sky.
Under the moonlight, a crescent-shaped secret pattern appeared on Xiaobai's forehead. Not long after, the two appeared outside Tianjiao shelter. Wow, this looks like Central Park. How come there's such a big house here? This is Tianjiao shelter. Tianjiao shelter? What a strange name, I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Brother Menghu, is this your house? Be mine. Can I come in then? Yes, but you have to sign a contract before entering. Fang Ge put a Tianjiao contract in Iran's hand. Contract? Why sign a contract? These are the rules for entering Tianjiao shelter. Everyone must sign them. Is that so?
Anishan looked at the contents of the contract, feeling a little confused, but still signed it.
Successfully contracted Tianjiao, rewarded with a lucky draw. Congratulations on winning the magic skill. Soul stealing. Contract a Tianjiao awakening and receive a superpower pill. Contract 8 beauties and receive 800 gold coins and 80 alien crystals every day. Next stage task progress, 810. Come on, follow me in, I'll take you somewhere. Oh, okay.
And was still following behind obediently, and at this moment she was looking at the Tianjiao shelter with great interest. Before he knew it, he had followed Fang Ge to the basement of the shelter.
Where is this? This is the detention room of the shelter. Brother Tiger, why did you bring me here?
Fang Ge didn't say anything, but took Iran directly into the confinement room and then tied her with chains.
Brother Tiger, what are you doing? Why are you chaining me up? She looked puzzled. Brother Menghu, please say something. Don't be like this, I'm a little scared.
Seeing Fang Ge remain silent, Iran gradually began to panic.
I'm not Brother Tiger. That person is right. I was indeed pretending to be him.
No, I don't care. You are Brother Tiger, you are Baby Tiger.
Fang Ge.
Iran no longer cared who Brother Tiger was, as long as it was Fang Ge.
My name is Fang Ge, don't call me Tiger Baby from now on. Okay, Brother Fang, can you let me go? Not yet. You have to accept your punishment first. Brother Fang, why are you punishing me? You should at least tell me the reason for the punishment. You've rejected the call of the Tianjiao Sanctuary many times before. Do you still have to? What summons from the Tianjiao Sanctuary? Think carefully about it. Have you ever had this kind of prompt in your mind? After Fang Ge's reminder, Iran finally understood why she felt familiar with the words Tianjiao shelter. So that's why. Brother Fang, I didn't know it was you who was calling me. If I knew it was you, I would have accepted the summons immediately. Please forgive me this time. It's too late. Because of you, my plan to form the Tianjiao group has been delayed for several days. So he must be punished. Be patient and stay here for a few days. After saying that, Fang Ge prepared to leave. No. Don't leave me alone in this place. I'm afraid of the dark. Brother Fang, can you change the punishment? Iran hurriedly called out to Fang Ge. Changing the punishment is not impossible.
Fang Ge just wanted to scare her, he didn't really want to lock her up for several days. After all, Iran has a good attitude in admitting his mistakes.
Really? Are you sure you want to change your punishment? Yes, I'm sure. Oh well. Fang Ge uncuffed Iran just as he was about to take her away. A warning suddenly came from the detention room next door. Sister, you must not trust that man. He is not a good person.
If Xiaoling hadn't said something at this time, Fang Ge almost forgot that there was another person locked up in this confinement room.
Chapter 51 Xiaobai's changes. Fang Ge came to Xiaoling's confinement room, and Iran followed. Ha, Xiaoling, if you hadn't said anything, I would have almost forgotten about you. Brother Fang, who is this woman? Is she a bad person? And was still a little curious.
She's not a bad person.
She's from the police department. People from the police department, then why are they being held here? And still asked cautiously.
Because this woman wanted to die, I locked her up.
I'm not afraid of death. I'd rather fight with my colleagues until the last moment.
I thought after locking you up for a few days, you would calm down a bit, but I didn't expect you to still be so stubborn.
Humph, you're just pretending to be merciful. Let me go right now. Look, this woman is very stubborn.
We have no choice but to keep her locked up.
And Iran understood that Fang Ge wanted to protect this woman.
She almost thought that Fang Ge was a pervert who specialized in confining women. Sister Xiao, just listen to Brother Fang.
It's really dangerous out there. Not only are the monsters terrifying, but even the people are terrifying.
Your sacrifice will be in vain if you go out.
And Iran actually took the initiative to act as a lobbyist. Sister, you should worry about yourself. This man is not a good person.
A few days ago, he even brought the eldest daughter of the Ling family here and tortured her for 3 whole days.
The eldest lady of the Ling family. And still couldn't believe his ears. He is a person who is in the clouds, and he is here too.
And Fang Ge tortured her for 3 days.
Is he really that powerful? And Iran had some distorted thoughts. Ling Niaoyu's situation was quite special at the time. I was trying to save her.
Thanks to my tireless efforts for 3 days, otherwise Miss Ling might have already passed away.
Bah, hooligan. You've been bullying her for 3 days.
I heard it with my own ears, and yet you still shamelessly say you'll save her.
You are obviously forcing her. Xiaoling obviously didn't believe Fang Ge's explanation. You've been here for so many days, did I force you to do that? How dare you? I would rather die than surrender. If you wanted to save her, why did you bring her here to do that? If this isn't coercion, then what is? Hey, it's so hard to explain to you. You can think whatever you want. I'm going to bully her now, what can you do? Fang Ge hugged Aniran and openly provoked Xiaoling. You are so shameless. Xiaoling was furious.
And Iran's face turned slightly red and her heart beat faster.
He wouldn't really want to punish me like this, would he? How can I bear 3 days? Fang Ge ignored Xiaoling and took Iran to the 3rd floor. After entering the room, Fang Ge looked at An, who was still fidgeting. How's it going? Are you ready to be punished? Brother Fang, when you talk about changing the punishment, don't you mean? Why? Do you regret it? No, isn't this too fast? Can you change to a lighter punishment? What? It's just a dance, and you think it's not light enough. Dance?
And still thought he had heard wrongly.
What else? Don't tell me you, a female anchor, can't even dance. Or do you want a more exciting punishment? No. I dance. I want to dance. And Iran quickly expressed her acceptance of the punishment. After accepting this punishment, Kuan still felt a little disappointed. 2 hours later. Brother Fang, is that enough? And Iran was already sweating profusely and was extremely tired. Enough? Didn't I tell you this punishment had to last 4 days? 4 days?
You refused 4 times, so of course I have to punish you for 4 days.
But I'm so tired. I can't dance anymore. It's only been 2 hours, and you're already tired?
I see those anchors are like little motors, jumping around all day long.
You're too weak. How about this, you take a 10-minute break before continuing.
Another 2 hours and 10 minutes passed.
Ha, Brother Fang, brother, I really can't laugh anymore. And Iran was already exhausted and out of breath. Alas.
You can't even bear such a light punishment.
It seems I have no choice but to lock you up again. Fang Ge's face was full of regret. No. No, I don't want to be locked up in a dark place. You can't do this, and you can't do that. It's so difficult for me to do it. Then can you change the punishment? Well, since you're so well behaved and obedient, I'll reluctantly change to a lighter punishment. Really? Of course, this punishment only requires you to complete a few designated actions. What action? Fang Ge walked to Iran and whispered a few words in her ear. and Iran's face immediately turned red. No.
No, I don't have experience in this area.
Let's try something else.
Don't worry, I will guide you carefully.
If you make a mistake, we can try again and again. But. Don't worry about it. Think about your xiaobai. If you don't want to replace it, this is the fastest way to improve it. Really? You're not lying to me. Don't worry, I definitely didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, then you can choose between dancing or detention. Well then. And still hesitated again and again, but finally compromised. But 4 days is too long. Can you shorten it a bit? Okay, I'll try. But I'd like to kindly remind you that the longer you persist, the better the results will be. No need, please try to reduce it. Okay, let's officially get started. Let me teach you the first posture.
And Yining closed his eyes nervously and began to let Fang Ge manipulate him.
After struggling for an hour, when Fang Ge was about to launch an attack,
Xiaobai, illuminated by the moonlight, suddenly turned into a silver light and flew into an Iran's body.
And Iran suddenly burst into light and directly bounced Fang Ge away.
Then she floated into the air. His eyes emitted a faint silver light, and a crescent-shaped secret pattern appeared between his eyebrows. The originally black hair has turned silver. 2 catgirl-like ears appeared on her head, and a white tail grew behind her.
This is like this. Could it be?
Seeing the changes in Iran, Fang Ge suddenly remembered a rumor.
Could this be the legendary possessed spirit beast? Chapter 52 An Iran's weakness.
The transformed and still seemed to have lost his mind. She ignored Fang Ge and flew directly out of the 3rd floor window. Seeing this, Fang Ge immediately chased after him. Under the bright moon, a woman with a beautiful figure was flying in the air towards the front. Behind her, a man was riding the wind and galloping, chasing her closely.
This won't do.
If I keep flying like this, my spiritual energy will eventually run out, and then I'll be in trouble.
We have to find a way to make her stop. Fang Ge activated the binding force of the contract.
Base. And Iran did stop, but just a second later, she was freed by a mysterious force.
But this second is enough. Fang Ge used his wind control skills to the limit and was close to an Iran's back in an instant.
Then when he was ready to grab her,
a cold light came over, and Fang Ge could only dodge first. Then look at an Iran.
He stood under the moonlight, his silver hair flying, holding a crystal clear sword in his hand, which was shining with silver light.
Fang Ge did not dare to underestimate this long sword.
He vaguely felt the biting chill coming from the sword. A supernatural sword appeared in his hand.
The battle between the two was about to break out. Bite.
The 2 weapons collided, and the energy generated flashed in the night sky. Then the 2 separated and collided again. In the blink of an eye, they fought more than a dozen times.
And Iran's movements were still light and traceless. Fang Ge's movements were as swift as a dragon.
The 2 fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the building, colliding back and forth hundreds of times.
The surrounding insect swarms were shaken to pieces by the aftermath of their battle.
Don't look at the fact that the 2 have fought hundreds of times. In fact, Fang Ge was afraid of hurting an Iran, so he didn't use his full strength. Fang Ge was looking for an opportunity to restrain her. After the 2 collided dozens of times, they separated and were more than 10 meters apart. An Iran suddenly raised his sword and pointed it at the moon, and a mysterious force began to gather.
A golden beetle just happened to appear behind Fang Ge.
But he had no time to care about it, because at this moment he felt his body being locked by a force of energy. An Iran swung his sword, and a silver sword energy broke through the air.
Fang Ge dodged to the side at the last moment.
The sword energy passed through his body and directly hit the golden beetle. It did not stop until it completely dissipated 100 meters away. The golden beetle was split into 2, and all the beetles along the way were also chopped into pieces. The special move didn't hit Zhong Fang Ge, and the 2 clashed again. This time, Fang Ge felt that an Iran's offensive power had decreased a lot. It seems that An still spent a lot of energy on that move just now. After the 2 exchanged hundreds of moves, an Iran's physical strength continued to decline, and his attacks became more and more urgent.
And Iran knocked Fang Ge away with one move.
Then he used the moonlight slash again, and Fang Ge was waiting for this opportunity.
Body movement skills. Phantom without a trace.
A silver moon broke through the sky and cut Fang Ge's phantom in half.
And the real Fang Ge has appeared in front of an Iran. And Iran had just used her ultimate move, and this was the moment when her strength was unable to connect. Fang Ge controlled her silver sword with one hand and hugged her tightly with the other. And still struggled desperately, trying to shake Fang Ge away again. But the power of this explosion was not enough. Not only did it fail to scare Fang Ge away, but it also caused both of them to roll on the ground for dozens of times. A man and a woman rolled together in the fog and dust. The two seemed to be fighting, but they were very close. And Iran tried several times to break free from Fang Ge's restraints, but was held tightly by Fang Ge. In this case, the fight can only end when one side has exhausted all its strength. At this time, Fang Ge felt that and still wanted to try to fly. But for some reason, she just stood up and flew half a meter before falling down. Fang Ge suddenly felt that Iran's body had softened a little, and a soft voice came to his ears. When Fang Ge saw this, he saw that Iran's eyes softened a lot and her face turned a little pink. Is this back to normal? No. My body is still resisting, just a little weaker. I must have done something just now to produce this effect. Fang Ge looked carefully and found that his right hand seemed to be touching a furry tail. Could this be the reason? Fang Ge decided to try again. And Iran's expression changed immediately, and the blush on her face became even brighter. So this is her weakness. That makes it much simpler. Fang Ge began to do various operations on the tail, but it was not a quick and easy process. After several struggles, Iran's body finally stopped resisting. At the same time, his face was flushed and his eyes were unclear. Good opportunity. At this moment, Iran's body and mind have basically lost their ability to resist. Fang Ge immediately launched the soul-stealing technique. A captivating power emanated from Fang Ge's eyes and went straight into Iran's heart. And Iran suddenly felt that the person in front of her was tall, majestic, safe, and reliable. Gradually, she felt very tired. I fell asleep unknowingly. Crash. I don't know how much time had passed, but the chains of the underground confinement room suddenly began to rattle. And opened his eyes still in a daze. A little dark, a little gloomy. She felt that this place seemed a little familiar. She remembered that this was the underground confinement room of Tenjiao shelter. She was confused as to why she woke up and ended up back here. She shook her body, trying to figure out what was going on. But he found that his whole body was locked by 5 silver chains and he couldn't move much at all. And my whole body was sore, as if I had been beaten up. There seems to be a furry thing at the feet. And Iran thought that this should be her spirit beast Xiaobai. And Iran was still a little scared, as she couldn't understand the current situation at all. You're awake. This familiar voice made her feel at ease. Fang Ge walked in at this time. Brother Fang, what's going on? Why did you lock me up again? And Iran was very worried at this time. The two of them were clearly planning to have fun together last night, so how did it suddenly turn out like this? She was afraid that Fang Ge was really that kind of pervert. Since we didn't have enough fun, we are planning to try something new in this place. Because her current physical condition was exactly in line with her guess. Fang Ge, you don't remember anything? What should I remember? And was still a little confused. It was when we were about to do that, and then what happened? This, how can you ask a girl about this kind of thing? And still had a shy expression. Fang Ge. I mean, we had a fight afterwards, and it was pretty intense, do you understand? Why are you bringing this up again? I'm in so much pain all over, how could you not understand? And Iran's face turned even redder. Chapter 53 The Tale of the Spiritual Beast. There was no other way, Fang Ge could only start explaining again. It took a full hour to finally explain it clearly to an Iran. Brother Fang, are you saying that we didn't do that kind of thing, and that I beat you up? Yeah, how many more times do you want me to say it? So I'm so powerful? It's not you who are great, it's your summoned beast that is great. Oh, it turns out my Xiaobai is so powerful. And still looked at Xiaobai at his feet happily. Now is not the time for you to be complacent. You can't control your summoned beast at all right now. Fang Ge reminded in Iran. What should we do then? There is a solution for now. What method? Fang Ge leaned close to an Iran's ear and whispered something. And Iran's face turned redder the more she listened. Brother Fang, are you saying that as long as our soul contract is successful, this problem of mine can be solved? and still asked the question in a low voice. That's right.
The reason you lost control is, firstly, because your psychic energy is too weak, and secondly, your spiritual awareness is even weaker. As long as our souls are connected to a certain degree, we can perfectly solve these two problems.
And if you lose control again in the future, I can wake you up through soul communication. Fang Ge pointed out in Iran's illness very seriously.
But, does it take this contract to last that long?
Of course, the longer the contract, the better the effect. You don't want to be locked up here forever, do you? Fang Ge continued to analyze the interests involved to an Iran. Well, okay, but I'm in pain all over now.
And he still hesitated for a long time, and finally agreed reluctantly.
Don't worry, I have a way. A soft light enveloped an Iran. After a while, an Iran's body recovered almost completely.
So comfortable.
It doesn't seem to hurt anymore. Now that you're all ready, let's get started. Do you remember the first move I taught you last time? An Iran. Remember.
By the way, remember to relax and devote yourself to it, so that the effect can be perfect.
Fang Ge gave some final instructions. An Iran, okay. After another hour of discussion. It's a critical moment again. The psychic beast Xiaobai possessed an Iran again.
But this time, and was still controlled by the supernatural chains, coupled with the weakness of his tail. An Iran, who was possessed, had almost no ability to resist.
Crash. Assholes. What do you mean by this? Are these women stupid? They were so easily fooled by this bastard.
The noise next door once again irritated Xiaoling.
Assholes. Can't you keep your voice down?
Xiaoling covered her ears and protested strongly. But the two people next door had already entered a state of ecstasy, with only each other in their eyes. The sounds from the outside world can no longer disturb them.
4 hours later. Life skills +2. Soul contract progress 100%. Host, the soul contract progress has reached 100%. Do you want to make a soul contract with the other party? Fang Ge and an Iran chose to agree at the same time.
Both parties have agreed to begin the soul contract.
When an Iran regained consciousness, he was still very confused.
However, when Fang Ge regained consciousness, she happily went to meet him.
After a while, the two consciousnesses merged successfully. A wonderful connection was instantly formed between the two souls.
Soul fusion is successful, a contract has been established that will last until death, and the conditions for dual cultivation have been met.
Sea of Consciousness +1. 3 days later. Life skills +18. Sea of Consciousness +18. Early in the morning, before daybreak. A man and a woman appeared on the grass outside Tianjiao shelter.
The man holds a sword in his hand and stands with his hands behind his back. The woman stands sideways with her silver hair flying and holding a crystal sword. The alien rift in Central Park. There is no more fog drifting out, so the fog in this area is very thin.
The two people's vision was almost unrestricted.
Fang Ge looked at an Iran, his eyes directly fixed on the tail behind her. Looking at the tail, Fang Ge immediately thought of an Iran's pleading expression.
An Iran looked at Fang Ge's thoughtful eyes. How could she not know what he was thinking?
A blush suddenly appeared on her cheeks, and then she hid the ears and tail of the spirit beast.
Oh, can I already control certain parts of the spirit beast's body? Wouldn't it be much more convenient to teach in the future? Scold. An Iran's light shout interrupted Fang Ge's fantasy.
The long sword in her hand was light and agile, and she attacked Fang Ge as fast as lightning. Fang Ge did not use a knife, but simply put his fingers together to transform into a sword, instantly deflecting the attacking long sword. And continued to attack, but Fang Ge just defended and did not attack, blocking all of them. Although one was still able to consciously control his body, his strength was obviously not as strong as that night. If he wants to reach that level, he will probably need Fang Ge to train him well. Soon, the two men fought for hundreds of rounds. Under Fang Ge's special feeding moves, and still made rapid progress, forcing Fang Ge to use his sword to block.
Brother Fang, you better be careful with this next move.
After an Iran finished speaking, he retreated violently, pointed his sword at the sky, and began to gather strength.
Oh, can this trick be used? Fang Ge was a little surprised by an Iran's speed of progress. Moonlight slash.
A silver sword energy shot out from an Iran's hand, leaving a deep crack on the lawn.
Fang Ge also drew his knife and swung it casually. An invisible blade energy quickly condensed and collided with the sword energy in an instant.
The contact between these two forces directly produced several shock waves.
Countless cracks were created on the surrounding lawn.
The two of them withdrew their attacks, and Iran also returned to his original form. At this time, Shu Yuer, Shen Xianing, and others just walked out of the house. Only then did they realize that Fang Ge had brought back another beautiful woman. The woman looked very delicate, even fragile. She was holding a very cute ball of fur in her arms. After getting to know him, I found that An still speaks softly and has a very likable personality. At this time, Fang Ge suddenly called Lu Liansha out.
And let Lu Liansha and An Iran have a competition.
The women were puzzled.
An Iran doesn't look very capable of fighting and looks very delicate. Why does Fang Ge want her to compete with Lu Liansha? Are you sure you want me to spar with her? Don't blame me if I scratch your beauty.
Lu Liansha showed a look of contempt.
Don't worry, you may not be her opponent. Ah, that's better. An Iran and Lu Liansha stood apart. Fang Ge, are you sure Anin can still fight Lu Liansha?
Lu Liansha is a killer. Just when Shu Yuer and other female Tianjia were confused,
An Iran suddenly changed.
With silver hair, silver eyes, and a silver sword, he appeared in front of the women with a cool and dashing look. This change shocked all the women. Chapter 54, Lu Liansha breaks free from her shackles.
Lu Liansha and An Iran soon started fighting.
After several rounds of confrontation, Lu Liansha put away her contempt. The battle between the two became faster and faster, and An Iran was constantly improving. At the beginning, he was suppressed by Lu Liansha.
But as time went on, the two were evenly matched, and An even had the upper hand. Even Lu Liansha's invisibility skill was broken by An Iran. With An Iran's moonlight slash, Lu Liansha was defeated.
Only then did the women realize that An Iran was so powerful that she could defeat the female killer in close combat.
However, Fang Ge also understood that An Iran still had the advantage. After all, the female killer is still at a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation.
After the two finished their duel, the girls returned to the house to have breakfast. The girls were talking and laughing. After all, the world was in such a mess. It is a very happy thing that we can still get together so peacefully and have food and drinks.
An Iran also quickly integrated into the group. But there is one exception, and that is Lu Liansha.
As a killer, she has long been accustomed to being alone.
Except when eating, she is usually quiet and taciturn. At this time, she didn't know where she had gone. However, it was still easy for Fang Ge to find her. With Fang Ge's ability of seeing through things, he quickly found Lu Liansha in the grove of the park. Lu Liansha noticed Fang Ge coming and subconsciously wanted to escape. Although she and Fang Ge had been husband and wife, this relationship made her want to stay away from Fang Ge. But Fang Ge came here specifically to find her, so how could he let her escape? As soon as Lu Liansha made a move to jump, Fang Ge pressed her down with his hand. What are you doing? Are you here to laugh at me? Why would I laugh at you?
Humph, you brought back a powerful woman, deliberately let her defeat me, and then came to laugh at me.
Then you guessed wrong.
I let her defeat you to show you that my team will become stronger and stronger. The Blood Alliance will be defeated sooner or later. When Lu Liansha heard Fang Ge talk about defeating the Blood Alliance, she was silent for a moment. She was also very surprised that Fang Ge could always bring back a gifted woman every time he went out.
How did this man do it? If this continues, it might turn out to be just as he said. I know what you want to say. You can go now. Kick me away? Is this how you treat your master? You, what else do you have to say? Since you are mine, of course I want you to become stronger.
Hearing this, Lu Liansha's eyes suddenly changed.
Becoming stronger is indeed what she wants to hear most.
She had been feeling recently that there was a restraint in her body that seemed to be suppressing her power.
Do you feel like there's a layer of shackles on your body right now? Lu Liansha nodded. To break through this shackle, a powerful external force is needed. What external force? This is the shackle pill, an external force that can break the shackles on your body.
Consumed 1,000 alien crystals, remaining 2,871 alien crystals.
Fang Ge took out a yellow pill. When Lu Liansha saw this pill, her heart couldn't help but beat faster. What are your conditions?
However, Lu Liansha also heard that Fang Ge would definitely not give it to her so easily. The condition is to sign another contract with me.
Another contract. Haven't I already signed one?
When Lu Lianxia heard that she had to sign a contract, she immediately tightened her legs.
Fang Ge did not give the shackle pill directly to Lu Lianxia.
They were afraid that once Lu Lianxia broke free from her shackles, the previous contract would be difficult to restrain her.
And Iran is the best example. Only after signing the soul contract can Fang Ge feel at ease. This contract is different. Why is it different?
Lu Lianxia was a little confused.
This time it's a soul contract. What is a soul contract? This contract will fuse our souls into one.
From now on, there will be no distinction between you and me, and we will never betray each other.
Lu Lianxia fell silent. She knew that once this contract was successful, she would be completely controlled by Fang Ge. Can I refuse the soul contract? Cannot. Fang Ge gave a very affirmative answer. Then why are you asking me? Lu Lianxia was so angry that she gritted her teeth. I'm doing this out of respect for my subordinates. Fang Ge's rogue look at this moment reminded Lu Lianxia of some unbearable memories. Don't waste time. Let's make a soul contract quickly. This won't happen quickly.
The soul contract is a very sacred and delicate one, and it can't be completed in a short time.
Lu Lianxia had an ominous premonition at this moment. What she guessed was probably about to happen. Soul contract progress 61%. Soul contract progress 62%. Soul contract progress 63%. 2 hours later. Life skills +1. Soul contract progress 70%. Fang Ge couldn't help but sigh when he saw that the soul contract progress had only increased by 10%. As expected, if they don't communicate for too long, their relationship will quickly decline. Didn't it work?
Lu Lianxia suppressed her discomfort and asked anxiously.
This soul contract must be taken seriously. If you treat it perfunctorily like this, it will definitely not succeed. Let us do it again. Fang Ge explained and started again.
The birds in the grove began to sing.
Soul contract progress 71%. Soul contract progress 74%. 2 hours later. Life skills +1. Soul contract progress 90%. Isn't that enough? Lu Lianxia asked weakly.
My attitude is much better this time, but I'm still not committed enough.
Keep up the good work, and I should be able to succeed next time. You wouldn't deliberately lie to me for that, would you? Why would I lie to you? My loss is greater than yours. You are such a scoundrel. Soul contract progress 92%. The girl said, strange? Why are the birds in the woods chirping all the time today? Soul contract progress 95%. 2 hours later. Life skills +1. Soul contract progress 100%. Host, the soul contract progress has reached 100%. Do you want to make a soul contract with the other party?
Lu Lianxia hesitated for a long time, but finally chose to agree. Both parties have agreed to begin the soul contract. Finally, after some bumps and bruises, the two consciousnesses finally merged successfully.
A wonderful connection was instantly formed between the two souls.
Soul fusion is successful, a contract has been established that will last until death, and the conditions for dual cultivation have been met.
Sea of consciousness +1. Don't want. Fang Ge took off Lu Lianxia's black gauze mask. A pitiful and charming face was completely revealed. Why did you take off my eye patch? After the soul contract was successful, Lu Lianxia's words were no longer as sharp as before.
Although he was blaming Fang Ge, his words were spoken gently.
This face is so beautiful, it's a pity to cover it up. Lu Lianxia blushed and didn't want to talk. Fang Ge suddenly took action again. Chapter 55 Upgrading the shelter. What are you going to do again? Didn't we already have a successful contract? The contract was successful, so shouldn't we celebrate? And you were blindfolded before, that was so boring. Be good, this celebration is essential. In the end, Lu Lianxia still couldn't resist Fang Ge's stubbornness. Life skills +1. Sea of consciousness +1. Fang Ge asked Lu Lianxia to take the shackle pill. After Lu Lianxia broke through, she disappeared. How heartless.
After Fang Ge walked out of the grove, he came to the outside of the shelter.
Summon Tianzhou? Yes. Swish. A vortex of light similar to a teleportation appeared in the open space of Tianjiao shelter.
Within 60 kilometers, there are no more Tianjios that can be summoned.
Are there no more Tianjiao to summon? The only option is to upgrade. Fang Ge checked his resources. Fang Ge. Physical fitness, 50 plus 50 first transcendent stage. Spiritual power cultivation, 59. Sea of consciousness, 41. Number of Tianjiao contracts, 9.
Magic skills, spirit gathering, transparency, lightness, healing, disappearing, wind control, sparks, soul stealing.
Special skill, 1 knife. Gold coins, 53421, otherworldly crystals, 2871, strengthening pills, 0, power pills, 2, refining pills, 0.
I already have 50,000 gold coins, which is enough to upgrade the Tianjiao shelter.
Do you want to spend 30,000 gold coins to upgrade Tianjiao shelter? Yes. Rumble. The interior of Tianjiao shelter was undergoing another huge change, as if an earthquake had occurred.
The women in the house were so frightened that they ran out quickly. It was discovered that the Tianjiao shelter had been expanded from a 3-story building to a 5-story building.
Level 3 Tianjiao shelter. 1. It has 3 levels of protection. 2. Within 250 kilometers, randomly summon a Tianjiao once a day. 3. Teleport back to Tianjiao shelter once every 7 days.
4. You can forcibly summon Tianjiao once a month. Upgrading the level 4 Tianjiao shelter requires 120,000 gold coins.
Fang Ge walked in, and the girls followed.
The first floor hall is the same as before, half is the dining area, and the other half is still the living room, but it is much larger.
There is nothing on the second floor.
The third floor is the dormitory area, with many more rooms, and the size and style of the rooms are similar to before.
The fourth floor is different.
Although there are only 20 rooms, each room is spacious and all are pink.
The fifth floor is still Fang Ge's room.
There was an empty hall on the second floor, and Fang Ge decided to transform it into a special combat communication room.
This decision immediately aroused opposition from the women. However, under the constraints of Fang Ge's contract, the women's objections were invalid. In desperation, the women launched a joint counterattack. Except Song Yuyan and Song Yao. The women took turns whispering in Fang Ge's ear day and night, and even Lu Liansha joined in. Although Fang Ge was not convinced in the end. However, Fang Ge finally agreed to transform it into a cloakroom. Fang Ge directly spent 10,000 gold coins to exchange for a large amount of women's clothing. However, these clothes were exchanged according to Fang Ge's preferences.
Once the clothes are exchanged,
Xin Xianing, Shu Yuer, and Lu Liansha immediately went to look for clothes.
Xin Xianing was the first to change. She chose black stockings, a short skirt, and a short-sleeved suit, a set of clothes for a professional woman.
Shu Yuer chose a pink and white Chanel-style dress, a skirt, and a celebrity look. Lu Liansha chose clothes that could cover her body.
But these clothes were all bought by Fang Ge, so they are all shorts, short skirts, short tops and the like.
No matter what Lu Liansha chose, she couldn't cover it all. Ling Miaoyuan in Iran were bolder and chose a black lace suspender dress and a pink lace suspender dress respectively. While the girls were choosing clothes, Fang Ge went directly to the basement. The basement level is no longer a detention cell.
Now it has become a resource storage and weapons storage room. However, they are all empty at the moment and Fang Ge needs to spend gold coins to exchange them.
Fang Ge spent 2,000 gold coins and exchanged them for a large amount of food.
Another 8,000 gold coins were spent to exchange for some firearms and cold weapons.
Then, Fang Ge came to the second underground floor. The second underground floor has become the current solitary confinement room, and this solitary confinement room is completely different. The rooms in the detention room are more spacious. Fang Ge came to Shaoling's confinement room.
The lights inside are red and green, and the color tone and style are extremely strange. There were also many strange and bizarre torture instruments.
What are you doing? Why is there an earthquake? And why has this place suddenly changed? Why, I let you live in a bigger and more spacious place, but you're still not satisfied? Who cares? Isn't it rare? Fang Ge looked at the strange torture instruments in the confinement room. There was something that looked like a chair, pink and kind of cute. Fang Ge touched it and it was prickly and immediately vibrated when touched. Fang Ge's hands suddenly felt irritated and numb. This thing looks cute, but once you sit on it, it will be difficult to get off. This dog system is really good at playing.
Seeing Fang Ge actually studying these torture instruments, Xiaoling suddenly began to feel frightened. Fang Ge suddenly turned around and looked at Xiaoling.
Miss Xiaoling, would you like to try it? Asshole. Why are you torturing me? It seems you don't like this. Then why don't you try something more exciting? Fang Ge's words immediately reminded Xiaoling of what had happened in the confinement room in the past few days. You dare, I'm from the police department. Police station? With all the monsters out there, the police station probably no longer exists. Don't you have any conscience? Conscience? Conscience cannot survive in this apocalypse. Moreover, the current order has collapsed, human desires are no longer under control, and the future will be even darker. You've already told me all this last time, but I'm of no use to you. Why do you insist on locking me up here? Who said you are useless to me? If you were useless, I would have let you go long ago. What do you mean by that?
Xiaoling was a little confused.
You are different from ordinary people. You are a gifted person. I'm gifted? How come I don't know that?
Xiaoling felt that Fang Ge was talking nonsense. Fang Ge didn't explain, but took out a blue pill and placed it in front of Xiaoling. Take this pill, and you will believe what I say. Looking at this strange thing, Xiaoling did not take any action.
What? Are you afraid I'll poison you? This thing is very precious. If it is left outside, people will definitely fight over it. Unless you want me to feed you myself. Fang Ge licked his lips and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No. You don't have to feed me, I'll eat it. Xiaoling swallowed the supernatural pill.
Not long after, Xiaoling felt some beating in her lower abdomen.
Fang Ge also noticed her change at this time.
So he stood up, walked to Xiaoling, and pulled her to the position of the silver chain.
Lock her up directly. Chapter 56 The Power of Protection. Fang Ge. What do you mean? Why did you lock me up?
Xiaoling was even more confused at this time.
Relax, don't be so nervous. Let me explain to you.
These chains are called energy sealing locks, and they're specifically designed for people with special abilities. You were an ordinary person before, so you didn't need these chains.
Now that you are a mutant, these chains will come in handy. Fang Ge explained very patiently. Even if I became a superpower, I didn't resist. Why did you lock me up? That's the second question I want to explain. Remember the two women I brought to the detention room earlier? Xiaoling's face lit up and she nodded reluctantly.
They both just awakened their superpowers, and because they couldn't control them, they went out of control.
That's why I brought you here and bound you with chains.
And my ability can just resolve the problem of their superpowers going out of control.
You've just awakened your powers.
I'm just making preparations in advance to prevent you from going berserk. You know, when your superpowers go out of control, you lose your mind. If you really lose control later, I'll have to sacrifice myself to help you regain consciousness, just like I did a few days ago.
Fang Ge showed an intriguing smile at this moment. Fang Ge. You bastard. Did you do this on purpose?
Xiaoling felt that she was being tricked and shook the chains frantically in anger.
I advise you not to get so excited, otherwise the chances of your superpower going berserk will greatly increase, he. Fang Ge decided to continue scaring this stubborn woman.
After hearing what Fang Ge said, Xiaoling dared not say anything and immediately began to force herself to calm down. Just like that, the two of them stared at each other quietly in the confinement room.
Fang Ge admired Xiaoling very leisurely.
Xiaoling has a very good figure, about 168 centimeters tall, neither tall nor short, but it's a pity that she is ruined by this outfit. If she changes into a set of tight denim shorts, coupled with her soft yet heroic appearance, she would be very pleasing to the eye. At this moment, in Xiaoling's eyes,
Fang Ge's appreciation was like a hungry wolf staring at her, a sheep.
Xiaoling wanted to cover herself, but her whole body was tied up. Just like that, after the two of them stared at each other for more than an hour.
Fang Ge, have you seen enough? Xiaoling couldn't stand Fang Ge's aggressive gaze. Alas, what a pity. Fang Ge stood up and stretched. What a pity. Of course it's a pity that you didn't go berserk.
I waited so long in vain, but in the end I didn't get the chance to play.
You? Bah, so shameless. Now that I'm fine, let me go. Let you go? There's no way I'll let you go. Since you've already awakened your powers, I'll definitely not let you go. You. Unless you join my team. Don't be so quick to refuse. I know you're not afraid of death and have a sense of justice, so you should join. Although I have no interest in saving the world, I will do my best to destroy those monsters. The reason I want you to join is because I want to bring together talented people like you. Form a powerful force to fight against more powerful enemies in the future. If you're allowed to fight alone, you'll die on the road sooner or later. And, the Zhao family, your sister's revenge, don't you want to avenge her? Fang Ge immediately started the brainwashing in talking mode. If you have thought it over, please sign this contract. Otherwise, you'll just stay here. Fang Ge undid Xiao Ling's chains, put down a contract, and left the underground confinement room. Not long after. Successfully contracted Tianjiao, rewarded with a lucky draw. Congratulations on winning the magic skill. Spirit Body Technique. Contract a Tianjiao Awakening and receive a superpower pill. Contract with 9 beauties and receive 900 gold coins and 90 alien crystals every day. Next stage task progress, 910. 9 already. I wonder what the reward will be if I contract another famous beauty. Unfortunately, I've already been summoned today.
Xiao Ling came out of the underground confinement room. However, she hadn't taken a shower for several days, so Fang Ge asked her to take a shower first. After taking a shower, Xiao Ling chose a set of denim shorts. This dress really suits her. It not only highlights her heroic spirit, but also her charming curves. And her previous clothes had been thrown away by Fang Ge. Now that she has joined the Tianjiao group, she naturally can no longer wear her old clothes. Fang Ge looked at Xiao Ling carefully again. Xiao Ling graceful contracted. Age, 24. Appearance, 9.6. Physical fitness, 25. Life skills, 0. Superpower, Guardian Power normal level. Xiao Ling rarely wore clothes with so little fabric. Now that Fang Ge was staring at him, he suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. Let's see how you use your special ability. Oh, okay. As Xiao Ling released her spiritual energy, a transparent halo enveloped Xiao Ling's body. How do you feel? Fang Ge asked Xiao Ling. I feel so comfortable and warm, as if something is protecting me. Xiao Ling expressed her feelings. Then go fight the monsters outside and test the effects. Oh, okay. Xiao Ling has practiced martial arts. With her current physical condition, she easily dealt with the black beetle. So I can't see what's so special about superpowers. When she was fighting Silver Beetle, Fang Ge discovered that the corrosive liquid of the Silver Beetle seemed to be blocked by Xiao Ling's special ability. A tank? This ability is pretty good. After Xiao Ling's special ability was exhausted, Fang Ge asked her to go back and rest. When Xiao Ling came back, looking at her expression, she seemed to be still unsatisfied. Fang Ge looked at the alien world crack across the lake. There are fewer and fewer strange beasts coming out of this crack. Now any one of the women can be wiped out. The number of these exotic beasts is no longer enough for them to practice. Besides, there is still some time before the next wave of strange beasts, so it is time to take them to clear out the strange beasts in Yunqian. Otherwise, all these days will be spoiled. After all, the 10 great beauties of the previous life all emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. At night, Fang Ge gathered all the girls in the lobby on the first floor. He made an announcement to them. Starting tomorrow, I will take them out to eliminate the strange beasts in Yunqian. Since most of the girls can't fly, Fang Ge will take one of them out every day. Ling Miaoyuan and Iran can fly, but they are both a little special and can only be taken out alone. Xiao Ling reacted the most strongly to the news. If it weren't for the constraints of Fang Ge's contract, she would have rushed out to fight the monster long ago. Moreover, she had just gained her superpowers, and her desire to fight was the strongest at that time. When Ling Miaoyu heard Fang Ge say that he would take her out alone, her face immediately turned red. But there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Chapter 57 Our fetus is relatively stable. The other women didn't have any special reactions. Bao Shangru likes to eat more, and she is also happy to hear that they are going to destroy those monsters. However, Song Yuyan and Song Yiyo were a little worried because their current abilities were too weak. Almost no ability to destroy monsters. However, under the constraints of Fang Ge's contract, they had no choice but to accept it. The next morning, Fang Ge flew out with Shu Yuer. It was also the first time for Shu Yuer to experience the feeling of being carried by Fang Ge. At first, they were shocked and screamed, but after getting used to it, they immediately looked around with curiosity. Fang Ge's first plan was to eliminate the giant beast worms first. Because this guy has a great destructive power on the city. The giant beast worm is relatively easy to find. It is huge in size and will destroy wherever there are buildings. However, it also takes a long rest period. When its strength is exhausted, it will rest for 3 days. Soon, Fang Ge found a giant insect. It was probably just woken up, and when it stood up, Fang Ge happened to discover it.
Fang Ge first asked Shu Yuer to try to kill the giant beast insect. The attack power of Shu Yuer's dimensional force is very strong.
Although the giant beast worm was not killed, a large wound was left on it. And this wound cannot be healed. The giant beast worm suddenly became furious and wanted to counterattack Shu Yuer.
Unfortunately, Shu Yuer was in the air, and it was completely helpless and could only vent its anger on the surrounding buildings.
Fang Ge.
What a pity. I almost killed it. Since we're almost there, let's make up for it now. How do you make up for it? You don't want to do that in a place like this. But this is in the air. Shu Yuer blushed immediately. The first thing she thought of was that method. What happened in the air? Don't worry, it will be fine soon. Very fast? How can it be so fast? Just when Shu Yuer was daydreaming, Fang Ge exchanged for a supernatural mutation pill. Eat this. A yellow pill appears in Fang Singer. Consumed 1,000 alien crystals, remaining 1871 alien crystals. What kind of medicine is this? Fang Ge whispered to Shu Yuer, this is medicine that won't make you pregnant. Take it with confidence. Shu Yuer knew that Fang Ge was making fun of her. She took the pill angrily and swallowed it. Shu Yuer suddenly felt her body like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, with strength constantly surging out of her body. And the body began to float in the air uncontrollably. After a long while, the strength in the body finally stabilized. The body began to fall. At this time, Fang Ge held Shu Yuer back in his arms. How is it? Our fetus is relatively stable. Bad guy is playing a joke on me again. Fang Ge teased Shu Yuer for a while and then returned to his normal state. How is it? Have you awakened any new skills? New skills don't seem to exist. No? Although I don't have any new skills, I do feel some changes, but I can't put my finger on what they are. Since you can't tell, then try attacking that giant beast bug again. Yeah, okay. Shu Yuer locked onto the giant beast insect again. A similar dimensional crack appeared on the giant beast worm, and the giant beast worm let out a painful howl. It thought that was the end of it. Next second, this dimensional crack opened like a mouth, instantly creating a powerful suction force around it. The suction force was like a meat grinder, tearing the giant beast worm into pieces. Shu Yuer buried her head in Fang Ge's chest, not daring to continue reading. She didn't expect that her power would cause such a bloody scene. When Fang Ge saw this scene, he immediately thought of it. Although Shu Yuer did not develop any new skills, her ability to control her supernatural powers was greatly enhanced. Then her abilities would have infinite possibilities. He can even create his own supernatural skills. Next, the two encountered a large swarm of insects. Shu Yuer simply threw out two-dimensional black holes and eliminated this wave of insects. However, Shu Yuer's special abilities are almost gone. After that, she could only lie in Fang Ge's arms and rest. It seems that this dimensional black hole move can only be used as a major move. Fang Ge, can you come to my house? Your home? Where is it? St. Maurice, North City. St. Maurice, that's one of the most upscale residential areas in Cloud City. Good. Fang Ge flew all the way towards Shu Yuer's community. Along the way, they encountered two giant beast insects, both of which were chopped in half by Fang Ge with one knife. Fang Ge no longer needs to use his special skills to kill the giant beastworm. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at the gate of St. Maurice community. However, the main gate of the community has been blocked by cars. Only a hole the size of a black beetle was left. Oh, someone deliberately released the black beetles to hunt. Someone did this in Fang Ge's community in his previous life. This method is both safe and can steadily improve your strength. Inside the Street Maurice Guard Hall,
A group of people wearing security uniforms were gathered together smoking and playing cards. Captain, more and more people have been sneaking into our neighborhood lately, using this place as a refuge.
What can we do? That big monster outside specifically targets tall buildings with dense crowds of people. We're in a high-end residential area. There aren't many tall buildings here, and the population isn't dense. Big monsters don't come here at all. That's why those people outside keep pouring in. Yeah, even monsters are bullying the poor these days.
At this moment, a young man wearing a green wig rushed in and shouted,
Captain, someone has entered our community again. Fuck. Just come in, why are you shouting so loudly?
According to the old rules, men are beaten and thrown out, and if women are pretty, they are kept temporarily.
Do I need to teach you again?
A fat middle-aged man yelled at Green Hair with an unhappy look on his face.
It was a man and a woman who came.
When everyone heard Green Hair say this, they were stunned.
The next second, everyone burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha.
Green Hair, are you crazy from watching the door?
It's not a man and a woman, could it be a man and a demon? Ha ha.
Green Hair, if you're not awake, I don't mind slapping you awake. Faced with a group of ridicules, Green Hair didn't care.
He took a breath and continued, that woman is Miss Shu. Miss Shu is back. Miss Shu? That's Shu Xiao.
The captain was about to get angry, but stopped abruptly.
Could it be Miss Shu Yuer who lives in our neighborhood? What? Shu Yuer, the most beautiful girl in our neighborhood? Huang Mao, you are not seeing things. I'm absolutely not mistaken.
I saw it clearly.
There's no way I could have made a mistake, Miss Shu.
At this moment, the captain's eyes were shining. Thinking of Shu Yuer's face that is more beautiful than that of a star, and her figure that makes people dream about her.
Everyone felt hot all over. Chapter 58 I will keep you awake tonight. This Miss Shu was not eaten by the monster and even ran back. He must have been unable to stay outside any longer, so he fled back. Green Hair, what did they look like when they came in? Captain, they look white and clean, and seem quite clean. Clean.
Those evolvers out there fighting monsters are all covered in dirt and dust.
Not a single one of them is clean.
Yeah, even if we hide in such a safe place, it's not that clean. It seems that they are not evolvers.
Ah, she didn't run away. Shu Yuer must have been hiding in a basement before. She probably had nothing to eat and ran out of hunger. What are you waiting for? Let's go and greet them together. Wait a minute, Captain.
A security guard called out to Captain Huang.
Shouldn't we inform Mr. Chow? If he knew we were going to take action against Shu Yuer, I'm afraid.
When they heard the words Mr. Chow, the security guard stopped immediately. Chow Xiao's mysterious and unpredictable methods still make them feel scared. Everyone in the community knew that Chow Xiaojie had been pursuing Shu Yuer madly, but Shu Yuer had always ignored him. After the end of the world, Chow Xiaojie got some strange power from nowhere and started killing people in the community. In order to search for Shu Yuer, he once killed many people in the community.
What are you afraid of?
We'll find a secret place, hide Shu Yuer, and have fun with her for a few days. If he really finds us, the worst that can happen is that we flee this neighborhood. Anyway, the resources here are almost depleted, and the monsters outside seem to be getting fewer and fewer. Why should we be here and suffer his wrath?
Thinking of Shu Yuer's charming appearance, Captain Huang suddenly felt that the risk was worth it.
This Chow Xiaojie monopolized all the resources in the community and hid all the beautiful women in the community in his house. Only some women of ordinary looks were left, and he was already tired of playing with them. Now, he would never leave Shu Yuer to Chow Xiaojie no matter what. This is also his revenge on Chow Xiaojie.
Captain.
Green Hair suddenly called out to Captain Huang.
Just say what you want to say, don't be so shy. Well, a few days might not be enough. Can we extend it to a month?
Hearing Green Hair's words, everyone immediately smiled lasciviously at each other.
It is indeed a high-end community.
Although the houses here are not villas, each one is a duplex, and each one is no less than 300 square meters.
The entire community is built by the lake and covers a very large area.
The buildings here are surprisingly not damaged.
Yuer, where is your home? Ah, my house is in Building 11, the one by the lake. Shu Yuer was just about to take Fang Ge over when a group of people appeared on the main road ahead. Miss Shu, why didn't you say hello to us when you returned home? These two are so clean.
The fat middle-aged man in the lead looked at Shu Yuer with a smile.
Captain Huang? What are you doing here?
Shu Yuer didn't expect that there were security guards at the gate of the community. Of course we are protecting this community.
Aren't you afraid of those monsters?
I'm afraid, but for the safety of the community, we have to stay at our posts.
It's our duty.
Oh, thank you for your hard work.
After saying this, Shu Yuer prepared to continue going home. However, Captain Huang immediately blocked her way. Captain Huang, do you have anything else to say? This outsider cannot enter our community casually. Captain Huang pointed at Fang Ge.
Captain Huang is not an outsider, he is my boyfriend. After Shu Yuer finished speaking, the tips of her ears felt a little hot, and she secretly glanced at Fang Ge. Seeing that he didn't react at all, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that Miss Shu has been hiding in this boy's house recently. This guy is so lucky that he managed to get such a top-notch woman. It seems that these two have been together recently, so all of Miss Shu's postures must have been unlocked by this guy in advance.
Where are you going, Miss Shu? I want to go home.
At this time, green hair came up behind Captain Huang and whispered.
Captain, you can't let Miss Shu go home. Young Master Chao's house is right next to Miss Shu. Miss Shu, you may not be able to go home for a while. Why? Because your house was entered by a monster, it's a bit messy. It's okay, I'm just grabbing something and leaving. That won't work either. Captain Huang, what do you mean? Shu Yuer already sensed the other party's ill intentions. He. Miss Shu, we work so hard to protect your home. As the owner, shouldn't you personally reward us, ha?
Captain Huang no longer pretended, his desire for Shu Yuer was clearly visible on his face. The surrounding security guards surrounded them like a pack of wolves. Shu Yuer immediately hid behind Fang Ge.
Fang Ge, what should we do? What to do? This is your neighborhood, so naturally it's up to you to handle it.
Fang Ge knew it the first time he saw these people. He had seen this kind of look too many times in the end times. But this time he wanted Shu Yuer to solve it herself. The two began to communicate with their souls. Killing monsters is fine, but I don't dare to kill a living person. There will be people like this everywhere in the future. If you don't take action, these people will only harm more people if you let them go.
But it's okay. If you don't take action, I will keep you awake tonight. You are such a bad person, no. You are simply a devil.
Fang Ge no longer responded, tacitly accepting her evaluation of himself.
The guards are getting closer and closer. Shu Yuer shouted, "Don't come any closer, or you will die." Ha, brothers, Miss Shu said we will die. I wonder how she will kill us.
Captain, I guess he wants to crush us to death with his legs, ha.
Then I'm afraid Miss Shu will have to work hard for a long time, he. But it doesn't matter, we have plenty of time. Shu Yuer finally couldn't stand the unscrupulous faces of this group of people. She just stretched out a finger and moved it forward. An extremely tiny dimensional crack flashed by.
The wild smiles on the faces of this group of people suddenly froze. Because they suddenly felt that they had lost control of their bodies. They wanted to move forward, but their bodies were unable to move at all. Greenhair didn't believe it and used all his strength. The next second, his body split into two, the upper body fell to the ground, and the lower body remained motionless. The rest of the people looked at Greenhair's corpse in horror, not daring to move. Chapter 59 Chapter 59 I will help you consolidate your superpowers.
What is going on? Witchcraft is this witchcraft?
This group of people saw Shu Yuer waving at them, and then it became like this.
Miss Shu, we know we were wrong.
Please let us go. This way of dying was too weird, and they began to regret it. But Shu Yuer no longer has time to take care of them. She was now running around them at a very fast speed, then found a corner and started vomiting madly.
When she had almost finished vomiting, she left without looking back.
All that is left for these security guards is the fear of waiting for death. Ever since Cao Xiaojie awakened his spatial ability, he has collected all the surrounding supplies into his own space. Afterwards, he used food as bait to lure all the beautiful women into his house. There are more than a dozen beauties in his house now. There are Lolita, schoolgirls, wives, and third-tier celebrities. He had just returned from outside, and was accompanied by a very sexy woman. He exchanged this for a bag of sausages and a few bottles of mineral water from another psychic. As soon as he entered the community, he saw a pile of things lying on the ground. When I walked forward and took a look, I found that they were members of the community security team, and now they had all become corpses. And the death was extremely tragic. This kind of wound is caused by a mutant. Besides me, there are no other people with special abilities in the community. It seems that they are from outside. Oh no, my collection. Chao Xiaojie hurried home. You live alone in such a big house, where are your parents? Fang Ge walked into Shu Yuer's house and saw a very spacious living room as soon as he entered. However, the layout is very monotonous and it doesn't seem to be very popular. My parents divorced very early, and my father was away from home all year round busy with business and was rarely at home. Now I don't know whether he is alive or dead. Shu Yuer did not show much sadness, as if this home did not bring her any warmth. Shu Yuer came to her room. Fang Ge also followed him in. The walls, bed, curtains, carpets and furniture in the house are all in warm pink and white colors. It is also filled with various types of dolls, a very typical princess style. Although many days have passed, I can still smell the faint fragrance left by the owner of the room. For Fang Ge, this was his first time entering a girl's room, and the experience was quite novel. Yuer, what are you going to take with you? As he spoke, Fang Ge came to Shu Yuer's bedside. I found a private item that Shu Yuer had not packed up yet. Fang Ge observed it carefully and found that the style of this one was too girlish and totally unsuitable for Shu Yuer's charming appearance. It's not as fashionable and trendy as the one I chose for her. You didn't come back just to pick these up, did you? Fang Ge picked up Shu Yuer's private belongings. Seeing Fang Ge holding his thing in his hand, Shu Yuer's cheeks flushed. Then he quickly snatched it away. Fang Ge came to Shu Yuer's wardrobe again, opened it and took a look. Royal sister celebrity dress, tea-inspired chic suit, shimmering top, celebrated short-sleeved cheongsam, French exquisite gilded skirt, pink and white slim skirt. The styles of these clothes can basically be found in Fang Ge's shelter. Fang Ge pointed at the clothes in Shu Yuer's closet and said with a sly smile, "Hee. Is your dressing style specifically for me?" Shu Yuer's face became even redder, and she hurriedly squeezed in front of Fang Ge and closed the wardrobe. Fang Ge smiled, then went to sit down beside Shu Yuer's bed. Yeah, it's very soft and comfortable. It's better than the shelter. You must take this bed back with you and place it in your room in the shelter. I will use it often. Shu Yuer's face continued to turn red. She regretted letting Fang Ge into her room. Because Fang Ge would reveal many of her daughter's private matters one by one. Why not, let's use it now. Fang Ge pulled Shu Yuer over. Shu Yuer bit her lip and said, "No. I still have to pack my things." That doesn't matter. You pack your things and I'll take care of you. Shu Yuer was still resisting, but this resistance was more like a response. Fang Ge lifted her pink hair and whispered in her ear, "Don't move. I'll help you consolidate your supernatural powers." Shu Yuer stopped struggling and nodded slightly, "Okay." 2 hours later. Life skills +1. Sea of consciousness +1. After 2 hours of consolidation by Fang Ge, Shu Yuer's ability was improved again. This dual cultivation not only consolidated Shu Yuer's special abilities. It also gave Shu Yuer a new understanding of supernatural power control. Fang Ge also discovered that dual cultivation could restore each other's supernatural powers and spiritual power. I was practicing dual cultivation at full capacity before, so I didn't feel this effect. The souls of the two have already merged. There is no need for many words. Thousands of words are expressed in their eyes. Shu Yuer's delicate fingertips gently moved across Fang Ge's body, and every touch seemed to send an electric current. There are rumors at school that you're a gold digger and that you have a boyfriend who's a rich second-generation kid. Did you know that? Fang Ge smelled Shu Yuer's hair and chatted with her intermittently. So do you think I'm a gold digger? People who can live in this place are definitely not short of money. So where's your rich second-generation boyfriend? How can I have a rich second-generation boyfriend? I only have you. And it seems like I'm not the only woman you have. Shu Yuer pouted and glanced at Fang Ge. It seems you still have a lot of complaints about me. So starting today, I'll make sure you stay grounded every day. How about that? Hearing Fang Ge say this, Shu Yuer was immediately frightened and shook her head. If I say that humanity will be extinct in the future, would you believe it?
The next second, Fang Ge suddenly looked at Shu Yuer seriously. Are you serious?
Of course, I experienced the apocalypse for 10 years and witnessed the demise of mankind with my own eyes. Shu Yuer felt from the soul communication that Fang Ge was not lying.
I brought you together to try to save the future. Because each of you has powerful talents, and I can amplify your talents. If each of you is scattered, then this force will not be united and will become very weak.
The two of them have made a soul contract, and Shu Yuer can never betray Fang Ge.
These things tell her that it doesn't matter anymore.
The information Fang Ge said was so shocking that Shu Yuer found it difficult to digest it for a while.
She could only stare at Fang Ge in a daze.
It took a while to recover from the shock.
Shu Yuer suddenly asked, "What was my situation like during those 10 years of the apocalypse?" You.
I'm sorry, I haven't seen you in the last 10 years.
I'm afraid. Fang Ge looked at Shu Yuer's expectant eyes and didn't continue speaking. Shu Yuer also guessed from Fang Ge's expression that she might not survive the apocalypse. She thought back to that day.
If Fang Ge hadn't kidnapped him on purpose, he would have been killed by the monster by then.
Thinking of this, Shu Yuer unconsciously hugged Fang Ge tightly. Feeling Shu Yuer's emotions, Fang Ge touched her hair and gently comforted her.
Chapter 60 The man who took a photo with Shu Yuer. The two of them stayed affectionate for a while. Shu Yuer reluctantly got up and continued to pack her things. Fang Ge came behind her and found Shu Yuer was sorting photos. He suddenly found a photo of Shu Yuer and a man. Shu Yuer in the photo is very beautiful, smiling happily, and is as beautiful as a peach blossom. The man next to her was gentle, handsome, and tall, looking like a domineering CEO. He was looking at Shu Yuer with a doting look on his face.
No matter who looks at it, the two people in the photo look like a match made in heaven. Is this what you mean, no boyfriend? Yuer, why don't you explain this photo properly? Fang Ge pinched Shu Yuer's delicate chin.
Shu Yuer looked at the photo in Fang Ge's eye and hurriedly explained, "Fang Ge, you misunderstood.
This is not my boyfriend. This is an older brother who has taken care of me since I was a child. Our two families are old friends. My father is away from home all year round, so I asked him to come and take care of me more often. I just think of him as a brother."
Shu Yuer raised her eyes and looked at Fang Ge, with a look of grievance on her face.
It doesn't matter. You've already branded me in your own image. No one else has a chance.
Fang Ge looked at Shu Yuer, gave her a mischievous smile, and let her go. After hearing this, Shu Yuer pondered for a long time but still didn't understand what Fang Ge meant.
Fang Ge looked at the man in the photo again. I just took a quick glance at him, but I had a vague feeling that I had seen this person somewhere before.
Although the man looked gentle and refined, Fang Ge had an uncomfortable feeling towards him. Fang Ge thought back to his 10 years of apocalyptic life, trying to find relevant memories.
But I still can't remember where I've seen this person. Suddenly, a chill came from Fang Ge's back.
Before Fang Ge could turn around, a silver dagger appeared out of nowhere and stabbed him hard in the waist.
It happened in the blink of an eye.
Without turning around, Fang Ge instinctively used 2 fingers to clamp the dagger firmly in his backhand.
Immediately afterwards, Fang Ge shook it vigorously with 2 fingers. With a snap, the silver dagger was broken by him. After this commotion, Shu Yuer finally reacted. But she had no idea what was going on.
When she saw a broken dagger suddenly appear in Fang Ge's hand, she immediately realized that someone was attacking them. But the attacker was nowhere to be seen.
Fang Ge.
Just as she was about to come over, Fang Ge immediately signaled her not to act rashly.
Is it an invisible person? Shu Yuer asked cautiously. Fang Ge shook his head at her. If it is invisible.
With Shu Yuer's currency of consciousness and sensing ability, she could detect it, let alone Fang Ge, who would probably have been discovered from 10 meters away.
Fang Ge had already used the transparency technique at this time.
Apart from Shu Yuer, whose outlines were clearly visible, no other creatures were found. Fang Ge guessed that apart from spatial abilities, there was probably no other possibility.
And it's a very special spatial ability. At this time, Xiao Jie, who was in another space, was shocked when he saw the broken dagger in his hand. He couldn't believe that a human's reaction could be so fast, and his dagger was broken in just a moment. He rushed back home from the gate of the community and breathed a sigh of relief to find that all his collections were still there. But all the members of the defense team were indeed killed. This always made him feel uneasy.
So he searched everywhere in the community, but found nothing. He suddenly remembered that there was a place in the community that he had designated as a forbidden area, Shu Yuer's home. He hurried back. Then he used his spatial ability to sneak in. Sure enough, we found signs that someone had entered the house.
He went to Shu Yuer's room with great anticipation.
It turned out that there were two half-naked people in the room, one of whom was Shu Yuer. And it was obvious that the two men had just done something shameful. Chao Shaojie was furious, because Shu Yuer was the forbidden delicacy in his heart. As everyone knows, the most beautiful woman in Yunqing is the eldest daughter of the Ling family.
But Chao Shaojie accidentally discovered Shu Yuer, who was as good as the eldest daughter of the Ling family in both figure and appearance.
In their circle, it is impossible that a beauty like Shu Yuer would not have spread.
Unless someone is deliberately hiding it. He had no way of getting involved with the eldest daughter of the Ling family.
But since he had discovered Shu Yuer, there was no way he would let her go. For this purpose, he tried his best to buy the house next to Shu Yuer, just to find a way to get her.
Unfortunately, not long after we moved in, the end of the world came.
After he awakened his special powers, he went out of his way to search for Shu Yuer's whereabouts. The result was nothing.
Until today I finally found it.
But look at such an explosive scene. Chao Shaojie's eyes were bloodshot. He was determined to kill the two bastards.
Let alone the woman, from now on Shu Yuer could only be classified as a married woman.
He took advantage of the opportunity when Fang Ge exposed his back and activated his supernatural power to open a small gap in the alien space.
Then he stabbed Fang Ge's kidney with the dagger.
In Chao Shaojie's estimation, Fang Ge was at most a slightly stronger evolver. Only after making the move did he realize that the one who attacked him was not a human being, but a humanoid monster. You should know that this trick of his is always effective, no matter if they are monsters, evolvers, or people with special abilities. As long as you reveal a flaw, he will kill you. But I have never met an evolver as brutal and unmatched as Fang Ge. At this moment, he no longer dared to attack Fang Ge, but he didn't want to give up.
10 minutes later.
There was still no movement in the room. Shu Yuer was very scared at this time, and she wanted to go to Fang Ge.
But when she saw Fang Ge's serious expression, she gave up.
At this moment, a subtle fluctuation appeared. This time, Fang Ge noticed it immediately, but Shu Yuer still looked confused. A hand suddenly stretched out from a dark hole and grabbed Shu Yuer's back. It seemed that he was about to touch Shu Yuer. At this critical moment, Fang Ge seemed to have anticipated it and hugged Shu Yuer in advance. Immediately afterwards, a spark magic was fired towards the hand.
The hand's reaction speed was also very fast.
Seeing that the target was not captured, it immediately retreated back to the black hole. But the sparks rushed in immediately afterwards.
The next second, the sparks that would have blown a big hole in Shu Yuer's house disappeared. Fang Ge, what happened? Did you see who attacked us?
Shu Yuer leaned tightly in Fang Ge's arms and asked with a worried look on her face.
It's a space ability user. A person with spatial abilities? Right. Did you hit him just now?
I don't know, but he probably won't dare to act rashly anymore.
Why did he attack us? I don't know, but this person should be from your community?
Fang Ge guessed that the reason why this community was so peaceful was probably because of this person with spatial abilities.
From our neighborhood?
Yes,
do you have any impression? Shu Yuer shook her head.
Why did this guy attack us?
No. This guy only wanted to kill me.
His goal was to capture Shu Yuer.
It seems like someone is coveting Shu Yuer.
Fortunately, he targeted me at first, which made me alert to him.
If he had captured Shu Yuer from the beginning, he might have succeeded.
Chapter 61, See the world through microscopic observation and connect all worlds through consciousness.
Yuer, before the apocalypse, did any strange people appear around you? A strange person?
Shu Yuer thought about it seriously.
Suddenly her eyes lit up. It seems there really is someone. Oh, who is it? It's the guy who just moved in next door not long ago. What's so strange about him? There used to be a family of 4 living next door to me.
They were living well, but suddenly one day they moved out.
The next day, the man moved in. This person is very strange.
Every time I come home, he appears in the corridor.
Shu Yuer shared her memories. Next door. Fang Ge fell into deep thought. Fang Ge, is that person gone? Shu Yuer seemed uneasy about this invisible enemy. I don't know.
If a person with spatial ability doesn't show up on his own initiative, it's difficult for ordinary people to find him. However, space ability users also have flaws. Because when they are in a different space, they cannot see what is happening outside. So they have to open a node at regular intervals to check their location. Fang Ge used the power of transparency to look in the direction of the next door. After a while, the fluctuation of the space node was indeed discovered. But it disappeared quickly. We have to find a way to get rid of this guy, otherwise he will become a major hidden danger in the future. Unfortunately, the power of transparency can only penetrate reality and cannot capture the alien space. Maybe I can try using my sea of consciousness. After Fang Ge mobilized the spiritual thoughts in his sea of consciousness, he used the transparency technique again. The next moment, Fang Ge's world changed drastically again. The whole world is no longer black and white, but has dyed back into its true colors. This time he could see very far away, and it was no longer a situation where black and white lines overlapped. Instead, it can magnify distant situations at will and see them with incredible clarity. Fang Ge retracted his gaze and looked at Shu Yuer. Her skin is as white as cream, and she is round. Not particularly big, but just the right size to hold in one hand with a little extra. Looking deeper, you can see the flow of blood, the meridians, a mysterious acupuncture point, and all the way to the red heart. Fang Ge's eyes at this moment made Shu Yuer feel as if she was penetrated by him. It's not that kind of penetration, but a kind of inexplicable, a real penetration. Fang Ge felt his red heart begin to beat faster and faster. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Eye of Transcendence. You can see the world through microscopic observation and understand all realms through your thoughts. The Eye of the World. At this time, Xiao Jie, who was in another space, was frightened by Fang Ge's magic just now. He recalled the scene when the man suddenly shot a spark from his hand. The spark followed him into another dimension. Then, it exploded in a different space. The blast directly knocked him to the ground. Fortunately, he withdrew his hand quickly, otherwise he would have been hit directly and the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts about Fang Ge and Shu Yuer. He is now planning to stay in the different space for a while. He planned to wait until the two of them left before following them, and make plans after he figured out Fang Ge and Shu Yuer's whereabouts. As long as I possess this ability, the initiative will always be in my hands. There will always be a way to deal with that man in the future. At this moment, Xiao Jie had already slipped out of Shu Yuer's house and was hiding at the gate. By this time, Fang Ge had already found Xiao Jie's location through the Eye of Transparency. But he had no means to attack Xiao Jie. He could wait for the moment Xiao Jie appeared and kill him, but the spiritual power in his sea of consciousness was rapidly decreasing. The Eye of Perception consumes a great deal of spiritual power in spiritual consciousness. There is no way to wait any longer. Xiao Jie can't afford to waste time. Different space. Yuer's dimensional power can also be considered a spatial ability, or maybe she can. Yuer, come with me. Oh, okay. Shu Yuer followed Fang Ge to the gate. Fang Ge asked Shu Yuer to stand in the position he designated. Although Shu Yuer didn't understand why, she still did it. Shu Yuer's position at this time was right facing Xiao Jie. In Fang Ge's eyes, the two of them were like being separated by a door of time and space. They were very close, but could not see each other. Yuer, next, launch a supernatural attack 2 meters in front of you. Remember. Don't hold back. Although Shu Yuer didn't understand, she did it without hesitation. Swish. Shu Yuer swiped her finger, and a deep spatial crack appeared out of thin air. In the dim alien space, Xiao Jie was still thinking, when suddenly his eyes lit up. What's going on? When did I activate my supernatural powers? No. This isn't my ability. The next second, he realized that something was wrong. He could feel that this bright light was also a spatial ability, and it was an offensive spatial ability that he dreamed of obtaining. He tried desperately to move his body, but he couldn't. Spatial ability, unless you can sense it in advance. Otherwise, when the opponent's ability has been activated and ended, it will be too late to resist. At this moment, Xiao Jie has gradually felt his body sinking. He suddenly remembered the pile of neatly chopped corpses at the gate of the community. So that's how it is. That's how those corpses came from. Who is it? Xiao Jie tried hard not to close his eyes. He wanted to see who activated the supernatural power. The light in front of my eyes disappeared. An extremely charming face that could captivate everyone appeared before him. I saw her slender fingertips facing me, with fluctuations of spatial power still lingering on them. It turned out to be her. This was Qiao Shaojie's last thought, and then he lost consciousness forever. Shu Yuer was also confused at this time.
She just followed Fang Ge's instructions and paddled forward. The result was a man's body.
Moreover, she recognized this corpse. It was the man who had just moved in next door.
Fang Ge, I know this person.
The strange man I just mentioned is him. But then she immediately realized that the man who attacked her in Fang Ge was the one in front of her, and now she had actually dealt with him with her own hands.
Strange? Why would he attack us? Fang Ge rolled her eyes at her. His purpose is so obvious, can't you see it?
Purpose?
What's his purpose?
He deliberately moved next to your house and followed you every day. He didn't even knock on your door when he came to your house, but used his supernatural powers to sneak in.
Fang Ge smiled and said in Shu Yuer's ear, "It's obvious, he has been coveting your body for a long time. If you were alone at home, I'm afraid he would have succeeded. His ability is quite powerful. If it weren't for you and me, no one would be able to deal with him."
After Shu Yuer carefully considered Fang Ge's words, she felt a sense of fear in her heart.
Wait a minute. Fang Ge, you just said he sneaked in. So when did he come in?
Shu Yuer suddenly thought of something and her face turned pale.
Chapter 62 Resources in the Different Space. I don't know about that. Fang Ge smiled mischievously. Maybe it came in when we were having sex?
After Fang Ge said this deliberately, Shu Yuer's originally pale face instantly turned red. After Fang Ge teased Shu Yuer for a while, he prepared to leave. At this moment, the door next door suddenly opened.
Immediately afterwards, a group of young women came out.
There are all kinds of things. It's really a bustling scene with 100 flowers blooming. They heard some noise outside and came out to take a look. It turned out that Qiao Shaojie, who had raised them, was dead.
Ah, Qiao Shaojie is dead. Oh no. He's dead. What are we going to do? There's no food, and there are monsters outside.
The group of women looked at Qiao Shaojie's body, some showing worry, some showing fear.
Fang Ge, these people are.
Shu Yuer looked at Fang Ge. They should all be kept in captivity by Qiao Shaojie. Fang Ge checked out this group of women and found that most of them had not evolved at all. It seemed that they were just tools for Qiao Shaojie to vent his emotions.
One of the women came out.
If Qiao Shaojie died, it would be difficult for my sisters to survive.
Can you take them with you? Li Qi. Age, 26. Appearance, 9.3. Life skills, 9. Physical fitness, 8. This woman is very beautiful and has a slim figure.
It can be seen that she is the most beautiful among this group of women. But compared with Shu Yuer, she immediately pales in comparison.
Fang Ge had some impression of her. She seemed like a second-tier star.
This woman's physical fitness is actually level 8, she must have secretly evolved without Qiao Shaojie's knowledge. Compared with other women, this woman is less delicate and her eyes reveal a hint of strength.
Unfortunately, I don't have any special talents. Fang Ge, what should I do? As a woman, Shu Yuer couldn't help but look at Fang Ge.
Even if Shu Yuer didn't say it, Fang Ge knew what to do when he saw Li Qi. Fang Ge waved at Shu Yuer, signaling her not to speak for the time being.
I can't take so many women with me. But I think you can protect them too. Me? I'm afraid I can't. Li Qi looked embarrassed.
She could see that Fang Ge was rejecting her proposal.
Don't worry, you can do it.
Fang Ge took out 12 strengthening pills, put them in Li Qi's hand, and asked her to eat them. Li Qi looked at these pills with some confusion. But she only hesitated for half a second before eating all the pills.
Li Qi looked at her body in surprise.
After taking these strengthening pills, Li Qi instantly felt that his body was several times stronger than before.
Next, Fang Ge looked at their number, which was nearly 20 people. Then he took out 20 pistols with unlimited bullets and an alloy dagger and handed them to Li Qi.
Li Qi looked at the alloy dagger and felt that it was extremely sharp. She thought that if she had this dagger before, it would have been easier to kill those monsters. Fang Ge told them that all the people in the community security team were dead. After that, the community was handed over to them for protection.
Li Qi and these 20 pistols are enough for them to deal with the current situation, as long as they don't encounter powerful psychics.
And according to Fang Ge's current speed of cleaning up Yuncheng, I believe that it won't be long before they won't have to hide here anymore.
Then there rests the issue of food. Fang Ge opened the eye of transparency.
After discovering that Xiao Xiaojie was dead, the alien space he constructed with his supernatural powers was slowly collapsing. However, the area where supplies were stored has not collapsed yet. Fang Ge pointed to a certain aisle and said, "Yuer, draw a line here."
Shu Yuer unleashed the dimensional force towards the location designated by Fang Ge. A space crack immediately appeared.
This space crack was squeezed from the inside and suddenly became larger, gradually forming a big hole. Then, a large amount of food and various daily necessities poured out of the cave. In a short while, the entire aisle was filled. Everyone hurriedly opened the doors of other rooms and finally loaded down the mountains of supplies.
With these supplies and these weapons,
I believe Li Qi can survive with these women.
Not long after, Fang Ge took Shu Yuer and flew back to Tianjiao shelter. Fang Ge checked today's harvest. Gold, 23421, otherworldly crystals, 2621.
Killed 3 giant beast insects, several golden beetles, and nearly 20,000 other beetles.
The harvest of alien crystals was less than 1,000. Even though we worked so hard to kill so many beetles outside, it still wasn't even a third of the damage done by the rift in the other world. Fang Ge spent 1,500 alien crystals to buy 50 refined pills, which enhanced his physical fitness to 50 plus 100. Fang Ge suddenly felt that a qualitative change had taken place in his body. I feel a little more explosive power in my body.
The punch he threw actually produced a slight effect of breaking through the air. If he encounters the giant beast worm again, Fang Ge estimates that he can kill it with his bare hands. There are 1,121 alien crystals left, and Fang Ge plans to leave them to Xin Xianing. The next day, Fang Ge flew out with Xin Xianing. This was also the first time that Xin Xianing was carried in Fang Ge's arms and flew in the air. Fang Ge could see that she was very nervous, her whole body tense, but she didn't scream like Shu Yuer did. With her upbringing, she just endured it silently. Seeing that she was feeling uncomfortable, Fang Ge descended to the ground. The main reason for bringing Xin Xianing out this time is to see how well she has mastered her supernatural powers. Ever since the two of them made a soul contract, Fang Ge still didn't know how much Xin Xianing's abilities had improved. Fang Ge still let her start from the lowest level black beetle. A black beetle crawled out from the grass, and Xin Xianing's delicate skin and tender flesh aroused its great interest. Soon it pounced towards Xin Xianing. At the same time, Xin Xianing's supernatural power was activated. The black beetle suddenly stopped in the air, and then Xin Xianing swung his arm vigorously. The black beetle's body was thrown far away. But the next second, the black beetle actually crawled up. Then it rubbed its tail and slipped away. Fang Ge, who was standing aside and watching, shook his head and remained silent for several seconds. Logically, Xin Xianing's ability shouldn't be limited to this level. Fang Ge remembered that apart from Shu Yuer, he and Xin Xianing had practiced together the most times. He had even deliberately made Xin Xianing's life skills the same as Shu Yuer's. According to this situation, Xin Xianing's performance at the moment is far worse.
What went wrong? Anyone who is targeted by the extreme shadow bug, even if not a peerless beauty, should be at least a leader in supernatural powers. Did I do something wrong? Xin Xianing saw Fang Ge shaking his head and not saying anything. So she walked over to Fang Ge with an uneasy look on her face. Fang Ge, is there something wrong with my ability? Chapter 63 Xin Xianing's shackles.
Fang Ge carefully examined Xin Xianing from head to toe over and over again.
Still can't figure out where the problem lies.
Being looked at like this by Fang Ge, Xin Xianing couldn't help but feel a little nervous.
Fang Ge's temperament changes almost every day. If Xin Xianing had not merged their souls, I'm afraid it will become unfamiliar after a while. Looking at Xin Xianing's uneasy expression, Fang Ge hugged her and smiled at her. Why, the daughter of the Xin family, my female CEO. Why are you acting like a little girl who made a mistake in front of me, an intern? Being ridiculed by Fang Ge. Xin Xianing said unhappily, have you ever seen an intern bullying a female CEO every day? Oh, how did you bully me? Why don't you tell me in detail?
Xin Xianing's face suddenly turned red, she turned her face away and stopped talking. Although her body is very delicate, she often pretends to be calm on the outside. Feeling the subtle fragrance on Xin Xianing's body, Fang Ge gradually moved closer to her soft skin and rubbed his ears against hers. Xin Xianing endured it with difficulty, her body trembling slightly.
And Fang Ge was thinking at this time.
Xin Xianing maintains her graceful and elegant posture at all times. Even when the two of them were communicating deeply, she couldn't let go completely. So he and Shin Xianing didn't unlock many things. Her stunning appearance, coupled with her graceful and elegant figure, makes her like a perfect work of art. This made Fang Ge want to defeat her again and again. Etc. Elegant and perfect, a work of art, break, could it be? Fang Ge suddenly had a guess that he might have found the crux of Shin Xianing's supernatural powers. When it comes to elegance and nobility, Ling Miaoyu and Shin Xianing are very similar. These two people, one is the eldest daughter of the Shin family in Shangjing, and the other is the first daughter of Yunqing. They are very similar in both identity and temperament. But why can Ling Miaoyu burst out with such powerful superpowers as soon as she wakes up? Because she was drugged. Because this drug mixed with her special ability, a stronger chemical effect was produced. This allowed Ling Miaoyu to completely liberate her desires and break free from the shackles of her superpowers. Fang Ge looked at all the people with special abilities and found that they all had this in common. All of these powerful people with special abilities have strong selfish desires. The more powerful these selfish people are, the greater the disaster they bring to ordinary people. That's why the Blood Alliance, the Dark Alliance, the Salvation Society, these organizations were so powerful at the beginning of the apocalypse. Until he later developed into a hegemon who controlled a region.
Isn't this another kind of disaster in the end times?
If I were to say what the greatest injustice is in the end times, this is probably it.
Because Fang Ge was too close. Shin Xianing, feeling Fang Ge's strong aura, began to lose her balance. Fang Ge, no. No, not here, this is, on the street. So what if it's on the street? Now all the monsters in Yunqing will turn around and run away when they see me. Hee, so you don't have to be afraid at all. Monsters will come to disturb us.
Looking at the man in front of her, who was making such a domineering statement, Shin Xianing's heart couldn't help but tremble.
But she couldn't accept being here anyway. Fang Ge said it casually and stopped forcing her.
He is now thinking about how to break the shackles on Shin Xianing.
Xianing. What is your greatest wish? Shin Xianing thought about it.
Well, of course I hope the world can return to its original state.
Fang Ge. Okay, I'll just pretend I didn't ask. Fang Ge thought for a moment and continued asking. Then is there something in your heart that you strongly desire? Or perhaps you once wanted it but didn't get it?
Fang Ge suddenly asked these questions, and Shin Xianing was a little confused, but she still thought about it seriously.
It seems not. Since I was a child, my family elders have always given me what I wanted. I really can't think of anything I want. Phew. This is getting difficult. This woman is living such a happy life.
She basically has no desires or requests.
By the way, I
want to improve my supernatural powers.
Does this count?
After saying this, the tips of Shin Xianing's ears turned red.
I guess so.
Fang Ge could feel Shin Xianing's desire to improve her supernatural powers, but it was not particularly strong. Moreover, she and Fang Ge have practiced dual cultivation so many times, so her superpowers and sea of consciousness should have expanded a lot.
The most important thing is that she can't bring it out. Forget it. It seems that there is nothing to be learned from this direction. Is there anything that makes you feel comfortable, happy? Or perhaps something that makes you feel relaxed and at ease? Fang Ge changed the way he asked the question. Very comfortable, very happy. Right. My body and mind feel relaxed.
As Shin Xianing was reciting, she suddenly looked at Fang Ge subconsciously.
Well, have you thought of anything?
When she realized Fang Ge was staring at her, her face suddenly turned red. Seeing Shin Xianing not saying anything, Fang Ge vaguely felt that she should have won.
Okay, I understand.
Next, magnify what you are thinking in your mind continuously, and try to magnify it to the maximum.
Then use your powers. Really have to do this. Shin Xianing still didn't quite understand why Fang Ge did this. And when facing an enemy, thinking about something that is difficult to talk about is a bit.
Give it a try, maybe something unexpected will happen.
Okay.
Shin Xianing began to recall her first time, second time, and third time. Every time she thought about it, the blush on Shin Xianing's face grew a little more intense. By the end of the last recollection, Shin Xianing felt hot all over, so she began to mobilize her special abilities. At this time, another black beetle just emerged from the grass.
Xin Xianing aimed her supernatural power directly at it. Just a moment. The black beetle turned to ashes. No, to be more precise, it was decomposed. Watching the black beetle in front of me die without a trace left. Xin Xianing looked at her hands with an expression of disbelief. Fang Ge, did you see that? Yeah, I saw it, hee hee. Even if you feel comfortable and happy, there's no need to recall everything, hee hee. Fang Ge looked at Xin Xianing with a half smile on his face. You are such a bad person, how do you know what I am thinking? Until just now, when Xin Xianing completely opened up her body and mind. Only then did Fang Ge's soul truly merge with hers. At this moment, the two could finally communicate with each other spiritually. You forgot that we have a soul contract, so I can know what you are thinking. How dare you pry into my inner thoughts? Hey, what does it matter? Come on, try spying on me too. Spying on you. Xin Xianing actually tried it. Result, the next second. She blushed and slipped out of Fang Ge's strange heart. Chapter 64 has finished all the plots. Until an hour later. Xin Xianing has not yet recovered from Fang Ge's strange actions and plots. Xianning, what's the point of just thinking about it? We can put it into practice. Xin Xianing covered her ears and refused to listen. But when Fang Ge used soul attack, Xin Xianing was helpless. Under Fang Ge's continuous soul attack, Xin Xianing finally broke through the defense. Immediately afterwards, Fang Ge simply touched Xin Xianing's skin lightly. Xin Xianing completely lost her resistance. 2 hours later. Life skills +1. Sea of consciousness +1. At this time, among the weeds on the roadside, a large area has been flattened, and there are several obvious potholes. The two of them snuggled together on the branch of a big tree. Fang Ge, you can't let me keep thinking about this kind of thing when I'm fighting the enemy. The blush on Xin Xianing's face had not yet faded. Fang Ge pinched her cheek. I'm afraid not. For now, you'll have to continue using your powers in this way. Ah, then when do I have to stop thinking about it? Once the shackles on your body are completely released, perhaps it won't be necessary. Or maybe if you think about it and it becomes a natural thing, that's fine too, hee hee hee. Fang Ge continued to touch her. This caused Xin Xianing to get angry. No. What can I do? It's your fault that you're only interested in this kind of thing. No. The soul cannot be deceived, hee hee hee. 10 minutes later. The two changed places again. This time it was in the corner outside a building. Xin Xianing was still very nervous. She was afraid that there might be people or monsters around. Fang Ge was very clear that with his eyes that could see through the world, there were no people or monsters around the location he chose. But Fang Ge did not tell Xin Xianing. Seeing her nervous and eager expression gave Fang Ge a new experience. 2 hours later. Life skills +1. Sea of consciousness +1. The two changed places again, this time on the bus. Over the next few hours, the two moved around several times. They are on the roof of a car, at a bus stop, on the street, on the sidewalk, on a pedestrian bridge, in the subway, in an elevator, in a sports stadium, in a supermarket, in a restaurant. After these rounds, Xin Xianing completely let herself go. She finally let go of all her grace and elegance. It doesn't end until all the scenes in your mind are played out. On a street somewhere in Yuncheng, a golden beetle rushed towards Xin Xianing with a group of minions behind it. Xin Xianing raised her hands and unleashed her supernatural powers. Those beetles that are about to rush to Xin Xianing. Suddenly, like waves, they all rolled backwards and collided violently with their own kind. The surrounding fog was also dispelled. Wait until the rolling smoke and dust ends. The group of beetles just now, including the golden beetle, were all shattered into pieces. Xin Xianing withdrew her supernatural power, but the blush on her face could not be withdrawn. After multiple polishings, Xin Xianing has been able to use her current abilities to their full potential. Fang Ge, who was observing from the side, also discovered something. Every time Xin Xianing recalled a story between the two of them, the power of her supernatural power would increase. In other words, the power of Xin Xianing's supernatural powers may have no upper limit. It seems that I need to come up with more plots in the future. Feeling the message conveyed by Fang Ge, Xin Xianing glanced at Fang Ge unhappily. There is nothing more that can be improved on Xin Xianing's abilities at this level. Fang Ge exchanged for a supernatural mutation pill.
1,000 alien crystals consumed, 271 alien crystals remaining. After Shen Xianing took the supernatural mutation pill, her body floated uncontrollably in the air, just like Shu Yuer before.
It took a long time.
Only after her internal powers stabilized did her body fall down again.
How is it? Have you awakened any new skills? Fang Ge came over and asked immediately. It seems not. Shen Xianing shook her head. Fang Ge then asked, have you felt any other changes? Other changes. Shen Xianing felt thoughtful.
The next moment, Fang Ge felt that the situation around him had subtly changed.
In the distance, a black beetle quickly emerged from the grass.
As soon as he approached Shen Xianing, it was like walking into a quagmire, and his movements became extremely slow.
A leaf had just fallen from the big tree next to me. I saw it floating slowly in the air, but it could never fall to the ground.
The surrounding fog also stopped floating.
Shen Xianing waved her hands gently.
The fog surrounding her was all dispersed and could no longer get close to her. Then Shen Xianing hooked her finger. In the distance, a tiny 9-spotted ladybug involuntarily floated to the tip of her finger and stayed there quietly, unable to move. Then Shen Xianing released her special ability, and everything around her returned to normal. She had such subtle control that everything around her seemed to have become her exclusive domain. It seems that Shen Xianing and Shu Yuer belong to the same type, and their supernatural powers have infinite possibilities. Moreover, Fang Ge felt that Shen Xianing's potential for supernatural powers might be even higher.
Fang Ge, how is it? Shen Xianing looked at Fang Ge with some anticipation. Fang Ge didn't say anything, just nodded.
Shen Xianing immediately smiled happily.
Keep practicing and see if you can come up with new uses for it. Good.
After seeing Shen Xianing pondering her own special abilities, Fang Ge started practicing on the spot.
In an underground warehouse somewhere.
The ground was covered with blood and people were lying everywhere.
But these people were not dead yet, but could only lie powerlessly on the ground. Because their tendons in their hands and feet were cut. Next to this group of people stood a man with a very ordinary appearance.
The man had a skull on his chest with the number 20 on it.
Don't kill us, please don't kill us. Yes, yes, all this food is for you, as long as you don't kill us. The person lying on the ground was begging desperately. Don't be afraid, I'm going to play a game with you now.
But Blood 20 was completely indifferent. Instead, he kindly suggested playing a game.
The name of this game is Who do you most want to die first? Next, you all start voting. Whoever gets the most votes will die.
This continues until there's only one person left, and then I'll let him go.
Of course, anyone who doesn't vote means they want to die first. Okay, let's start voting. Half an hour later.
The guy who was lucky enough to survive had his throat cut by Blood 20.
Blood 20 left the underground warehouse with an ugly expression on his face.
Because the deaths of these ordinary people no longer excite him.
Now only the blood of an evolver or a mutant can make him excited.
Because he has discovered that the opportunity for a psychic to become stronger is to constantly satisfy his own desires. Before the end of the world, he, Blood 21, and Blood 19 were sent to this cloud city to carry out a mission. We must bring the woman who killed the great elderess nephew back to the organization. But after the end of the world came, they were trapped here. The woman was not found, and there was no news of Blood 21 for a long time. But this doesn't matter to the people in their blood alliance. Because this world has become the paradise they imagined.
Chapter 65 Blood Mango? Mixed flavors?
It's been almost 2 months, and the smell of blood mango on that woman is almost gone.
I don't know what method this woman used to hide the smell of blood mango. What a pity. If I found her, her blood would probably excite me.
At this time, Blood 20 had arrived at a spacious street. Blood 20 walked for a long time, but didn't see even a single monster.
Suddenly he stopped and sniffed. This smell, although it's very faint, it's indeed blood vine. He. I finally found you.
So, Blood 20 followed the grass, the corner of the building, the bus, the roof of the bus stop, the street, the sidewalk, the pedestrian bridge, the subway, the elevator, the sports stadium, the supermarket, the restaurant. After walking out of the restaurant, we came to another street.
What kind of weird route is this? What the hell is this woman doing? And there's another smell along the way.
This smell is a bit strange, it feels like it's a mixture of 2 other smells. Of the two scents, blood mango is the lightest.
It shouldn't be like this. How could the flavor of the blood vine be suppressed? Blood 20 couldn't figure it out.
However, now that the target has appeared, there is no reason to let it go. The smell was very close, and Blood 20 slowed down. He slowly poked his head out from a hidden dark place. A woman with a graceful figure was standing in the middle of the road, waving her hands, as if practicing something.
Strange? Is this woman? She seems different from what's shown in the profile. Ha! This is the fluctuation of superpowers.
This woman is a superpower user, and a long-range one at that.
A female mutant, and she seems to be a beautiful woman.
This made Shu Yuer's whole body boil with excitement. At this moment, he felt that it didn't matter whether it was that woman or not. Beautiful women, female superpowers, any of these can excite him. He took off the sharp blade, licked it, and looked greedy. He blended his breath and figure perfectly into the mist.
Then he walked towards Shen Xianing like a ghost.
This woman actually dared to stand on the street so brazenly, thinking that she would be invincible after awakening her superpowers.
Today I will let you know that the best way to restrain a psychic like you is an assassin like me.
Blood 20 quickly approached Shen Xianing. Just when the two were about 5 meters apart, Blood 20's speed suddenly slowed down. He felt as if his whole body had entered a quagmire and he could not move forward.
What is going on? In fact, Fang Ge noticed Blood 20 as soon as he entered this neighborhood.
He was very curious about this person and why he kept wandering around here. He observed carefully and found that the places this man went back and forth were all the places he and Shen Xianing had done together.
Why is this guy like a dog? Is he a pervert? Speaking of perversion, there's also a dog's sense of smell.
Fang Ge immediately thought that this person was most likely a member of the Blood Alliance. He told Shen Xianing in advance that someone would attack her and asked her to be prepared in advance. He also wanted to see how powerful Shen Xianing's abilities were. Shen Xianing waved her hand, and the fog surrounding her dissipated. Blood 20 was also exposed in front of her.
Who are you and why are you attacking me? Shen Xianing looked at the ordinary-looking man in front of her. You are an interesting woman. You can actually detect me.
Shu 20 became even more interested in Shen Xianing.
Looking at it up close, this woman is absolutely stunning. If only I could put my mark on this perfect face and that fair and translucent skin. What a wonderful thing that is. Blood 20 couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Woman, why do you smell like blood mango? Blood man luo? I don't understand what you are talking about. Pretending to be stupid? It doesn't matter. Wait until I catch you and give you a good torture, and then you'll naturally tell me, hee.
The man's eyes made Shen Xianing very uncomfortable, and she increased the control of her supernatural powers. Just when she thought she had complete control over the other party, she suddenly felt that there was a gap in the area she controlled. Blood 20 used his supernatural powers. He shrank himself into a shadow and instantly escaped from Shen Xianing's control. Then hide in dark places. He was determined to get the woman in front of him. This kind of rare and excellent woman will definitely be able to further develop her supernatural powers by torturing her. Unleashing this kind of special ability of hers must consume a lot of energy. As long as she shows a trace of fatigue, she will be defeated by me. Blood 20 was very confident about the final result, and he began to wait patiently.
But the next second,
the woman he coveted suddenly pushed his palm in the air.
With a bang,
Blood 20 was blown out directly from the shadows.
What's going on? Can this woman find me?
Shu Yuer didn't believe it, so he continued to use his special abilities and hid in another place again.
Then he was blown away again by Shen Xianing's palm. No matter how Shu 20 hid, he would be blasted out immediately by Shen Xianing.
Blood 20 thought this was another skill of Shen Xianing. But he never discovered his location and was always kept in the sight of Fang Ge, who was nearby.
This hateful woman.
Blood 20 was so angry that he turned into a pool of shadow and rushed towards Shen Xianing at full speed.
Shen Xianing's experience in facing the enemy was still too much, with a health gap of 20.
In a hurry, she hurriedly expanded the control area.
Although the blood speed was slowed down, the effect of controlling the field was much worse when the opponent's supernatural power was fully exerted.
It only takes 1 second for Blood 20 to reach Shen Xianing. His eyes were red with excitement at this moment. In an instant, a sword fell from the sky and pierced into the ground, firmly pinning down the shadow of Blood 20. A pool of pus and blood seeped out from the ground.
Blood 20 died before he could even scream.
Then the shadow slowly turned back into a human form.
Fang Ge, who is this man and why is he attacking me? Someone from the Blood Alliance.
Fang Ge lifted up Blood 20's collar, revealing a skull.
Blood Alliance? Who are they? They are just a bunch of mad dogs biting people randomly.
We will deal with them later. Fang Ge turned around, put his arms around Shen Xianing's waist, and pinched her delicate face.
You're not proficient enough in your supernatural powers yet, let's practice more. Good. Shen Xianing hugged Fang Ge and leaned on Fang Ge's shoulder with some fear. Not long after the two of them walked, a crack suddenly appeared in the ground. Then Blood 20's body was seen being dragged into the crack in the ground. 20 minutes later, Fang Ge and Shen Xianing encountered a swarm of beetles. The leader of this group of beetles is a giant beast beetle. Fang Ge immediately asked Shen Xianing to give it a try to see if she could destroy the giant beast insect now. Of course, Fang Ge first asked Shen Xianing to recall all the stories between them before he could take action. Shen Xianing nodded embarrassedly.
The next moment, Shen Xianing's face turned visibly red.
When Shen Xianing's face turned completely red, Fang Ge held her and flew into the air.
Looking down from a high place, you can see the swarm of beetles at a glance.
Shen Xianing's palm pressed towards the swarm of beetles.
Chapter 66 Continue to negotiate the plot. In an instant, an invisible force descended over the swarm of beetles.
The giant beastworm at the highest point was attacked first.
Under the pressure of this force, the entire body of the giant beastworm collapsed. Then, the swarm of beetles below also suffered from the oppression of this force. Finally, there was a loud bang, and the ground was shaken up with countless smoke and dust.
It took a long time.
When the smoke and dust cleared, all the beetles were crushed to pieces.
Shen Xianing's face was burning, and she collapsed weakly in Fang Ge's arms.
After a long time, Fang Ge saw that Shen Xianing had recovered some strength. When she was about to take her back, Shen Xianing suddenly said, "Fang Ge, I seem to be able to fly now."
Fang Ge was a little surprised when he heard it. Really? Shen Xianing, yeah. Fang Ge, let me see. If you can, tell me and I will let you go.
Shen Xianing began to mobilize her special abilities.
After a while, Shen Xianing's body began to become light. Fang Ge held Shen Xianing's waist with both hands and did not let go immediately.
He slowly let go of her hand after Shen Xianing floated steadily. Under the control of Shen Xianing's own special abilities, her body began to float up and down and left and right.
At the beginning, you can only do some simple floating movements.
As I became more familiar with it, some rolling and sliding movements began to appear. Finally, I was able to fly forward like Fang Ge, but the speed was not very fast. Seeing that the time was right, Fang Ge hugged Shen Xianing in his arms.
Well, Fang Ge, what's wrong? Shen Xianing didn't understand what was going on.
She was flying well, so why did Fang Ge suddenly come over and hug her? Fang Ge whispered in her ear, "I suddenly thought of several plots, and I need your cooperation to complete them."
Shen Xianing blushed. Fang Ge, please don't stay here, okay? Why don't we go back to the shelter and talk about it? That won't do. It's your flying that inspired me. These plots can only be completed in the air. Fang Ge sternly rejected Shen Xianing's request.
At this moment, Shen Xianing regretted telling Fang Ge that she could fly.
10 minutes later,
something floated down from the sky 10,000 meters above.
Empty and chilly. 2 hours later. Life skills +1. Sea of consciousness +1.
Fang Ge wanted to develop a new plot, but Shen Xianing felt that the plot should end here. Fang Ge refused, and the two began to discuss the plot of the next part. A few hours later.
Life skills +2. Sea of consciousness +2. The trilogy ends. Fang Ge finally let Shen Xianing finish filming happily. After these rounds of plot, Shen Xianing's supernatural powers were also fully filled. On the way back,
Shen Xianing wants to maintain the smoothness of her supernatural powers. She was constantly forced to recall the strange and bizarre moves Fang Ge taught her.
I don't know if Yuer has tried these moves. Why, do you usually discuss these things with Yuer? Fang Ge looked at Shen Xianing with a smile. Shen Xianing didn't reply and immediately abandoned the idea. This plot is good. We can develop it into a sequel later.
Shen Xianing continued to change her thoughts.
Fang Ge continued to comment.
Afterwards, while the two of them were discussing the plot with each other, they unknowingly returned to the Tianjiao shelter. After returning to Tianjiao shelter, Fang Ge began to summon Tianjiao.
Summon Tianjiao?
Yes.
Swish.
A vortex of light similar to a teleportation appeared in the open space of Tianjiao shelter.
The summoning failed.
The Tianjiao was unwilling to accept the summoning.
Failed again. The summoning failure rate is too high. Should I use forced summoning?
Forget it, this forced summon can only be used once a month, let us talk about it in a few days.
The next morning, Fang Ge took Bao Shanru out.
She had been staying in the shelter and had never left, and she seemed very happy to come out this time. Before leaving, Fang Ge fed Bao Shanru 30 refined pills. Improved her physical fitness to 50 plus 50. 900 energy crystals consumed, 221 energy crystals remaining.
Bao Shangru's ability has always been what Fang Ge valued most.
Before, when Fang Ge was not in the shelter, he had to rely on Bao Shangru to protect his base. So usually she is given resources first.
Moreover, Bao Shanru has a simple mind, all she does is eat and fight.
Even if he didn't have a soul contract with her, Fang Ge would still feel at ease. Fang Ge was flying in the air and found that the fog in Yunqing seemed to be getting thinner and thinner.
It seems someone has taken the first layer of crystals from the alien rift.
Unfortunately, I didn't encounter any rifts in the other world in the places I visited these 2 days. Most of the cracks in the other world do not appear on the ground. Some are in sewers, some are in underground garages, some are in water, and some are in caves. The first layer of crystals is quite simple as long as the supernatural team is well prepared.
However, the crystal on the second floor is not so easy to obtain, as the guardian beast on the second floor is extremely powerful.
At this stage, even Fang Ge may not be able to win.
The last alien rift was a complete accident.
For some reason, the guardian beast there did not appear.
But it's a good deal for me. Fang Ge and Bao Shanru quickly found the beetle swarm.
Both of them fought in a very violent way, attacking the beetle swarm head-on. Bao Shanru took the lead. He directly activated his super gravity ability and used his super-powered boxing gloves to blast the giant beast worm into pieces with one punch. Once the giant beetle died, the remaining beetles were quickly strangled to death by the two men. There were still some villains in the dark. Seeing that there were only 2 of them, he wanted to get some benefits from Fang Ge and Bao Shanru. However, after seeing how powerful the 2 men were, he was so scared that he immediately hid himself.
Another swarm of beetles.
This time Fang Ge took the first step and used his unique sword technique. A huge blade of light fell from the sky, splitting the leading giant beast insect into 2 halves. The aftermath of the blade directly crushed the surrounding beetles into pieces. There are very few beetles left. Although Fang Ge and Bao Shanru were fighting together for the first time, they had a perfect understanding of each other. It was as if they were old teammates who had been working together for a long time. Just like that, after one day, the number of monsters in Yunqing was greatly reduced again.
Fang Ge checked the alien crystals he had obtained today.
68,832 gold coins remaining, 1332 alien crystals remaining. As expected of a violent girl, her efficiency alone is higher than Shu Yuer and Xianxianing combined. As the sky gradually darkened, the two began to fly towards the Tianjiao shelter.
Bao Shanru lay in Fang Ge's arms with a look of enjoyment on her face. Brother Ge. Bao Shanru suddenly looked up at Fang Ge. What's up? I want to fight you. Fight with me? Aren't you tired? Besides, it's almost dark now. How about I wait for you on the grass tomorrow morning? Fang Ge thought Bao Shanru wanted to fight with him. But I see you often fighting late at night. I'm fighting late at night? With whom? Sister Yuer and Sister Qianing, I see you often fighting in your room all night long.
At first, there were only Sister Yuer and Sister Qianing, and later Sister Miaoyu and Sister Iran also joined.
Chapter 67 Chapter 67 A crystal clear ring? Bao Shangru's words made Fang Ge slam on the brakes in mid-air. Xiaoro, how did you know? Every night when I go to bed, there are earthquakes in the ceiling. So I just want to go to your room and sleep. I found you and Sister Yuer hugging each other and playing wrestling. You seem to be having a lot of fun. Bao Shanru told Fang Ge honestly. Ahem, Xiaoro, I'm afraid this fighting style isn't suitable for you yet. Why? You are still too young. Let's wait 2 years. Oh, okay.
Although Bao Shangru agreed verbally, there was a hint of playful cunning in the corner of her eyes. Fang Ge looked at Bao Shangru in his arms. She was youthful, playful, lively and cute, and the milky scent of a young girl on her body really made Fang Ge feel impulsive.
Never mind, just bear with it for another year or two.
Bao Shangru will definitely be more beautiful in 2 years.
When the two returned to Tianjiao shelter, it was already late and the women were all asleep. Fang Ge lay in the oversized bathtub, enjoying the solitude alone.
Normally, when I come back, there is a Tianjia to accompany me, but unfortunately I came back too late. Shu Yuer, Xin Xianing, Ling Miaoyu, and in Iran, the figures of these 4 people are close to perfect. After strengthening, it becomes fuller. If they were to come together at the same time, that scene, wow. Just when Fang Ge was about to stay here to practice all night. The door opened and a pretty figure flashed in. Then I heard a sound of water entering. A scent of a young girl's milk entered Fang Ge's lungs. It seems that the plan of enduring for another 2 years is going to be ruined. 2 hours later. Life skills +1. Soul contract progress 100%. Host, the soul contract progress has reached 100%. Do you want to make a soul contract with the other party? Fang Ge and Bao Shangru chose to agree at the same time. Both parties have agreed to begin the soul contract. Without waiting for Fang Ge's consciousness to come to his head, Bao Shangru's consciousness pounced directly on him.
The two consciousnesses merged successfully in an instant. A wonderful connection was instantly formed between the two souls.
Soul fusion is successful, a contract has been established that will last until death, and the conditions for dual cultivation have been met.
Sea of Consciousness +1. The fighting continued until the next morning. Bao Shangru slowly fell asleep.
Bao Shangru is worthy of being one of the top 10 beauties.
Her fighting power is amazing and Fang Ge almost lost.
Now he could only practice while relieving the damage to his body from last night.
Who should I take out today? Fang Ge thought about it and decided to take Ling Miaoyu with him.
Ling Miaoyu's ability is particularly suitable for clearing out swarms of beetles.
Fang Ge estimated that after today, there would not be many alien monsters in Yuncheng. The next step is to solve the problem of the rift in the alien world.
After Fang Ge touched Bao Shangru's pretty face for a while, he took Ling Miaoyu out.
Although Ling Miaoyu can fly, she doesn't dare to fly.
When the wings of the fire phoenix spread, it looked like a plucked bird. This also happens every time I use my superpowers. It seems that the superpowers awaken too quickly and the foundation for controlling them is not strong enough.
This problem is unlikely to be resolved in the short term. Fang Ge began to search the mall to see if there was any solution. Space ring, 500 supernatural crystals. Is it okay to let Ling Miaoyu carry hundreds of sets of clothes at all times and put them in the space ring? 500 supernatural crystals, a bit expensive. Fang Ge gritted his teeth and bought it. Consume 500 energy crystals, remaining 832.
A crystal clear ring appeared in Fang Ge's heart.
Quinyu, give me your hand. Ling Miaoyu didn't know what Fang Ge wanted to do.
But she still stretched out her hand obediently. When she saw Fang Ge put an exquisite and dreamy ring on her hand,
Ling Miaoyu showed an expression of disbelief.
Then her heart began to beat rapidly.
She said shyly, Fang Ge, we haven't even met our parents yet, isn't it too soon?
Seeing Ling Miaoyu's expression, he looked at the ring he put on her. He immediately realized that he had been in the apocalypse for too long and had forgotten the meaning of giving a ring to a woman.
Moreover, Fang Ge directly put the ring on Ling Miaoyu's middle finger. Isn't this a huge misunderstanding? But Fang Ge went along with it, fast? How could it be fast? We're living together and we're actually husband and wife, so isn't this as it should be? Come, call me husband and let me hear it. Husband.
After Ling Miaoyu finished shouting, she immediately buried her head in Fang Ge's arms embarrassedly. The identities of the two people are as different as heaven and earth. If it weren't for the end of the world, they would not have had any intersection at all. Now the First Lady of Yuncheng calls herself husband. Fang Ge enjoyed this feeling, which he would never have dared to imagine before the end of the world.
Fang Ge whispered in Ling Miaoyu's ear, remember to call more often at night.
Ling Miaoyu buried her head even deeper. Although Fang Ge later explained to her the purpose of this ring. However, Ling Miaoyu was already immersed in the fantasy she had woven, and turned a deaf ear to Fang Ge's explanation.
Afterwards, Ling Miaoyu was very active.
As soon as he saw the swarm of beetles, he took the lead and threw a big fireball, killing all the beetles. He didn't care about the consumption of his own supernatural powers at all. In less than half an hour, Ling Miaoyu had exhausted all of her special abilities. Ling Miaoyu's face immediately turned red and her eyes began to blur. The skin of the body is also changing rapidly. She rushed to Fang Ge and smiled with the last bit of her rationality. Envious of the peach blossoms blooming in a different way, Fang Ge could only transform himself into a fire warrior again and fight the blazing fire bravely and courageously. It took a long time to put out the fire. After the fire was extinguished, Ling Miaoyu was infused with energy and fought against the beetle swarm again. Just like that, Ling Miaoyu outputted madly and Fang Ge instilled madly. A sip and a peck, and in and out, the two complement each other. It brought a huge disaster to the beetle swarm in Yuncheng. After several rounds of fighting, Fang Ge also discovered that Ling Miaoyu seemed to have a talent for close combat. Although her fireball ability is very lethal, it also consumes a lot of energy. It will be dangerous once the superpower is exhausted. Close combat can make up for this and allow for continuous fighting. The combination of the two complements each other. However, for Ling Miaoyu, whose abilities are not purely physical, it is still easy to get hurt in close combat. To be on the safe side, Fang Ge used strengthening pills to increase Ling Miaoyu's physical fitness to 50. He also exchanged a supernatural sword for her. It directly improved Ling Miaoyu's melee combat ability by a large margin. Thanks to Ling Miaoyu's unremitting efforts, it is almost impossible to find beetles in the eastern district of Yuncheng. The two of them had unknowingly arrived at the eastern suburbs of the city. Fang Ge remembered that the Yuncheng garrison was nearby. Just as Fang Ge was still looking around, deafening bursts of gunfire rang out in the distance. Fang Ge and Ling Miaoyu exchanged a glance, then rushed towards the source of the gunfire. Chapter 68 Cloud City Garrison Base. The defense line of the 9th Army Garrison Base outside Yuncheng. A giant insect beast attacked again, and guns and cannons kept bombarding the beast from the base. Damn it! Is this monster impossible to kill? At the base's defense line, a man who looked like an officer had an unpleasant expression on his face. These warriors have repelled the giant beast insects several times. But this giant beast insect has a strong ability to recover. Every time it is seriously injured, it retreats underground to rest. A few days later, they came back to kill me. If this continues, the ammunition will be used up by this monster sooner or later, and there will be no subsequent ammunition replenishment. Because the military factory that can produce ammunition has been destroyed by monsters. Hasn't Colonel Shao arrived yet? He's the only one who can handle this monster. Report. Colonel Shao is still holding back the monsters in the rift. I'm afraid he won't be able to come for the time being. Suddenly the sound of shells stopped. What's going on? Why did the shelling stop? A signalman came hurriedly and said, "Report, the ammunition has been used up." What? At this time, the officer clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he ordered the tank battalion to bring all the tanks here immediately. Yes. Within 5 minutes, all the tanks were heading here. Without the suppression of artillery shells, the giant beast worm's injuries gradually began to recover. Not long after, they launched another attack. All the tanks also charged towards the giant insect. They knew that they would surely die if they went, but they had to buy time for their comrades in the rear. Just as the giant beast worm was about to start a unilateral massacre, a flaming sword light slashed down from the air. With a whoosh, a big hole was cut in the giant beast worm's body. Although the giant beast worm did not die immediately, but the supernatural fire attached to its body gradually spread. As the supernatural fire burned, the giant beast worm let out a series of shrill wails. After a while, it collapsed with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. The smoke has not yet cleared. The officer vaguely saw 2 figures walking towards him. As the figure got closer, the officer finally saw who it was. A man who is not particularly good looking, but whose eyes reveal confidence and calmness. The other is a woman with a look and figure that is rare in the world, holding a unique long sword in her hand. There was still a little flame on it that had not been extinguished. Judging from the previous attack, it was this woman who killed the giant beast. The officer originally thought that the psychic who would take action would be a burly man. I didn't expect that she was such a delicate-looking woman. Moreover, this woman gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had seen her somewhere. Although the officer could tell that it was the woman who had done the deed, he still saluted the two of them. Thank you both for your help.
I am Colonel Fang Ge. Fang Ge. Ling Miaoyu.
The two of them immediately responded to each other. Thanks to the two of you for showing up in time, otherwise these soldiers would have died in vain.
Colonel Zhang, you're too polite. If you hadn't attracted most of the monsters, I'm afraid Yunqing would have been reduced to ruins long ago.
Fang Ge remembered that this Yunqing military camp had one army with 3 divisions under it, with a total strength of nearly 60,000 people. The 3 divisions have to guard the 2 alien world cracks respectively, and also divide their firepower to attract the monsters in Yunqing. Yunqing, a provincial-level city, is fortunate to have this military camp to support it. Otherwise, these mutants and evolvers would have no chance to develop. Later, these 3 divisions were almost completely destroyed and were no longer able to maintain order in Yunqing.
Alas, I'm ashamed to say that we still haven't protected Yunqing well. Colonel Zhang was a little dejected. By the way, what are you doing here? Ling Miaoyu, I'm here to see Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao.
Miss, there is no Captain Xiao here.
No Captain Xiao. Impossible, he's my uncle.
Ling Miaoyu widened her eyes and showed a worried expression.
My uncle, last name is Ling.
Colonel Zhang finally remembered the woman in front of him.
Are you the little girl from the Ling family?
Yes, I am Ling Miaoyu, the current head of the Ling family. When Ling Miaoyu talked about being the head of the Ling family, her whole temperament seemed to have changed.
That's right. What happened to my uncle? Did something happen to him? Don't worry, I haven't finished speaking yet.
Captain Xiao is now Colonel Xiao.
Really? I thought something happened to my uncle. Ling Miaoyu's nervous mood relaxed. Blame me.
Blame me for not explaining myself clearly. Before Colonel Zhang could finish his words, a majestic figure descended from the sky.
Lao Zhang, where is that giant beast?
From the look of the person coming, it can be seen that he came here in a hurry. Colonel Zhang smiled and said, Old Xiao, the beast is dead.
Thank you for your hard work. Dead? How is that possible? Ordinary artillery shells can't kill that giant beast. Where is the body? I want to see it. The visitor was a little bit unconvinced. Such a large corpse is lying there, go and see it.
Colonel Zhang pointed behind the person who came. Colonel Xiao walked up to the giant beast's corpse and observed it carefully. Most of the wounds were caused by artillery shells, but none of them were fatal.
The only fatal thing was a large gash on the body with burn marks all around it.
It is difficult to tell what weapon caused the accident. It can create such a gap, which feels like a knife but not like a knife. This move was exactly what Ling Miaoyu used to imitate Fang Ge's unique skill. But the most important thing is to rely on her own special abilities, otherwise it would be impossible to kill the giant beast.
Do you want to know who destroyed this giant beast? Who is it? It was your niece who destroyed it. What nonsense are you talking about? My niece. Uncle.
Just when Colonel Xiao was about to get angry, a familiar voice called him. Colonel Xiao turned his head and saw that it was indeed his niece Ling Miaoyu. He came in such a hurry that he didn't pay attention to the people around him. He suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. Miaoyu, is it really you? It's me, uncle. I'm not dreaming, are you dead? Yeah, I'm not dead. It's all my fault for being late. I couldn't see you then, and I thought, you had already. I'm fine, don't you think I'm fine? Fortunately, you didn't die. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to face your mother and grandfather in the underworld. Then, Ling Miaoyu told Xiao Yu what happened that day. She talked about her second uncle's betrayal and Fang Ge saving her. However, she did not tell Xiao Yu that she went berserk due to the awakening of her superpowers. This damn Ling Hongtao and this Salvation Society, if I meet them in the future, I will make sure they are in a very bad shape. After listening to Ling Miaoyu's words, Xiao Yu was filled with anger. Then he turned his gaze to Fang Ge. Chapter 69. Why is this niece so love-brained? This guy saved Mum? This guy looks very ordinary. When Fang Ge gathered his spiritual energy, he looked like an ordinary evolver, or even a passerby, in the eyes of outsiders. There was no fluctuation of supernatural power on his body, which meant that he was just an ordinary evolver. Perhaps being able to save Miaoyu before was also due to his early evolution. But the gap between the mutants and the evolved ones will widen as time goes by. While Xiao Yu was looking at Fang Ge was also observing Colonel Xiao.
One of the two strongest psychics in the Ninth Army is Colonel Shao.
These two psychics are guarding a rift in another world respectively.
In the previous life, it was precisely because of these two psychics in the army that the order in Yunqing was not so chaotic.
Later, Colonel Shao died together with the strange beast, and the other one disappeared.
Yunqing finally fell into the hands of the Salvation Society and was completely destroyed. But I didn't expect Xiao Yu to be Ling Miaoyu's uncle. You are Fang Ge who saved my niece. While asking the question, Xiao Yu looked at Fang Ge with a sharp look.
It's me, Colonel Shao.
Fang Ge looked at Colonel Shao with a smile on his face.
As a soldier and a person with special abilities, Xiao Yu has to fight among mountains of corpses and seas of blood every day.
The look in his eyes would make ordinary people, even the evolvers, feel fear.
But when Xiao Yu looked at Fang Ge, he seemed not affected at all, but rather calm and composed. However, this did not make Xiao Yu look at him with a high regard. Because generally, there are only two types of people who are not affected by his evil spirit. One type is like him, who has been carrying out dangerous missions for many years or fighting their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. But Xiao Yu did not find this kind of temperament in Fang Ge. There is also another type of evildoer who hides deeply. At this time, Ling Miaoyu walked to Fang Ge. Fang Ge, this is my uncle. After my grandfather and parents passed away, he became the closest person to me. Xiao Yu discovered that when Ling Miaoyu was talking to Fang Ge, her eyes were filled with unconcealable admiration. This situation made Xiao Yu's heart sink. He discovered something even worse. Ling Miaoyu was wearing a ring on her finger, which symbolized marriage.
How can this be possible? What is the identity of my niece?
She is the proud daughter of Yunqing and the head of the Ling family. It is difficult to find a man who matches her in the entire Daxia alliance.
How could she be kidnapped by an unknown boy?
Now that my niece has awakened her special powers, the gap between the two of them will only get bigger.
No. I have to find a way to stop it. Fang Ge, I'm very grateful to you for saving my niece.
But from now on, you don't have to guard Mingyu anymore, because Mingyu will stay in this base. Firstly, she doesn't have to wander around with you, and secondly, it's safe here and she can get the best protection.
Safety?
Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Fang Ge sneered in his heart. It is quite safe now, but when the rift erupts next time, this place will be the first to become a Jedi. Don't worry, after Yunqing is pacified, our Ling family will definitely not treat you unfairly. Or I can arrange for you to be assigned to the military camp as a logistics support and never let you be in danger.
Xiao Yu's conditions are indeed very good for ordinary people.
Uncle, how can you say that?
Fang Ge and I are not wandering around. We live in a safe place. Besides, Fang Ge is very strong. It's safer for me to follow him.
Ling Miaoyu was somewhat dissatisfied with Xiao Yu's attitude towards Fang Ge. But Ling Miaoyu's words made Xiao Yu even more depressed.
It's over, my silly niece, how could she be so love-brained?
It's all because we protected her too well since she was a child, so she has no experience in love.
Any random man could seduce her away.
Since soft tactics don't work, I can only resort to hard tactics.
Before Xiao Yu could take any action, Fang Ge had already started flirting. Colonel Shao, Ling Miaoyu is my woman now. No one can take her away, including you. Such a straightforward declaration made everyone present look surprised. Only Ling Miaoyu showed her little breasts. Good, very good. In that case, I won't waste my time talking to you. I can see that you are an evolver who is very confident in your own abilities. I won't take advantage of you. As long as you can hold on to me for 1 minute, I'll agree to anything you ask for. Otherwise, get out of the barracks. What do you think? Young man, do you dare to accept it?
The military already values competition and martial arts, and after becoming an evolver or a person with special abilities, this potential will become even stronger.
Uncle, do you really want to compete with Fang Ge? Why don't you reconsider?
Ling Miaoyu looked at Xiao Yu with a worried look on her face.
Don't worry, Miaoyu, I will be measured and won't hurt this kid. After all, he is your savior. Xiao Yu waved at Ling Miaoyu, signaling her not to persuade him anymore.
Xiao Yu mistakenly thought that Ling Miaoyu was worried that he would hurt Fang Ge. But he didn't know that Ling Miaoyu was worried that his uncle would be hurt by Fang Ge.
Although Ling Miaoyu didn't know how powerful his uncle was. But Fang Ge's strength is something she has experienced along the way. So far, no creature in the entire Yunqing can withstand Fang Ge's attack.
Since her uncle couldn't persuade her, Ling Miaoyu had no choice but to come to Fang Ge.
She leaned close to Fang Ge's ear and whispered, "Fang Ge, could you please be a little gentler?"
Fang Ge pinched Ling Miaoyu's face and said, "Don't worry, he's your uncle."
How could I possibly hurt him?
The intimate actions of the two made Xiao Yu feel heartbroken again. He couldn't bear to watch it any longer and immediately interrupted the two people's lovemaking. Then Xiao Yu and Fang Ge came to an open place.
Their fight immediately attracted the attention of the soldiers.
The soldiers can all vividly remember Colonel Zhao's performance of going in and out of the monster group several times recently. In their minds, Xiao Yu is already infinitely close to being a god of war. They were very curious about who dared to challenge the god of war.
Boy, it's not too late for you to retreat now. Once I make a move, you won't have the chance to regret it.
Xiao Yu was still trying to persuade him in vain.
Fang Ge smiled and did not respond to Colonel Zhao's kindness.
Since you are so stubborn, don't regret it later. But don't worry, I will show you mercy for the sake of my niece.
Xiao Yu said this on the surface.
But in his heart, he was thinking about how to break Fang Ge's hands so that he would not dare to touch Ling Miaoyu again. Fang Ge was seen with one hand behind his back and the other hand pointing towards Xiao Yu, signaling him to take action. He was so careless that he didn't even take a basic defensive blocking stance.
The people around showed surprised expressions. Someone actually dared to fight Colonel Xiao like this. What's the difference between this and seeking death?
Colonel Zhang, who was watching the fun, laughed out loud.
Ha, La Xiao, I never thought you'd end up like this, being looked down upon by a young man. Chapter 70 Strange Crack Eruption.
Humph, once young people have some ability, they like to show off in front of the opposite sex.
This is good, I will let my niece see the ugly side of this guy.
Thinking of this, Xiao Yu suddenly jumped up from the ground and punched Fang Ge directly.
There was only a loud bang.
The fists and palms collided, Fang Ge did not move at all, and Xiao Yu took half a step back.
Xiao Yu was a little surprised.
Although this punch of mine was a tentative attack.
But if an ordinary evolver takes it head-on, he will definitely be blown away.
Xiao Yu originally thought that Fang Ge would have to dodge at least. Unexpectedly, the opponent did not dodge at all and took his punch with his hand.
Not only can it be easily resolved, but it can also bounce back some of the force. With Fang Ge's current physical condition, even if he used his body to take Xiao Yu's punch, he would be unharmed.
It was only to save face for his uncle Ling Miaoyu that he raised his hand slightly to block it.
The two of them only had a moment of contact.
But Xiao Yu vaguely felt that Fang Ge's physical fitness was not simple. Xiao Yu attacked again, and this time he no longer held back.
There was only a loud bang. The two men's fists collided again.
The result was still the same, Fang Ge remained motionless, and this time Xiao Yu was directly shocked back 2 steps. This time, the people around also showed shocked expressions. This young man who came from nowhere was able to withstand the attacks of the strongest man in the army twice. You should know that after Colonel Xiao awakened his special abilities, most resources were provided to him first. At this stage, the person who concentrates these resources should be able to crush all other talents. But this young man's strength seems to be no less than that of Colonel Xiao.
This is very confusing.
After fighting with Fang Ge for the second time, Xiao Yu had an illusion.
He felt as if there was a terrifying monster lurking in Fang Ge's body.
Fang Ge looked at the supernatural sword on Xiao Yu's waist and said, "Colonel Xiao, aren't you going to use the sword?" Xiao Yu touched the knife at his waist and said, "This knife is only used against monsters." Colonel Zhang next to him started to stir up trouble. "Old Xiao, this will work for you."
Look, he hasn't even moved his feet.
Colonel Xiao looked at the place and found that it was indeed the case. In other words, the other party did not show their true strength at all.
How could this be acceptable to those in the military who rely on force to establish their authority?
Xiao Yu's competitive spirit was aroused, his face darkened, and his body began to show fluctuations of supernatural powers.
What's going on?
Why did Xiao Yu start using his supernatural powers? Colonel Zhang realized that Xiao Yu was serious about this, and he stopped teasing him.
He couldn't help but look at Fang Ge. Who is this young man?
He actually forced Xiao Yu to use his supernatural powers.
Will anything go wrong?
Seeing Xiao Yu using his supernatural powers, Fang Ge's face finally showed a change. He stared at Jin Wu and noticed that his physical fitness was improving rapidly. In just a short while, Xiao Yu's physical fitness has reached nearly 100.
Tyrannical ability.
This ability can greatly improve attack and defense, and has super recovery ability. This ability is simple and crude, and Fang Ge is a little envious of it. When Xiao Yu's ability ended, his physical fitness had completely surpassed 100. The sense of oppression emanating from Xiao Yu's body at this moment was felt by everyone present. Even Ling Miaoyu showed a hint of worry, but she still believed in Fang Ge's strength.
Is your physical fitness over 100? Looks like I need to put in a little more effort.
Fang Ge squatted down slightly, revealing a serious attitude. Xiao Yu stared at Fang Ge. You better be careful, my strength has increased too much now, I may not be able to control the strength.
Fang Ge still smiled and signaled Xiao Yu not to hold back. In that case, I won't be polite.
Xiao Yu was ready, and just as he was about to attack again, a signalman from a distance came running over in a hurry.
Emergency report.
Colonel Xiao, Colonel Zhang, the cracks are moving again and may erupt again.
Major General Peng ordered you to check it out immediately. An urgent military intelligence brought the fight to an end.
Well, kid, you wait here until I get rid of those bugs, then we can continue.
Miaoyu, you stay here too. Don't go anywhere.
Your uncle doesn't want to lose another relative like you. After Xiao Yu finished explaining to the two of them, he turned and ran towards the crack in the alien world.
Fang Ge, what should we do now? I'm a little worried about my uncle.
Ling Miaoyu walked to Fang Ge, but her eyes were fixed on Xiao Yu's back, her face full of worry.
Because the rift in the other world is an unknown place for her.
She didn't know if her uncle would have an accident in there. At this time, Fang Ge was also confused. Logically speaking, at this stage, the alien world rift should be in a relatively stable state and it is impossible for it to erupt so frequently. In his previous life, Xiao Yu's early death could be related to the eruption of this strange crack.
Since you are worried, let's go and take a look. But this is a military camp. They won't let us in without orders. Then we'll get through in a way they can't stop us. Fang Ge looked at Ling Miaoyu and smiled slightly, then carried her in his arms like a princess. Then it soared into the sky, and then whoosh went towards the direction of the crack in the alien world. In the blink of an eye, it flew far away. Why did they fly away? That's the crack in that direction. They are trespassing into the military camp. Should we go and stop it?
A soldier pointed in the direction where Fang Ge Ling Miaoyu flew away. Don't talk nonsense, they were invited by Colonel Xiao. Another warrior stopped him. They had witnessed the strength of these two people with their own eyes, and it seemed that they had a special relationship with Colonel Xiao.
Maybe I can go over and help. At the alien world rift outside Yuncheng,
I saw a creepy red light flashing at the entrance of the crack.
What's going on with this crack lately? Why are the bugs pouring out every few days? Why wouldn't the crack guarded by Lao Ding next door be like this? Colonel Zhang looked at the crack in the alien world with some confusion.
Xiao Yu next to him said, it's better to let them out in batches, so that they don't all come out at once, which would be more difficult to handle.
But each batch is more ferocious than the last.
Last time, two big guys came out at once. Jin Wu didn't say anything, but started giving orders directly. Evolution camp, 2 squads, come out and follow me into the rift.
Yes.
Then 60 soldiers were seen standing in a neat line.
Old Xiao, why are you in such a hurry to go in? Why don't you notify old Ding to come over and you can go in together so that you can have someone to look after you? No need.
By the time he gets here, those monsters might have already rushed out.
It will be more troublesome to deal with it later.
If we go in early, we can take advantage of the terrain and trap those bugs inside.
Okay, stop trying to persuade me. Just stay outside. Just as Xiao Yu was about to lead the team in, Fang Ge fell from the sky holding Ling Miaoyu. Chapter 71 Black Beetle King. Uncle!
Ling Miaoyu called out uncle and stopped Xiao Yu.
Xiao Yu immediately turned around and asked, why are you following me? Ling Miaoyu, uncle, are you going into the crack? We want to come over and help you. Nonsense.
We don't need your help with our military camp. Besides, this is a military stronghold.
You are not allowed to trespass here. Old Zhang, take them away quickly.
After Xiao Yu finished speaking, he ignored Ling Miaoyu and led his team directly into the crack.
After watching Xiao Yu go in, Ling Miaoyu turned around and asked, Fang Ge, what should we do? Should we still go in? Fang Ge nodded, of course I have to go in.
He also wanted to know the reason why this crack erupted.
Fang Ge turned and came to Colonel Zhang.
At this time, Colonel Zhang was still confused. He looked at the two of them, then looked up at the sky, and asked in confusion, "Did you come down from the sky?"
Yes, but that's not important. Colonel Zhang, we too want to go in too. Fang Ge directly put forward the idea. But don't worry, we won't cause any trouble. Colonel Zhang thought of the two people's skills, not to mention Ling Niaoyu. It was all thanks to her that many soldiers' lives were saved, but he still couldn't see through Fang Ge's depth. I'm not trying to stop you, but you've seen that Xiao Yu is just so stubborn. I'm afraid that when you go in, you'll get into trouble with him. Colonel Zhang didn't mind these two people going in to help. Don't worry, I will find a way to convince him. Once they get in, Fang Ge will have the final say on how to persuade them. He thought for a moment and said, okay. I allow you to go in. Thanks. After Fang Ge finished speaking, he took Ling Niaoyu into the crack. Colonel, this doesn't seem to be against the rules. The guard next to Colonel Zhang suddenly said. Colonel Zhang glared at him and said, you're the only one who knows the rules. It didn't take long for Fang Ge and Ling Niaoyu to catch up with Xiao Yu's team. I saw Xiao Yu's team advancing forward in an orderly manner. Fang Ge observed and found that every warrior was an evolver, and they all held cold weapons in their hands. And some of them used beetle shells as shields. They had a clear division of labor, with attack and defense intertwined, strangling their way forward like a machine. Even digging out crystals is very quick. This is obviously an effect that can only be achieved after hundreds of collaborations. Xiao Yu was further ahead, dealing with those troublesome beetles. Fang Ge did not take action immediately. If he did, all the crystals from the alien world would probably be confiscated by him. Perhaps Xiao Yu rushed too far forward, and the soldiers behind him could not keep up with his pace at all. As the beetles became more and more dense, the pressure on these warriors began to increase and flaws began to appear. He didn't even notice that a row of silver beetles in front of him were beginning to gather energy. Once this attack is launched, it will probably cause considerable chaos to these evolved warriors. At this critical moment, bang, 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 bang. Dozens of gunshots were heard in succession, and all the bullets accurately hit the energy tail of the silver beetle. More than a dozen silver beetles exploded on the spot, clearing a large area in an instant. Gunshots! How could there be gunshots? Xiao Yu, who was in front, heard the gunshot and looked back. I found Ling Niaoyu and Fang Ge also following the team. Just when he was about to scold the two of them, he suddenly noticed that the silver beetle had just been destroyed. The familiarity of the scene made him stare at Fang Ge and observe him carefully. He felt more and more that Fang Ge's figure looked very much like the person who rescued their camp that night in the industrial park. With this speculation, Xiao Yu gave up the idea of driving the two people away. Fang Ge and Ling Niaoyu also had doubts, and originally thought that there would be a tug of war among the three of them. As a result, Xiao Yu simply gave up. In this case, Ling Niaoyu felt relieved to take action. Once she saw that the warriors over there were under too much pressure, she released a small fireball to clear out some of the monsters around. She wanted to enlarge the fireball, but if she did that, everyone would probably suffer. When these warriors saw the power of the fireball technique, they immediately looked at Ling Niaoyu with admiration. Although Xiao Yu showed no expression on the surface, she was still a little proud in her heart. After all, she was her niece. Fang Ge continued to attack with a pistol, but switched to dual guns. Although Fang Ge uses a pistol, his killing efficiency is not much different from that of an evolved warrior class. Every shot he shot hit the target. Whether it was a black beetle or a silver beetle, he killed them with one shot. Even the golden beetle's deeply hidden weakness was hit accurately by him, killing it with one shot. The golden beetle is almost invincible to these warriors. But it was solved by a small pistol. The surrounding soldiers immediately looked at him in shock and surprise at his amazing marksmanship. Even Xiao Yu became more and more convinced of his guess. The way he looked at Fang Ge was a little different at this time. With the support of Ling Niaoyu and Fang Ge, the soldiers almost pushed forward smoothly. They haven't experienced this kind of comfortable battle for a long time. In this way, before they knew it, the team had advanced to the deepest part of the crack. The team originally intended only to eliminate the beetles that emerged from the riot. As a result, I arrived directly at the end of the crack. It was also the first time that Xiao Yu and his team saw the situation deep in the crack. A huge and empty cave. In the middle there is a mysterious silver halo, with two alien crystals on both sides of the halo. Xiao Yu is very familiar with this crystal. It is this crystal that helped him break through the bottleneck. Xiao Yu was about to go forward to check,
but Fang Ge suddenly stopped him. Wait.
The next second, a strong vibration was felt under their feet.
It made everyone wait so long that they almost couldn't stand. Then a huge black shadow was seen emerging from the ground. The shape of this black shadow is very similar to that of a black beetle, but it is countless times larger.
Black Beetle King. Physical fitness, 120.
When this black beetle appeared, everyone except Fang Ge unconsciously took 2 steps back.
Shu Yuer could feel the oppression of the Black Beetle King the most. If he didn't use his superpowers, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand even a single attack from the Black Beetle King. Get out of the way. I'll handle it.
Shu Yuer walked to the front and drew the supernatural sword from his waist. He had just activated his supernatural power and was about to attack the Black Beetle King. The ground shook again, and another huge black shadow emerged from the ground.
Shu Yuer didn't expect that a second Black Beetle King would appear.
But the Black Beetle King in front of him had already pounced on him, and it was difficult for him to retreat. And the place where this Black Beetle King appeared was their entrance.
In other words, they were surrounded. Chapter 72, The Invisible Battle. For Shu Yuer, the situation at this moment is extremely critical and he is almost dead. He now felt very regretful that he had let his team in without knowing the situation ahead. It was also because the previous progress was too smooth that he had an illusion that the inside was just like this. He is extremely anxious now. Because his only niece was also brought into this pit by him. He suddenly thought of Fang Ge. Now he just hoped that Fang Ge could hold on a little longer, as long as possible until he killed the big monster in front of him. But the more anxious he was, the less he could exert his strength. Moreover, for him, this Black Beetle King was not easy to deal with. He was already covered in wounds at this point, and he might not even be able to win. Damn it! Even if I die, I have to protect the others and let them leave. Shu Yuer used all his strength and slashed the Black Beetle King back with one blow. Then he turned and ran towards his team. But just after he turned around a few steps, he saw an unbelievable scene. The scene that had worried him so much did not happen. On the contrary, the Black Beetle King that had just appeared had been killed, and burnt black smoke was still coming out of the monster's body. The soldiers around were still looking shocked. Because the scene just now was something they would never forget. When the Black Beetle King first appeared, the warriors of the evolution class were just about to form a team to resist. Fang Ge jumped up and landed above the Black Beetle King's head. He then stepped down and pressed the Black Beetle King hard to the ground. After that, no matter how the Black Beetle King struggled, he could not break free from Fang Ge's restraints. Then, Fang Ge called Ling Miaoyu over and asked her to kill the monster personally. The excuse is to let her gain combat experience. Just like that, Ling Miaoyu chopped down his sword one after another. A few minutes later, the Black Beetle King finally let out an unwilling wail, and there was no more movement. This was the first time he had seen a giant beast being killed in such a brutal manner. Just when Shu Yuer was still stunned, Ling Miaoyu suddenly shouted, "Uncle, be careful behind you." Hearing the sound, Shu Yuer hurriedly turned around. I found that the attack of the Black Beetle King from behind was almost right in front of me. He immediately raised his knife to block, but in his hasty defense, his body was blown away dozens of meters. After landing, all my internal organs felt displaced. Before he could catch his second breath, the Black Beetle King's second attack was already approaching. If this blow lands, he will either die or be injured. At this critical moment, Shu Yuer felt a huge flash of light behind him, and a huge heat coming from behind. Then he saw a huge fireball flying over his head, and then he immediately felt a chill coming from above his head. With a loud boom, the huge fireball hit the Black Beetle King accurately. The Black Beetle King was immediately blown away, with fire catching all over his body, and he let out a painful wail. Seeing this, Shu Yuer immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to kill it. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand and leaped forward. It chopped down fiercely from the air, leaving a hole in the Black Beetle King's body. Shu Yuer slashed hard along the cut again. Amidst a huge wail, Shu Yuer finally split the Black Beetle King's body into two. In Shu Yuer's mind, this mortal crisis was resolved. Shu Yuer looked at the dead Black Beetle King in front of him and was still a little bit unbelieving. The two most terrifying beasts in this rift were dealt with just like that? The death of these two giant beasts made everyone rejoice. Jinwu now really wanted to know how the other Black Beetle King died. He wanted to ask Fang Ge about it. When he got closer, he saw that Fang Ge's face did not show any happy expression, but rather a serious one. Xiao Yu immediately realized that there might be something else in this crack.
At this moment, Fang Ge suddenly moved. He rushed out at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye.
Just when everyone hadn't reacted yet,
a ding sound was heard from a distance. The sound was like two pieces of metal colliding.
Only then did everyone react.
They looked closely and found that Fang Ge had already started fighting with an unknown creature.
Moreover, this creature is extremely fast and difficult to see with the naked eye.
I could only vaguely see that the figure had a pale green color.
The speed of this creature surprised Xiao Yu.
But what shocked Xiao Yu even more was that Fang Ge, a human, could actually keep up with the speed of this creature.
In the blink of an eye, the man and the monster fought several times. Silver feathers and green wings weak. Physical fitness, 220. Superpower, wind blade.
Ever since Fang Ge came here, he felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. So he immediately used the technique of transparency. But he only found 2 black beetle kings, but with the strength of the golden beetle king, it was impossible for him to be in danger. He searched carefully again and finally found some abnormalities behind the portal to another world. After using the Eye of Transparency, it was discovered that this silver-feathered green-winged creature had actually used the light vortex of the portal to hide itself. If Fang Ge hadn't been staring at the silver-feathered, green-winged creature, there would probably have been casualties in that instant. This silver-winged blue-winged creature has a physical fitness of 220.
And is still in a weak state. How could a beast of this level appear in a first-level crack?
The moment I saw the physical data of Silver Wing and Green Wing,
Fang Ge consumed 1,500 alien crystals and improved his physical fitness to 50 plus 150.
There are more than 600 alien crystals left, and Fang Ge originally wanted to continue to improve. It turned out that my physical fitness had reached the second stage of shackles.
Silver Wings and Green Wing's greatest strength is speed. Fang Ge had to use the light body technique to barely keep up. But simply keeping up is not enough.
The Silver Wings and Green Wings have sharp blades all over their body, and if you are even a fraction of a second slower, you will be caught.
Fang Ge had multiple wounds on his body.
Blood had already begun to spill onto the ground.
Ling Niaoyu was extremely anxious at this moment. Uncle, what should we do? Let me help Fang Ge.
No. If we go up now, it will only cause more trouble. Jin Wu stopped her. In fact, he also wanted to take action, but with his strength, he couldn't even catch the shadow of Silver Wings and Green Wings. I'm afraid that within 2 seconds, it will be chopped into pieces by the silver-winged and green-winged creatures.
Moreover, the battle between this man and the monster basically took place in the air.
I'm afraid no one present can help Fang Ge, so he can only rely on himself for now.
Ding! Bang!
Fang Ge raised his supernatural sword to block hastily, and then his body was blown away until it hit the wall.
Silver feathers and green wings didn't give Fang Ge a chance to breathe. Directly used the supernatural power wind blade. Countless wind blades attacked Fang Ge, and Fang Ge had no way to avoid them. Phantom without a trace. Fang Ge's figure disappeared, and the next second, he appeared directly above Yin Ling Qingqi's head. Fang Ge chopped down with his sword, and Silver Wing and Green Wing's reaction was extremely fast. With a flap of its thin cicada wings, it appeared in another place. Fang Ge was a little surprised. This was the first time that his phantom vanishing skill had failed since he used it. There was no time for Fang Ge to be surprised. He immediately used another spell, Spark Spell, to attack Silver Wing and Green Wing, who had not yet stabilized his body. After Silver Wings and Green Wings stopped, they immediately used Wind Blade. Chapter 73 Silver Winged Green Winged Eggs. With a bang, the two energies collided, bursting into dazzling fireworks. Xiao Yu and others were also shocked. These two monster-like figures fought each other and even used magic tricks that can only be seen on TV. Forget about that strange beast, it cannot be treated according to common sense. But Fang Ge is obviously not a person with special abilities, how can he emit flames from his hands? After the fireworks faded, the two figures fought again. Fang Ge was holding a spiritual body technique in his hand at this moment. This spiritual body technique can enhance combat effectiveness to a certain extent. But there is a big disadvantage, which is that it can only last about 3 minutes, and after the magic disappears, you will still be weak for a while. Fang Ge was not sure that he could defeat the silver-feathered and green-winged monster within 3 minutes. So he was waiting for an opportunity. He saw that the weak silver-winged green-winged creature seemed to be in a very anxious state. At the beginning, its attack was indeed fierce. Fang Ge could only avoid the attack and keep dodging.
As time went by, Silver Wing Green Wing's offensive power began to decline, and it seemed to be becoming more and more anxious. At this time, Fang Ge also began to adapt to this rhythm.
Silver Feathers and Green Wings could no longer pose a threat to him. Fang Ge also began to counterattack.
The invisible sword energy was continuously swung out, and several times it almost hit the silver-feathered and green-winged creature. Although it didn't hit the target, it still made the strange beast run for its life. Fang Ge gradually mastered the movement patterns of the silver wings and green wings. Fang Ge slashed out with his sword, and Ling Chengqi dodged again. But this time, it miscalculated, and a spark appeared in the place where it dodged in advance.
There was a loud boom. Dazzling flames exploded on the silver-winged green-winged creature.
Silver-winged and green-winged creature's body fell heavily to the ground like a cannonball, creating a big hole. Before the smoke and dust had cleared, the silver-winged and green-winged bird took off again. Fang Ge took a look and found that the silver feathers and green wings were a little dirtier than before, but did not seem to be harmed by the flames. But it seemed a little frustrated. Suddenly, the silver-winged green-winged creature let out a long, sharp cry.
Then a powerful supernatural power burst out from Ling Chengqi's body. This supernatural power transformed into wind and began to surround its body.
Gradually the wind became stronger and stronger, and a violent hurricane was formed.
It actually used the wind blade on itself. It looked like it was going to fight to the death. In that case, spirit body technique.
An endless stream of energy filled Fang Ge's whole body, and his physical fitness began to improve rapidly.
The man and the monster in the air were motionless.
But as the momentum of the two figures continued to rise, everyone present felt an extremely dull pressure.
They noticed it too.
This will probably be the final decisive battle, and this blow will definitely decide life or death. Ling Niaoyu covered her chest in fear.
Silver Feathers and Green Wings moved first. It couldn't wait any longer.
Because it vaguely felt the aura of the human opposite it, and that he was approaching it.
There is even momentum to surpass oneself. The moment Ling's green wings moved, Fang Ge also moved.
His aura had long surpassed that of Silver Wing and Green Wing, but he was just suppressing it.
Because he wants to hide his real killer move.
The supernatural sword behind him almost condensed all his spiritual power.
He wanted to lock onto Silver Feathers and Green Wings at the last moment, leaving it with no way to escape. The moment when one man and one monster move. The people present only felt that they suddenly disappeared. Then it reappeared in less than a second. The two figures collided fiercely like two meteorites. The hurricane around Silver Wings and Green Wings was like an indestructible wall of air.
Even diamond or iron would be crushed if touched by it. When Fang Ge slashed down with the sword that had been hidden for a long time, dazzling light filled the entire place.
The hurricane wall with Silver Feathers and Green Wings was cut open like tofu without any hindrance.
At the same time, the body of Silver Wing and Green Wing was also cut in half. After the light faded, only a figure remained in the air. The silver-feathered Green Wings had been neatly cut in half and fell to the ground. Kill Silver Wing Green Wing, obtain 550 alien crystals, 8,800 gold coins.
Uncle, Fang Ge won. He defeated that monster.
Ling Niaoyu's original fear and worry finally made her feel relieved. She ran towards Fang Ge without caring about her image.
Fang Ge also slowly descended.
He was also extremely tired at this moment. He checked and found that his spiritual power and spiritual thoughts were almost exhausted. As soon as Fang Ge landed, Ling Niaoyu excitedly threw herself into his arms.
Fang Ge, you scared me to death. I almost thought you. Don't worry, I'm fine.
But you lost a lot of blood.
They are just superficial injuries. With Fang Ge's physical condition, this injury can be healed in less than a day.
However, he still used the healing technique, and the injuries on his body were visibly healed immediately.
Shu Yuer also walked over, and at this moment he finally saw the appearance of the monster fighting with Fang Ge.
He couldn't help but sigh that if this monster ran away, it would probably cause a huge disaster to mankind. Fortunately, Fang Ge killed it in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Fang Ge was completely different in his eyes. However, Shu Yuer found Fang Ge and Ling Niaoyu's intimate behavior more and more pleasing to the eye. At this time, Fang Ge pulled Ling Niaoyu to the crystal from another world.
Quinyu, put your hands on it.
Oh, okay. Ling Niaoyu put her hand on it without hesitation. Then she was seen trembling and moaning. It was over soon, and Ling Miaoyu's physical fitness also broke through the first level of shackles.
Then, Fang Ge looked at the second crystal.
Now his body has reached its limit again, and this first level cracked crystal can no longer improve him.
So he planned to give it to Shu Yuer.
But Shu Yuer refused to accept it no matter what. Because if it weren't for Fang Ge, no one would be able to solve the problem here. And in the end, he himself was of little help. If I were to occupy another crystal, as a soldier, I would probably look down on myself. Besides, this trip is already a great achievement for him. Not only did he resolve the crisis of the crack, but he also harvested a bunch of crystals from exotic beasts. These crystals can definitely raise the strength of the entire evolution camp to a higher level.
Fang Ge thought about it and decided to take the crystal away.
Obtained 1,000 alien crystals, remaining alien crystals 2,769. At this time, Fang Ge turned his head and looked at the silver feathers and green wings on the ground. He wanted to figure out one thing: why this silver-feathered, green-winged creature was in such a weak state. Before the fight with Fang Ge, there was no sign of injury.
Fang Ge guessed that there was only one possibility. That means the eggs have just been laid. Fang Ge immediately began to search around. Soon a nest was found at the highest point in the cave.
Fang Ge flew up and found 2 fresh green egg-shaped objects, about the size of a 6-month-old baby.
Fang Ge put them into the system space. Then he began to deal with Yinling Qingqi's body.
As soon as Fang Ge touched the scales of Silver Wing Greenwing, the system issued a prompt. Before he could check what the prompt was, a cold light suddenly appeared in front of Fang Ge's eyes. Fang Ge immediately picked up Yinling Qingqi's body to resist. In an instant, a cold light cut the silver feathers and green wings in Fang Ge's hand in half. Then a black shadow quickly collected the 2 bodies of Silver Wing and Green Wing into a dark crack. Afterwards, the crack that appeared out of nowhere quickly healed.
Chapter 74 Feather Light Clothes. Fang Ge, are you okay?
Ling Miaoyu hurried over and immediately checked Fang Ge's condition.
Don't worry, I'm fine. Shu Yuer also came over and asked in surprise, what was that just now? I don't know either. Fang Ge looked at the only piece of scale armor left in his hand and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He felt that the move the Black Shadow had just made was very similar to his unique sword skill. Moreover, Fang Ge realized that the other party was not using the power of another space, but it was very similar to the crack in another world. What on earth is this mysterious Black Shadow? After a long time, despite Fang Ge's careful precautions, the Black Shadow never appeared again. So Fang Ge looked at the system prompt again. Special materials detected, unlocking special protective gear. Feather light clothes, 600 otherworldly crystals. The body shell of the Silver Wing Greenwing is tough and not easy to break, and is indeed suitable for making protective armor. It is not like the shell of the Silver Beetle. Although it has high defense, it cannot be bent at all. The wings of the Silver Wing Greenwing are very light and thin, making them very suitable for making into a cloak or a protective windbreaker. It can not only buffer physical damage, but also resist magical damage. However, there is only one scale left, and Fang Ge handed it to Shu Yuer. Colonel Xiao, this silver-feathered, green-winged scale armor can be used to create protective gear, which you should really need. Don't refuse this. This material is of no use to me. Fang Ge was afraid that Shu Yuer would give in again, so he blocked his excuse in advance. Shu Yuer thought about it and agreed, wanting to turn these materials into protective gear. At present, only the military can find a solution. He didn't act pretentiously and accepted it directly. Okay, Fang Ge, I owe you this favor, and I will report your contribution to my superiors. Fang Ge smiled and nodded. Everyone continued to count their harvest and packed up everything they could take away. After that, he began to move towards the exit of the crack. However, Fang Ge still had doubts in his mind. Why does this silver-feathered green-winged bird appear here? Moreover, Fang Ge also had a vague feeling that Silver Wing and Green Wing seemed to be afraid of something. Could it be that the Black Shadow just now was what scared it? On the way back, Shu Yuer suddenly asked Fang Ge, did you go to an industrial park on the night the monster descended? Yes. When Shu Yuer asked this, Fang Ge immediately understood. The one who led the team to resist the monsters in the industrial area that night should be Shu Yuer. So it really is you. I'm sure you know now that I was the one leading the team that night. Yes, I just found out. The two smiled at each other. Now Ling Miaoyu was a little confused. She had no idea what the two were talking about. Uncle, what are you talking about?
Ha, it's nothing, Niao, just be a good friend to Fang Ge from now on. I believe he can take good care of you. We can slowly deal with the Ling family's affairs later. Ling Niao was a little confused. Her uncle's attitude changed too quickly.
However, Xiao Yu's next words made Ling Niao feel shy and embarrassed. By the way, when are you two going to have a baby?
Fang Ge was fine, but Ling Niao staggered forward upon hearing this.
Uncle, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. I know exactly what I'm talking about.
In the entire Yunqing, no, in the entire Daxia Alliance, can you find another man who can match you besides Fang Ge? If you don't give birth to a child for him, who else do you want to give birth to a child for? Xiao Yu stated everything clearly in front of his own niece. This made Ling Niao blush and feel embarrassed, and she didn't know what to say. But Xiao Yu seemed to have not finished his thoughts yet, and he became more and more excited as he spoke. Niao, you must have at least 2 children, one with the surname Fang, and the other with the surname Ling.
This way the Ling family can continue its legacy. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of your grandfather? Ling Niao couldn't bear to listen any longer and ran quickly towards the crack. Alas, my niece, I'm talking about a family matter now, why did you run away? Xiao Yu turned to look at Fang Ge. Are you really not planning to stay in the barracks?
No, we already have a safe place.
Well, this is good.
You two are young and alone together, so it will be easier to have children. Colonel Xiao talked about children every other sentence, which left Fang Ge speechless. It wasn't long before everyone walked out of the crack. Ling Niao had been waiting outside for quite a while, and was seen talking to Colonel Zhang.
I guess he has already been told about the crack.
Colonel Zhang saw Xiao Yu and Fang Ge coming out.
First, the other party showed a look of amazement. Then he walked up to Xiao Yu and deliberately said, "Old Xiao, didn't you say before that you would continue the competition with Fang Ge after you get out? Then hurry up." Competition? What kind of competition? What nonsense are you talking about, Lao Zhang? When did I ever say that?
Xiao Yu looked like he had lost his memory.
Okay, you're awesome.
Colonel Zhang gave Xiao Yu a thumbs up.
Fang Ge, would you like to come with us to meet Major General Pang?
Even though you're not from the military, we can still make an exception and ask for a commendation for you.
No, this kind of thing isn't for me.
Besides, I've already taken 2 other worldly crystals, so asking for credit wouldn't be appropriate.
Fang Ge directly expressed his refusal.
Seeing this, Colonel Zhang no longer insisted.
Now, there is only a crack in the alien world left in the Yunqing military camp. I believe that with the cooperation of the 2 psychics in the army, the problem can be solved quickly. After a few people talked for a while, Fang Ge said that he had something to do and had to go back. Before leaving, Fang Ge told Colonel Xiao that if he wanted to find him, he should go to the Central Park of Yunqing. After Fang Ge told him the address, he was still very confused. However, thinking of Fang Ge's ability, I didn't ask in detail. Afterwards, Fang Ge took Ling Niao and flew away in front of everyone. Old Xiao, your nephew-in-law will be very powerful in the future. Xiao Yu didn't reply, but the smug look on his face was clear. At this time, on the top of a high mountain. Fang Ge, why did you bring me here? Quick words, put this on. Fang Ge spread out a crystal-clear piece of clothing that looked like both armor and a dress in front of Ling Niao. This feather-covered garment is as light and thin as a cicada, yet very tough. In the sunlight, the light dress sparkles with colorful light. Wow! Fang Ge, this dress is so beautiful. Is this for me? Of course, try it. Soon, Ling Niao changed into a light feather dress. This light dress suits Ling Niao very well. After she put it on, she instantly gained a more extraordinary temperament. Niao, try to spread your wings of the fire phoenix. Ah! This won't burn it, such a beautiful dress. Don't worry, it shouldn't happen. Looking at such beautiful clothes, Ling Niao was a little worried. But since Fang Ge said so, there must be no problem. Ling Niao immediately used the wings of Fire Phoenix. After the wings spread out, Ling Niao found that the dress was indeed intact, and she was very happy. From now on she can fly freely. But then she felt a little disappointed, because this way she could no longer be carried around by Fang Ge. Her mood was immediately noticed by Fang Ge. The next second, Fang Ge appeared behind her. Then he hugged her and said, "Who said you can fly? I won't hold you anymore. You look like a fairy who just came down to earth. I wonder if this fairy has the ability to reproduce.
Ling Miaoyu blushed and turned to kiss him. Brilliant flames began to appear in the sky above the mountain top. It rises, then falls, and finally spirals into the sky and blooms in the air.
Chapter 75 Big Star, Meng Qintong. The next morning, Fang Ge arrived outside the Tianjiao shelter. Summon Tianjiao? Yes. Swish. A vortex of white light appeared in the open space of Tianjiao shelter. Summoning failed. The Tianjiao is in a state of consciousness blockade and cannot be summoned. A state of consciousness blockade? What's going on? Host, do you want to initiate a forced summon? Yes, initiate forced summon immediately. Forced summon in progress.
A red vortex of light appeared in the open space of Tianjiao shelter. The appearance of this vortex of light seems to have the power to absorb time and space.
Then, a half-naked woman with a good figure fell out from the vortex of light. Meng Qintong graceful in coma. Age, 24. Appearance and figure, 9.7. Physical fitness, 4. Life skills, 0.5. Superpower, unawakened.
The woman's eyes were covered with a black veil and her limbs appeared to have been bound.
This woman looks familiar, like she's a big star. What's with this 0.5 life skill?
Fang Ge used his eyes to carefully observe the woman's body and found that her body was still flawless. This made Fang Ge confused.
Forget it, let's wake her up first.
10 minutes later, Fang Ge woke her up. And she was changed into a black lace suspender dress in advance.
Meng Qintong slowly woke up.
She opened her eyes and looked around, her eyes still full of confusion. When she saw a strange man staring at her,
she immediately sat up and screamed, Who are you and why did you bring me here? Look carefully, am I the one who arrested you? Fang Ge looked at her calmly.
Meng Qintong looked at Fang Ge carefully and found that the person who arrested her did not look like this.
Could it be that you are the one behind this? I'm the one who saved you. Think carefully about what happened before? Fang Ge looked at her quietly. What happened before? For some reason, Meng Qintong felt a reassuring power from Fang Ge's eyes.
Although Meng Qintong was very confused now, she gradually calmed down. She thought about it carefully and then told the story. She remembered before the monster arrived.
She was on vacation in her private villa on the outskirts of Yuncheng.
After the monster came out, she hid in the basement of the villa.
Since she had enough food, she stayed hidden in the villa for more than a month. Suddenly one day, a group of strangers broke in.
Then he took her away without saying anything. She was then locked in a small dark room. Until one day some people came, blindfolded her, and took her to a strange place again. As soon as he arrived in a strange place, he was chained up.
She was terrified and struggled desperately.
Afterwards she felt like someone was feeding her something, and then she knew nothing.
Then do you know who arrested you? Fang Ge asked. I don't know. Meng Qintong shook her head. Did you hear anything during this process? Fang Ge continued to ask.
Meng Qintong thought about it carefully.
I remember there were two people talking. What did you say?
One of the voices was strange.
He seemed to say something. This sacrifice wasn't what he needed.
He said he was giving it to you as a reward. The other voice sounded like a middle-aged man, and he was very respectful to the owner of the other voice.
Sacrifice? Could it be the Zhao family? What else did you say? Well, it seems that there is nothing. After that, they knocked me unconscious.
After Meng Qintong finished speaking, Fang Ge fell into deep thought.
Why did these people want to capture Meng Qintong? Could it be related to Shaoling? These two people seem to have one thing in common, they are both people with unawakened talents. Could it be related to this? If this is true, then how do these people know that they have this supernatural talent?
Meng Qintong saw Fang Ge lost in thought for a long time.
Finally, he couldn't help asking, Excuse me, who are you? Fang Ge. Fang Ge, excuse me, where are we now? Cloud City Central Park. Yuncheng Central Park. So far away. Meng Qintong showed a surprised expression.
This place was more than 60 kilometers away from her house. Meng Qintong stood up and said, Thank you Fang Ge for saving me.
I want to go home now. Go home? No way, you'll have to live here from now on.
Fang Ge pointed to a big house behind him. Only then did Meng Qintong notice that there was a sturdy building behind her. What is this place? Tianjiao Shelter, I am the master here. Tianjiao Shelter, what a strange name. Fang Ge, I'm very grateful for saving me. I still have some connections in the circle, and I will definitely repay you in the future, but I don't want to live here now.
That's not up to you. I went to great lengths to rescue you. You've been mine since the beginning. As for how I repay you, that's up to me. Fang Ge just laid it out directly. You are trying to restrict my freedom in life? Then what's the difference between you and those who arrested me? Do you know who I am? Meng Qintong took 2 steps back. Meng Qintong, I know you are a big star, so what? Fang Ge directly pointed out Meng Qintong's identity. Meng Qintong was thinking, oh no. This guy is coming for me too. Since you know me, you must know my background. I know people in the police department, and I also know some important government officials. If you want to imprison me, you must think carefully.
There was a threatening tone in Meng Qintong's words.
Fang Ge walked towards Meng Qintong with a half smile on his face.
Seeing Fang Ge walking towards her, Meng Qintong stepped back in fear. Then her heel gave way and she began to fall backwards. But at the moment she fell, Fang Ge directly hugged her slender waist. Meng Qintong hurriedly tried to push Fang Ge away, but she couldn't do it.
Meng Qintong, you've been hiding in the basement for so long, have you gone mad? Don't you know what kind of world we live in now? What do you mean? Fang Ge didn't respond and flew straight into the sky.
Meng Qintong only heard the sound of violent wind in her ears. After opening my eyes, I found myself flying in the air. No, it should be that he was being carried and flown by the man named Fang Ge.
This man can fly. Is he crazy, or is this world crazy?
Meng Qintong was looking at the scenery in the sky in disbelief at this moment. But what shocked her even more was everything on the ground.
Chapter 76 Contract with Ten Tianjiu and complete the stage mission.
At a glance, the entire Yunqing was in ruins, with broken walls everywhere. At this moment, the fog in Yunqing has become very thin, and it will probably disappear soon. After Fang Ge and several Tianjiao's violent sweep, the alien monsters on the ground became fewer and fewer. However, looking from the air, you can still find quite a few. However, it no longer poses a threat to the evolvers in Yunqing. Many evolvers have begun to take the initiative and search for exotic beasts everywhere. After all, killing these strange beasts means there is a chance of obtaining evolution crystals.
The temptation of increasing strength will make every evolver very bold.
Meng Qintong originally thought that these monsters could be quickly dealt with as long as the army took action. So she has been hiding quietly in her own safe nest. As a result, after hiding for more than a month, there was still fog outside, monsters were running around, and there was no sign of the army at all. If she hadn't been caught, she would probably have had to hide for another month until the food ran out.
Seeing the scene in Yunqing now, it's like the end of the world.
A trace of fear rose in her heart at this moment. At this time, Fang Ge discovered a swarm of beetles in front of him. So he began to fly towards the swarm of beetles. Suddenly, she felt the man holding her was landing.
What's going on? It's so dangerous down there, why did this man go down there?
Soon, the two of them came to the ground.
Fang Ge landed directly in the direction of the beetle swarm.
After the swarm of beetles discovered Fang Ge, they began to rush towards him frantically. Meng Qintong heard a loud noise and immediately looked in the direction of the sound. It turned out that a group of black monsters were rushing towards her. One monster was scary enough, but a group of monsters appeared in front of her, frightening her so much that her legs went weak and she almost fainted. At this moment, she could only close her eyes, bury her head in Fang Ge's shoulder, and pray continuously.
But in the next second, the horrible roars in her ears disappeared.
She turned around again tremblingly and found that those hideous monsters had been chopped into countless pieces.
And the one who did all this was the man she was holding.
Because she saw Fang Ge holding a strange knife in his hand. This man is so powerful that he killed these monsters in an instant. This is even more exaggerated than the movie she made.
But what is even more exaggerated is the next scene.
The scene where Fang Ge held her and cut a monster as huge as a mountain into two. This scene made Meng Qintong's heart beat wildly and she would never forget it. It also made her realize completely what kind of world this is.
Fang Ge flew back to the shelter with Meng Qintong.
After Meng Qinton landed, her legs were trembling, but after all, she had seen many big scenes, and she finally managed to stabilize her body. She looked at Fang Ge. Although this man is mysterious, powerful, and has an extraordinary aura. But once you enter this shelter, you may become this man's exclusive lover.
Wouldn't it be impossible to sleep day and night?
As a public figure, a person of social status. How could such a thing be allowed? To protect your documents from piracy, Shu Yuer, a stable and reliable robot that won't let you fall into pitfalls.
Why do you insist on me staying here? Am I any use to you? You're not qualified to know yet. Then when will I be eligible? When you become strong enough. Become powerful? Could it be that he wasn't trying to imprison me, but to train me? As powerful as you? Ha, that depends on your talent and hard work.
It seems I misunderstood him.
He really wants to train me. Well, have you figured it out? If you do, sign this contract. Fang Ge took out a piece of contract paper. Sign a contract?
With the world as it is, I'm afraid there's no justice left to uphold the validity of the contract.
Is there any meaning in signing this contract? Meng Qinton's face was full of confusion. This contract is bound by my power and does not require the presence of a third party. Fang Ge interpreted the system's constraints as his own strength. Meng Qinton took the contract and took a look. Isn't this contract, too? As someone who often signs contracts, I can tell at a glance that this is a unilaterally binding contract. If you haven't made up your mind yet, I'll take you to those streets in Yunqing just now. In a place like that, I can give you enough time to think about it. No, I don't want to go back to that kind of place. Can't I just sign it?
When Meng Qinton heard Fang Ge asking her to go back to where she was just now, her expression immediately turned pale.
This man is too domineering. Doesn't he know how to be gentle and considerate to women? A minute later, Meng Qinton finally signed her name on the contract. Successfully contracted Tianjiao, rewarded with a lucky draw. Congratulations on winning the magic skill. Clone technique. Contract 10 beauties and receive 1,000 gold coins and 100 alien crystals every day. Contract with the 10th Tianjiao, complete the stage mission, double the reward, and receive 2,000 gold coins and 200 alien crystals every day. Contract with the 10th Tianjiao, complete the stage mission, and unlock the Tianjiao star map function. Contract the 10th Tianjiao, complete the stage mission, and be rewarded with a special lottery draw. Congratulations on winning the Spirit Body Spirit Fighting Body. Next stage mission progress, 10-100. A series of rewards made Fang Ge's head buzz. I didn't expect the stage mission rewards to be so much. The next stage rewards will require 100 geniuses. This difficulty seems to be extremely high, but the rewards are definitely extraordinary. Just when Fang Ge was sorting out the system rewards, Meng Qinton looked at Tianjiao shelter and then at Fang Ge. At this moment, she was thinking, will I have to live here with this man in the future? The next moment, the door of the shelter opened. Is there anyone else living in there? Meng Qinton showed a puzzled expression. The next moment, Shu Yuer, Xianxianing, and others came out talking and laughing. When they saw Fang Ge, everyone had a different expression on their face. Some are shy, some are happy, and some are very complicated. Then the girls discovered Meng Qinton, and the thought immediately came to their minds, another beautiful woman. But this woman looked familiar to them. Shu Yuer was the first to recognize this woman. Meng Qinton, are you the famous star Meng Qinton? Meng Qinton looked at Shu Yuer and nodded, but she started comparing in her heart. This woman is so beautiful. She also discovered that there were several people whose figures and looks were no worse than Shu Yuer's. Her beauty, which she was proud of, now became insecure. Meng Qinton looked at these extremely beautiful women. She was shocked. Could it be that these women were all imprisoned here by Fang Ge like herself? Did I trust the wrong man? Is he actually just a beautiful stamp collector who is satisfying his own hobby? Chapter 77 Tianjiao Star Map. Yuer, I'll leave her to you. Also, remember to send 2 people to guard the rift in the other world every day. Don't forget this. After Fang Ge finished speaking, he went into the house. He wanted to study the reward given by the system this time. After Fang Ge left, Shu Yuer introduced herself to Meng Qinton. Shu Yuer. When Meng Qinton learned Shu Yuer's name, she had a vague feeling that she had heard it somewhere before.
She suddenly remembered that Shu Yuer seemed to be the campus belle of a certain university. At that time, there was a hot topic in the circle, and it seemed to be related to Shu Yuer. A while ago, a famous director discovered Shu Yuer by chance. Then he tried every possible way to bring her into the circle, but unfortunately all failed. This big director has a very bad reputation in the circle, and his real purpose is to take advantage of Shu Yuer. He had also harassed Meng Qintong before, but Meng Qintong also had some powerful background, so the director let it go.
Until finally something happened.
This great director completely disappeared, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Someone revealed that this great director disappeared so completely because he offended someone he shouldn't have.
Could it be that the person who cannot be provoked is Shu Yuer?
Meng Qintong looked at Shu Yuer's face that was a disaster for the country and the people, and she was very sure in her heart.
Then who is the person behind Shu Yuer? Could it be Fang Ge?
But that happened several years ago, and Fang Ge doesn't look that old. Meng Qintong discovered that apart from Shu Yuer and in Iran, the other two were quite enthusiastic towards her. The others didn't seem to care much about her arrival. Meng Qintong observed carefully and found that there was a woman who looked very familiar.
When Shu Yuer told her that the woman's name was Ling Miaoyu, she then remembered that the person in charge of the Ling family was Ling Miaoyu.
She had seen this woman from afar before, but she didn't expect to see her again today under such circumstances. The woman standing next to her was also extremely beautiful, and the two of them had extremely similar temperaments. Judging from the intimate way they get along, Meng Qintong must be best friends. To be able to become besties with the most distinguished daughter of Yunqing, her identity must be extraordinary. At this time, Xin Xianing and Ling Miaoyu walked out of the protective shield.
Yuer, what are they doing outside? There are monsters outside.
Oh, that's the task Fang Ge assigned to everyone.
What mission?
Meng Qintong looked at Shu Yuer in confusion.
Guarding the rift in the other world, look across the lake, isn't there a huge rift? Shu Yuer pointed across the lake.
Meng Qintong looked over and found that there was indeed a strange big crack hanging in the air. Those monsters you saw came out of here.
What?
So this is the source of the disaster in Cloud City?
Sort of.
Then why are you staying in such a dangerous place? The huge shadow cast by those monsters just now still makes her heart tremble.
Now the place where they live is right next to the monster's lair.
This was really hard for her to accept.
Sister Meng, don't be afraid.
Sister Qianning and Sister Miaoyu are going to destroy those monsters.
They are going to destroy monsters? Just when Meng Qintong was still in doubt. Xin Xianing and Ling Miaoyu had already flown into the air. Fly. They can actually fly just like that man.
Under Meng Qintong's surprised gaze,
the two flew to the other side of the lake, and then quickly cleared all the beetles in the central park like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. The two felt unsatisfied and went straight into the crack of the alien world. He came out after sweeping around for a whole time. This way, they wouldn't have to stand guard by the alien world rift all day.
Yuer, is this the mission you mentioned?
Meng Qintong looked at the two people who came back in shock. She is obviously a delicate woman just like me.
But when they killed these monsters, they seemed like completely different people.
Yes, it's me, and Iran, Bao Shangru, Xin Xianing, Ling Miaoyu, Xiaoling from the police station, my schoolmate Song Yao, and an invisible female killer. Except for teacher Song Yuyen, who has to cook and won't be participating in the mission, all of us have to participate in the mission arranged by Fang Ge. Fang Ge said it was to improve our combat experience. School beauty, teacher, female anchor, rich girl, lowly, policewoman, female killer, plus she, a star. Wait, these two women's surname is Song? Meng Qintong remembered that the mayor of Yunqing was also surnamed Song. Could these two women be related to the mayor of Yun City? Then add the mayor's daughter and sister? This Fang Ge is indeed in Jimei. When Meng Qintong was composing Fang Ge in her mind, Fang Ge has already asked the system to call up the Tianjiao star map.
The entire Tianjiao star map is extremely grand, but except for the clear area of the blue water star, the other areas are all gray.
Fang Ge enlarged the Tianjiao star map.
The situation of the blue water planet appeared clearly on the map, including the conditions of these areas.
On the map, there is currently only Cloud City.
Other cities seem to be still in a hazy state.
Some shining spots can be vaguely seen in the haze. Fang Ge guessed that these light spots should be Tianjiao's location.
The star map continued to enlarge, and in the middle of the picture, there were 10 sparkling stars gathered together.
This location is the location of Tenjiao Shelter.
If Meng Qintong were here at this moment, she would know Fang Ge goal.
It's far from that. See the hazy flashes on the map.
Fang Ge knew that these poor girls were waiting for him to rescue them. However, Cloud City is still unstable at the moment. All the hidden dangers in Yunqing must be dealt with before Fang Ge can go out with peace of mind. There is also the strongest Tianjiao, who is the person Fang Ge wants to find the most. He doesn't know what her situation is like at the moment.
Maybe he's struggling to survive.
Putting away the Tianjiao star map, Fang Ge began to study this spiritual fighting body. Spiritual fighting body, inexhaustible spiritual power, life is hard to come by, integrating the spirits of all things, can become a fighting god.
Fang Ge thought about this sentence for a long time but still couldn't understand it.
It seemed that the reward at this stage should not be simple.
Have you integrated the spirit fighting body? Yes. Beginning to fuse the spirit body. One day later, Fang Ge and his spiritual fighting body finally merged successfully.
Fang Ge stood up and looked at his new body, but didn't feel any special changes.
Fang Ge threw a punch. There is no increase in strength at all. Fang Ge checked the other situations again. Fang Ge. Physical fitness, 50 plus 150. First transcendent stage spiritual fighting body. Spiritual power cultivation, 58. Sea of consciousness, 77. Number of Tianjiao contracts, 10.
Magic skills, soul gathering, transparency, light body, cleansing, disappearing, wind control, sparks, soul capture, spirit body, clone.
Special skill, 1 knife, eye of the world. Gold, 99421, otherworldly crystals, 3069.
There was no increase in spiritual power, and no change in the spiritual thoughts in the sea of consciousness.
Weird? This shouldn't be the case. Chapter 78 Spirit Fighting Body. The name Spirit Fighting Body sounds quite powerful.
Fang Ge thought that after the fusion was successful, there would be some celestial phenomena or something like that. But so far everything has been very calm, not even the muscles on his body are glowing.
Spiritual power is inexhaustible, life is difficult to end. Fang Ge suddenly thought of the first two sentences, but unfortunately there was no way to test this sentence. I can't let others try to kill me just to test this spiritual fighting body. Integrate the spirits of all things and become a fighting god.
Merge the souls of all things, merge the souls of all things. I saw Fang Ge sitting on the ground, muttering these words all the time. Unconsciously, he entered the state of practicing the spirit gathering technique.
At this time, a mysterious array pattern appeared on Fang Ge's body.
The pattern of this array is exactly the same as the pattern that appeared on the ground when Fang Ge was practicing the spirit gathering technique.
As Fang Ge's spiritual power flows, the first round of the spirit gathering technique's circulation ended quickly. The array patterns on Fang Ge's body also began to slowly merge into his body.
After a long time, Fang Ge finished his training. He opened his eyes and felt it carefully. Now he finally noticed the different changes in his body. Although he had clearly finished his cultivation, the spiritual energy around him was still constantly absorbing into his body. Although it is not as effective as active practice, it is a way to continuously absorb spiritual energy.
Fang Ge estimated that his spiritual power could naturally increase by 3 points in a day. Is this what it means to merge all things into one soul? Since the soul gathering technique can be integrated into the soul fighting body, can other techniques also be integrated into it? Fang Ge first tried to integrate the light body technique, and a light body technique array pattern appeared on his body. An hour later, the light body technique is integrated into success. Fang Ge's mind moved, and his body immediately became as light as a swallow. You no longer have to waste time casting spells like before.
And there is no time limit anymore, you can stop and start at any time.
Afterwards, Fang Ge began to integrate all his techniques into his spiritual fighting body. It took a whole day and night to finally integrate. Fang Ge immediately went outside the shelter and started the experiment. After the healing technique is integrated into the spirit fighting body, the body's injuries will automatically recover during battle.
After integrating the wind control technique into his spiritual fighting body, his flight became more agile and his speed increased. After the phantom without trace merged into the spirit fighting body, there seemed to be nothing much to say. After the spark technique was integrated into his spiritual fighting body, Fang Ge discovered that he could perform instantaneous operations.
If his spiritual power was unlimited, he could fire continuously.
After the soul-stealing technique was integrated into the spirit fighting body, there was nothing much to say, and the eyes became even more evil. The most obvious effect of integrating the spiritual fighting body is the spiritual body technique. Previously, there was a time limit for performing spiritual body techniques, but after integrating into the spiritual fighting body, this limitation disappears, and as long as there is spiritual power in the body, the state of spiritual body technique can be maintained. Another skill that has also seen a very obvious improvement is the newly acquired clone technique. Before this technique is integrated into the spiritual fighting body, the clone has a time limit and will disappear when the time is up. Also, if the clone's spiritual power is exhausted, it will disappear prematurely. Now Fang Ge, who has split himself into two through the spiritual fighting body, has broken this limitation. As long as there is spiritual power in the body of this clone, it will not disappear. The spiritual power that the clone initially had was given by Fang Ge when he performed the clone technique. After that, a little spiritual power will be consumed every hour. As long as the clone continues to practice the spirit gathering technique, it will not disappear. However, once the clone starts fighting, it will quickly consume spiritual power. After these techniques were integrated into the spiritual fighting body, there was also a very obvious change.
Then integrate the performance of magic.
The flying effect previously achieved by using the light body technique and the wind control technique was not only unstable, but also difficult to accelerate. Now these two techniques have been perfectly integrated through the spiritual fighting body, becoming the real flying technique. It can fly swiftly and freely, and can accelerate infinitely as long as its spiritual power and physical fitness can support it.
Fang Ge tried again to combine the light body technique and the phantom technique. When it was performed, 7 or 8 phantoms of Fang Ge appeared instantly.
Every phantom may be Fang Ge's true self. The wind control technique and the spark technique merged together and immediately turned into the tornado spark technique. The damage range is wider, which is a good skill for clearing out a group of strange beasts.
However, these fusion techniques consume a lot of spiritual energy, and Fang Ge will not use them easily before encountering a truly strong enemy. Fang Ge will integrate more techniques in the future.
If you want to maximize the effectiveness of your spiritual fighting body, you still have to increase your spiritual power. For the next 3 days, Fang Ge practiced the spirit gathering technique. Directly increased the spiritual power to 130. Cloud City has undergone tremendous changes in the past few days, and the fog has completely dissipated. The strange beasts on the streets have almost disappeared, and ordinary people who had been hiding have gradually come out. The city slowly regains some of its popularity. Even cell phone signal was restored. It's just that because many base stations have been destroyed, the signal is not very good in many places. As soon as Iran's fans got the signal, they opened her live broadcast room. As a result, they waited for a whole day, but did not see Iran resume the live broadcast.
They guessed that Iran might have passed away. A fan who knew Iran's home address ran over to take a look.
As expected, he discovered that Iran's house had collapsed, and he posted the video of the building collapse online.
Fans were in tears and left messages below to express their condolences.
The person they were mourning had been pinned down by a man a few days ago, tossing and wailing.
The hottest topics online at this time are mutants and evolvers. Many people have posted the videos they took in the past few days online.
Among them, 3 videos have received particularly high click-through rates, and the videos show 3 powerful people with superpowers. One of them used black hole-like magic and was described by netizens as a black magician. The other one's move was very mysterious. With one move, all the strange beasts were crushed to pieces. This person was called a supernatural magician by netizens. There is another one who is very obvious. He is emitting flames and shining brightly, and he has released them in many places in Yuncheng. This person is called the Flame Mage by netizens. The 3 people with special abilities in the video are currently very popular on the internet. In particular, the popularity of the Fire Mage is the highest among the 3, because he has appeared in many places in Yuncheng. They are also called the 3 Sages of Savior by netizens. However, the 3 people in the video were flying at a very high altitude, and there was some fog. So the characters in the video are hard to see clearly. To the point that now no one can recognize who they are or tell whether they are male or female. There is also a very popular video of a battle between 2 humans. A woman with long silver hair, holding a long sword, is fighting with a man with a knife. Chapter 79 Evolver Administration. From the video, we can see that the silver-haired woman has been pressing down on the man and beating him. At the end of the video, the two people collided with each other, raising a cloud of dust. When the smoke cleared, both men were gone. The reason why this video can capture the figures of a woman and a man. The reason is that the photographer was using a Warwick mobile phone, which has a beyond visual range focusing function, and the fight between the two people dispersed the fog. Moreover, the silver-haired woman's brightness was very high when she released her superpowers.
Although it was only a moment, I could still make out the general outline.
The next most popular video is the one where a man and a woman attack a swarm of beetles head-on. However, because the two of them were moving so fast, it was impossible to capture their figures. The most common things in the video are the flying limbs and arms of strange beasts. There are no more nutritious videos after that.
Basically, some minor fights.
A video shows a group of people surrounding a black beetle and beating it, with one of them being bitten.
A video of a person checking in after killing a black beetle for the first time.
A video of a person with superpowers releasing his superpowers, but he can't even kill a black beetle. A video of the torture of a black beetle.
However, there are also some videos of normal evolvers.
A strong man went in and out of the pile of black beetles 7 times. A group of evolvers teamed up to kill beetles and even defeated a silver beetle together.
And so on various videos. And of course, there are a few dark videos.
After the end of the world, the dark side of these people was completely released. They deliberately feed people to beetles and abuse their own kind.
There was also a video showing off how he could make a beautiful woman kneel down and lick him with just a pack of instant noodles. And so on. These are all things that make you unable to eat after watching them. Because there is no department that can regulate the internet now. So these videos have been spread unscrupulously on the internet.
Fang Ge was walking on the streets of Yuncheng, with Xiao Ling following behind him. This was Xiao Ling's initiative.
She mainly wanted to go back to the police station to take a look. Looking at Yuncheng today, Fang Ge couldn't help but sigh.
In my previous life, I also hid until about this time before coming out. However, at this time in the previous life, the fog had not yet completely dissipated, and there were still many strange beasts on the streets.
But this life is completely different, even ordinary people can get out of it.
The two of them unknowingly arrived near the gate of the police station. There were many beetle remains around the gate, and there were traces of fire burns all around.
This trace of fire. Fang Ge had already seen that this was the firepower released by Ling Miaoyu.
But Fang Ge had no special impression of this place.
Recently, Fang Ge has visited almost every area of Yuncheng.
He probably helped out when he and Ling Miaoyu passed by this place. The gate of the police station was already open, with a large clear hole on it.
Fang Ge recognized this hole at a glance. It was caused by the golden beetle's skill.
Seeing this, Xiao Ling hurried in and found that there was no one inside. Then she ran out again, looking worried.
Could it be that they have already? They're not dead. What?
Xiao Ling raised her head and looked at Fang Ge. There are no obvious signs of fighting here, nor are there any beetle remains, which means they must have been defending this place.
So where did they go? How would I know? But they should have gone out on their own initiative. There shouldn't be anyone left behind. As a member of the police department, won't you investigate on your own?
Xiao Ling searched the police station carefully but found no clues.
Let's go and look somewhere else.
Maybe they are out there to uphold justice, just like you.
The two left the police station. After walking for a while, I heard a quarrel ahead. The two men walked forward.
I found the owner of a small supermarket, holding a fruit knife, confronting a group of people. From their words, it can be heard that the group of people opposite seem to want to confiscate all the items in this small supermarket.
When the boss heard this, he couldn't accept it at all.
During this period, he relied entirely on his small supermarket to ensure that his family lived comfortably. I originally thought that these monsters would disappear and we could return to a peaceful life. As a result, a group of unknown people came today and took away the things they depended on for survival. He lost his temper on the spot.
Fang Ge glanced at the people on both sides. This boss is obviously not an evolver. He was lucky that nothing happened to the shop on the first floor.
Moreover, the arrival of the monster did not make his life difficult. Instead, he gained more than 10 pounds. The person on the other side had a fierce look on his face, bulging muscles, and obvious characteristics of an evolver. They claimed that they had obtained permission from official departments. In his previous life, Fang Ge had seen many cases of evolvers snatching resources from ordinary people. In this life, official departments actually sent evolvers to collect resources from ordinary people. This made Fang Ge very curious. Neither side gave in, and the group of evolvers had already pushed the supermarket owner into a corner. The supermarket owner was forced into a corner. He finally couldn't stand it anymore, so he stabbed the fruit knife in his hand without caring about the consequences. The supermarket owner's exasperation made the group of evolvers smile triumphantly.
A small fruit knife is nothing in front of an evolver.
One of the evolvers easily grabbed the supermarket owner's hand.
How dare you attack someone from an official department? Do you know that I can execute you at any time?
Just as he was about to break the supermarket owner's hand.
Stop! A female voice stopped them.
This group of evolvers looked over when they heard the sound. A fair-skinned and beautiful woman wearing a set of tight denim shorts walked towards them.
Their eyes suddenly lit up and they looked at each other.
He let go of the supermarket owner and walked towards Xiaoling.
Beautiful lady, is there anything you want to discuss with us brothers?
He. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of a leading man. Xiaoling pointed at the group of people and spoke righteously.
I'm from the police department. How dare you rob others in broad daylight? I order you to stop immediately.
After this group of people heard Xiaoling introduce herself. Not only was he not afraid, but he burst into laughter.
Ah, what a bullshit police bureau. The only official department in Yunqing right now is the Evolver Management Bureau.
The police department has become a thing of the past.
They wondered who the woman who came out was.
As a result, after hearing what Xiaoling said, I just thought she was a coward who had just crawled out from under the covers.
Evolutionary Administration?
Fang Ge was also confused when he heard the name. In the previous life, this department did not exist in Yunqing at all. It seems that in this life, because of my own rise, the situation in Yunqing has undergone some changes.
Chapter 80 Evolver Level Assessment. Nonsense. I've never heard of the Evolver Administration. I think you're just making it up.
There was no way Xiaoling could possibly understand something that Fang Ge had never heard of.
Where did this silly girl come from? She really doesn't understand anything. Brothers, since this girl doesn't know about the Evolver Administration, how about we take her back and show her around?
That's great, then we'll arrest both of them for obstructing public service. This group of evolvers kept looking at Xiaoling's figure, and the desire in their eyes was no longer concealed. They quickly surrounded Xiaoling.
Fang Ge took a quick look at the strength of these people.
The physical fitness of these people is generally around 25, only the leader's physical fitness is 32. Before Fang Ge came out, he had already raised Xiaoling's physical fitness to 50.
We'll see how things go later.
Fang Ge has no intention of letting Tianjiao, who has not signed a soul contract with him, break free from their shackles for the time being. With Xiaoling's current physical condition and her special abilities, it would be easy for her to deal with these people. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. Xiaoling began to issue warnings.
Yo, this chick is angry, brother likes it so much. Come on, punch me in the heart and let me feel your angry little fist.
A yellow-haired man stood up with a cigarette in his mouth and an itchy face.
There was only a loud bang.
A fist mark appeared on Huang Mao's heart. Then he saw his body flying backwards more than 10 meters.
Fuck.
This girl is tough, brothers, come on together. The group reacted immediately and attacked Xiaoling together.
Bang, 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 snap. 10 seconds later.
This group of evolvers all lay on the ground, wailing. Xiaoling lifted up the leader and said, "Tell me the truth.
Who are you and why are you pretending to be from an official department?"
Ouch, it hurts, sister, we are from the official department.
Still talking nonsense.
Xiaoling raised her fist and was about to drop it when Fang Ge called her.
Xiaoling. Xiaoling stopped immediately.
Fang Ge walked over and looked at the leader in Xiaoling's hand.
What's the situation with your Evolver Management Bureau?
The leader glanced at Fang Ge and then at Xiaoling. He discovered that this violent girl actually obeyed this man. So he said immediately. The Evolver Administration is the department that assesses the levels of mutants and evolvers. As long as you are a person with special abilities or have reached level 1 in physical fitness, you can apply to join.
Fang Ge, what are the standards for your physical examination?
I am a second-level evolver, and my brothers are all first-level evolvers. This beauty is at least a level 3 evolver. The leader glanced at Xiaoling and continued. From level 1 to level 4, the gap between each level is not that big. Only level 5 is the watershed for evolvers. It is said that to reach the level of a 5th level evolver, one needs to break through the limits of the human body. I haven't seen it at the later levels, so I don't know. What are you carrying on your chest? Fang Ge saw that these people were all wearing similar metal plates with numbers on them. The leader's sign has the number 2 on it. Oh, this is proof that we are evolvers. Those within level 4 all have bronze badges, and those above level 5 have silver badges. Only people with special abilities can wear a golden badge. Gold medal, silver medal, bronze medal. This thing is really novel. Fang Ge continued to ask, who took the lead in establishing this evolver administration? I don't know who took the lead in setting it up. I just heard that the people who set up this evolution bureau were all big figures in Cloud City. Who are they? Fang Ge continued to ask. I don't know exactly who they are. I just heard that there are the former mayor of Yunqing, the Ling family, the Zhao family, and the Chao family. I don't know who else there are. The leader told everything he knew. Why are you stealing this food? Are you trying to hoard it for yourselves? It's unfair. These are orders from above, we are just following them. Fang Ge glanced at him and saw that he didn't seem to be pretending, so he continued to ask. Why are the higher-ups forcing us to requisition these foods? The leader thought for a moment, then spoke. The people above said that the collection is for better management. First, we want to prevent people from killing each other over food. Second, the food in Cloud City must be provided to the evolvers first. Xiaoling scolded, nonsense. If you put all the food away, what will the other people in Yunqing eat? The leader hurriedly explained, I'm not talking nonsense. The higher-ups said that once the food is gathered, it will be distributed according to the districts and streets. Xiaoling, then why should we supply the evolvers first? The reason why Yunqing was able to pacify this monster is all thanks to us evolvers and those with special abilities. If we don't eat first, how will we have the energy to fight those monsters? This is also the consensus reached by all of us evolvers. As the leader spoke, a look of pride suddenly appeared on his face. But Xiaoling scoffed at what he said. Because she knows very well. The reason why Yunqing was able to restore stability so quickly was almost entirely due to Fang Ge and the women around him. As a member of the police department, I didn't play any role. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a little envious of those women. Bah! How could I have such an idea? That man is so cold-blooded and heartless. He has so many women, but he still has such thoughts about me. Fang Ge, apart from these 2 points, are there any others? Leader, no more. These 2 points seem to be reasonable, but Fang Ge knows the real purpose of this group of people very clearly. They gathered grain from Yunqing supermarkets, grain and oil stores, and major storage warehouses, and added it to Yunqing's own grain reserve warehouses. With such a huge amount of resources concentrated together, it is more than just food. It is a huge supply depot of alien crystals. Because the currency in circulation in the future will no longer be alliance coin, but alien crystals and food. They will use this food to force ordinary people and low-level evolvers to hunt exotic beasts. Then use the food to exchange for the alien crystals in their hands. In this way, those people at the top will have an endless supply of alien crystals. Then the family or force that this person belongs to will become more and more powerful. Once this cycle is formed, those at the bottom and the evolvers will work for them forever. And they will reap the benefits and continue to evolve without doing anything. Chapter 81, Xiaoling, Recognition, and the 3 Sages Who Save the World. In his previous life, Fang Ge was a member of this kind of working group. At first, those at the top might pretend to distribute food. But as they gain control of more and more evolvers and mutants, they will immediately change their attitude. By then, it will be too late for the people below to resist. They will only be ruthlessly suppressed by those powerful people with special abilities. In addition to this, Fang Ge thought of another thing. These people united so quickly and formed an evolutionary management bureau. I'm afraid it's to counter the army. They don't want the army to interfere with the Yunqing Pai. However, no matter how many thoughts and calculations these people have, they can't hinder my progress. The most important thing at the moment is to solve the problem of the rift in the alien world first. Otherwise, it will be even more troublesome when the next title bursts.
Brother, beautiful sister, I've told you everything I know, can you let me go?
The leader looked at Fang Ge and Xiaoling with pleading eyes.
Xiaoling glanced at Fang Ge. Fang Ge said to the leader, "Get lost." The leader seemed to be pardoned and ran away quickly with his gang of followers.
The supermarket owner thanked Fang Ge and the others and then closed the store door. Just when Fang Ge and Xiaoling were about to leave,
the leader just now actually ran back.
And there was another group of people leading behind him. When this guy came from a distance, while speaking flatteringly to the people around him, he was also pointing at Fang Ge.
I don't know what he was planning.
As soon as he got closer, he immediately showed an arrogant expression.
Fang Ge looked at the group of people and the leaders. He caught a glimpse of a man with a golden badge.
Oh, the psychic from the Evolutionary Administration, they found this place really quickly.
If they continue to seek revenge at this rate, Fang Ge wouldn't mind overthrowing the Evolver administration today.
But soon, Fang Ge discovered that the expressions of the group of people opposite him were not right. They all seemed to look at Xiaoling. Xiaoling seemed very excited at this time. Both sides shouted each other's names almost at the same time.
There were too many names to list here. Uncle Zhao, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Lu, Ling Girl, Brother Yang, Xiaoling, Xiaoxian, Sister Xiaoling, Xiaoling, Brother Chen, Xiaoling, Sister Lin.
A bunch of voices of recognition mixed together, forming a mess.
It turned out to be someone from the police department. Fang Ge retracted the murderous intent that had just been released. Ha!
Old Zhao, who was wearing a golden badge opposite, showed a hint of doubt. Just for a moment, he suddenly felt a terrifying energy, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye.
Could it be an illusion?
At this time, the leader was preparing to walk back quietly. But he was suddenly brought back by Lao Zhao. He pointed at Xiaoling and shouted in the leader's ear, "This is the person you said attacked the Evolution Bureau."
Ah!
The leader covered his ears and cried, "It was a misunderstanding, it was all a misunderstanding.
I won't dare to do it again next time." Xiaoling girl, how do you want to deal with this guy?
Xiaoling thought for a moment and said, "Forget it, let him go." Old Zhao kicked the leader on the butt, "Get out." The leader touched his butt, bent his waist and said frantically, "I'm leaving, I'm leaving."
After the annoying person left, Xiaoling began to question everyone. "Where have you been?"
"I just went to the police station to look for you, but you were all gone."
"I thought you..."
Before anyone could respond, Lao Zhao's temper flared up. "How dare you say that, girl? You ran out alone to chase the fugitives and did such a dangerous thing. You made us uncles worry for a while.
If anything happens to you, how will you let us explain to your father?"
Old Zhao suddenly mentioned Xiaoling's deceased father, which immediately caused a trace of sadness to appear on her face. At this time, Old Lu stood up and said, "Old Zhao, you are talking about something irrelevant. Ling girl, don't worry about him.
Just come back safely. But honestly, we almost didn't get to see you." Xiaoling looked at Uncle Lu and immediately asked, "Uncle Lu, what's going on? One night after you went chasing the fugitive, blah blah." Then Uncle Lu slowly told the story.
"A fireball fell from the sky, wiping out the entire swarm of beetles and saving us. Just like that, this fire mage became the benefactor of our entire police department."
"What magician? Why such a strange name?" Speaking of fireballs, Xiaoling's mind immediately came up with a person. "But I've never heard of her having this title." "Sister Xiaoling, this is just a person." A young man named Xiaoxin took out his cell phone and showed Xiaoling a video. The video shows a figure continuously releasing fireballs towards a swarm of beetles in the air. Although the figure in the video is not clear, it is very familiar to Xiaoling. They are Fang Ge and Ling Miaoyu. "Sister Xiaoling, this flame mage is very popular in Cloud City.
She is not only our benefactor, but also an idol of our entire police department." Xiao Xian excitedly introduced the people in the video to Xiaoling. Xiaoling secretly glanced at Fang Ge at this time. I didn't expect that this man, although he was ruthless in words, didn't care about the lives of ordinary people in Yunqing. But in action, he saved countless people in Yunqing. Fang Ge's image at this moment began to gradually erode Xiaoling's heart. Fang Ge didn't know what Xiaoling was thinking, but he was misunderstood again at this moment. He just wanted to kill more monsters and improve his strength. This guy named Xiaoxin continued to introduce excitedly. "Sister Xiaoling, did you know that there are 3 sages who can save the world in Yunqing now?" 3 saviors, sages? What are these? Xiao Ling felt like she was losing touch with the times.
She totally didn't understand what Xiao Xian was saying.
After Xiaoxin showed her a few more videos, she suddenly understood. Sister Xiao Ling, everyone in Yunqing is looking for these 3 sages who can save the world. Xiao Xian was very excited, but Xiao Ling felt very uncomfortable.
Because of the people in the video, she spends time with them every day.
She really wanted to tell these people who these so-called 3 sages were. But she didn't know what Fang Ge was thinking, so she didn't dare to tell these people the truth.
By the way, Uncle Lu, what's going on with this Evolver Management Bureau? And, is our police bureau really gone? Well, Uncle Lu just sighed.
Not only is the police station gone, but the previous judicial system has been almost completely abolished, with only a small part remaining.
From now on, the only one who can dominate Cloud City is the Evolver administration. Xiao Ling asked, is there no one objecting? Oppose? How do you object?
The establishment of this Evolution Bureau was led by Mayor Song and spearheaded by the major families of Yunqing. These people have several superpowers and a large number of evolvers under their control.
Superintendent Fu from the inspection department disappeared shortly after leaving the office because he opposed this proposal. After that, no one dared to object.
Right now, we in the police department are powerless. If Lao Zhao wasn't a psychic, I'm afraid we would have been kicked out before we could even say a word in the Evolution Bureau.
Xiao Ling, I never thought our police department in Yunqing would have fallen to this point. Chapter 82. After reminiscing about the past, we can leave.
Xiao Ling felt a little emotional, but her eyes lit up when she heard that Uncle Zhao was a person with superpowers.
Uncle Zhao is a person with special abilities? Uncle Lu, yes, if your Uncle Zhao wasn't a superpowered person, we might not have been able to hold on until now. So that's how it is. Uncle Lu, where did you go just now? Why is no one here?
Oh, Lao Shan, Lao Zhao, and I took these guys to the Evolution Bureau to test their evolution levels.
Look at us, aren't we all wearing badges?
Only then did Xiao Ling notice that Uncle Lu was wearing a bronze plate on his chest with the number 3 on it. She glanced at the others. Except for Uncle Zhao's gold badge, the others were bronze. This Evolution Bureau claims to be testing evolutionary levels, but in reality, it's just the major forces recruiting these evolvers and those with special abilities.
We wanted to bring some people in.
When we got to the scene, we found a lot of people who were all misshapen, with almost no decent people.
Many of them were former criminals. Finally, after we finished the test, we came straight back. By the way,
Ling girl, you must have beaten up those guys just now.
Xiao Ling, yes, that's right. Then your current strength should be pretty good. Xiao Ling, it should be, okay.
Xiao Ling was not sure about her own strength, because she basically relied on Fang Ge to help her get ahead. By the way, Sister Xiao Ling, why don't you go and take the test now as well?
I'm a level 2 evolver now, don't let me outdo you.
Xin Chan suddenly appeared, pointing at his bronze plaque with a smug look on his face.
Yes, Xiao Ling, you should go and take the test too.
Since you were able to defeat those guys just now, I believe your evolution level should be higher than level 2, almost reaching level 3. At this time, a man who was about the same age as Xiao Ling and had a sunny and handsome appearance looked at Xiao Ling confidently.
Fang Ge glanced at the badge on his chest and saw that it was bronze 4. He is also the only one among these people who is at bronze 4. And this man's physical fitness is 50. That is to say, a physical fitness of 50 corresponds to a 4th level evolver. A physical fitness of around 40 corresponds to a level 3 evolver. A physical fitness of around 30 corresponds to a 2nd level evolver. A physical fitness of around 20 corresponds to a 1st level evolver. A simple and crude classification of levels. The people from the police department wanted to take Xiao Ling to test her evolution level. Xiao Ling subconsciously looked at Fang Ge. If Fang Ge didn't agree, she probably wouldn't be able to go for the test. Moreover, after listening to what Uncle Lu said just now, she had no good feelings towards the Evolution Bureau and no interest in this test at all. Fang Ge looked at Xiao Ling and said lightly, "If you finished catching up, you can go." Fang Ge's meaning was already very clear. Xiao Ling's life trajectory no longer belongs to the police department. Uncle Lu, Uncle Zhao, Uncle Zhang, take care of yourselves. I'll come visit you again later. Xiao Ling looked at her former colleague with some reluctance. Finally, he turned around and returned to Fang Ge. This made everyone in the police station look confused. You should know that Xiao Ling's personality is well known in the police department.
passionate, righteous, brave, and daring to fight, to put it bluntly, impulsive and stubborn.
Now they are following obediently behind a man they don't know. Sister Xiaoling, what do you mean? Why don't you come back with us? The young man named Xiao Xian was the first to come forward and ask Xiaoling this.
Xiaoling was seen hesitating, with an expression that was difficult to explain.
Wait a minute.
Xiaoling, you absolutely cannot go with this man of unknown origin.
The handsome man suddenly stood up.
Xiaoling, brother Yang, his name is Fang Ge.
He's not some unknown person.
Seeing Xiaoling actually speaking for this man, the expression on the face of this man named Brother Yang suddenly became ugly.
Xiaoling, why are you speaking for this man? Did this guy hold something against you? Are you being threatened by him? Yang Lifeng's face showed some excitement. Brother Yang, don't talk nonsense, I'm not threatened. If you're not threatened, why do you listen to him and follow him? It's my business if I follow him. It's none of your business. No. If you don't explain clearly, I won't let you go. Fang Ge glanced at the man called Brother Yang. This guy was so excited, staring at Xiaoling, it was obvious that he had a crush on Xiaoling. But judging from Xiaoling's expression, she doesn't seem to be interested in this guy. What a pity. If they are in love with each other, I don't mind being a thief. Fang Ge is my savior. I followed him to repay him. Are you satisfied with this explanation? What's wrong with Yang Lifeng? I've seen him be so impulsive before. Even if you want to repay him, there's no need to go with him. What if he has some plans for you? So what if you have intentions? That's none of your business.
Of course Xiaoling knew that Fang Ge had intentions towards her, otherwise he wouldn't have held on to her.
Moreover, the contract has been signed and it is irreversible.
Seeing that Xiaoling was still trying her best to defend Fang Ge, Yang Lifeng decided to turn the gun around and pointed at Fang Ge and said, "Kid, I don't care what leverage you have over Xiaoling.
Do you dare to compete with me? If you lose, release Xiaoling immediately." Yang Lifeng, what are you crazy about? You want to compete with me? Xiaoling immediately stopped Yang Lifeng from provoking Fang Ge. Although she was not sure about Fang Ge's strength level. But she knew that even 10 Yang Lifengs could not be Fang Ge's match. So she wanted to stop Yang Lifeng from doing this. Xiaoling. You actually fought me for this person? Yang Lifeng showed an expression of disbelief. You idiot. I'm saving you. Seeing Xiaoling's determined expression, Yang Lifeng let out a breath and said, "Well, in that case, don't blame me for being too heavy-handed. After I defeat you, I will deal with this kid." The people from the police station did not stop them. They also wanted to know why Xiaoling behaved so abnormally. Uncle Lu, Lifeng, don't hurt Xiaoling. Uncle Lu knew Yang Lifeng's strength. Apart from old Lu, the psychic, he was the most powerful person in the police station. But he didn't know Xiaoling's strength, and he was afraid that Yang Lifeng would be too harsh. So I gave some instructions immediately. Yang Lifeng, don't worry, Uncle Lu, I will hold back. Xiaoling and Yang Lifeng stood still. Yang Lifeng did not hesitate and used the grappling technique directly. He wanted to take down Xiaoling as quickly as possible. Xiaoling naturally wouldn't let him succeed, so she punched him directly. This punch was fast and accurate, so Yang Lifeng had to give up the grappling and push out with the palm. If the power gap between the two is too big, then Xiaoling's punch will definitely be blocked by Yang Lifeng. With a bang. The moment the fist and palm touched, both of them retreated several meters at the same time. Chapter 83, Your special ability is to control others. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect that the two would be evenly matched in their first confrontation. Yang Lifeng was also shocked. He felt that Xiaoling's strength was not much worse than his. Next, he didn't dare to be careless anymore and decided to go all out. As expected of them both coming from the police department, they both have a foundation in fighting skills. Therefore, fighting can bring out the strength of the evolvers to a great extent. He is completely different from other ordinary evolvers who rely purely on brute force and random attacks. Over time, male strength and physical prowess gradually became dominant. Xiaoling's condition had obviously deteriorated, and she could only passively defend at this moment. Seeing this, Yan Lifeng immediately increased his offensive. He jumped up and kicked Xiaoling hard in the heart. If this kick hits, Xiaoling will definitely fall to the ground. There was only a loud bang.
Yang Lifeng kicked Xiaoling, but Xiaoling did not move at all, while Yang Lifeng was knocked back. Everyone was surprised again, as they clearly felt that Xiaoling was about to lose. But Xiaoling was not injured by this heavy blow, and it seemed that even her skin was not broken.
Yang Lifeng felt it the most deeply.
It seemed as if what he had just attacked was not a person, but a solid barrier.
There was only one person at the police station who didn't show any surprise. That was old Zhao.
He had long felt the subtle fluctuations of supernatural powers from Xiaoling.
How is this possible? How can you have such strong power?
Although Yang Lifeng was standing, the leg he had kicked out just now had become numb from the shock.
Yang Lifeng, admit defeat, you are no match for me.
Xiaoling stood there, looking as steady as a rock.
No, I don't believe it.
Yang Lifeng didn't want to admit that he lost to Xiaoling, otherwise he would never be able to stand in front of Xiaoling again.
He wanted to strike again.
But at this moment, a voice stopped him.
Stop. Yang Lifeng, you have indeed lost. Xiaoling is a person with special abilities. There's no way you can defeat her.
Old Zhao came to Yang Lifeng holding an iron rod.
What? Everyone uttered sounds of surprise once again. Yang Lifeng looked at Xiaoling in disbelief.
If Xiaoling was a person with superpowers, then anything between them would probably be impossible. Just when everyone was shocked that Xiaoling was a person with superpowers, Old Zhao stomped the iron rod heavily on the ground, and then said to Fang Ge, "Boy, although I didn't feel any fluctuations of superpowers from you,
but I think you are definitely not a simple evolver.
Perhaps you have found a way to hide your special abilities. From the very beginning, I sensed that there was something wrong with this girl-ling. No matter what she does, she will subconsciously look at you. It seems that she will only dare to do it with your consent. So I guess your ability is to control others."
Old Zhao is indeed an old police officer. He woke everyone up with some reasoning.
Everyone immediately began to think carefully, recalling Xiaoling's various performances, and nodded repeatedly.
No wonder Xiaoling never returned after she went to catch the fugitive.
It turned out that her actions had been controlled by someone long ago. Xiaoling was also stunned by Lao Zhao's reasoning at this moment.
She frowned and thought about it.
It seemed reasonable, but also felt like something was wrong.
Fang Ge looked at old Zhao and smiled.
This guy's reasoning was a mess, and although none of his arguments were correct, his conclusion was correct. He did control Xiaoling, but it was just a simple contractual control. In the future, I will use a stick to make Xiaoling's body, mind and soul obey me.
Why are you laughing?
Old Zhao looked at Fang Ge in confusion.
Fang Ge continued to laugh and said, I laughed at you because you are really smart. That's right. I did control Xiaoling. What?
Everyone was shocked, even old Zhao and Xiaoling looked very surprised.
This matter of controlling people is just stated so bluntly? Don't you even want to argue with it?
Everyone in the police station immediately showed hostility towards him. Old Zhao thought Fang Ge would try to make excuses, but he didn't expect the other party to admit it directly.
Seeing that Fang Ge didn't even want to pretend, old Zhao suddenly became furious.
Old Zhao raised the iron rod and pointed it at Fang Ge.
Boy, release your control over Ling Girl immediately.
I can forgive you for the past, but don't blame me for being rude. Fang Ge looked at Xiaoling and smiled devilishly. Xiaoling is already my woman. Let alone you, even if the king of another world comes in person, this matter will be off the table.
This declaration is domineering, but it's a bit bullshit. Fang Ge thought that since the king from another world couldn't come now, he might as well just use his name to brag.
Although Xiaoling didn't know what a king from another world was. But Fang Ge's domineering confession still made her feel a little strange.
Okay, since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being rude.
I will beat you until you beg for mercy. Seeing Uncle Zhao about to take action, Xiaoling immediately stopped him.
Uncle Zhao, you misunderstood. Our relationship is not what you think.
Aya, if you are still a member of the police department, use your special ability to suppress his control. I will help you after I have dealt with him. Seeing that Uncle Zhao was not convinced, Xiaoling turned and walked towards Fang Ge.
Fang Ge, Uncle Zhao just has a bad temper, don't hurt him. Okay, if you let me touch you a few times, I'll agree to it. There are so many people here, how could you do this? So what you mean is, I can touch it casually when no one is around? No. Alas, your attitude of begging for help is not sincere at all. Never mind.
I'll be gentler later and just break his arms and legs.
How could you do this?
Touch it quickly. Xiaoling hesitated for a moment and finally agreed. Seeing that Xiaoling had given in, Fang Ge immediately reached out and started touching Xiaoling's hair.
A faint fragrance immediately wafted out. Fang Ge inhaled all the fragrance into his lungs without leaving a trace.
Unfortunately, Xiaoling's hair only reached her neck, so Fang Ge finished touching it quickly. Then he touched her ears.
Xiaoling's ears were very sensitive.
The moment Fang Ge touched her, Xiaoling's whole body trembled. Then Fang Ge touched her smooth face all the way down. When it was about to touch the neck, Fang Ge stopped and whispered, "We'll touch the rest when we get back." Xiaoling's face was already flushed at this moment, and she didn't hear what Fang Ge said at all. The two people's actions made everyone shake their heads and sigh. They marveled at the power of the psychics, and also at their weirdness. It can actually make a troublesome psychic like Xiaoling become docile and well-behaved.
Old Zhao shouted, "Xiaoling! Calm your mind immediately and suppress it with all your strength."
At this moment, old Zhao thought that Xiaoling's mind was controlled by Fang Ge. P.S. Some parts that caused people to misunderstand Ling Miaoyu and Lu Fangge have been changed.
There are also some changes to the middle school part.
In the future, the author will try to avoid those cheesy lines.
Chapter 84 Xiaoxin's Bold Guess.
Series of pictures. Most of the pictures are posted in the first chapter. Fang Ge said to Xiaoling, "Stand aside."
Xiaoling nodded and stood behind Fang Ge.
When old Zhao saw Xiaoling move aside, he immediately mobilized his special abilities. The supernatural power began to cover the surface of his iron rod, and soon it revealed astonishing power.
"Boy, I'll give you one last chance. Release the control over Ling Girl immediately." Fang Ge ignored what Lao Zhao said and just raised a finger.
"Since Xiaoling has pleaded for you, I will give you a chance to attack me. If you can let me move even half a step, I will release Xiaoling from her contract and let her go back with you."
"This is true. That's absolutely true. This kid is so arrogant, which is exactly what I want. If he is killed accidentally, not only can Ling be rescued, but this evil power can also disappear."
Thinking of this, Lao Zhao clenched the iron rod in his hand tightly. Then he jumped. The iron rod in his hand carried a tremendous force and smashed down hard on Fang Ge's head.
Fang Ge slowly pushed up the outstretched finger.
There was a muffled bang sound.
Old Zhao's move, which was as powerful as a mountain, was firmly blocked by Fang Ge's small finger.
Old Zhao looked at this scene in disbelief. He was not convinced. He gritted his teeth and continued to increase the output of his supernatural powers. Unfortunately, even if he tried his best, he couldn't move Fang Ge at all.
Seeing that his momentum had weakened, Fang Ge bent his index finger and flicked it.
With a ding sound, old Zhao flew backwards more than 10 meters in an instant, and the iron rod was stuck next to his head the moment he landed.
Old Zhao. When Lao Lu and Lao Zhang saw Lao Zhao being knocked to the ground, they hurried over to check what happened. As a result, Lao Zhao stood up as if nothing had happened. He felt his body and found that he was not injured at all. So he sighed heavily, and then said to Fang Ge, "Thank you for your mercy." When Xiaoling saw that Uncle Zhao was fine, her worried mood eased. "Let's go, Xiaoling." Fang Ge no longer paid any attention to the people in the police station. He just called out to Xiaoling and left without looking back. Xiaoling hurriedly followed. No one dared to stop him this time. Because even a person with superpowers like Lao Lu was easily defeated by this man. No matter how many of them went up, it would be useless. However, before leaving, Xiaoling told Uncle Lu about her current situation and where she was. Fang Ge and Xiaoling walked for a while. The people in the police station finally came to their senses and shook their heads, a feeling of powerlessness rising in their hearts. At this time, Xiaoxian said, "Do you feel that you have seen this person somewhere before?" Everyone was puzzled. Xiaoxin suddenly thought of something. He took out his cell phone, clicked on a video, and everyone gathered around. The video was the scene of Fang Ge and an Iran fighting. The duel between the two was very exciting, just like two peerless masters fighting in a movie. Their battle was very fast, exchanging several moves in the blink of an eye. They also noticed that the battle between the two men was always in the air, which means that both of them could fly. The ability to fly is a supernatural power that many people dream of. Xiaoxin clicked on another video. There are still two people in the video. The man's figure was very similar to the one in the previous video, but the woman was completely different, being a bit shorter. The two men did not fight each other,
but rushed towards the group of strange beasts at the same time. Under the attack of these two people, the group of strange beasts were quickly killed without leaving a single piece of armor. Lao Zhao discovered that the golden beetle he had killed with great difficulty.
In the hands of these two people, it is as crispy as tofu.
And that giant beast that was as big as a mountain couldn't last more than 2 moves in their hands. After watching these 2 videos, everyone in the police station has confirmed it. The man in the video is extremely similar to the one named Fang Ge, and they are probably the same person. They couldn't help but sigh that the world has really changed. I'm afraid that in the future this world will be dominated by such powerful people with superpowers. At this time, old Zhang said, it might not be a bad thing for Ling to follow this man. After Lao Zhang said this, some people nodded, while others shook their heads. At this time, only Xiaoxin was still watching the video on his mobile phone, and the scene in the video was the 3 sages. Xiaoxin enlarged the video lens to the maximum, and the image in the video became extremely blurry. But he still observed that there seemed to be another figure behind the 3 sages. It's just that the 2 figures in the picture are so close together that no one notices the person behind them.
Xiaoxin had a vague feeling. The person behind these 3 sages is probably the same person. He even had a bold guess. This person is most likely the man from before. If this is true, then this man named Fang Ge is extremely terrifying. Fang Ge and Xiao Ling were on their way back. Xiao Ling suddenly asked Fang Ge, should we go to the Evolver administration for a physical examination? Why do you want to take a physical exam? Looking at the Evolver Management Bureau's posture, it seems that they want to gather all the Evolvers in Yunqing together. If we don't join, we might not be able to move forward in Cloud City. Maybe we'll even be targeted.
Fang Ge stopped and turned to look at Xiao Ling.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Xiao Ling felt a little frightened when Fang Ge looked at her.
I didn't expect you to think so far ahead.
The situation you described may indeed occur in the future.
Then we
won't participate in those boring level tests, and we won't follow their rules.
Because our Tianjiao shelter will be above the Evolver administration in the future. Central Park.
Miss, the head of the family ordered us to come find you.
Please come back with us. A burly man in a black suit was leading 2 teams of bodyguards and standing outside the Tianjiao shelter.
Song Yuyan said to the leading man in black, the owner of this place hasn't come back yet. You guys wait here for a while.
The owner of this place?
Miss, that's not necessary. We'll send someone to notify the owner when he returns.
Please come back with us now.
The leading man in black ignored Song Yuyan's request.
Song Yuyan sighed, Song Yi, the owner here is not someone you can provoke, you'd better not act rashly.
Miss, in the entire Yunqing, the only family the Song family dares not provoke is the Ling family. The Ling family has fallen into decline, and even their head of the family is nowhere to be found.
Can the owner of this place be more powerful than the Ling family?
So, miss, please stop making up excuses to scare me.
Besides, the head of the family said that we must bring you back. So please come back with me immediately.
After Song Yi finished speaking, he wanted to take Song Yuyan away.
Chapter 85 Sharo's powerful punch. Song Yuyan sighed.
It's not that she doesn't want to go back to the Song family, but she has a contract that binds her.
She couldn't leave without Fang Ge's permission.
When Song Yao saw that Song Yi was about to attack her aunt, she immediately used her special powers to control her little pets. Her black beetle squad suddenly emerged from the soil around them.
Then they surrounded Song Yi. When Song Yi saw that he was surrounded by only black beetles, he smiled contemptuously. It only took a few seconds to kill all the black beetles. Poor Song Yi had a hard time putting together a black beetle team. In the blink of an eye, the entire army was wiped out. But luckily, she still has a big one. The next second, a big silver creature crawled out of the soil. It stood in front of Song Yi with a menacing look. Ha! Why is there another one, and it's a silver beetle? Why are these beetle monsters only targeting me?
Song Yi suddenly caught a glimpse of Song Yi waving her hands, as if directing something.
Could it be the young lady?
While Song Yi was still guessing, the silver beetle in front of him had already started releasing its skills.
Song Yi strode forward and lifted up the silver beetle like a giant tripod.
Then he pulled hard with both hands. There was only a hissing sound. The silver beetle was torn into 2 halves, and a pile of insect fluid flowed all over the ground. The moment the silver beetle was killed, Song Yi's mind was affected. She knelt on the ground involuntarily, then covered her chest and gasped heavily.
It really is the young lady.
I didn't expect that the young lady was actually a person with superpowers. When Song Yi saw Song Yi yell like this, he immediately confirmed that she was a person with superpowers. The superpowers are too important to the Song family.
We must bring the two young ladies back today. Song Yi winked at the younger brother behind him.
Then they saw four men, also dressed in black, approaching Song Yuyan and Song Yiyao respectively.
Uncle, this is not a place you can come to. I advise you to leave immediately.
At this time, a young girl appeared next to these men in black. I saw her holding a big sausage in her hand, mumbling with her mouth full of grease.
This look is totally inconsistent with her cute and lovely image. Little sister, are you the owner here? Song Yi asked. I'm not, Fang Ge is the owner here. Fang Ge.
Little sister, since you are not the owner here, then go play somewhere else.
This is our Song family's family affair. I don't care who you are. If you don't leave, I'm going to take action.
I tell you, Xiao's hitting hurts. Bao Shangru raised her little fist and gave a warning look to Song Yi and the others.
Song Yi looked at Bao Shangru's delicate figure, which was not as thick as his thigh, and couldn't help but sneer.
He ignored Bao Shangru's warning and continued to signal his men to take action.
Song Yi, don't blame me for not reminding you. You'd better take Xiao's warning seriously. Once she makes a move, no one here can stop her. These elites of the Song family look very powerful.
But Song Yuyan felt that Bao Shangru was even more terrifying, and she didn't want these Song family men to get hurt at this moment. So I hurried to dissuade him.
Miss, have you been away from home for too long? Have you already looked down on the Song family?
The people Song Yi brought today are all elite members of the Song family. Even though we can't walk all over Yunsheng, at least no one dares to mess with us. Song Yi and the two people behind him all had a bronze 4 badge on their chests.
The rest are all bronze 3.
Nowadays, there are only a handful of people who can break through the first layer of shackles. Therefore, with this lineup in Yunsheng, few people dare to mess with them. Even some people with special abilities wouldn't dare to touch this lineup.
Now the eldest lady actually used this little pudding to warn him.
Miss, I'm sorry, Song Yi has offended me.
This time, no matter how much Song Yuyan explains, Song Yi will not stop. You big guys are not obedient at all. Xiao is going to be angry.
Bao Shangru stomped her feet hard. There was a muffled thud from the ground.
Everyone immediately felt a shaking under their feet.
Song Yuyan, who had not evolved yet, fell directly to the ground. Song Yi and the others' bodies began to shake, but they quickly stabilized. At the alien world crack across the lake, a few beetles that had just poked their heads out were frightened and shrank back.
What's going on?
Song Yi glanced at his men behind him with a puzzled expression.
And those subordinates were also confused and shook their heads. Song Si, go and try. Song Yi was not sure what was going on with the commotion just now.
So he winked at one of his men, indicating that he should go and try to see what the quality of Bao Shangru was.
After receiving Song Yi's signal, Song Si immediately came to Bao Shangru.
The tall Song Si and the petite Bao Shangru are immediately distinguished by their figures. Song Si turned around and looked at Song Yi again, and Song Yi nodded silently. Song Si no longer hesitated and raised his hand to punch Bao Shangru. They originally thought they would see Bao Shangru being knocked away. But after Song Si threw the punch, there was no response.
Song Yi glared at him.
He discovered that Song Si's fist was actually blocked by the beansprout-like little finger.
Big guy, are you done with your attack? Once you finish your attack, it's my turn.
As soon as he finished speaking, Bao Shangru immediately took a bow stance and punched.
The next second, a faint breeze blew around Bao Shangru. The people around them suddenly felt a slight pulling force. As time goes by, the pulling force becomes more and more obvious. Song Yi and others have already felt a terrible force emerging from Bao Shangru's hands. Song Si, who was closest to him, felt it even more clearly, the pretty and lovely girl in front of him. In his eyes, it seemed to have turned into an ancient ferocious beast. Big guy, watch out, Xiao, I'm going to use my powerful punch. A powerful force locked onto Song Si, making him unable to move at all. Just as the punch was about to hit Song Si, Song Yuyan hurriedly shouted, Xiao, don't kill him. Boom, whoosh, rumble. The energy of this punch flew backwards, brushing past Song Si's face. An invisible shock wave drew a deep watermark on the surface of the lake. Finally, it hit a big rock on the opposite side. The stone that was hit exploded instantly. Sister Son, this group of people wanted to bully you, why did you stop me? Bao Shanggru asked Song Yuyan curiously. Song Yuyan walked over to Bao Shanggru and touched her head. Xiao, they didn't bully me, they just have bad tempers. Wait for me for a moment, I'll go over and talk to them. I'll make you something delicious tonight, okay?
When she heard that there was something delicious to eat, Bao Shangru's eyes lit up.
Okay. Bao Shanggru nodded heavily and walked away. Chapter 86, The Power of Evil. After Bao Shanggru left, Song Yuyan spoke. Song Yi, you see, the people here are not someone you can mess with. You should go back first. As for returning to the Song family, I will find a way myself. After Song Yuyan finished speaking, she saw that Song Yi and others were still in a trance. So he shook his head and walked into the shelter. After a while, Song Yi and others came to their senses. Bao Shangru's attack just now shocked them quite a bit, making them feel the threat of death. If the eldest lady had not intervened, Song Si would have surely died. Even those who are behind Song Si may not be spared. Song Yi looked at his men, all of whom looked at each other in bewilderment. He was so arrogant at the beginning, but now he can only leave in disgrace. Not long after, Fang Ge and Xiaoling finally returned to Tianjiao shelter. After coming back and hearing about this, he called Song Yuyan and Song Yiyao over to talk separately. Fang Ge sat in front of the two of them and said calmly, I didn't expect you two were from the Song family. I'm sorry, Fang Ge, I haven't told you our identities yet. Actually, I am Mayor Song's sister, and Yiyao is my brother's daughter. Song Yuyan gave Fang Ge an apologetic expression. There's nothing to apologize for. No matter who you are, once you enter Tianjiao shelter, you're mine. Now that Fang Ge's body has been strengthened to the limit, he gives people an invisible sense of oppression. In addition, he has integrated the spiritual fighting body and has already stood at the top of Yunqing. This confidence put a lot of pressure on both Song Yuyan and Song Yiyao. Even though they had seen many big scenes since childhood, they still unconsciously showed timidity in front of Fang Ge. Do you two want to go back to the Song family? Fang Ge looked at the two of them and directly asked them the questions in their hearts. Song Yiyao didn't dare to look at Fang Ge, and could only turn her gaze to her aunt Song Yuyan. Song Yuyan asked cautiously, can we go back? Fang Ge did not answer her question directly. I said it last time, the origins of these alien monsters are not simple. This apocalypse will not end easily. When the next rift tide erupts, don't even mention the Song family. Even if the entire Cloud City united, it couldn't stop the destruction brought by the alien monsters. Currently, the entire Cloud City, and possibly even the entire Blue Water Planet. The safest place is this Tianjiao shelter. Having said that, Fang Ge did not continue. He saw hesitation on the faces of the two girls from the Song family. After all, they both witnessed the last rift tidal eruption with their own eyes. So they had to believe Fang Ge's words, as this was a matter of life and death for them. What's more, if such a monster wave breaks out again, they will encounter a crisis like the last time. Fang Ge might not be able to come and rescue them. I can agree for you to go back to the Song family and take a look. Fang Ge's sudden change of words made Song Yuyan and Song Yiyao look at him in surprise. But only one of you can go back, and I will accompany you personally. Fang Ge also wanted to take this opportunity to find out more about the Song family and see if they had any connection with the Salvation Society. In the previous life, the Song family and the Zhao family fought fiercely for the rift in the alien world. I don't know what's going on this time. When the two women heard the choice given by Fang Ge, they looked embarrassed. While the two women were still thinking, Fang Ge continued, if you have decided who will return to the Song family, then come to my room tonight to continue discussing this issue. After Fang Ge finished speaking, he turned and left. Only the two women were left standing there at a loss. Soon, it was night. Fang Ge is practicing meditation. His door was slightly ajar, but it was never opened. The figure outside the door hesitated for a long time. Finally, he pushed the door open and walked in. A faint fragrance of orchid wafts into the air. When Fang Ge smelled the fragrance, he knew who came in. Teacher Song, since you are here, come and sit down. Fang Ge, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, wanted to invite Song Yuyan to sit over. However, Song Yuyan's body did not move. Since Song Yuyan didn't want to move, Fang Ge had to move. Fang Ge stood up and prepared to walk towards Song Yuyan. Song Yuyan hurriedly said, Fang Ge, aren't we going to continue discussing what happened during the day? I'll just discuss it like this. Teacher Son, since we want to discuss this, we must get closer. Otherwise, at this distance, it would be like what you just did, and I would have to speak loudly to hear you. You don't want others to know what we are doing, right, hee hee? After upgrading to a third-level shelter, Fang Ge's room has become very large, and it is difficult to hear him unless you speak loudly. We haven't done anything shameful, so there's no need to be so cautious. Ha, that's not certain. What if we do it later? If you keep saying that, I'll have no choice but to leave. Okay, but I can only go talk to Song Yiyao first. Hearing that Fang Ge was going to look for her niece, Song Yuyan hurriedly stopped her. How could you do this? Don't go looking for Yiyao. Can't I just stay here? Then, could you please stop coming over here? Fang Ge ignored Song Yuyan's attitude of keeping people at a distance. Instead, he stepped forward and Song Yuyan stepped back. Just when she was about to be forced into a corner, Song Yuyan stumbled on her heels. Just as she was about to fall, a strong arm hugged her graceful waist. Song Yuyan hurriedly stretched out her hands and pushed them on his chest. Unfortunately, her strength was like a small drop of water in the ocean to Fang Ge, and he was completely powerless to stop her. Still, Fang Ge held her tightly. Song Yuyan has a very tall figure and her skin is well maintained, firm and smooth. Fang Ge felt the other person's body was full and elastic through his hands. Teacher Song, why are you so scared of me? Are you afraid that I will eat you? You've eaten enough women, haven't you? Yuer. Xian Ning. Miao Yu. Iran, even Xiao Ro was eaten by you. Song Yuyan was a little nervous at the moment, so she blurted out this sentence subconsciously. Ha, it turns out that Teacher Song felt that I neglected you and didn't take the initiative to come to you. No. That's not what I meant. Song Yuyan looked at Fang Ge and hurriedly explained. After taking one look at it, I couldn't help myself. Because there seemed to be an evil charm in Fang Ge's eyes that could make people fall into it. Even in a dark room, you can see his bright eyes. Ever since Fang Ge integrated the soul-stealing technique with his spiritual fighting body, there was an indescribable evil charm about him. This kind of charm has a strong lethality to women. Once an ordinary woman looks at him for 3 seconds, she will find it difficult to control herself and will gradually develop feelings of love for him. The two of them stood far apart during the day, and Song Yuyan did not make eye contact with Fang Ge. Now that the two of them were looking at each other at such a close distance, Song Yuyan had begun to be attracted by the man in front of her. The body's resistance is getting smaller and smaller. Song Yuyan's reason told her that she couldn't watch any longer. But his body couldn't help but look at Fang Ge a few more times. Chapter 87 A lifetime of beauty, finally broken. Fang Ge suddenly felt that the woman in his arms had become much calmer. Although Song Yuyan in front of him is not as stunningly beautiful as Xin Xianing and Ling Miaoyu, she is also a rare beauty. Perhaps it is because of her long-term refined life that she has always maintained a girlish mentality. Fang Ge felt that she not only had the aura of youth, but also the charm of a mature woman, as well as a rare intellectual beauty. Fang Ge, I'm actually a dispensable person here. I can neither help you nor fight those monsters, otherwise just let me go back to the Song family. When Song Yuyan spoke at this moment, she no longer had the harsh tone as before, but was a little softer. As she spoke, the fragrance of orchids came out of her mouth, and Fang Ge leaned in and inhaled it. When Song Yuyan heard Fang Ge say this, her fair cheeks suddenly turned red with embarrassment. After Fang Ge had absorbed everything, he looked at Song Yuyan without giving any direct explanation. Do you know why this place is called Tianjiao Shelter? Song Yuyan shook her head. Do you know why you were summoned to the Tianjiao Sanctuary? Song Yuyan still shook her head. Because every woman who can enter here has powerful talents. From the moment you were summoned, it meant you were destined to become a favored daughter of heaven. But I'm still an ordinary person. That's because I haven't even begun to tap into the potential in you. Then how are you going to dig? The moment she asked this question, Song Yuyan felt a little regretful. Because she had a bad feeling that the excavation Fang Ge mentioned was probably something unspeakable. Fang Ge's lips curled up slightly towards her. This excavation method is probably difficult to explain, as it requires a process of honest communication. Fang Ge's evil smile made Song Yuyan's heart beat faster for some reason. The next second, Fang Ge directly picked up Song Yuyan. Song Yuyan's breathing suddenly trembled and her mind went blank in an instant.
Without waiting for Song Yuyan's reaction, Fang Ge had already started walking towards the 6x6 sleeping area.
During this walking process, Song Yuyan's reason told her that she must stop Fang Ge's next move.
But her body and physiology involuntarily moved closer and closer to Fang Ge. The two of them were already at the distance where they could exchange breaths.
She didn't know why.
In her eyes, the man in front of her became more and more handsome and charming. It seemed as if he had become the only one in her heart.
Fang Ge, we can't do this. But I'm your teacher. Song Yuyan's words seemed to be trying to dissuade Fang Ge.
But the sound she made was soft and reserved, even a little soft. Her eyes gradually became blurred at this time. This seemed to be encouraging Fang Ge to continue touching this taboo, and even wanted him to break this shackle as soon as possible. Song Yuyan, you are a psychological counselor.
Isn't it time for you to fulfill your duties now? Song Yuyan didn't understand what Fang Ge meant, and her confused eyes revealed the last bit of rationality.
Fang Ge leaned close to her ear and spoke slowly.
The end of the world has come, and darkness is all around us. Teacher Song, I need your spiritual guidance. Fang Ge's voice seemed to have a kind of magic, slowly eroding Song Yuyan's heart. Until Song Yuyan's last bit of rationality was wiped out. Soul contract progress 1%. Soul contract progress 5%. Soul contract progress 10%.
A few hours later.
Life skills +2. Soul contract progress 100%. Host, the soul contract progress has reached 100%. Do you want to make a soul contract with the other party? Fang Ge and Song Yuyan chose to agree one after another.
Both parties have agreed to begin the soul contract.
After a while, the two consciousnesses merged together like glue. A wonderful connection was instantly formed between the two souls.
Soul fusion is successful, a contract has been established that will last until death, and the conditions for dual cultivation have been met.
Sea of consciousness +1. The soul contract is done. Song Yuyan looked confused and looked at Fang Ge with blurry eyes. After Fang Ge fed Song Yuyan a few small red pills and a small blue pill, the two began to enter a new state. Soul contract progress 100.1%. Soul contract progress 100%. Soul contract progress 100.1%. Soul contract progress 100%.
A few hours later.
Life skills +3. Sea of consciousness +3. The huge 6x6 sleeping area folds into a 5x5 area. In this huge area, there is a tiny, barely noticeable spot of bright color. Song Yuyan buried her head in Fang Ge's chest. The confusion in her eyes gradually dissipated, and her expression began to show resentment. Song Yuyan originally thought that she would live a beautiful life alone, but she didn't expect that her plan would be ruined by the man next to her. She kept her virginity for 30 years, but in the end she failed. Song Yuyan didn't dare to look at Fang Ge again at this moment, because she was afraid that she would enter that dreamlike state again. Although that state is sweet and wonderful, it is also very torturous. While Song Yuyan was reminiscing about the past, Fang Ge was also gently touching her hair. This taboo feeling made both of them indulge in it. The two of them leaned against each other silently without saying a word. It took me a long time to savor it. Fang Ge then asked, Yuyan, when do you want to go back to the Song family? Song Yuyan used her delicate fingers to scratch Fang Ge's skin and said unhappily, Humph, does it still matter whether I go back to the Song family or not? You've completely tied me up here. Looking at Song Yuyan's coquettish look, Fang Ge looked very happy instead. Going back to the Song family now is certainly different from going back to the Song family before. Song Yuyan asked, what's the difference? Before, you were the eldest daughter of the Song family, and you returned as a member of the Song family. You are my woman now, and you will return as Tianjiao from Tianjiao shelter. Song Yuyan looked confused and still didn't understand what Fang Ge meant. Fang Ge continued to explain. Before, the entire Cloud City was shrouded in fog, and man-eating beasts were everywhere. Your brother, the mayor, knew exactly where you were, but he didn't send anyone to pick you up. Now that Yunqing has been cleaned up, they sent people here, and they are so powerful. Have you ever wondered why this is happening? With the current strength of the Song family, they could have taken Song Yuyan and Song Yiyao back long ago, but they chose to come at this time. Fang Ge guessed that it was very likely that he wanted to use the two girls from the Song family as bargaining chips. Fang Ge had witnessed this situation in his previous life.
In order to win over people with special abilities, the major families are willing to exchange their own women for these people with special abilities. After all, people with special abilities are very rare. Every additional person with special abilities in a family can change the family's status in Yuncheng.
Moreover, now that the Evolver Management Bureau has just been established, the major families will definitely compete for a position in it. The family with more superpowers will get more rights. The most important point is the rift in the other world. And currently only those with superpowers can guard the exit of the rift in the other world. There are even some powerful psychics who occupy an entire alien world rift on their own.
Therefore, it is particularly important for these families to win over these people with special abilities.
Chapter 88 Son Yuyan's Holy Light Power. Fang Ge felt that these big families must have more or less control over one or two rifts in other worlds. And these people will never let the rift in the other world disappear. Because the existence of the alien rift is equivalent to an endless supply of crystal mines. It was precisely this kind of thinking that eventually led to the destruction of the entire Yuncheng. Son Yuyan still didn't understand what Fang Ge meant. I told him I was safe before, so isn't it normal for him not to come pick me and Yao up? After all, Son Yuyan did not have Fang Ge's experience of the end of the world.
So she simply couldn't imagine that fundamental changes had taken place within these families in Yuncheng.
Fang Ge then told her directly the real purpose of the Song family taking them both back.
In fact, he wanted to use them as bargaining chips to exchange for the services of people with special abilities.
After hearing this information, Son Yuyan widened her eyes and looked at Fang Ge in disbelief.
She didn't want to believe what Fang Ge said because it was such a huge blow to her. But after the two of them made a soul contract, Son Yuyan sensed that Fang Ge did not lie to her.
Fang Ge began to analyze for her bit by bit the possible situations that might arise in Yuncheng and the major families. Following Fang Ge's detailed analysis.
As a young lady from the upper class, Son Yuyan quickly understood the pros and cons of the matter. She also gradually came to believe that what Fang Ge said was very likely to be true. She felt a little disappointed and helpless at the moment. Son Yuyan unconsciously hugged Fang Ge tightly. She suddenly felt that leaning in Fang Ge's arms was the warmest thing. Son Yuyan's mood was transmitted to Fang Ge's soul. Fang Ge also responded to her physically. The two of them cuddled together for a while. Son Yuyan's mood gradually calmed down. At this moment, Son Yuyan suddenly turned over. Then she touched her belly and said to Fang Ge shyly, "Fang Ge, I'm moving here." Fang Ge smiled mischievously. "The fruit of our love was born so quickly. You're such a little rascal. We've only been together for a short time, how could you possibly get pregnant?" Although it was Son Yuyan's first time, she was no novice in this area, so she naturally didn't believe what Fang Ge said. Seeing that he couldn't amuse Son Yuyan, Fang Ge told her directly that this was the awakening of her special ability. So this is a supernatural power. Son Yuyan was seen gently touching her belly, as if there was really a little life in it. Fang Ge leaned close to Son Yuyan's ear and whispered in her ear, "Teacher Song, do you want to make this little life bigger?" Son Yuyan's ears turned red, and she asked shyly, How can I get bigger?" Fang Ge continued whispering to Son Yuyan, "Of course, continue to water it with love." Son Yuyan's ears suddenly turned red, and when she raised her head, her face was full of shame. She stared into Fang Ge's eyes again. After a while, Son Yuyan's face was filled with confusion again. The two of them got closer and closer until their breaths blended again.
Soul contract progress 100.1%. Soul contract progress 100%. Soul contract progress 100.1%. After several confrontations between the two, Fang Ge realized that Son Yuyan's ability could no longer be improved. So he exchanged for a supernatural mutation pill and fed it to Son Yuyan orally. After Son Yuyan took the supernatural mutation pill, the two continued to fight in the 6x6 area. Soul contract progress 100.1%. Soul contract progress 100%. Soul contract progress 100.1%. 2 days later, Fang Ge brought Son Yuyan to the exit of the alien world crack. A black beetle just happened to crawl out. Son Yuyan immediately pointed at the black beetle. A white light instantly descended upon the black beetle. The black beetle immediately felt uncomfortable and began to spin in place. After a while, the black beetle couldn't stand it anymore and crawled back into the crack in shame. Son Yuyan stood there with a puzzled expression. She thought that after awakening her superpowers,
she would be like Shen Xianing, Ling Miaoyu, and the others.
Just raise your hand and you can kill hundreds of monsters.
As a result, he couldn't even kill a small beetle.
Fang Ge, I. Song Yuyan looked at Fang Ge somewhat bewilderedly.
She clearly felt a huge amount of energy in her body. But when it was mobilized, the energy did not obey the command. Such a result also made Fang Ge look surprised. He spent so many days and worked so hard with Song Yuyan, but this shouldn't be the result.
Fang Ge checked on Song Yuyan's condition. Song Yuyan graceful and beautiful soul contract. Age, 30. Appearance, 9.4. Physical fitness, 30. Life skills, 18. Superpower, Holy Light mutation level. Soul contract progress, 100%. Then he used the Eye of Transparency to observe the inside of Song Yuyan's body. On an acupuncture point that he was very familiar with, there was a very full ball of energy. There's no problem with the supernatural energy, it's already very huge. The only remaining question should be that. This kind of rich girl was brought up in luxury and had almost no spiritual or material pursuits since she was born. Fang Ge came to Song Yuyan, then whispered something in her ear. By the time Fang Ge finished speaking, the tips of Song Yuyan's ears had turned slightly red. She looked at Fang Ge with some doubt. Then, Song Yuyan followed Fang Ge into the crack of the alien world. As soon as we entered the crack, a swarm of beetles came towards us. Fang Ge stood in front of Song Yuyan, temporarily blocking the group of beetles for her. Afterwards, Song Yuyan began to associate the events of the past few days according to the method Fang Ge taught her. When Song Yuyan recalled the last combined move, the blush on her face was already in circles. The next moment, holy light descended. The entire alien world crack was instantly illuminated. At this moment, Fang Ge felt a warm energy enveloping him. This energy immediately restored Fang Ge's mental and physical strength. Fang Ge felt that this energy seemed to have healing properties. The swarms of beetles illuminated by the holy light began to melt. Seeing this situation, Fang Ge also showed a surprised expression. This ability is a bit exaggerated. Not only can it add health to its own people, but it can also destroy the enemy. What's even more abnormal is that it can distinguish between the enemy and us at the same time. This is too unscientific. But Song Yuyan didn't care about that. She saw that she had killed so many monsters. He turned around and hugged Fang Ge happily. She was filled with shame at the moment, and after seeing Fang Ge's evil eyes, she couldn't help herself. The two of them started practicing again in this deep crack. At the exit of the rift in the other world, light began to flicker, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. The frequency of the flashing light is sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes very fast and sometimes very slow. There are also some high-frequency calls in between, and even the wailing sounds of a swarm of beetles. Until several hours later, this strange crack phenomenon slowly disappeared. Then a man and a woman were seen walking out of the crack in the alien world. After coming out, Fang Ge asked Song Yuyan to continue testing her abilities. After testing various situations, Fang Ge discovered that this ability was not so invincible. Song Yuyan's special ability can only be used against people who are close to her and those who have ill intentions towards her. If the intimacy is not high enough, the improvement effect will not be very good. If the ill will towards her is shallow, the damage caused by the supernatural power will be weak. Like the black beetle controlled by Song Yao, Song Yuyan's holy light has no effect on it. Chapter 89 The two daughters of the Song family, raising them? Because Song Yuyan has been missing for several days. The Tianjios in the Tenjiao shelter can only eat instant noodles and sausages every day. It was not until Fang Ge released Song Yuyan that these spoiled beauties were able to feel the happiness of delicious food again. Auntie, where have you been these days? Ever since you went to find Fang Ge that night, you two have disappeared for several days. Could it be, you were? No, that's not the case. Before Song Yao could finish her words, she was interrupted by Song Yuyan. What she had been doing with Fang Ge these days was too absurd given her life experience. So she showed some guilt in front of Song Yao. No? I thought he took you out for a walk in Cloud City. Didn't he say he would take turns taking us out? I also want to be taken out for a walk. It's so boring to stay in this Tianjiao shelter every day. Song Yao sat on the sofa in the living room and stretched lazily. Oh, so that's how it is. Fang Ge has been very busy these past few days, maybe you will be the next one. Song Yuyan looked a little embarrassed and could only make up a few words.
However, Fang Ge seems to be going to the Song family in the next few days. It would be better to let Yao stay here at that time.
If the Song family is really like what Fang Ge said, then Yao must not be allowed to go back. Song Mansion. Song Yi and others returned to the Song family. Master, we are back. Song Yi and his men came to Song Tiancheng with dejected looks on their faces.
In the middle of the magnificent hall sat a man in his 60s. Although his temples are already a little gray, he still looks very energetic.
Where are the people? The question of just 2 words fully demonstrated the aura of the superior. Song Yi lowered his head and said carefully, I'm sorry. Master, we didn't bring back the eldest and young ladies. Why? Could it be that they are already dead?
No, Missy and Missy are still alive.
Then why didn't you bring it back?
We were able to bring the 2 young ladies back, but a strange girl suddenly appeared and stopped us.
Strange girl? Who is this person? How dare she stop my Song family?
You are the elite troops of the Song family. Even if they are superpowered, you can still fight them.
A little girl can stop you?
Song Tiancheng narrowed his eyes, stared at Song Yi and said, Song Yi, you are not lying to me. Song Yi hurriedly explained, please forgive me, master.
Everything I said is true. I would never dare to deceive you. It was indeed a girl with extraordinary strength who stopped us. This girl is incredibly strong. Even if all of us put together, we are no match for her.
Song Tiancheng continued to stare at Song Yi, then looked at the person behind him.
Finally, he sighed and said, forget it. I trained you with my own hands. I believe what you say. Explain to me in detail what exactly happened. Then, Song Yi told Song Tiancheng the whole process.
You mean, the 2 of them are imprisoned in a place called Tianjiao Shelter?
After you went there, you were chased away by a young girl before you even saw the owner of the place. Song Yi, yes. When did Yunqing have another force like this? This name is too weird.
At this time, Song Yi suddenly said, by the way, Patriarch, the young lady seems to be a person with supernatural powers.
What? Song Yi's news was like a bombshell. Even the experienced mayor couldn't help but stand up.
Song Tiancheng showed a long-lost smile on his face, but the next moment his face darkened again. It is great news that a person with superpowers has appeared in the family. But this person with special abilities is now in the hands of an unknown person. This feeling made Song Tiancheng feel very uncomfortable. Before Song Tiancheng could finish feeling uncomfortable, Song Yi continued, although the young lady is a person with special abilities, she doesn't seem to be very powerful. With the strength she has displayed now, I'm afraid even Song Si can't beat her.
What? What's happening with Song Yao now? Song Tiancheng's expression darkened again in an instant.
I suspect the young lady has been kept captive. The owner there is probably using the young lady's special abilities to exploit her to obtain crystals. I'm afraid the young lady has never used crystals to improve her strength.
Asshole.
Song Tiancheng slammed the table and stood up, his face full of anger. The evolutionary administration has just been established. The plan of these upper-class people is to keep the entire Yunqing under confinement. Then continue to fleece the lower-level evolvers. Now their plan is still in action, and his great Song family has not yet started to fleece others. My daughter has been treated like a pig for a long time.
Song Tiancheng suppressed his anger and continued to ask Song Yi, where is my sister Song Yuyan? What's going on with her? The young lady is just an ordinary person. She doesn't seem to have any trace of being an evolved. No trace of the evolved? What else? Keep talking. Stop hesitating.
The young lady was wearing revealing clothing and seemed to be in a situation that was beyond her control. Furthermore, I saw several other women, equally beautiful as the young lady, doing the same.
Ha 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 ha. Looks like someone is treating the women of my Song family as meat. Song Yi's words made Song Tiancheng laugh instead of getting angry. I never thought that my great Song family would be humiliated to this extent. Song Yi, call Song Mingwei back immediately.
Hearing that Song Tiancheng wanted to call back the eldest young master Song Mingwei, Song Yi hurriedly spoke. Master, please calm down. The eldest young master is currently guarding the rift in the other world with the family's superpowers. That place is the foundation of our Song family.
We must not lose it. Song Yi's dissuasion was effective. Song Tiancheng gradually calmed down. The forces in Yunqing are currently complex and intertwined.
There are some family forces such as the Song family, the Zhao family, the Ling family, the Chao family, etc. There are also some forces established by people with special abilities. At present, the Superpower Management Bureau is managed by his Song family. But in fact, the rights they occupy are only part of the whole. Other families and some small forces are not so bad and are nothing to be afraid of. The Ling family was once the largest family in Yunqing, but is now on the decline. Only the Zhao family has been watching covetously from the side, and may jump out and bite the Song family at any time. There are also two forces that are valued by all the major families in Yunqing. One is Yunqing Prison, which is composed of those extremely vicious fugitives. Another force is Yunqing University. Both of these forces seem to control a rift in another world. Now the Zhao family is trying to win over the power of Yunqing Prison. The Song family is communicating with the Yunqing University. It can be said that whoever can successfully win over one of these two forces will be able to change the situation in Yunqing. Now another Tianjiao shelter has emerged. If the Song family provokes this force now, both sides will suffer losses. Then the Zhao family will be able to reap the benefits and gradually take control of the entire Yunqing. Chapter 90 The Song family is also looking for the three sages. Well, let me think about it again. Song Tiancheng thought about it carefully and decided that it was not appropriate to transfer Song Mingwei back now. Are we just going to let this Tianjiao shelter ride on the Song family's head? This tone is really unbearable. And Song Tiancheng brought Song Yuyan and Song Yao back. The main purpose is to use these two women to win over the power of Yunqing University. Song Yuyan and Song Yao, one is a teacher at Yunqing University and the other is a student at Yunqing University. Both women have an inseparable connection with Yunqing University. I believe that communication will fall into place immediately. Moreover, Yunqing University also specifically asked Song Yuyan and Song Yao to communicate. But now that Song Yao is a person with superpowers, she must return to her family. As for the person to communicate with Yunqing University, the only one left was Song Yuyan. Song Tiancheng suddenly thought of it. Now that we already know Song Yuyan's location, we might as well tell Yunqing University the news directly. Let them have a go at this so-called Tianjiao shelter. Thinking of this, Song Tiancheng immediately called Song Yi to his side. Then he whispered in his ear, "Song Yi, send someone to Yunqing University to find Mr. Xie and tell him." After Song Yi listened to Song Tiancheng's explanation, he exchanged glances with Song Tiancheng again, and after confirming the patriarch's intention, he began to act. 10 minutes later, Song Yi returned to Song Tiancheng. He has already sent Song Si to Yunqing University. After seeing Song Yi return, Song Tiancheng asked again, "Is there any news about the three sages that have been circulating online recently?" "Go home, there is no news for the time being. Ever since the monsters in Cloud City were destroyed, these three sages have never appeared again." Song Yi shook his head at Song Tiancheng. Now all the major forces in Yunqing are looking for these three sages. Really? These three sages are a hot topic in Cloud City. They say that if we can get one sage, we can conquer Cloud City. If we can gather three sages, we can pacify this apocalypse. Song Yi, do you think this statement is true? Song Tiancheng looked at Song Yi. Song Yi just frowned and thought about it. From the video, the strength of these three sages is truly astonishing. But it's hard to say what's online, because it's hard to tell whether it's real or fake. And the people in these videos are so blurry that you can't really tell who they are. There's no guarantee that someone won't exaggerate the content. After Song Yi's analysis, Song Tiancheng also became confused. Are you saying the content of this video is fake? What's the purpose then? Patriarch, I'm not sure about this. Could it be that some family is building momentum for someone in advance? Build momentum in advance. The two of them speculated for a while, but in the end they couldn't come to a conclusion. Song Yi, how about comparing Song Mingwei with the person in the video? I'm afraid the young master is no match for him at all. Song Tiancheng. Song Yi, regardless of whether the video is true or false, you continue to send people to find these three sages. We must not let the Zhao family find it first. Yes, Patriarch. At this time, a man and a woman appeared at the gate of the Song mansion. Is this the Song family? It is indeed a top wealthy family. The grandeur of this villa is almost as great as that of the Ling family. This Song family mansion is truly a picturesque place. No wonder they were able to raise a gentle and intelligent beauty like you, Yuyan.
Fang Ge put his arms around Song Yuyan's slender waist and whispered something in her ear. Fang Ge's praise made Song Yuyan's ears slightly red. But Fang Ge's clumsy behavior made her give him a cold look. Who are you? What are you doing here at the Song family? Two bodyguards in black formal attire stopped Fang Ge and Song Yuyan. But the next second, they recognized one of the women. It was the eldest daughter of their Song family. What surprised the two men was that the eldest lady was hugged by a strange man. And the young lady didn't seem angry. In their impression, the eldest lady had never had any close contact with any man, let alone bringing a man home. Miss, you are finally back. Let's go tell the head of the family now. One of the bodyguards immediately turned around and walked into the villa. Another bodyguard led them inside. At this time, Fang Ge used the eye of transparency to scan the entire Song family and found that there was no crack in the other world. I don't know where the rift in the other world controlled by the Song family is. What? You said my sister Song Yuyan is back? Song Tiancheng was a little surprised. Yes, master, the eldest lady has come in now. Song Tiancheng pondered for a while, then said to Song Yi, notify Song Si immediately and ask him to invite Mr. Xia to come home. Yes, patriarch. Song Tiancheng said to another bodyguard, please let the young lady wait in the side hall first. Yes. After a while, Fang Ge and Song Yuyan were brought to a hall. Side hall. When Song Yuyan saw this, her brows immediately frowned. I finally returned to the Song family, why was he waiting in the side hall to greet me? What's wrong, Yuyan? Fang Ge sensed a subtle change in Song Yuyan's mood. Nothing. Song Yuyan came back this time to see whether the Song family's attitude was really as Fang Ge said. As soon as she entered the side hall, Song Yuyan immediately had a bad feeling. The two waited for a long time, but no one came to serve them. Song Yuyan was already feeling a little anxious at this time. But Fang Ge didn't care at the moment. He was bored and started teasing Song Yuyan. He touched Song Yuyan's hair, her face, and her soft neck. Just keep touching and touching down. Song Yuyan was so amused that she smiled and felt hot all over, not knowing what year it was. Song Yuyan's originally anxious mood gradually relaxed. Just when Fang Ge had almost teased Song Yuyan enough, he suddenly carried Song Yuyan horizontally onto his lap. Song Yuyan was startled and struggled to get off Fang Ge. But it was in vain. After trying several times, I gave up. She glared at Fang Ge with a hint of anger. Fang Ge ignored her and started to touch her all over. After a while, Song Yuyan collapsed. At this moment, Song Yuyan realized that they were in the Song family mansion. If the two of them were seen acting like this, she would be so ashamed. But Fang Ge's tyranny made her helpless, and she could only obey voluntarily. Fortunately, Fang Ge restrained his spiritual fighting body, otherwise his evil power would be fully unleashed. Song Yuyan would probably perform a performance art with Fang Ge in broad daylight right there. Their faces got closer and closer, and Song Yuyan's delicate red lips were within reach. Fang Ge and Song Yuyan began to kiss each other tacitly. When their lips are about to touch. Chapter 91 Song Yuyan's disappointment. Snort. There was a heavy snorting sound behind the two of them. Song Yuyan hurriedly left Fang Ge's arms and quickly tidied her appearance. Fang Ge slowly turned his head to look at the person who made the sound. A middle-aged man who looks quite strong. Is this Mayor Song, the head of the Song family? Song Tiancheng leaned on his crutches, walked step by step to the middle position, and then slowly sat down. At this moment, the majesty of Mayor Song, the head of the Song family, spread out. At this time, Song Yi and another masked bodyguard also stood beside Song Tiancheng. All the actions of Fang Ge and Song Yuyan just now were seen by Song Tiancheng. Song Tiancheng had almost confirmed that Song Yuyan was being treated as a piece of meat. Song Yuyan quickly recovered from her confusion. Elder brother. Song Yuyan shouted first, breaking the awkward atmosphere. However, Song Tiancheng was in a state of composure at this time, and did not even look at him. Seeing her brother's attitude, Song Yuyan's heart skipped a beat. When Song Yi saw that the head of the family remained silent, he immediately laughed out loud. Miss, you are finally back. Song Yuyan nodded at Song Yi. I didn't expect the owner there would let you come back. Song Yi was a little surprised. A few days ago, Tianjiao Shelter refused to release the person, but why did they send the person to the door personally today? Let yourself come back. Song Yuyan subconsciously glanced at Fang Ge.
She thought about the past few days when the two of them had been communicating closely. Fang Ge once said that she would be his in this life, whether living or dying.
I guess I'm back temporarily. For now? It doesn't matter, as long as the young lady comes back. I came back this time just to ask, is there something urgent that made you rush to find me? Isn't it okay? Can't I find you and come back? Song Tiancheng finally spoke at this time. Brother, that's not what I meant. Hearing this, Song Yuyan still felt a little touched. However, Song Tiancheng's next words immediately turned her feeling of being touched into a joke. Now that you're back, stay home and don't go anywhere else. Brother, I may not.
Song Tiancheng interrupted what Song Yuyan wanted to say. Get ready now, and come with me to meet Mr. Xie later.
Mr. Xie? Which Mr. Xie? Why should I go to see him? Xie Yaohui from Yunqing University, you must know this. Song Yuyan was shocked. What?
I hate this person, I won't see him.
Don't see? You have enjoyed the glory brought by the Song family, can't you do something for the Song family? What does working for the Song family have to do with meeting this person? Song Yuyan was very puzzled. Song Tiancheng began to speak slowly.
Now, we are ostensibly co-managing the Evolver Management Bureau with the Zhao family.
But privately, we are at loggerheads. If either side shows weakness, that family will be in danger of being overthrown. Cloud City University now has 2 people with special abilities and occupies a rift in the other world.
Once such a force is brought over by our Song family, we will no longer be afraid of the threat from the Zhao family. Since you are a teacher at Yunqing University and a member of the Song family, it is natural for you to win them over. I originally planned to let Song Yiyao go with you, but I heard that she is already a superpower, so she will definitely return to the Song family in the future.
Although Song Tiancheng knew that Xie Yaohui was not a good person. But Song Yuyan has lost her innocence now. If people knew that she had once been someone else's concubine,
then she will definitely become a stain on the Song family. It would be better to use her now to gain the final benefit for the Song family.
You actually want to drag Song Yiyao into this? Are you still a father? Song Yuyan couldn't believe it. This was the current Song Tiancheng. Besides, Xie Yaohui is a scumbag and a despicable person. I will definitely not go to see him.
She was almost captured by Xie Yaohui before, but fortunately Fang Ge saved her.
Song Yuyan's heart had already sunk by now.
She never expected that her brother, who had loved her so much since childhood, would now use her like this.
It seems Fang Ge's guess is indeed true. Brother, let me tell you the truth. I'm only back temporarily this time. I have to go back soon. Hearing that Song Yuyan actually wanted to go back, Song Tiancheng could no longer control his temper. Go back? You actually want to go back to that kind of place? Are you willing to bring disgrace to the Song family? Brother, what do you mean?
I haven't done anything to offend the Song family.
Why do you say that? What have you done? Do you still want to go back to that Tianjiao shelter and continue to be used as meat for others? Although Song Yuyan didn't understand what Song Tiancheng meant by meat. But she could feel that it was definitely not a good word. Meat? What meat? Song Yuyan looked at her brother in confusion, waiting for him to explain.
Song Yi looked at Song Yuyan at this time, shaking his head and sighing. This young lady is so intelligent and beautiful. In the eyes of these bodyguards, she was once such a perfect and noble woman. But now she has fallen into this state, flirting with an inconspicuous man in the Song family's reception room. If the head of the family had not given the order, he would have killed the strange man on the spot. But Song Tiancheng didn't want to explain to her at all. No matter what, you have to go with me to see Xie Yaohui today. Song Tiancheng's attitude made Song Yuyan completely disappointed in the Song family. Her body went limp and she was about to fall. A solid chest supported her soft body from behind. She looked at the person behind her and suddenly felt that Fang Ge had become her only support.
This Song Tiancheng. Song Yuyan is his sister after all, but he actually degrades her so much.
If there were a top 10 trending searches in the apocalypse, the word meat would probably not be lower than the top 3.
Roju is a word that treats women as commodities.
In the end times, many high-quality women cannot escape the fate of being eaten by meat.
Song Tiancheng, although Yuyan is your sister, she is also my woman. I advise you to take back the word meat.
Although Fang Ge spoke slowly, his eyes were full of coldness.
Asshole. Who the hell are you? You are not allowed to call the Song family's patriarch by his name.
Without waiting for Song Tiancheng to speak, Song Yi jumped out.
Noisy. Fang Ge's evil eyes turned into soul-capturing eyes, and the mysterious light in his eyes shot directly at Song Yi. Song Yi's surroundings suddenly became dark.
The next second, an endless sea of corpses and blood and endless killing appeared before his eyes, and behind him was a bottomless abyss.
Song Yi was caught in a dilemma and could only kneel on the ground trembling.
Chapter 92 The one who cuckolded Fang Ge.
Song Tiancheng was confused.
Song Yi was fine just now, but after being looked at by this man, he fell to his knees and couldn't get up.
Who are you? In Song Tiancheng's eyes, Fang Ge was just an ordinary, unremarkable person.
Moreover, he always believed that Fang Ge was a close confidant of the owner of Tenjiao Shelter.
It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that Song Yuyan is already a member of my Tianjiao Shelter. Now it's neither your Song family's goods nor something that a scumbag like Xia Yaoi can get his hands on. Song Tiancheng looked at Fang Ge with a look of surprise and doubt.
At this moment, he looked at Song Yuyan again. I saw that she was very intimate with the man in front of her, and that look didn't seem like she was acting at all. His own sister knew it well, and she looked down on almost all men, but now she treated this man so differently.
Could this person be?
Just when Song Tiancheng was in doubt, a sudden voice broke in. I heard someone scolding me from a distance, and I thought the Song family didn't welcome me. I came in and saw that Sister Yu Yan was here.
I feel relieved now. He. Xia Yaoi. Song Yuyan saw that the Song family had actually invited this person over. When Xia Yaoi saw Song Yuyan again, the greed in his eyes was revealed without any concealment. Sister Yuyan, I didn't expect that we would finally meet again. Do you know how much I missed you after you disappeared last time?
Xia Yaohui's behavior was so rude that Song Tiancheng felt a little uncomfortable.
Song Tiancheng values Xia Yaoi, not because of how great he is,
but his abilities are quite special and can help them do many things.
Don't call me by my name, it makes me sick. Song Yuyan showed a look of great disgust towards Xia Yaoi. It's okay, we'll be a family soon.
You think I'm disgusting now, but that's because you don't know me well enough.
Once we have a deeper communication, maybe you'll change your mind about me, Oh, by the way, do you still remember your best friend, Teacher Wang Mani?
I just communicated with her like this for the whole night, and she immediately became reluctant to leave me. Xia Yaohui's disgusting look made Song Yuyan unable to help but move closer to Fang Ge.
Professor Xia, you are still as disgusting as ever. Fang Ge's sudden words caught Xia Yaohui's attention. Fang Ge. Xia Yaoi took a closer look at Fang Ge and finally recognized him. Fang Ge. This guy's name is Fang Ge.
And looking at the eyes of these two people, it seems that there is some old grudge.
That's perfect, this way the Song family doesn't have to intervene. Song Tiancheng was thinking in his mind at this moment. Who was that? It turned out to be a little thing that I cheated on. Xia Yaoi was initially a little unhappy that Song Yuyan was so close to a man.
But when he saw it was Fang Ge, he showed a surprised expression.
Fang Ge. I have to say, your girlfriend Han Yuan is really pretty. And she's pregnant now. Do you want to know whose baby is in her belly? Xia Yaoi proudly talked about this masterpiece. If Song Yuyan were to become pregnant with his child, and let the same person experience two hats, I wonder what it would be like. The more Xia Yaoi thought about it, the more excited he became. Hearing this, Song Tiancheng looked at Fang Ge with a forced smile. Song Yuyan looked at Fang Ge in surprise. In her heart, Fang Ge has always been a domineering, strong man who will never suffer any loss. Now she suddenly had a green hat on her head, which really made her feel a little weird. Everyone thought that Fang Ge would be furious next.
Because no man can tolerate this.
Of course, there are some strange people with special abilities. Fang Ge has also heard of this kind of people with special abilities.
But Fang Ge said it very calmly.
Xia Yaoi, I remember you have a wife and a daughter. Your wife seems to be quite good looking, and your daughter is also very well behaved and cute. It seems they live in your teacher's dormitory at Cloud City University.
Hearing that Fang Ge was not angry, but instead mentioned other people's wives and daughters, he didn't know what he wanted to do.
Is it time to return the gift to the other person's wife and children?
Fang Ge touched Song Yuyan's hand and continued speaking.
My Yuyan is the eldest daughter of the Song family, the darling of Yuncheng. She can't always stay at my place, doing chores like cooking and washing clothes.
It's time to find her one or two people to serve her.
Song Yuyan didn't expect Fang Ge to think of her at this time, and she couldn't help but feel touched. For Fang Ge, Xia Yaohui, Han Yuan and others were things that happened 10 years ago. And in Fang Ge's impression, they had already been buried in the early days of the apocalypse. Unlike Fang Ge, who survived until the end. Therefore, Xia Yaohui's provocative words had no effect on him at all. Xia Yaohui didn't expect Fang Ge to have no reaction at all, but instead mentioned his wife and daughter. You have to know that his daughter is his Achilles heel, and he is the only one who can bully other people's wives and daughters. No one else should touch your wife or daughter. Xia Yaohui's eyes suddenly turned cold. Interesting, really interesting. Fang Ge, you are the most interesting student I've ever taught. Then let me see how much fun you can bring me next, Xia Yaohui licked the weapon in his hand and disappeared. Xia Yaohui's sudden disappearance made everyone nervous. Even Song Tiancheng couldn't help but clench his crutches. Although he and Xia Yaohui are not in a hostile relationship. But when a person with special abilities suddenly disappears from sight, it is inevitable that people will feel a little scared. He now really wanted to know how the little guy who had just spoken rudely to him would deal with such an enemy. Will he beg for mercy out of fear, or will he be killed in one blow while begging for mercy? Song Yuyan leaned against Fang Ge nervously, as she was well aware of the abilities of this psychic. Lu Liansha often appears in every corner of Tianjia shelter like a ghost. Although she knew that Fang Ge didn't seem to be afraid of this invisible person. But when she couldn't see the enemy, she still felt a little scared. Fang Ge shook his head, alas. Another such dirty trick. Skills from the gutter? He. This was the first time someone mocked his skills. Xia Yaohui's sinister laugh echoed in the side hall of the Song family, but the people around him still couldn't identify his location. Song Tiancheng looked at Fang Ge with some surprise. This little guy is still so calm now. Is he just pretending, or is there really a way to break it? You have to know that they have not yet found an effective way to crack this kind of psychic. Chapter 93 We have worked together. Fang Ge, you should know where he is, right? Song Yuyan asked Fang Ge a little worriedly. Fang Ge scratched Song Yuyan's fair face and said, "Don't worry, I don't need to take action to deal with this kind of rat from the gutter." Ah. If you don't take action, who can deal with him? Fang Ge gave Song Yuyan a mysterious smile. Of course it's you. Your ability is just right to restrain Xia Yaohui. Ah, really? Of course it's true, but before you use your powers. Fang Ge whispered in Song Yuyan's ear, remember to recall a few more moves we've done together. After Fang Ge finished speaking, a blush suddenly appeared on Song Yuyan's face. Song Tiancheng frowned at this time and looked at Fang Ge and Song Yuyan with confusion. Under such circumstances, his sister was still flirting with this little guy in public. The world is going downhill, it's a shame for the family. Song Tiancheng sighed helplessly. The favorite thing for people with invisibility abilities is to observe their prey's frightened expressions from the dark. At first, Song Yuyan's fear still made Xia Yaohui excited. But the expressions of these two people at this moment made him a little confused. However, Xia Yaohui still sneered. Be intimate, be affectionate, the sweeter you are, the more excited I am. I will let you part ways with life and death in a moment, he. At this moment, a strange scene appeared in the Song family hall. Song Tiancheng and others looked serious, Fang Ge looked relaxed, and Song Yuyan looked blushing. Xia Yaohui finally couldn't bear it anymore, just when he was about to take action. A flash of light appeared before his eyes, and his vision suddenly became blurred. At this time, the Song family's side hall also became inexplicably bright. Song Tiancheng and others looked around in surprise. Just as they were looking around for a light source, a 1,000-foot-long light burst out from Song Yuyan's body. The darkness in the hall was completely dispelled, even the darkness hidden in the sewers was not spared. At this moment, Xia Yaohui was like a naked rat, with nowhere to hide. Not only that, he also felt that this light was like thousands of needles and thorns, constantly piercing into his body. Xia Yaohui couldn't stop and let out a shrill scream. Even Song Tiancheng and others showed uncomfortable expressions under the illumination of this light. Only the masked bodyguard standing on the other side of Song Tiancheng felt nothing. Among the people present, only Fang Ge was enjoying standing in the light. Gradually, the light began to fade. The discomfort felt by Song Tiancheng and others gradually disappeared, and their vision began to recover. They tried hard to open their eyes and check the current situation. They finally saw the source of the light.
At this moment, Song Yuyen was bathing in the holy light with a holy look on her face. Just like the Virgin Mary in the mural, she shines on everyone's face. There was only one person present, lying on the ground like a puddle of mud. Moreover, the human figure could no longer be seen, and the body was gradually dissolving under the shining light. Fang Ge looked at the puddle on the ground and shook his head. How deep was this guy's evil intention? He died in such a horrible way. Song Tianchang and others also looked at Song Yuyen in shock. Isn't it said that Song Yuyen is a plaything and meat? How did he suddenly become a powerful psychic and destroy this difficult invisible psychic with just one move? Song Tianchang looked at Song Yi with a questioning look. Song Yi shook his head, looking helpless. The last time I saw the eldest lady, she still looked weak and vulnerable. Who knew that it would become like this in just a few days? Song Tianchang looked at Song Yuyen as if he saw a treasure. Isn't this kind of supernatural power exactly what the family is in urgent need of? If Song Yuyen could be kept in the Song family's strength would surely increase greatly. Fang Ge didn't care what Song Tianchang thought. At this moment, he felt that there was no need to stay here anymore. He took Song Yuyen's hand and walked straight out of the side hall. Seeing that the two were about to leave, Song Tianchang shouted in a hurry, "Song Shi, stop them." As soon as Song Tianchang finished speaking, the masked bodyguard who had been standing next to him like a statue took action. He quickly grabbed Song Yuyen. Song Yuyen cast the holy light again. Unfortunately, the holy light seemed to have no effect on Song Shi. It only made him stunned for a second and then the effect disappeared. At this time, Song Tianchang also noticed that Song Yuyen's abilities seemed to have some flaws. From this point of view, Song Shi might be able to keep her as his sister. Now it depends on whether this young man named Fang Ge can stop Song Shi. If Fang Ge is also a person with this kind of superpower, then Song Shi will be able to restrain their people. This guy is a bit strange. Song Yuyen's ability has almost no effect on him. Let me try. Soul-stealing eye. Song Shi just shook his head and regained consciousness. Fang Ge, this person is called Song Shi, and he is born without emotions. So those spiritual abilities don't seem to have any effect on him, and he only listens to Song Tianchang. Song Yuyen suddenly thought of this person in the family, and immediately told Fang Ge. He saw that both of their moves were ineffective against Song Shi. Song Tianchang laughed and said, "Sister, just stay in the Song family." But the next second, his smile froze. Song Shi didn't know when he was blasted out of the door and trapped in the wall. Fang Ge turned around at this time. "Song Tianchang, if it weren't for the fact that you are Song Yuyen's brother, I can bring your Song family down today." After saying that, Fang Ge took Song Yuyen's hand and left. Of course, the most important thing is that Fang Ge did not find any trace of connection between the Song family and the Salvation Society. Also, Yunqing still needs people to manage it. Although the Song family is not the best candidate in Fang Ge's mind, at least it cannot be the Zhao family. Song Tianchang looked at the direction where Song Yuyen left with a dejected look on his face. It is no longer possible to win over Yunqing University at this moment. The Song family could clearly have two more people with special abilities, but now they are both in the hands of others. "Master, are we just going to let the eldest lady leave like this?" Song Yi asked cautiously. "Otherwise, this person's strength is unfathomable. I'm afraid he is the owner of the Tianjiao shelter. There are now 4 people with special abilities in the Tianjiao shelter. It's hard to say whether he has other special abilities hidden. If that's the case, the situation in Cloud City is very complicated." Song Tianchang shook his head secretly. On the way back, Song Yuyen looked depressed. "What's wrong? You look unhappy." Song Yuyen forced herself to smile. "I'm not unhappy. It's because of the Song family, after all, they are your relatives." After being pointed out by Fang Ge, Song Yuyen stopped pretending and nodded. "That's not only where I grew up, but also where the elders who once loved me are. Now I may never be able to go back. It's not easy to go back." Song Yuyen looked at Fang Ge in confusion. Chapter 94 Aunt, what's wrong with you? Why don't you just become the head of the Song family? Let's forget it. Song Yuyen waved her hand. Song Yuyen looked down at the ground and said, "Actually, I was wondering why my brother became like this. He wasn't like this before." Fang Ge guessed, maybe it's the end of the world, or maybe they absorbed the crystals from another world. Absorbed the alien crystal? Song Yuyen didn't quite understand what Fang Ge meant.
Although the alien crystal can make people evolve, it can also distort their personality.
The more powerful a person is, the more his personality is likely to change. So your brother's personality might have been changed by the crystal, which is why he's become a little different.
Song Yuyan looked at Fang Ge. Is that so? Very likely. So that's how it is. No wonder I felt he was different than before. After Fang Ge's advice, Song Yuyan seemed to feel a little better. Okay, don't think about the Song family's affairs.
Now that Xia Yaohui is dead, the karma that entangled the three of us has finally been resolved.
Now it's just the two of us who are entangled in karma.
Xia Yaohui is not only Song Yuyan's shadow recently, but also a shadow of Fang Ge's previous life. Now he saw Xia Yaohui die in front of him with his own eyes.
It can be considered as making up for some of the regrets in his previous life. Who wants to be entangled with your karma?
Song Yuyan's face turned slightly red.
Really?
Then it seems we haven't been together often enough.
You won't have any regrets at all.
Fang Ge pulled Song Yuyan, who was holding his hand, into his arms.
I will go back now and make a deeper impression on you, so that our karma will be forever entangled. You.
Looking at Fang Ge in front of her, Song Yuyan felt that everything about him was good. His only shortcoming was that he liked to hang out with girls. When she thought about what would happen next, she would enter that strange, dreamlike, and tormented state again. Her delicate face couldn't help but feel slightly hot.
Fang Ge picked up Song Yuyan and flew into the sky. 10,000 meters high in the sky. A few minutes later. Sadly, nothing fell off. As soon as Fang Ge flew back to the shelter, he and Song Yuyan immediately entered the room and closed the door tightly.
The room was very quiet, with only the breathing sounds of Fang Ge and Song Yuyan. The fragrance of orchids and strong masculinity filled the entire room. When these two smells mix together, they can no longer be distinguished. The two looked at each other and began to clasp their hands tightly together. Originally, the two people had two different temperatures, but soon their temperatures became unified.
The two slowly entered into an intimate state.
This time, Song Yuyan, without being affected by Fang Ge's evil eyes, took the initiative to greet him.
Soul contract progress 100.1%. Soul contract progress 100%. Soul contract progress 100.1%. Soul contract progress 100%. The first round ends. Song Yuyan's body suddenly burst into a holy light. After a while, Fang Ge immediately felt that the energy he had just output was replenished. Originally Fang Ge planned to rest for 10 minutes.
Now it seems that this halftime break can be over soon. In this way, one lost and the other made up, and with the effect of dual cultivation, the two of them fought for 7 days and 7 nights like a perpetual motion machine. If the two of them continue like this for a month without stopping, they can probably do it. But after all, he is an adult and still knows how to be restrained. Soul contract progress 107%. Soul contract progress 106%. Soul contract progress 100%. His fingers slid across the smooth skin and finally stopped at Song Yuyan's hair. The rosy complexion on Song Yuyan's face finally faded away slowly, and she lay on Fang Ge's chest like a little bird. She slept very soundly, and this might be the sweetest sleep she had had in the past 30 years. While Fang Ge was stroking Song Yuyan's hair, he began to sort out his thoughts. This trip to the Song family yielded quite a few gains. Not only did he solve the problem of Xia Yaohui, but he also got an important piece of information. That is the location of one of the alien world cracks. Next, Fang Ge will go to Yunqing University to close this alien world rift. Fang Ge was not quite sure how many alien world rifts were left in Yunqing at the moment. But he must close all the alien cracks in Yunqing before the next crack mutation and upgrade. He can only judge now based on the information in the hands of the major families. However, this act of forcibly closing the rift in the other world will probably cause dissatisfaction among the entire Yunqing forces. By then, there will probably be many families that are enemies of him. Oh, and there's one more important thing. Even though Xia Yaohui is dead, I have already promised to help him take care of his wife and daughter. During his free time these few days, Fang Ge tried to summon Tian Zhao again, but there was no response. It seems that unless the situation is extremely critical, there will basically be no response. I can only find time to use the Tianjiao star map to find these Tianjiao back. Song Yiyo has been very bored recently. At her age, she is already in the active stage of youth. Now I am forced to stay in this Tianjiao shelter every day. At the beginning, many sisters accompanied her. They also often team up to fight monsters in the rifts of the other world. However, these sisters suddenly became very powerful one by one and could even fly. And now any sister can easily deal with hundreds of monsters. As a result, the fun of fighting monsters in a team has basically disappeared. The most important thing is that these sisters can now go around Yunqing freely. Now she is the only one still bound here, along with the newly arrived star Meng Qintong. However, Song Yiyao couldn't play with her and they had basically no topics to talk about. Meng Qintong didn't mind staying in the shelter. It was a place of refuge anyway, and she felt it seemed more comfortable here. Originally, Song Yiyao and Song Yuyan were accompanying her. But after Song Yuyan came back from the Song family, she disappeared all day. Every time Song Yiyao wanted to find her aunt would say that she had something urgent to do. Song Yiyao also discovered that her aunt's entire temperament was gradually changing. Although Song Yuyan is 30 years old, she still looks a bit girlish when she is with Song Yiyao. However, this temperament seems to have disappeared. Now she fully exudes the charm of a mature young woman and the feeling of a good wife and mother. If you look at it for a long time, you can still see Song Yuyan radiating a holy glow from time to time. This light made Song Yiyao feel very comfortable and peaceful. But Song Yuyan has been dominated by Fang Ge recently, which makes her very depressed. "Auntie, what's wrong with you?" A girl with lively eyes looked at Song Yuyan with puffed cheeks. What happened, Yiyao?" Song Yuyan looked at Song Yiyao in confusion. "You've been staying in Fang Ge's room for several days recently. What the hell are you doing?" Song Yiyao looked at him with a scrutinizing look. "No. Nothing, we're just discussing something, hee hee." Song Yuyan lowered her head and began to pretend to pack up her things. "Yeah. So what's wrong with your legs?" Every time Song Yuyan took a step, her feet would tremble uncontrollably. I've been packing for too long. I'm tired. Oh, yes. By the way, Yiyao, are you hungry? Auntie, please make something delicious." Song Yuyan never dared to look at Song Yiyao. Song Yiyao continued to ask, "Aunt, please don't change the subject. What are you discussing with Fang Ge?" We were just discussing going to Cloud City University." "Yes, we have been discussing this these days." Song Yuyan emphasized it a little awkwardly. "Such a small matter, why do you two need to discuss it for so long?" Hee. "Yiyao, be good and stop asking Auntie. I'll go make you something delicious." After Song Yuyan finished speaking, she ran towards the kitchen as if escaping. But her current state and the way she ran away were very strange. Her once attractive curves now limp and she walks with her body tucked under her arm. If the movement is a little too big, Song Yuyan will make strange noises from her mouth. Going to Yunqing University. I don't know what Song Yiyao is thinking under her lively eyes. Chapter 95, The Green Egg About to Break Out of the Cocoon. At this time, Fang Ge was feeling the changes in his body. Ever since he merged with his spiritual fighting body, he had a different feeling when practicing dual cultivation with these beauties. He could clearly feel the supernatural power in Tianjiao's body. There's even a sense of touch. As he continued to come into contact with Tianjiao, Tianjiao's supernatural powers began to infect his spiritual fighting body and gradually merged with it. Recently, he has been fusing his superpowers with Song Yuyan more frequently. Now the recovery ability of his spiritual fighting body has been greatly improved, and its endurance has become even stronger. Most importantly, he felt that the shackles on his body had loosened a little. That's very different. Although his physical fitness has not changed. But compared with evolvers of the same physical fitness, it is much stronger. Inside the room, Fang Ge continued to experience the effects of the spiritual fighting body. At this time, Shu Yuer sent an invitation in Fang Ge's soul. Yuer. Fang Ge looked at the sky outside and saw that it was almost night. "You're calling me now, you want to talk to me all night, right?" Just when Fang Ge was about to go to Shu Yuer's room to find her, Xin Xianing also sent an invitation in Fang Ge's soul. This is a bit difficult. As soon as the words fell, Ling Miaoyu sent an invitation in Fang Ge's soul. Next second, and Iran sent an invitation in Fang Ge's soul. Immediately following, Bao Shangru sent an invitation in Fang Ge's soul. After a while, another invitation appeared. Song Yuyan sent an invitation in Fang Ge's soul. Why is Song Yuyan here too? Fang Ge and Song Yuyan just finished their relationship not long ago yesterday. Tian Zhao, who had a soul contract with Fang Ge, also invited Fang Ge to communicate at this moment.
Is this the backlash from too many soul contracts?
But just when Fang Ge was hesitating, he suddenly sensed some unusual movement in the space storage.
Fang Ge took out a green egg-shaped object the size of a baby. Feel the breath of life inside. I'm afraid I'll be breaking out of my cocoon soon. If we don't find someone to contract it, it will be difficult to deal with these two guys when they come out. It's time to unlock Song Yao. Fang Ge thought about it and walked towards the door.
As soon as he opened the door, he saw a young and pretty figure hesitating at the door of his room.
The woman at the door was Song Yao.
She was wearing a campus-style outfit, a white short-sleeved shirt, a black miniskirt, and a cute bow tied at the collar and high ponytail.
Isn't this a coincidence? Song Yao, are you looking for me?
The door suddenly opened, which scared Song Yao.
I'm here to find my aunt. Song Yao said hesitantly. Looking for your aunt. Your aunt is in her room. Fang Ge looked at her with some confusion.
But I just knocked on my aunt's door, but there was no response from inside.
Song Yao tugged at the corner of her clothes and spoke nervously. As for your aunt, she might want me to knock on the door right now. Then why did you come to me to look for your aunt?
You two have been together these past few days, so I looked for you here.
But, since she's not here, I can look for you. After saying this, Song Yao's eyes became evasive. Oh? Fang Ge looked at Song Yao with some doubt. That youthful and innocent face would never lie. But Fang Ge didn't point it out to her, and asked directly, what do you want to talk to me about?
Seeing that Fang Ge finally asked, Song Yao immediately put forward her own idea.
I heard you're going to Cloud City University. Can you take me with you? I'm afraid not. Why? Song Yao glanced at her lips. Because you are too weak, I naturally cannot let you run around. Then can you make me stronger? Oh? Is that why you want to become stronger?
Fang Ge looked at the beautiful girl in front of him who was full of youthful vitality with great interest. This little girl has always tried every possible way to avoid me. Yeah, my sisters have become stronger and can go out now. We can hardly play together anymore. Even my aunt is becoming like this. Besides, my aunt has already told me about the Song family. I don't want to go back to the Song family either. I can't stay here forever. Song Yao spoke quickly. Chapter 96. How do you want to become stronger? Fang Ge deliberately asked Song Yao, then how do you want to become stronger? Just like you did to my aunt. Like your aunt, are you sure? Fang Ge looked at Song Yao's innocent face and showed a half smile. Yes, I saw several sisters and my aunt, they stayed in the room with you for a few days. After I came out, I became really powerful. Do you know the initiation method mentioned in the novel? Song Yao has a pure and lovely appearance, with a high ponytail, looking like a campus girl full of energy. Fang Ge was quite surprised to hear such vicious words suddenly uttered. Looking at Fang Ge's serious expression, Song Yao asked cautiously, what's wrong? Will this initiation method hurt your body? Luckily I'm used to it. It's not very harmful to my health. Oh, that's good. Song Yao breathed a sigh of relief. But I saw on TV that people who receive initiation feel very uncomfortable and may even feel a little pain. Is it true? There was clarity in Song Yao's eyes. It might hurt a little at first, but it will be fine once you get used to it. As for the discomfort you mentioned, I'm afraid it depends on your physical condition. This kind of thing varies from person to person, everyone is different. Fang Ge explained slowly. Then is there any way to avoid pain? Song Yao asked timidly. No pain? This is a bit difficult. I'm afraid it's unavoidable the first time something like this happens. Fang Ge looked thoughtful. Schoolgirl, this kind of thing needs to be discussed slowly. Come in and talk about it. Fang Ge took Song Yao's hand and pulled her in. Fang Ge could clearly feel it from the skin on Song Yao's hands. Song Yao's youthful body is so tight and elastic. The moment the two of them touched, Song Yao felt like she was electrocuted and subconsciously tried to break free. However, Fang Ge's wrist was as hard as steel, and Song Yao's strength was completely useless. Fang Ge slammed the door of the room shut. Song Yao's heart suddenly trembled. At this moment, she suddenly felt in her heart that something that she could not regret was about to happen to her.
Senior, you don't have to pull me, I can walk by myself. Fang Ge ignored it. He pulled Song Yiyao directly to a brand new 8x8 sleeping area and stopped. Senior, when do we start? Of course we have to start now. Senior, why are you standing so close to me? Why, didn't you ask me to use the initiation method on you? How can I use it if I'm not close to you? Fang Ge's breath sprayed on Song Yiyao's face, and Song Yiyao began to feel uneasy.
Is that so, Senior? But when I saw the martial arts transmission method on TV, a man and a woman just connected their hands.
I know, Iwu, maybe it will be reduced a little, but I can accept it if I go to the bathroom. Song Yiyao was still trying to break free from Fang Ge's hand. Schoolgirl, this method of connecting your hands is really outdated. And the efficiency is extremely slow.
Even if we connect for a year or two, I'm afraid there won't be much effect. Senior, here's an extremely efficient method that requires zero contact, or should I say negative.
Fang Ge leaned close to Song Yiyao's ear, touched her high ponytail with one hand, and curled it.
When Song Yiyao heard that this method required negative contact, she finally understood what was going on. She suddenly thought of how her aunt looked these days.
Could it be that my aunt has already been contacted?
She couldn't imagine that her aunt, who was so intelligent and elegant, would actually do such a thing.
Senior, I don't want to connect anymore, please let me go. We agreed that I don't have to sleep with you. Song Yiyao began to panic. She wanted to run away like a frightened little rabbit. What? You don't want to become stronger. Fang Ge clamped Song Yiyao's waist.
She was like a captured animal, struggling to break free with her limbs, but was always bitten tightly by the hunter.
Senior, I'm afraid of pain. Can you please change it? Please.
Looking at the energetic girl in front of me, she has become like this.
Fang Ge showed interest instead.
He decided to postpone using coercive measures and continue teasing her.
Okay, I can give you a chance and forgive you this time. Really? Song Yiyao showed an expectant look. If you fail, the promises I made to you will be void. Do you dare to try? Can it not be cancelled? It seems, you want me to force you to drink right now. No. I'm willing to give it a try. Song Yiyao hurriedly stopped Fang Ge's next move with both hands. Afterwards, Song Yiyao saw an egg with silver feathers and green wings suddenly appear in Fang Ge's hand. This is the alien beast egg I obtained from the rift in the alien world. The alien beast inside this egg is very powerful and can fly and hide. You are a spirit controller, try to see if you can contract it. As long as you successfully contract it, you will have the opportunity to be exempted from sleeping with the Emperor. Fang Ge placed the silver-winged green-winged eggs on the ground. As a spirit controller, Song Yiyao immediately felt the vitality in this egg, which was very different from that of other strange beasts. She felt that the life in this egg would be extraordinary once it broke out of the cocoon. Fang Ge said it could also fly and hide. Song Yiyao couldn't help but feel a little excited when she thought that she would be able to soar into the sky in the future. She completely forgot what Fang Ge said, that this was a powerful strange beast. The level of this strange beast is incomparable to all the strange beasts currently available. It is simply not something that Song Yiyao's meager mental power can control. Even if the contract is successful, it is very likely to devour its master when it grows up. Unless Fang Ge helps her open her sea of consciousness, she will have the ability to control this strange beast. Song Yiyao let out a light breath and placed her hand on the silver-winged green-winged eggs. Soon, a faint light appeared on the eggs of Silver Wing and Green Wing. However, this faint light only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing. But Song Yiyao stood there motionless. Fang Ge walked over and saw that Song Yiyao had her eyes closed and seemed to have fainted. Fang Ge shook his head, "You're asking for trouble. Wouldn't it be better to just lie down and get stronger?" Fang Ge picked up Song Yiyao and placed her on the 8x8. Song Yiyao in a coma. The originally youthful and sweet face was furrowed between the brows, revealing a hint of discomfort. It was obvious that Song Yiyao was mentally traumatized. If she were left unconscious like this, it might not be easy to wake her up. Fang Ge thought about it. I decided to use my sea of consciousness to enter her spiritual world and see. Chapter 97 Song Yiyao's spiritual world. Fog. Fog everywhere. Fang Ge wandered in Song Yiyao's spiritual world for an unknown period of time. Suddenly, a sound like a silver bell made him lock onto a direction. Fang Ge walked in the direction of the sound. Finally, not far away, I found a huge semicircular aperture. Fang Ge came to the outer edge of the aperture. A transparent protective wall blocked Fang Ge's way. Fang Ge touched it with his hand, and the protective wall was like an elastic bubble. Fang Ge's hand sank in a little and then bounced back. Fang Ge mobilized his spiritual thoughts in the sea of consciousness, and then pointed his fingers towards the transparent protective wall. A ray of light shone through, and a big crack appeared in the transparent protective wall. Fang Ge immediately walked in through the big hole, and then protected the big hole in the wall, and it healed quickly. Fang Ge walked into a magnificent mountain villa. The layout of this villa made Fang Ge feel a little familiar and a little unfamiliar. However, Fang Ge immediately recognized it. This was the Song family mansion from several years ago. Because there are many differences between the current Song family and the current one. Fang Ge followed the sound and came to the backyard of the villa. I saw a pretty little girl kneeling on the lawn in the backyard. The little girl was wearing a pink and white dress and looked very cute. There was also a little boy of similar age next to him, and the two seemed to be playing some game. Yunze, why don't we play a game of house? The little girl suddenly suggested. Okay, Yao, how do we play house? The little boy immediately asked the little girl. Let's just play the game of being a couple. Little Song Yao tilted her head and thought about it. Okay, Yao, let's play the game of being a couple. The little boy immediately agreed to the little girl's suggestion. But how should we play as a couple? It was the first time for Song Yao and the little boy to play this game, so they were a little confused. My parents are always locked in their room. I don't know how they can be a couple. My parents seem to be like that too. How should we play as a couple? The two of them gradually became distressed. Could these two be childhood sweethearts? You're so young and you're already trying to play the couple game. This won't do. I need to set things right. Fang Ge checked on the little boy. Ma Yunze illusory body. Age, 6. Ma Yunze. Ma family, there doesn't seem to be a Ma family in Yuncheng. At this time, Fang Ge said to the little boy, Ma Yunze, your mother is calling you home for dinner. Ma Yunze immediately turned around and looked at Fang Ge in confusion. My mother is not in Yuncheng, why would she call me to eat? Don't worry about it. A mother worries about her son even when he is thousands of miles away. As long as it is her call, you must go back even if it is thousands of miles away. Fang Ge guided him step by step, and influenced by the spiritual thoughts in his sea of consciousness. Ma Yunze quickly stood up and ran out of the protective wall without looking back. After a while, Ma Yunze disappeared. Yunze, why did you leave? If you leave, who will play the husband and wife game with me? Xiao Yao stood up and looked in the direction where Ma Yunze left. I can play the game of being a couple with you. At this time, the voice of another little boy sounded behind Xiao Yao. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Xiao Yao looked at the little boy in front of her with confusion. My name is Fang Ge, and I know a thing or two about being a couple. Xiao Fang Ge had an innocent expression, but there was an inexplicable smile in his eyes. Really? That's great. Then can you teach me how to play? Xiao Yao looked at Xiao Fang Ge with anticipation. Xiao Fang Ge walked up to Xiao Yao. Then he took her soft little hand and whispered in her ear, first like this, then like this, finally. After listening to Xiao Fang Ge's words, Xiao Yao's eyes widened and she quickly shook her head. No. Mom said only married people can do this. That's easy, we can just get married now. Fang Ge took out 2 rings out of thin air, 1 pink star diamond and 1 blue star diamond. As long as we exchange wedding rings, we're married. He put a pink star diamond on Xiao Yao's finger. The pink star diamond bloomed like a bright star directly on Xiao Yao's hand. Xiao Yao showed a surprised expression. Then Xiao Fang Ge asked Xiao Yao to help him put on the blue star diamond. When the 2 star diamonds were put together, they immediately dyed the entire sky into a variety of colorful colors. It was also reflected on Xiao Yao's rosy little face. How is it? We're already married, so we should be able to get your mother's permission. Xiao Yao thought about it and nodded her little head, but quickly shook her head. No. This way, there will be a baby. Don't worry, I have experience in this area and I won't let you have a baby. Really? Xiao Yao looked at Xiao Fang Ge closely with innocent eyes. Xiao Fang Ge nodded at her affirmatively. After a while, the 2 tender little lips kissed each other. The following scene is prohibited from being played. Soul contract progress, 1%. Soul contract progress, 2%. Soul contract progress, 3%. Soul contract progress, 20%. 2 hours later. Xiao Yao took Fang Ge for a stroll around the Song family's house. Whenever he encountered people, Fang Ge would use his spiritual thoughts in the sea of consciousness to drive them out of his spiritual memory. Fang Ge looked at Song Yao's small body, shook his head and sighed, "She's too small, we can only kiss and hold hands, we can't do anything else." But after holding hands for 2 hours, the soul contract has reached 20%, which is pretty fast. Too bad it can't grow anymore. It's been so long, why haven't you switched memories yet? Fang Ge stopped, and Xiao Yao also stopped passively. Why don't you leave? She looked at Fang Ge puzzledly. Yao, you have to grow up quickly so that we can do what a couple should do. Then how can I grow up quickly? Try closing your eyes and imagining that you are starting to grow up right now. Fang Ge began to guide Xiao Yao step by step. Xiao Yao slowly closed her eyes. Not long after, the surrounding environment began to change, and the surrounding scenery gradually became blurred. When Fang Ge could see clearly again, I found myself in a place with beautiful environment, shady trees, and full of youthful atmosphere. Hanging on the wall of the teaching building were a few large characters, Yunqing No. 1 Middle School. But Xiao Yao, who was holding his hand, had disappeared. Middle school? It seems that in Xiao Yao's mind, middle school students are considered grown up. At this time, the surrounding middle school students walked past Fang Ge one after another. Fang Ge had to look up to see the faces of these middle school students. Only then did Fang Ge realize that he was still in the body of a little boy. After a while, Fang Ge came out of the men's restroom. At this time, he already looked like a middle school student. He grabbed a classmate who had just come out of the toilet and asked, "Hey, which class is Song Yao in?" "I don't know. I don't know." A man wearing black framed glasses, with a pale face, who looked like he had been working late all day. And he was holding a large ball of tissue in his hand. The classmate didn't even raise his head, just waved at Fang Ge and ran away. This NPC runs really fast. The bell rang at this time, and all the students returned to the classroom one after another. Only Fang Ge was still searching for someone. Chapter 98. It's just a childhood game. At this time, the dean walked towards Fang Ge. "Which class are you from? Don't you know what class is? You're not even wearing your school uniform." "School uniform?" Fang Ge looked down and found that he was still wearing children's clothes. Even though it's a large size, it looks funny. Fang Ge immediately changed everything and immediately changed into the school uniform of Yunqing No. 1 Middle School. The dean widened his eyes and pointed at Fang Ge in disbelief. You. Stop tsk. I'm asking you, which class is Song Yao in?" Fang Ge bent the dean's fingers back. "How dare you? Which class are you in? Why are you asking about Song Yao? Aren't you from our school? Song Yao is not only the best student in the school, but also the image spokesperson of Yunqing No. 1 Middle School." And the dean knew a little about her identity. "I met a strange person who suddenly asked about Song Yao's news." The dean of studies immediately notified the security guards. Alas, extra NPC. Fang Ge snapped his fingers in front of the dean. In less than a second, the dean disappeared. Fang Ge then began to question each class one by one. All classes without Song Yao were eliminated with a snap of his fingers. He did not let go of any teachers who passed by. When he asked them questions, none of them said a word and all of them went to receive the snap of their fingers. Finally, a teacher said, "Song Yao, she's in class 1, grade 2. I'm going there." With a pop, the teacher disappeared. "Sorry, I'm used to it." Fang Ge showed a hint of embarrassment. At this time, the teacher of class 1, grade 2, had not yet come to class. "Yao, I don't have any impression of the person you mentioned. I remember when we were little, it was just the two of us playing in the backyard of the Song residence. A handsome-looking boy sat next to Song Yao's deskmate. Yeah. Song Yao was wearing a clean and tidy school uniform and had her hair tied in a high ponytail. The morning breeze blew gently, and a few strands of hair fell between her eyebrows and swayed constantly, touching her white and transparent earlobes. Song Yao held her chin with one hand, looked out the window with her side profile, looking bored. At this moment her thoughts had drifted far away.
That colorful and magical scene from her childhood had already been deeply imprinted in her mind.
There is also the game of being a couple and the promise we made when we grow up.
The tips of her ears turned slightly red, and she unconsciously pursed her delicate thin lips.
These memories kept echoing in her mind as if they were yesterday. Unfortunately, Song Yiyao never saw Fang Ge again after that. Strange? Why hasn't the teacher come to class yet?
The bell for recess had been ringing for a long time, but the teacher of Class 1, Grade 2 had not appeared yet.
Ma Yunze couldn't help but look towards the classroom door. Just as he was wondering, a figure finally appeared at the classroom door. Has the teacher finally arrived?
Ma Yunze looked closely and found that the person who came in was just a student.
And the student was walking straight towards him.
Then she stood in front of him and gave him a strange smile. Ma Yunze, your mother is calling you home for dinner. These words seemed to have magic power. After hearing this, Ma Yunze immediately stood up and walked out of the classroom in a daze. After Ma Yunze left, Fang Ge sat in his seat.
The movement in the seat next to her finally brought Song Yiyao back to her senses.
She turned around and saw that it was not Ma Yunze sitting there. Her almond-shaped eyes flickered slightly, sparkling with stars, revealing a confused and helpless look.
Where did Yunze go? Why is there a new boy next to him?
And this boy gave Song Yiyao a very familiar feeling.
What? Have you forgotten me so quickly? Fang Ge took out a pink star diamond and put it directly on Song Yiyao's finger. The moment I saw the star diamond, Song Yiyao's pretty face, which was pure and childish, showed an expression of disbelief and surprise.
Immediately afterwards, before Song Yiyao could react, Fang Ge pulled her up. Then he walked her out of the classroom in front of the whole class.
Fang Ge, where are you taking me? I'm in class now. Song Yiyao was at a loss and didn't understand what Fang Ge was trying to do. After Song Yiyao was taken out by Fang Ge, the students in the classroom immediately started to make a fuss.
There was only one pale-faced boy wearing black-framed glasses, clutching the toilet paper in his hand tightly.
Hearing the booing, Song Yiyao's face immediately turned red with embarrassment.
Fang Ge just snapped his fingers, and all the booing voices disappeared.
Fang Ge pointed at the entire campus and said, "School is closed today, didn't you know?"
Song Yiyao looked around and found that there seemed to be no students in the entire school, and even the teachers seemed to be nowhere to be seen.
Why so sudden? Without waiting for Song Yiyao to continue wondering, Fang Ge quickly brought her to the school rooftop.
In the corner of the school rooftop, two young figures stood close to each other. Fang Ge kept sniffing the youthful scent in front of him, as if he could never get enough.
As people get older, they miss this youthful atmosphere more and more. Strictly speaking, Fang Ge's mental age is already in his 30s. So he was very intoxicated by the aura that Song Yiyao possessed. Song Yiyao's little heart was beating wildly at this moment. She wasn't sure if this was due to Fang Ge's illogical and overbearing influence.
Or maybe it's because she is so well behaved, but is trying to touch the edge of taboo.
Song Yiyao, do you still remember the promise we made when we were little? I remember,
but it was just a game I played when I was a kid.
Song Yiyao pinched the corner of her clothes nervously. Really? Since you think this is a game, I'll continue playing it today. Hearing Fang Ge's words, Song Yiyao was like the first peach blossoms blooming in spring.
A shy blush suddenly appeared on her pink cheeks, and a trace of throbbing unconsciously surged in her heart.
The next second, Song Yiyao's brain went blank and her whole body froze in place. And the heartbeat became faster and faster. Soul contract progress, 21%. Soul contract progress, 22%. Soul contract progress, 23%. Soul contract progress, 50%. An hour later,
the two lips were separated and there was a thread-like appearance. Song Yiyao's eyes were blurred at this moment, and she looked like she was ready for you to choose.
As long as we take one step further, the soul contract will reach 100%. Fang Ge raised his hand, ready to take further action.
A mysterious black room power began to envelop this world. After hesitating for a long time, Fang Ge put his hand down.
What happened? Song Yiyao's eyesight gradually recovered, but she still looked at Fang Ge with a blush on her face. You are still too young. Wait until you grow up a little. Fang Ge let go of Song Yiyao. Are you leaving again? Song Yiyao showed a trace of attachment on her face. I'm leaving, but I'll come find you soon, when you're a little older.
After Fang Ge finished speaking, he floated into the sky and disappeared without a trace.
Is it too small? Song Yao couldn't help but touch her own delicate body for a while. It seems a little small. Chapter 99 Strange Cyan Figure. Time passes year after year. Song Yao's body grew up day by day, and soon she entered the high school graduation stage. Yao, my father is being transferred back to Haicheng, and I might have to go with him. Oh. The girl's indifferent response made Ma Yunze very uncomfortable. He didn't understand why Song Yao suddenly became so cold towards him. And recently he has been mentioning a person named Fang Ge, saying that they played together when they were young. But Ma Yunze had no impression at all. It was obvious that he and Song Yao grew up together, went to school together, and played together. But Song Yao was thinking about another man every moment. He really wanted to find this person named Fang Ge, but he couldn't find him no matter what method he used. Even Song Yao herself didn't know where this person was. Yao, have you decided what major to apply for? Cloud City University. Song Yao made the choice without hesitation because Fang Ge said he hoped to see her at Yunqing University. Yeah. Ma Yunze shook his head helplessly. He and Song Yao had to separate in the end. Standing at the school gate, Song Yao looked back at the place where she had stayed for 3 years, a trace of melancholy in her eyes. She had clearly grown up, but why hadn't Fang Ge come to find her yet? Song Yao sighed softly, then turned around and got into a luxury car, the Wenjie M12. The driver turned around and asked, "Miss, are you going back to the Song residence today, or to your own private apartment?" Song Yao thought for a moment and said, "Let's go back to the apartment today." Good. The car started and headed towards Song Yao's private residence. Song Yao looked at the scenery outside the car window, and her thoughts began to drift. After a while, the car arrived near her apartment. Just as the car was about to enter the apartment, the sky above Song Yao's head suddenly darkened, and gradually there were some thunder and lightning. Looking at the strange weather outside, Song Yao suddenly became uneasy. She seemed to feel that something terrible was approaching her. Suddenly, a huge roar came from the sky, and Song Yao felt a sharp pain in her head. The next second, a hole appeared in the sky above her head. A strange figure came in from the cave entrance and landed not far from the car Song Yao was riding in. This strange figure was covered in a dark green coat. Song Yao looked at the figure and suddenly felt uncomfortable in her mind. It seemed that this figure had once caused her some harm. As it got closer, the stinging sensation in Song Yao's head became more intense, almost on the verge of collapse. As for Fang Ge, he had just left the previous scene a few minutes ago. He was waiting for the next scene to change. The surrounding scenes gradually became clear. But before it could stabilize, the scene suddenly became blurry and even garbled. And what followed was even worse. The scenes kept switching, and the switching speed was getting faster and faster. I'll show up at the place where Song Yao is taking classes. When Song Yao was changing her underwear in the room. It will appear when Song Yao is stretching. A moment later, the scene of Song Yao bathing. There's even a scene where Song Yao is having a blast. The frequent scene changes made Fang Ge dizzy for a while. What's going on? Could it be that Song Yao encountered some dangerous situation? This is her world of consciousness. What kind of dangerous situation could she encounter? Fang Ge didn't have time to think about it. He had to find a way to get to Song Yao at this moment. Is there any way? Fang Ge thought calmly for a second or two, then used the eye of perception. Under the penetration of the eye of transcendence, a vortex perspective spanning spiritual time and space appeared before Fang Ge's eyes. Fang Ge finally saw Song Yao's current situation. She was holding her head, looking extremely painful. And near Song Yao there was a pale green figure. Although this figure is in human form. But the first time Fang Ge saw it, he immediately recognized that it was the consciousness of Silver Wing Greenwing. It has now invaded Song Yao's spiritual core. If Yiling Qingqi were allowed to continue approaching Song Yao's spirit would probably collapse completely. In desperation, Fang Ge thought of the soul-stealing technique. This technique is also aimed at mind control. However, he didn't dare to use his full strength, because this was Song Yao's spiritual world after all. If you are not careful, you may cause indelible harm to Song Yao. Next, Fang Ge used the location known by the Eye of the World to perform soul-stealing on Yiling Qingqi. After the soul-stealing technique was performed, it indeed had an effect on Silver Wings and Green Wings. However, due to the obstruction of spiritual time and space, the effect is not very good. It only slowed down the movements of Silver Wing and Green Wing. Fang Ge quickly used soul-stealing magic to speak to Song Yao from a distance. Song Yao. Song Yao, please answer if you hear me. Brother Fang. Is that you, Brother Fang? My head hurts so much, can you please come and save me? Hearing this familiar voice, Song Yao struggled to stand up. Don't worry, of course I will come to rescue you. I'm near you right now and will be with you soon. Really?
A hint of joy suddenly appeared on Song Yao's painful face.
But you must first delay until I arrive. But, how can I delay time? Song Yao looked embarrassed. It's simple. This is the world you rule. Focus your consciousness and stop this monster. Consciousness condensed.
Although Song Yao was confused about what Fang Ge said, she did not doubt it at all. She quickly endured the pain in her head and tried her best to do what Fang Ge said.
It took quite a while.
Song Yao seemed to sense something in her mind, and she suddenly found that she seemed to be able to touch this world. The next moment, some changes really happened in this world. The figure of Silver Wing and Green Wing began to be suppressed by this world.
However, Fang Ge also noticed that Song Yao's mental strength at the moment was pitifully weak.
Maybe it will not be possible to drive away the silver-winged and green-winged creatures.
At this point, Fang Ge could only continue to think of a solution. The eye of perception determines the direction. Soul stealing can track the target. What if we connect these 2 points?
Fang Ge began to mobilize his spiritual thoughts in his sea of consciousness.
He transformed his spiritual thoughts into an invisible line, connecting the 2 points. The moment these 2 points connect.
Understand the great method of stealing dreams and entering the spirit. The sea of consciousness and the spiritual realm are full of illusions, stealing dreams and entering the spirit to trace the origin.
Fang Ge didn't have time to hear the hint clearly. There was only a whoosh sound. Fang Ge disappeared from the spot. At this time, Song Yao's mental strength was almost reaching its limit.
Just when she couldn't hold on any longer, Fang Ge finally appeared beside her.
Then a stream of spiritual consciousness poured into Song Yao's body. Song Yao's eyes suddenly regained some spirit.
The suppressive force of the core world suddenly increased. The dark green figure finally couldn't hold on and was pinned to the ground.
Chapter 100 Waiting for inspection. Silver Wings and Green Wings struggled desperately and refused to surrender. Fang Ge suddenly said, "Let it go." Ah. But, this weirdo seems very dangerous. Are we just going to let him go like this?
Song Yao was a little hesitant. She felt that this weirdo would pose a threat to her.
Although you are using external force to suppress it, you cannot destroy it with your current mental strength. The most important thing is that Song Yao can extinguish Yinling Qingqi's consciousness here. The egg with silver feathers and green wings outside is scrapped. Fang Ge wanted Song Yao to be here and subdue Yinling Qingqi directly.
But you cannot use his power, otherwise even if you subdue him, it will still backfire.
Ah. But, if we let it go, it will probably come back, right? Don't worry, I will teach you how to subdue it. Fang Ge gave Song Yao a wicked smile. Song Yao immediately and obediently stopped suppressing her mind.
Silver Wing and Green Wing felt their body relax and immediately flew out of the protective wall, soon disappearing from the sight of the 2 men.
Silver Feather and Green Wing left. Song Yao threw herself directly into Fang Ge's body. Brother Fang, do you know how much I miss you?
At this moment, due to Song Yao's mental turmoil, everyone in this world, including the driver, had disappeared.
But Song Yao only had eyes for Fang Ge, so she didn't pay any attention to him. I felt the vibrant and elastic body in my arms.
Fang Ge simply held her on his lap and kissed her.
Song Yao did not avoid it, but took the initiative to meet it.
The car started to shake. Let's go to a more spacious place.
It's too narrow here to move around. Song Yao blushed and naturally understood what Fang Ge meant. She just nodded,
Fang Ge carried her out of the car. Then, under Song Yao's guidance, he came to her private apartment.
Although Song Yao's private apartment does not have any luxurious decorations,
but it is full of girlish atmosphere. This was the second time Fang Ge entered the girl's room.
There was a unique girlish fragrance in the room. You still remember that game when you were a kid, right? Fang Ge placed Song Yao beside the bed. Song Yao nodded shyly.
She was too young at that time and didn't understand anything, but Fang Ge tricked her into giving her her first kiss. But that first kiss still haunts her to this day. As time goes by, that feeling not only does not diminish, but becomes more profound. And that time on the rooftop of Yunqing No. 1 Middle School further deepened the mark Fang Ge left on her both physically and psychologically. It is getting more and more out of control today.
Are you bigger now? What Fang Ge meant by growing older was Song Yiyao's age.
But at this moment, Song Yiyao sat down for some unknown reason, supported her hands behind her back, and then deliberately straightened her chest. She said shyly, I've grown bigger a long time ago.
If you don't believe me, come and check.
After Song Yiyao finished speaking, she immediately turned her face to the side, and this angle was just right to see her hot ears.
Seeing that Fang Ge was still hesitant to check,
Song Yiyao rubbed her fingers on the corner of the bed and continued, I drink milk and eat papaya every day.
And I practice yoga and Pilates every day. I also take a milk bath every day.
As she spoke, Song Yiyao's voice became smaller and smaller, and her face became extremely red with embarrassment.
The Song Yiyao in front of him and the Song Yiyao outside were completely different people.
I wonder what her expression will be like when she regains consciousness. Fang Ge was really looking forward to it at this moment. However, Song Yiyao in front of him seemed to like him more.
So he wanted to deeply embed himself into Song Yiyao's body.
No, that's not right, he wanted to deeply root himself in her mind. At that time, the two Song Yiyao will merge together.
I wonder what kind of Song Yiyao will appear. At this moment, Song Yiyao in front of him was still puffing out her chest, as if waiting for Fang Ge's identification results. Fang Ge carefully tasted Song Yiyao.
Although her figure is not the best, but it is full of youthful vitality, and it is neither too big nor too small, and very full and elastic.
Fang Ge felt it when he carried Song Yiyao up just now.
Needless to say, her skin is very good. The daily milk bath has made her originally firm skin become very smooth and translucent.
It is a pleasure every time you touch it. At this time, Fang Ge whispered in Song Yiyao's ear. Physical examinations take a long time and require a lot of energy. Once you start, you can't give up halfway. Are you sure you're ready?
Although Song Yiyao was well prepared, but realizing what was about to happen next, her heartbeat inexplicably quickened. Even her breathing became heavier. But she still nodded affirmatively.
Okay. Now I'll give you a detailed physical examination. Song Yiyao knew that the man in front of her was about to attack her.
Although his body began to tremble with nervousness, he still held his chest firmly. In the room, the fragrance of a young girl and the masculinity of a man gradually mixed. Afterwards, the two auras began to exchange constantly, their fingers slowly began to clasp together, and after a few whispers,
soul contract progress, 100%. In just a moment, the two of them entered into a soul contract. Without any extra thoughts, the fusion was successful. Soul fusion is successful, a contract has been established that will last until death, and the conditions for dual cultivation have been met. Soul contract progress, 100%. Soul contract progress, 100.1%. Soul contract progress, 100.2%. Soul contract progress, 100.1%. Soul contract progress, 100%. A few hours later. Life skills +3. Sea of consciousness +3. Song Yiyao is indeed a girl who was very afraid of pain.
If Fang Ge wasn't experienced in combat, the two of them would probably have a hard time even starting the first round. The first round finally ended after a lot of stumbling. Song Yiyao had no choice but to humbly ask Fang Ge for advice for half an hour, and then she summarized her own experiences and lessons. I just started the second round, and after that I barely completed all the basic moves. It was not until the third round that Song Yiyao gradually got into the groove and caught up with the rhythm.
Finally reached the critical point and got a satisfactory result.
The peach blossom on her face remained, and Song Yiyao leaned gently.
Brother Fang, you've always been by my side and never left me, right? I guess so. I knew my feelings were right. You were always by my side, protecting me. After receiving Fang Ge's affirmative answer, Song Yiyao lay in Fang Ge's arms with a happy look on her face. How do you feel that? Fang Ge played with Song Yiyao's high ponytail. Actually, it's not a feeling. But your figure often appears beside me, but soon you disappear again. Oh? Then where have I appeared? Song Yiyao's words actually piqued his interest. You often appear in my room, and, when I'm taking a shower. There was even one time when Song Yiyao's face became redder and redder, and she soon couldn't continue. Fang Ge suddenly thought of it. Just now, when Song Yiyao's mental world was unstable, these scenes did appear frequently. I didn't expect this situation to remain in Song Yao's memory. Brother Fang, what should we do with that weirdo? Will it appear again? Didn't you say you would teach me how to deal with that weirdo? Song Yao looked worried. Chapter 101 Chapter 101 Song Yao breaks through the barrier. I have been teaching you 3 times. Fang Ge looked at Song Yao with a smile. But haven't we been doing that kind of thing all the time? Song Yao lowered her head shyly. That's right. When I was doing that, I taught you the essence of dealing with monsters. It's been 3 times already. Haven't you understood yet? No. Song Yao looked confused. She didn't feel that Fang Ge had taught her anything at all. But Song Yao then said very boldly, then can you teach me again? I will definitely learn it carefully this time. Okay, then you have to experience it well next time. This time I will infuse your spiritual power until it reaches perfection. Song Yao showed an expression of both fear and anticipation at this moment. After Fang Ge conducted a new round of comprehensive examination on her, Song Yao's youthful face once again showed a brighter peach blossom. Soul contract progress, 100.1%. Soul contract progress, 100%. Soul contract progress, 100.1%. After a few days, Song Yao's mental strength finally reached perfection. This exchange in teaching has also come to an end. Brother Fang, are you leaving again? Song Yao looked at Fang Ge with affection. Well, I'll wait for you outside. After you take care of that weirdo, come out and find me. Fang Ge has told Song Yao the truth about this world. However, she was not told what was happening outside. Well, I will definitely come to find you. After Fang Ge left, Song Yao came to an open place. She closed her eyes and felt every blade of grass and every tree in this world. She began to extend her mental power infinitely until it formed an invisible barrier. Song Yao knew that this barrier was the last protective shield for her spiritual world. But now, she no longer needs this barrier. Next second, cracks began to appear in this barrier, and everything in this world began to collapse. Then there was a bang sound. The barrier, along with everything in this world, turned into nothingness. The fog around her began to surge towards Song Yao. In the fog, Song Yao vaguely discovered the strange pale green figure. Suddenly, this strange figure let out a shrill scream. Then he quickly attacked Song Yao. This time Song Yao smiled slightly. Then a beam of light burst out from Song Yao's body. All the fog was dispelled instantly. And that strange figure has now completely lost its illusory shape. It turned into a young creature with silver feathers and green wings, and obediently submitted at Song Yao's feet. Song Yao took one last look at the world and then disappeared from the spot. Fang Ge's consciousness has returned to the outside world. Song Yao, who was lying there, had her eyes closed. Fang Ge checked the time and found that only a dozen minutes had passed. But Song Yao's mental time has probably passed for more than 10 years. More than 10 minutes passed, and Song Yao still didn't open her eyes. Fang Ge looked at Song Yao quietly. It's okay. I can check my body even when I'm unconscious. After saying that, Fang Ge started to get started. No. Senior, I'm awake. Song Yao opened her eyes suddenly and hurriedly blocked them with her hands. It's good that you're awake. Otherwise, I'd find this kind of examination without any feedback boring. Fang Ge ignored Song Yao's refusal and directly locked her hands at her sides. Song Yao spoke anxiously, holding her body still. Wait a minute, Senior, I think the contract was successful. Then I can be exempted from sleeping with you. Do you think you can succeed without my help? Fang Ge ignored her and started checking the undulating parts. Senior, wait a minute, I'm not Song Yao. Song Yao was twisting herself around like a little white rabbit. You don't have the final say. Let me check it carefully. I can now understand who Song Yao you really are. Fang Ge no longer gave Song Yao a chance to argue. He began to examine in depth the girlish fragrance coming from Song Yao's mouth. Soul contract progress, 100.1%. Soul contract progress, 100%. 2 hours later. Life skills +1. Sea of consciousness +1. Song Yao's face seemed to be full of resentment, but there was a hint of joy in the depths of her eyes. But she was still a little depressed at the moment. Because she had experienced the pain just now once in the spiritual world. I didn't expect to have to endure it again.
Fang Ge didn't expect that he would experience this sense of novelty twice in a row with the same person.
Song Yiyao's movements seemed a bit awkward on the surface. But she understood Fang Ge's hint very well. Although Song Yiyao's movements were clumsy, she was still able to follow Fang Ge's process coherently. The two men didn't speak. But Fang Ge gave him a look. Song Yiyao knew that the second round of physical examinations would probably begin soon. Before starting, Fang Ge exchanged a supernatural mutation pill for Song Yiyao. Before this, Song Yiyao's spiritual world had been filled up,
so her abilities can be further upgraded.
Moreover, Fang Ge's purpose in letting her upgrade was to let her contract another silver-feathered, green-winged egg. Song Yiyao took the strange pill and swallowed it. Immediately afterwards, Fang Ge began the second round of inspection without waiting for Song Yiyao's medicine to take effect. The result appeared later when Fang Ge was in the process of inspection. Song Yiyao suddenly floated in the air. There was no choice but Fang Ge also floated up. So the second round of physical examination was completed by the two of them in the air. The second round just ended. The third round began just after a short break. Originally, before the round started, Song Yiyao was going to let down her high ponytail. But Fang Ge stopped her in time, and later she understood what it meant. In this round, Song Yiyao's cooperation was obviously much more skilled. Fang Ge just made a gesture, and Song Yiyao immediately handed her high ponytail to Fang Ge. And as Fang Ge checked again and again, the Song Yiyao in the spiritual world is gradually merging with the Song Yiyao in front of him. After several days, Fang Ge completed the examination only after receiving a detailed report on Song Yiyao's physical indicators. These few days, while Fang Ge was constantly checking Song Yiyao's body, he was also feeling the changes brought about by the spiritual fighting body. He discovered that the energy he lost every time was actually absorbed by Song Yiyao. After absorbing this energy, Song Yiyao's physical condition changed immediately. I also felt a cool sensation, and the shackles on my body gradually began to loosen. Fang Ge felt very strange. When he practiced with those beauties before, there was no such effect. Why is it possible recently? Fang Ge. Physical fitness, 50 plus 150 first transcendent stage spiritual fighting body. Spiritual power cultivation, 162. Sea of consciousness, 153. Number of Tianjiao contracts, 10. Magic skills, soul gathering, transparency, light body, cleansing, disappearing, wind control, sparks, soul capture, spirit body, clone. Special skills, 1 knife, eyes that see through the world, dream stealing and soul entering technique. Gold coins, 129421, otherworldly crystals, 2269, 10 heavenly beauties naturally increase their gold coins and crystals by 2000 per day. Chapter 102 Chapter 102 Yunqing University Base. After Fang Ge analyzed it carefully, suddenly I thought of the last sentence of the spirit gathering technique: the fusion of yin and yang benefits each other, and the mysterious female creates all things. Fang Ge guessed that when yin and yang were blending together, he did not actively practice the spirit gathering technique. But after integrating with the spirit fighting body, he can operate the spirit gathering technique independently. So, in every practice with these beautiful girls, he was able to trigger the final mystery of the spirit gathering technique: the method of blending yin and yang. Therefore, both men and women can obtain such effects. After figuring it out, Fang Ge woke Song Yiyao up again and told her about the last inspection report, which showed that some items had some problems and needed to be re-inspected. Song Yiyao immediately puffed up her cheeks and gave Fang Ge a displeased look. There was no other way. Fang Ge had to comfort her during the next inspection. During the comforting process, Fang Ge did not forget his purpose. After a round of in-depth research, Fang Ge found that it was exactly as he thought. Next, Fang Ge tried various angles and strange movements to test the fluctuations in the data. The test results show that fresh and novel things will indeed cause changes in the data. For example, some cause rolls, some fierce plots, or giving the other person a strange yet intimate title, and so on, will cause different changes in the data. It was not until 2 days later that Fang Ge released Song Yiyao after obtaining all her detailed data. After being released, Song Yiyao immediately went to her aunt to cry and complain. Then Song Yuyan came to the room to find Fang Ge and asked what was going on and how the three of them should get along. Seeing this, Fang Ge just said one sentence: to each his own. He immediately locked Song Yuyan in his room. He just needed more Tianjiao at this moment to verify his data. Since Song Yuyan came to him voluntarily, Fang Ge would be disrespectful to refuse it. Before Song Yuyan could continue speaking, Fang Ge started to examine her body.
Then the charming sounds in the room echoed throughout the day and night. Next, all the Tianjiu who had made a soul contract with Fang Ge.
Fang Ge pulled them over one by one and gave them a physical examination.
It was found that the results were similar and both parties benefited. More importantly, all the data is complete.
Moreover, after the frequent nourishment over the past few days, Fang Ge's physical constraints have reached a critical point.
But at this last critical point, no matter how hard he fought or how hard he sprinted,
I can never break through.
There was no other way, so Fang Ge had to temporarily stop the physical examination work at Tinjiao shelter. In fact, in addition to using alien crystals to break through the shackles,
Fang Ge also knew there was another way to break free from the shackles.
That is to pile up a large number of alien crystals together. Then he used the crystals to continuously attack the shackles in his body. This method is the same as the way to absorb crystals from other worlds.
However, the effect of using alien crystals to break the shackles is relatively poor, so the amount of alien crystals required is very huge.
If you want to break through the first layer of shackles, you will need to consume 1000 energy of alien crystal. To replace it with alien crystals would require more than 2000, or even more, and there is also the risk of failure. In his previous life, Fang Ge had to exchange alien crystals for food and pay protection fees to the base. It is simply difficult to gather so many alien crystals. I finally managed to get it together once, but ended up failing. From then on, Fang Ge started to give up and hide completely until the day of the end.
This second layer of shackles can only be broken if a second-level alien world rift appears. Otherwise, you want to break it at this stage. Fang Ge estimated that at least 5,000 alien crystals would be needed, and there was still a possibility of failure. This deal is too risky no matter how you look at it. Fang Ge thought about it carefully in his mind, and finally gave up. Let us go to Yunqing University tomorrow.
After Fang Ge smelled the special body odor of Lu Liansha, he fell into a long-lost dream.
Early the next morning, Fang Ge took Shu Yuer, Song Yuyan and Song Yiyao to Yunqing University. Fang Ge originally planned to go alone to clear out the alien world rift at Yunqing University. But when Shu Yuer and Song Yiyao heard that they were going to Yunqing University, they immediately asked to go. Since Song Yiyao was going to Yunqing University, Song Yuyan was naturally worried, so she asked to come along. As a result, Fang Ge had no choice but to take the three women with him. After Fang Ge's repeated development, Song Yiyao's combat effectiveness finally caught up with the team. Moreover, when Song Yiyao was hanging out with Bao Shangru, she imitated many of Bao Shangru's moves.
At the same time, he also learned some fighting skills from Shaoling. In addition, Fang Ge has been focusing on strengthening her recently, and Song Yiyao's physical fitness has reached 50 at this time.
Not only that, under Fang Ge's repeated fierce attacks, the first layer of shackles on Song Yiyao's body was also in a shaky state.
Fang Ge also gave her a pair of special gloves. This way she looks like a simplified version of Bao Shangru. After Song Yiyao's ability evolved into the mutant level, she gained the skills of the alien beast space. In this way, she can carry all the exotic beasts she has contracted with her. She can summon her own monster at any time through the monster space. Fang Ge then handed the second silver-feathered and green-winged egg to her.
Song Yiyao also successfully contracted the second silver-feathered green-wing.
Now these two silver-feathered and green-winged creatures have also emerged from their cocoons one after the other. Generally, these insect-type monsters that emerge from their cocoons have very high combat power as soon as they come out. Although its current shape is not as big as the one that laid eggs, its physical fitness has reached 130. These two silver-feathered and green-winged creatures only eat crystals from other worlds, but Fang Ge doesn't have any crystals from other worlds to feed them. Fang Ge had no choice but to exchange for the strengthening pill and try it. Although Yinling Qingqi was disgusted, he still ate it. Fang Ge tried to exchange the refined pill again, and Yinling Qingqi finally showed an excited expression.
This directly increased Fang Ge's training costs a lot.
After taking a few refined pills, the physical fitness of the two silver-winged and green-winged creatures reached about 150. By controlling two strange beasts with a physical fitness of 150, Song Yiyao's combat power suddenly reached the first place among all the Tianjiu.
Not long after, Fang Ge and his group arrived at the gate of Yunqing University.
I saw that the gate at the university entrance was closed. At the gate, there were several men standing, one of whom was yawning out of boredom. It seems that he is the person guarding the door.
Fang Ge walked up, and one of the men immediately tried to stop him after noticing Fang Ge. "Who are you? Don't you know this is the Yunda base? Don't hang around here if you have nothing to do. Leave now. Fang Ge ignored the other party and asked calmly, who is your leader? Our leader is Luo Xiao. Ha? Who are you? Why are you asking about our leader? If Fang Ge heard correctly, the leader the man just mentioned should be called Luo Xiaoyang. This guy relies on his family's wealth. He is handsome, sunny, has good academic performance, is an athlete, speaks well, is good at coaxing girls, and is especially good at creating romance. He often shows off at school. He is an old acquaintance of Fang Ge. Every time Fang Ge tried to get close to Shu Yuer, this guy would come and humiliate him. This guy has been coveting Shu Yuer for a long time. I pursued her from freshman year to senior year, but unfortunately I was unsuccessful. Therefore, anyone who approached Shu Yuer would be driven away by him. Chapter 103 Chapter 103 The leader of the Yunda base. Fang Ge continued, call out your leader and have him take me to your alien world rift. Our leader is so busy that he doesn't have time. Ha! Bastard, who sent you to actually plan to attack our alien world rift? You must know that this alien crack is the foundation of this base. Without this crack, the base would have collapsed long ago. The conversation between Fang Ge and the man made Shu Yuer and the other two behind him feel extremely strange. If they hadn't recognized that this was indeed Yunqing University, they would have thought they had arrived in another world with Fang Ge. But Fang Ge was completely different. This kind of conversation made him feel very close. Only at this moment did he find the familiarity of the end of the world. You people are really weird. We are all students here, and my aunt is a teacher here. Why are you blocking us from entering? A silver bell-like voice came from behind Fang Ge. The group of guys guarding the gate immediately shifted their attention to behind Fang Ge. Only then did they notice Shu Yuer, Song Yiyao, and Song Yuyan. The person who was speaking was a young and beautiful girl, and standing next to her was a beautiful woman who looked like a young woman. The most eye-catching one is a woman with pink hair, who looks extremely charming. Each of the three has her own characteristics, and each one is more beautiful than the other, making the group of people drool. The leading man wiped his saliva. He observed the four people carefully and found that none of them had the Evolution Bureau badge on their chest. The three women all looked very delicate, and Fang Ge simply ignored them in his eyes. The man's first thought was that these people couldn't make it outside and wanted to come and join the leader of this base. Are you planning to come and join our Yunda base? If you're here to seek refuge, I'm afraid we'll have to accept some benefits, oh no, some comfort. He. After the leading man finished speaking, the people behind him licked their tongues and laughed. These people don't look like students from Yunqing University at all. Ever since Yunqing University experienced 2 attacks by strange beasts, most of the students in the school died or escaped, and only a small number were left in school. Nowadays, a large proportion of the people here are outsiders, and many of them come here on their own initiative to seek refuge. Because an evolver fighting alone is easily oppressed by a strong one. So they all took the initiative to choose some forces to join. It is relatively comfortable to hug each other this way. But if ordinary people come to seek refuge, it will be more difficult. If they are of no use or have outstanding looks, they will be driven away immediately. What are you talking about? Who wants to join you? Who are you and why are you occupying our school? Song Yiyao pouted and said angrily. You are such a clueless little girl, you don't know your place. You don't understand anything. Everyone in Yunqing knows that both the Song and Zhao families are trying their best to win us over. Our Yunda base is now very popular in Yunqing. There are quite a few people who want to join our Yunda base now. If it weren't for your good looks, I would have chased you away long ago. As a member of the Yunda base, the leading man looked proud towards Song Yiyao. It seemed as if he was waiting for Song Yiyao to kneel down and lick him. Just when Song Yiyao was about to scold the other party again, Fang Ge suddenly said, let's go in. I already know the location of the alien world rift. There's no need to waste time here. Just now, Song Yiyao was arguing with the leading man. Fang Ge has found the location of the rift in the other world through the Eye of Transparency, which is in the mountains behind the school. What? You guys are the only ones planning to take advantage of the cracks in our base? Brothers, arrest them. After saying that, the group quickly surrounded Fang Ge and the others. In an office at the Yunnan University base, a strong man was pressing down on a delicate body, performing a series of unspeakable actions. Before the end of the world, Lu Deong was a wanted criminal.
He was being pursued by the police department, the end of the world has come.
So he luckily escaped the pursuit and became an evolver.
Afterwards, he joined a team of evolvers and survived with great difficulty. Then, by chance, their team found a crack.
There were not many monsters in this crack at that time.
With the help of various lighting and fog detecting tools, they stumbled their way to a huge crystal. The huge energy crystal immediately aroused everyone's greed. After a series of fights and betrayals, Lu Deong survived to the end. He also successfully broke through the shackles of the first level. He was ecstatic to gain new strength. He originally thought that he could do whatever he wanted in Yunqing from now on. When he was committing crimes again, he was caught on the spot by a guy who claimed to be from the police department.
The two of them started a big fight right away. Although Lu Deong's evolutionary quality is higher than that of the other party.
But the opponent was a person with superpowers, and Lu Deong soon couldn't withstand it anymore and began to flee. The other party chased him for 9 blocks with a stick.
Until Lu Deong escaped to Yunqing University and met a man named Xia Yaohui.
Xia Yaohui saw that although Lu Deong was not a person with special abilities, he was very powerful. If I didn't use my superpowers, I wouldn't be able to beat him.
So the intention of recruiting him arose.
The two of them had similar interests and hit it off immediately.
They joined forces to keep old Zhao from the police bureau out.
Based on his strength, he is now considered the third in command of the Yunda base. But Luo Xiaoyan was always on guard against him and did not let him get close to the crack in the alien world. He was only sent away with women of ordinary appearance. He originally wanted to wait for Xia Yaohui to come back and go out together to find some fresh food to try. But after waiting for several days, no one showed up. Just when he was venting his anger alone, one of his men rushed in.
"Boss Lu. Something bad has happened. Someone has broken into our Yunda base. Get lost. If you want to attack me, just attack me. It's none of my business. Go find your leader Luo."
Lu Deong did not interrupt his actions, but just waved impatiently at his men. Chief Luo was now in the rift. I'm afraid he can't come at all.
If he can't come, then I'll be free. Don't you see how busy I am now?
After Lu Deong finished speaking, he turned the steering wheel frantically and stepped on the accelerator several times. The callers are 3 very beautiful women. They are said to be the former school belle and teacher of Yunqing. Before the man could finish his words, he heard a sharp brake sound. The racer who was speeding just now had already left the driver's seat. When Lu Deong arrived at the scene, he found people lying all the way.
And they are all Yunnan University bases. Lu Deong continued to chase along this road.
Finally, Fang Ge and his group were spotted.
Chapter 104 Luo Xiaoyan's Rhapsody. Stop right there, all of you.
Hearing this, Fang Ge and the other 3 turned around and looked over. When I saw Song Yiyao, Song Yuyan, and Shu Yuer,
Lu Deong was stunned by the 3 people's figures and appearances.
Especially the girl with pink hair. The first time he saw it, his whole body went numb and he instantly felt his kidneys were a little empty.
What a beauty that brings disaster. I can't even handle this one, and now there are 3 of them coming at me at once. It's really God's will. As expected, when people are in dire straits, good things will come. When Lu Deong was daydreaming, Fang Ge was ready to kill him.
From Lu Deong's eyes and the murderous aura he carried, he felt that this man was a very evil person.
But Song Yiyao felt that Fang Ge was about to take action.
So he immediately stopped her and said, "Senior, let me deal with him."
Song Yiyao finally came out to get some fresh air. She didn't want Fang Ge to chop melons and vegetables all the way. You 3 women. When Lu Deong was about to speak, Song Yiyao's fist had already attacked. Song Yiyao thought that the other party would be like the previous ones and be knocked away by her punch. But I didn't expect to hear a pop sound. Her fist was firmly grasped by Lu Deong. You little beauty are so impatient. You can't hold back any longer. Are you planning to pounce on me? He. After saying that, Lu Deong's other hand had already reached out to grab Song Yiyao's breasts.
But at this moment, singer Fang took up the music and played a pluck of his finger.
The next second, an invisible force instantly bounced his claws away. Lu Deong didn't understand what was going on and looked confused. Song Yiyao took advantage of this opportunity and punched Lu Deong in the heart with her other fist.
Lu Deong resisted hastily and was knocked back several meters. Fang Ge glanced at Lu Deong and found that his physical fitness had reached 80. This surprised Fang Ge a little. At this stage, the evolvers can break through the first layer of shackles.
Unless they are from a big family, they are people with extraordinary luck. Song Yeo continued to pursue the opportunity.
But Lu Daong is a man who has fought his way through, and his physical fitness is much better than Song Yeo's. Even though Song Yeo had the upper hand in the attack and was wearing special boxing gloves. Unfortunately, due to lack of experience, he was unable to hit Lu Daong head-on. Lu Daong quickly turned from defense to offense and grabbed Song Yeo's peak again, but was unfortunately bounced away by an invisible force again.
After that, every time Lu Daong gained the upper hand and was about to touch Song Yeo,
they were all shaken away by Hui Fang's invisible finger snap.
This made Lu Daong very depressed. He knew that someone must be helping this little beauty.
But he had no time to explore. Because he was being chased closely by Song Yeo in front of him. What made him even more depressed was that from time to time, a ray of light would cover the girl in front of him. Whenever this girl is covered by the light, she suddenly becomes full of energy.
At the same time, once the light from Song Yeo comes into contact with Lu Daong, a burning sensation will occur. This made Lu Daong feel very frustrated, while Song Yeo enjoyed the fight more and more. As Song Yeo unleashed herself in battle,
the already shaky shackles in her body began to gradually break. Finally, there was a soft moan sound.
Song Yeo began to transform, and a new power emerged from her body.
Her body seemed to have become fuller and her skin became tighter and more elastic.
There have also been some changes in temperament.
She was originally a beautiful young girl, but now she looks more like a Sailor Moon.
Lu Daong noticed the change in Song Yeo at a glance.
He couldn't believe his eyes.
How could this beautiful girl in front of him suddenly make a breakthrough?
Song Yeo, who had made a breakthrough, was preparing to attack again with the supernatural boxing gloves in her hands.
Lu Daong has already escaped.
He already knew that he had offended someone he shouldn't have. As he was running for his life, a red and black crack suddenly appeared 1 meter in front of him.
He was caught off guard and ran straight in.
But the next second, he ran out again, but his running direction changed.
Lu Daong ran straight towards Song Yeo.
He was greeted not only by the suppression of holy light, but also by Song Yeo's full-strength powerful punch from supernatural powers. This time he had no way to avoid it and was hit directly by the punch, and his body was shattered to the ground like a rag.
Is this another dimension?
Seeing Lu Daong coming back just now, Fang Ge couldn't help but look at Shu Yuer in surprise. When Shu Yuer saw Fang Ge looking at her, she stuck out her pink tongue and smiled smugly. At this moment, the surrounding ground began to shake slightly.
This feeling. Fang Ge immediately used his eye of transparency to scan the back mountain.
It was discovered that the alien world crack located in the back mountain was slowly closing.
Who is it? Could it be Luo Xiaoyan? At this stage, the second level of the alien world rift is difficult to break through by a single psychic. Does he have other helpers? Fang Ge took the 3 girls and prepared to go over to see what was going on.
At this time, at the exit of the alien world crack, a strong figure jumped out from the crack.
It was Luo Xiaoyang. Ahahaha.
After Luo Xiaoyang jumped out, he immediately burst into laughter towards the sun in the sky.
He showed an expression of arrogance.
By the way, Luo Xiaoyang is also a ruthless person. In the second layer of the alien world rift, challenged the guardian beast the Silver Beetle King alone. He relied on his iron body to withstand the corrosive wave of the Silver Beetle King. He forcibly absorbed the supernatural crystal and finally succeeded in killing the Silver Beetle King. Although he looks very disheveled now, there are even some signs of corrosion on his surface. But at this moment, his physical fitness, like Fang Ge's, has reached the peak of the second stage.
According to his current body's recovery ability, these signs of corrosion will heal quickly. Xia Yaoi, this idiot, actually stayed at the Song family for so long. He must still be intoxicated by the gentle paradise arranged for him by the Song family.
Thanks to this old pervert's absence, I was able to take advantage of this opportunity to absorb all the alien crystals here.
Before this, Luo Xiaoyan was afraid that Xia Yaoi would use his invisibility ability to cause trouble. So I never dared to challenge the guardian beast inside. Now even if Xia Yaoi comes back, he will have no choice but to submit to him. What Zhao family, what Song family, what Evolver Management Bureau? You want to win me over, but you just want to tell me what to do. Luo Xiaoyang is very ambitious and wants to stand at the top of Yuncheng. These families in Yuncheng are all old-fashioned. What a bunch of idiots. What's the point of always guarding the rift in the other world? You'll never produce a strong person by being so stingy. If a stronger monster appears, all these families will be destroyed. Luo Xiaoyang had another idea. He wanted to snatch all the alien crystals in Yuncheng. He vaguely felt that as long as he had enough energy, he would be able to break through to the next level again. Humph, from today on, I want all the families in Yuncheng to submit to me. I want them to personally send the women of the family here. The Song family, the Zhao family, the Chao family, but unfortunately the head of the Ling family is nowhere to be found. Thinking of this, a pink figure appeared in Luo Xiaoyang's mind again. Just when he was full of energy and proud. A pleasant voice interrupted him. Luo Xiaoyang, what are you crazy about? I heard you howling from a distance. Chapter 105 Chapter 105 I warned you not to touch her again. Luo Xiaoyang's imagination was forcibly interrupted, and murderous intent suddenly arose in his heart. But when he turned around, he found that the person coming was Song Yao, the one he had been thinking about. The murderous look on his face instantly disappeared. Sister Yao, I didn't expect to see you here. Did you come here specifically to see me? Luo Xiaoyang didn't expect that Song Yao, who had suddenly disappeared before, would return to Yuncheng University. I'm not your sister, don't call me that. Although Luo Xiaoyang is very handsome, Song Yao feels disgusted every time she hears him speak. Song Yao suddenly changed her mind and thought that if Fang Ge called her that, it might sound comfortable. Song Yao's inexplicable thought made her ears turn slightly red. It's okay, Sister Yao, we will be a family soon. Then the two of us will have a more intimate name. Luo Xiaoyang stared straight at Song Yao. What nonsense are you talking about? Who are you a family with? Luo Xiaoyang's eyes made Song Yao very uncomfortable. The Song family sent you here personally, don't I understand? And your aunt must have been with that fellow Xia Yaohui. Luo Xiaoyang looked at Song Yao confidently. Luo Xiaoyang, please don't spread rumors here and tarnish the innocence of Yao and me. Song Yuyan, Fang Ge, and Shu Yuer were walking towards them from not far away. Song Yuyan? Why is she here? Could it be that Xia Yaohui is back too? It just so happens that Xia Yaohui is no longer of any use to us. I'll take care of her women. Although a little broken, they are still very good looking. Song Yuyan, Wang Mani, Han Yuan, her daughter, and her wife. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoyang discovered a very eye-catching figure. A pink figure that haunts his dreams, a figure that he would automatically think of when he pressed other women. What day is today? I didn't expect that when I was about to reach the top of Yuncheng University, the three most beautiful women in Yuncheng University would appear beside me at the same time. Is even the heavens celebrating for me? Teacher Song Yuer, I didn't expect you all to come. How did you know I was here? Did you come here specially to celebrate for me? Luo Xiaoyan was very happy at this moment. Mr. Luo, could you please stop talking so strangely? Let me ask you, were you responsible for the changes in the alien world rift behind you? Song Yao didn't have a good face towards Luo Xiaoyang at all. Luo Xiaoyan looked at Song Yao's rude attitude towards him and did not show any anger. Instead, he answered her questions with great interest. That's right, I was the one who killed all the monsters in this alien rift by myself. Such a powerful man, I don't believe that you women won't be attracted to me. After saying this, Luo Xiaoyang showed a proud expression. It really is this guy. Fang Ge glanced at Luo Xiaoyang and found that his physical fitness was already the same as his own. This guy is quite courageous, unlike those families in Yuncheng. But why haven't I heard of this guy in my previous life? Logically, such a person would definitely become one of the strongest people in Yuncheng. Maybe it's because I changed something. Is it Xia Yaohui? Fang Ge, this alien world rift looks like it's about to disappear. Should we still go in? At this time, Shu Yuer walked to Fang Ge, put her arm around him and asked affectionately. This scene made Luo Xiaoyang's eyes bloodshot. Only then did he notice Fang Ge, who was left in the crowd. Asshole. Fang Ge, you stinky loser. I warned you not to touch Shu Yuer again, but it seems you didn't take my words to heart. When they were in school, Luo Xiaoyang spread rumors that Shu Yuer was his girlfriend. This caused Shu Yuer a lot of trouble. Now that he showed this attitude in front of her, Shu Yuer immediately showed an expression of disgust towards Luo Xiaoyang. Luo Xiaoyang still treats Shu Yuer as his own personal property. Fang Ge looked at Luo Xiaoyang's angry expression and smiled faintly. Then he turned his head to Shu Yuer's side and kissed her tender and smooth lips. After kissing for a long time, he took his tongue out of Shu Yuer's mouth,
and there was a phenomenon of pulling out of the tongue when they separated. Seeing Shu Yuer showing a shy expression towards Fang Ge, Luo Xiaoyang almost exploded on the spot.
His originally handsome and sunny face was almost half darker. When Song Yiyao saw Luo Xiaoyang's expression, a mischievous smile suddenly appeared on her face.
She came to Fang Ge and kissed him passionately. They kissed for nearly 3 minutes before breaking apart. Song Yiyao didn't know why, she originally just wanted to touch the surface. As a result, once we kissed, we couldn't bear to separate. Fang Ge looked at Song Yiyao. He couldn't figure out which one Song Yiyao was now. Sometimes playful and energetic, sometimes gentle and lovely. The flirting here is very sweet. Luo Xiaoyang was already extremely angry. His face was as gloomy as water and no one knew what he was thinking.
After a while,
he looked at Shu Yuer, Song Yiyao, and Song Yuyan before speaking slowly. Originally I wanted you to be my most intimate female pets. But I have changed my mind now, I want you 3 to be my slaves. Then, he stared at Fang Ge and said, Fang Ge, I won't let you die easily. I will let you live well and watch the end of these 3 people. Luo Xiaoyang was filled with murderous intent, and the cold light in his eyes shot straight at Fang Ge.
Luo Xiaoyang slowly walked towards Fang Ge. He originally wanted to take down Fang Ge in an instant, but Shu Yuer and Song Yiyao were still beside Fang Ge.
He was afraid that his power was too great and would kill these women instantly. He also wanted to make these people surrender by emitting layers of oppression from himself. I'll deal with him. Song Yiyao looked fearless and was about to rush forward.
Fang Ge grabbed her slender waist and hugged her back.
This little girl really doesn't know her place.
Luo Xiaoyang is much stronger than her.
Fang Ge held Song Yiyao in his arms and whispered behind her ear, You're no match for him, don't rush in blindly. Then I'll use my pet to deal with him. After Song Yiyao finished speaking, she immediately released her 2 silver-feathered green wings. Big green, little green, come over here and get that big little pudding for me.
Song Yiyao excitedly commanded the 2 dark green monsters. Hold! A frown appeared on Fang Ge's forehead. After receiving Song Yiyao's instructions, Dalu and Xiaolu immediately focused on the protruding parts of Luo Xiaoyang. Next second, the sound of ding 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 rang out several times in succession. Wow! Why is this thing so hard? Song Yiyao blushed immediately after saying this.
Because another, more solid object came to her mind.
Chapter 106 Chapter 106 3 Women and Luo Xiaoyang. The moment Big Green and Little Green attacked, Luo Xiaoyang felt a sense of crisis. He immediately activated his steal ability. In just a few seconds, he was attacked dozens of times. Luo Xiaoyang felt it after these dozen attacks. The combat effectiveness of these 2 monsters is no weaker than the guardian beast that he had just killed in the crack. And it's extremely fast. If he hadn't made a huge breakthrough, I'm afraid he couldn't last more than 3 minutes with such an attack. Thinking of this, Luo Xiaoyang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. What surprised him even more was that these 2 strange beasts actually obeyed Song Yiyao's command. If it weren't for my sudden appearance, Song Yiyao would probably be the number 1 person in Yuncheng. But unfortunately, from today on, Song Yiyao will become his slave girl.
And she is a powerful slave girl.
Luo Xiaoyang's face, which had been gloomy just now showed a hint of joy.
Gradually, he became familiar with the attack methods of Big Green and Little Green.
Soon, the attacks of Big Green and Little Green could no longer pose a threat to Luo Xiaoyang. Just when Luo Xiaoyang caught Xiaolu's movements and was about to counterattack, an intense incandescent light descended from the sky, instantly pressing down on him and causing his movements to suddenly come to a halt. What's going on? Through the strong light, Luo Xiaoyang vaguely saw a figure raising his hand and pointing at him. Song Yuyan? How could she have such a powerful ability?
This ability not only made his body slow down, but also gave him a burning sensation.
Although this burning sensation could not penetrate Luo Xiaoyang's iron body, but it can keep his body warm.
Ding 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 ding.
The attacks of Big Green and Little Green once again hit Luo Xiaoyang's body. Although this attack cannot actually hurt Luo Xiaoyang, it will still cause some stinging sensation. And the frequent attacks made him very annoyed. He decided to give up using pressure to conquer these women. If we subdue this woman first, Song Yiyao will naturally be cautious. Luo Xiaoyan looked at Song Yuyan and quickly grabbed her position. The accident happened again.
Luo Xiaoyang suddenly felt a different kind of supernatural power fluctuation. A very thin crack appeared on his body out of thin air. The emergence of this crack made him feel the real crisis. He hurriedly retreated dozens of meters at the fastest speed. Luo Xiaoyan looked down at his waist and found a tiny wound on his kidney. There was a trace of blood on it. However, with the help of the iron power, it was quickly blocked. What kind of weird power is this? Luo Xiaoyang raised his head and glanced at the three women, and found that Shu Yuer also raised her hand and pointed at him from a distance.
Shu Yuer. Her supernatural power can actually hurt me. Hateful. Why are these three women already superpowered and still surrounding Fang Ge? And you are here to deal with me together.
At first, he felt the fluctuation of supernatural powers from these people.
But he didn't take it seriously. He was very proud and thought he was invincible.
But now he has lost face one after another because of these three women.
Luo Xiaoyang was forced to retreat.
Big Green and Little Green attacked again, and the Holy Light continued to suppress him. At this moment, he could only continue to defend passively.
Because as soon as he gets close to the three women, or reveals any flaw, Shu Yuer's supernatural powers will be bestowed upon Luo Xiaoyang.
For a moment, Luo Xiaoyang was in a very embarrassing situation. Despite this, Fang Ge found that Luo Xiaoyang's aura had not diminished at all.
And he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Fang Ge observed with the eye of transparency. He immediately noticed that there was still a strong external force on Luo Xiaoyang.
This external force has always been hidden around him. Luo Xiaoyang didn't seem to care about the loss of this power. Fang Ge guessed that this might be the energy of a crystal from another world. After Luo Xiaoyang's physical fitness reached its limit, there was still a lot of crystal energy that had not been absorbed by him.
So it has always been hidden in his body.
If you ignore it, it will soon disappear. Now he just used this energy to consume the special abilities of Shu Yuer and the other two. Luo Xiaoyang has gradually become familiar with the attacks of the three women. A cold look began to appear in his eyes. Fang Ge suddenly reminded Song Yao from behind. Yao, take back Big Green and Little Green.
Why, Fang Ge?
We have suppressed Luo Xiaoyang now, and we may be able to defeat him soon.
Song Yao looked at Fang Ge with a puzzled expression. I advise you to take it back quickly. Otherwise, everything you have endured in the past few days will be wasted.
Fang Ge did not explain, but just calmly persuaded him again.
Song Yao was confused.
But her eyes flickered for a moment, and she immediately took back Big Green and Little Green. Seeing this, Song Yuyan and Shu Yuer also stopped. After the three women took back their special powers, Luo Xiaoyang did not take advantage of the situation to counterattack. He just looked at Shu Yuer and the other two silently, and no one knew what he was thinking.
Song Yuyan, Song Yao, Shu Yuer, the three of you are already noble psychics. Why are you still hanging around this useless loser who has no looks or abilities? In Luo Xiaoyang's eyes, Fang Ge was so ordinary that he didn't even have a bit of brilliance. I heard Luo Xiaoyang's comments on Fang Ge. The three women couldn't help but look back at Fang Ge. In their eyes, there was a hint of arrogance in Fang Ge's indifferent expression, and a hint of otherworldly temperament in his evil and charming appearance.
Such a handsome and elegant man was actually belittled by Luo Xiaoyang.
They were all thinking at the same time, is Luo Xiaoyang blind?
After looking at each other a few more times, the three women couldn't help but show shyness on their faces. Although Fang Ge restrained his aura and temperament.
But under the soul contract, Fang Ge's true appearance was difficult to hide in front of Shu Yuer and the other two.
If you three are willing to submit to me and stay by my side to assist me, I believe we will soon be able to control the entire Cloud City, and even reach the highest point in this world in the future. Luo Xiaoyan was still talking to himself with a proud look on his face. He even opened his arms, ready to welcome Shu Yuer and the other two to kneel down in submission. He didn't even notice that the three women were ignoring him at this point.
Instead, they focused their attention on Fang Ge and were influenced by Fang Ge's evil charm.
Shu Yuer and the other two all showed expressions of admiration and attachment. Luo Xiaoyang, if you want to dominate the world, just go by yourself.
Why are you pestering my woman? You're such a weird person.
After Fang Ge finished speaking, he began to kiss the three women in turn. First it was Song Yuyan, and Fang Ge used the sucking method. When your lips touch, first inhale the fragrant orchid scent in your mouth into your lungs, and then circulate it to neutralize it. Then pry out the smooth and mellow thing, moving gently and slowly. Then take all the nectar into your mouth, savor it between your teeth for a few breaths, then it passes through the esophagus and flows into the stomach and intestines.
Chapter 107 Chapter 107 Breakthrough. The Second Transcendent Realm. Please approve this review.
I can only use a few words like this, otherwise the word count will not be enough.
Fang Ge did not favor one over the other. Then it was Song Yao's turn. I can't go into detail about it. Finally, there is Shu Yuer. I can't go into detail about it. The three of them drank with Fang Ge several times one by one. Asshole Fang Ge. Get your dirty stuff off Shu Yuer. Luo Xiaoyang was furious and could not bear it for another moment. He leaped up and launched a powerful attack at Fang Ge.
He no longer intended to be gentle with women, nor did he care whether he would hurt Shu Yuer and the other two daughters. Because he felt that the bodies and minds of these three women had probably been defiled by Fang Ge.
I am no longer qualified to stand with him.
The opponent came at him aggressively. Fang Ge raised his eyebrows slightly and jumped up.
He also punched Luo Xiaoyang back. There was a loud boom.
The two fists collided, and a strong airwave suddenly appeared between them. This gust of air brought up a strong wind, causing sand and rocks to fly around. The women behind Fang Ge were also pushed back several meters by the airwave. Luo Xiaoyang and Fang Ge also took a few steps back after the punch. After this confrontation, Fang Ge felt that Luo Xiaoyang's strength was about the same as his own. However, Luo Xiaoyang has a body of steel and is far superior to Fang Ge in defense.
After this round, Fang Ge's fists felt numb and sore.
However, the recovery ability of his spiritual fighting body quickly allowed him to recover as before.
At this moment, Luo Xiaoyang was shocked.
He couldn't believe that this waste in his eyes was actually as strong as him.
Why?
He had wasted so much and was in a life or death situation. Only then did I gain the power I have today. He originally thought that after coming out of the alien world crack, he would definitely be the number one person in Yunqing, but Fang Ge suddenly appeared. He didn't believe it, so he punched again, and Fang Ge punched back as well.
The game ended in a draw again, but Luo Xiaoyang was unwilling to accept the outcome.
He was determined to fight Fang Ge with his fists. The two of them fought each other in the most primitive way, punch after punch.
The momentum from their battle had already pushed Shu Yuer and the other two back far away. Luo Xiaoyang actually didn't want to fight with Fang Ge. He always punched Fang Ge's vital points.
But for some reason, at the last moment, Fang Ge's body would always adjust into a posture ready to fight against himself.
Is this an illusion? How could this guy change his movements in an instant?
This made him feel very frustrated.
However, as the number of punches increased, Luo Xiaoyang discovered that Fang Ge was injured, but his own iron body was not damaged at all. This discovery made Luo Xiaoyang's mouth curl up slightly. Humph, I want to see how long you can hold on.
Blood oozed from Fang Ge's fist, but it quickly healed.
In terms of defense, Fang Ge is indeed not as good as Luo Xiaoyang.
But in terms of speed, he can make Luo Xiaoyang unable to catch up with him.
Fang Ge initially planned to use speed to deal with Luo Xiaoyang.
But when he and Luo Xiaoyang started fighting with the first punch, Fang Ge gave up. Because he felt the collision of his fists with Luo Xiaoyang. It actually caused the last critical point of his body's shackles to jump slightly.
So he decisively had a most primitive confrontation with Luo Xiaoyang. And Fang Ge discovered that during the collision with Luo Xiaoyang. The excess crystal energy in Luo Xiaoyang's body is beginning to overflow in large quantities. This overflowing energy gave Fang Ge another boost in his breakthrough. At the beginning, Song Yuyan and the other two were ready to take action against Luo Xiaoyang again. But Fang Ge stopped him with a soul contract. He was afraid that the actions of Song Yuyan and the other two would disrupt his chance to break free from the shackles. The two of them fought each other nearly 100 times again. Fang Ge's critical point is still in a shaky situation, and he can never cross that last point. Fang Ge's eyes narrowed. Suddenly opened his middle door. Seeing this, Luo Xiaoyang would never miss such a good opportunity. A punch was thrown, hitting Fang Ge's chest hard. Fang Ge's body was instantly blown dozens of meters away. Then he fell to the ground and didn't move. Ah ha 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 ha. Bah!
You're a worthless piece of trash.
Luo Xiaoyang spat in Fang Ge's direction.
You stinky loser, you will always be a waste, and you dare to touch my woman.
This is what happens to you. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Fang Ge was finally defeated by him, Luo Xiaoyang couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Shu Yuer, Song Yao, and Song Yuyan covered their lips and looked at Fang Ge, who collapsed on the ground with worry. However, they soon sensed from soul communication that Fang Ge was fine. So they breathed a sigh of relief and returned to their normal composure. Luo Xiaoyan looked at Shu Yuer and the other two with pride. Well, this is the man you've been eyeing. Now he's just like this in my hands. He, that loser Fang Ge is dead, now it's my turn to settle some scores with you guys. I will train you well, and then erase all traces of Fang Ge left in your bodies. Luo Xiaoyang now regained his previous confident and high-spirited attitude. At this moment, Shu Yuer and the other two looked at Luo Xiaoyang expressionlessly. Then he shifted his gaze behind him. Seeing this, Luo Xiaoyang turned around with a puzzled look on his face. I found that Fang Ge had stood up again. You can actually stand up. Humph. Even if he can stand up, it's just a spent force. I will kill you completely this time. Luo Xiaoyang believed that Fang Ge must be holding on for the time being. Luo Xiaoyang, the game is over. Next. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to leave a last word. Fang Ge looked at Luo Xiaoyang indifferently. He has now broken through to a newer level. Fang Ge. Physical fitness, 50 plus 150 plus 20-second transcendent stage spiritual fighting body. Spiritual power cultivation, 183. Sea of consciousness, 171. Number of Tianjiao contracts, 10. Magic skills, soul gathering, transparency, light body, cleansing, disappearing, wind control, sparks, soul capture, spirit body, clone. Special skills, one knife, eyes that see through the world, dream stealing and soul entering technique. Gold, 145421, otherworldly crystals, 3569. Although his physical fitness had increased by 20, it was like breaking through the first layer of shackles at this moment. The level of the body is different, it is a more subtle change. He felt that Luo Xiaoyang's movements had slowed down a lot in his eyes. Even without using the light body illusion technique, Fang Ge could easily dodge Luo Xiaoyang's attacks. Chapter 108 Infinite Punch. Luo Xiaoyan's eyes blurred and Fang Ge's figure disappeared from the spot. The next second, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Before he could react, he was hit hard several times in the kidneys. Luo Xiaoyan wanted to fight back, but was suddenly thrown up by Fang Ge. After losing his balance, Luo Xiaoyan was unable to fight back and was unilaterally beaten by Fang Ge in the air. Even if he could fight back, he would not be able to catch Fang Ge's sight at all. The result is that he can only silently endure the critical hits one after another. With a bang. A punch hit Luo Xiaoyan's abdomen hard, causing his body to fall straight from the air. It slammed heavily into the ground. But after a while, Luo Xiaoyang slowly crawled out of the pit on the ground. This series of attacks only caused him some minor injuries. Luo Xiaoyan wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. He. Fang Ge, so what if you're faster than me? But your attacks will never kill me. When you run out of strength, he. Luo Xiaoyan laughed grimly. Can't kill you? Fang Ge curled up the corners of his mouth and put on a sneer. The movements just now were just warm-up exercises for Fang Ge to test his new body. Luo Xiaoyang is now like a turtle hiding in its shell. It is indeed difficult to kill Luo Xiaoyang by ordinary means. But for Fang Ge, there are still many ways to kill him. For example, use the wind controlling technique to take him to a very high place and give him a rope-free bungee jumping. Or use tornado spark to roast him into a piece of charcoal. You can also hold him down and let Shu Yuer cut him into pieces alive. Of course, the easiest way is to use a special knife skill to cut him in two. But Fang Ge wanted to use a new trick to deal with him. He learned this new trick from Bao Shangru. In addition, during the boxing match with Luo Xiaoyang just now, this move slowly took shape. Fang Ge was seen assuming a posture ready to charge forward. Then an invisible force quickly gathered on his fist. The next second, a slight pulling force appeared around. A faint breeze began to blow around Fang Ge. As time went on, this pulling force became more and more obvious and stronger. And Fang Ge's momentum was gradually rising. A terrifying force is emerging in Fang Ge's heart. As the force was rapidly compressed, energy fluctuations began to spread from under Fang Ge. Luo Xiaoyang, who was the first to feel this force, realized that something was wrong. He subconsciously wanted to move his body, and the thought of escaping unconsciously emerged from the bottom of his heart. But a powerful consciousness locked onto him. He felt that if he ran away now, the consequences would probably be even worse. Luo Xiaoyang gritted his teeth and prepared himself for battle. Fang Ge's concentration has ended at this moment. Immediately after that, a punch was thrown, and the surrounding area of 100 meters was sucked into a vacuum, instantly turning this area into a silent world.
An astonishing energy wave rushed straight towards Luo Xiaoyang. Luo Xiaoyang used all his strength to block it. But only a second passed. Luo Xiaoyang's body was pierced by this energy wave. The remaining energy waves continued to move forward, directly blasting a hole in the mountain behind Luo Xiaoyang. Even the alien world crack next to it, which had not yet completely closed, showed a slight distortion. Luo Xiaoyang widened his eyes and looked at the big hole in his chest in disbelief. He waved his hands, trying desperately to fill the big hole. But his vision has begun to blur. Finally, I closed my eyes unwillingly.
Understand the infinite punch, a super punch that can shatter mountains and rivers, a punch of divine consciousness that can open up the world.
After Fang Ge used the infinite punch,
his spiritual power and spiritual consciousness were almost drained. Fang Ge felt that if his spiritual power and sea of consciousness were sufficient, this move could produce even more terrifying power. After Fang Ge recovered his exhausted strength on the spot, he came to the side of Shu Yuer and the other two girls. I found that they seemed to have not come to their senses yet and were staring at Fang Ge blankly. It was not until Fang Ge had taken action that they realized Luo Xiaoyang had been killed.
Fang Ge and his three companions returned to Yunqing University, ready to eliminate the remaining personnel in the base. Fang Ge will not spare any life for anyone who has done evil.
Some of those whose hands were relatively clean were kicked away by him. Afterwards, Shu Yuer and the other two went to the school to look for people they knew.
Fang Ge went to look for Xia Youhui's widow and orphans. Yunqing University, inside a faculty and staff dormitory.
Mom, Dad hasn't been home for many days.
Did he go looking for those vixens again? A young girl was complaining on the sofa.
A young woman who looked to be in her 30s and still had some charm was also feeling uneasy. But the world is too chaotic nowadays, and Yunqing University is full of good and bad people. If Xia Youhui was not one of the leaders of the space, the mother and daughter had already been eaten to the bone by these people. And that Luo Xiaoyang also comes here every few days, and I don't know what he is up to.
Mom, I don't know what's going on in school today. It's so noisy. The young girl stood at the window and looked around.
At this moment, their door was suddenly opened.
A seemingly ordinary man walked in. After the man walked in, he asked directly, "Sin Xuelan, Xia Lishuan? You, who are you? Why do you know the names of us, mother and daughter?" Sin Xuelan looked at the man who broke in with some uneasiness. "As for me, Fang Ge, I'm here to take you away from here." "Leaving? Why are you leaving? Did my dad ask you to pick us up?" The young girl Xia Lishuan looked at Fang Ge in confusion. "I guess so. Then where is my father now?" Xia Lishuan continued to ask.
Fang Ge responded calmly, "Oh, he should be dead."
"What? Xia Youhui, my dad is dead? How did he die?"
Both mother and daughter screamed in shock at Fang Ge at the same time.
"Alas!
He offended a big shot in Cloud City and was burned alive."
Fang Ge showed a regretful expression. "Mom, Dad is dead, what should we do?" Xia Lishuan threw herself into Sin Xuelan's arms somewhat sadly. Although his father is not a good person.
But without their father's protection, bad guys like his father would come to bully them, mother and daughter.
When Sin Xuelan heard the news, she didn't know what to do. "Don't worry, I've already promised Xia Youhui to take good care of you. You can come with me now." "Leave? But the leader here, Luo Xiaoyang, may not let us go." Sin Xuelan shook her head slightly. "Luo Xiaoyang? He's dead." "Dead? How did he die?"
Xia Lishuan jumped up in surprise at this time. Luo Xiaoyang was a very narcissistic person and was always looking at her. "I didn't control my strength well just now and accidentally killed him."
"What are your concerns now? May I ask what your relationship is to my husband?" Sin Xuelan looked at Fang Ge cautiously. "The relationship between me and Lao Xia is quite complicated. Something special, some comradeship, anyway, it's very special." Fang Ge said some ambiguous words very calmly. "So, you can follow me without worry." After saying this, Fang Ge's eyes were filled with an evil smile. Chapter 109 Xia Youhui's widow and orphan. Inside another staff dormitory.
Han Yuan, with a belly that was several months pregnant, paced back and forth in the room feeling uneasy. Suddenly her door was pushed open from the outside.
Thanks.
Han Yuan was about to call out the name, but when she found out that the person was not Xia Yaohui, she immediately stopped talking. When she looked closely, she found that it was someone very familiar.
Fang Ge, why is it you?
Han Yuan's face showed surprise and astonishment at this moment, and she could hardly believe her eyes.
What? You don't have to be so happy to see me coming to take you home. When Fang Ge was about to leave, he suddenly smelled a familiar body fragrance.
He had smelled this body odor for more than a month, so he couldn't mistake it.
When he was outside the door, he used the eye of transparency to scan inside.
I found out that it was indeed Han Yuan, and she was pregnant. Originally he planned to let her fend for herself. However, after Fang Ge carefully scanned the fetus in Han Yuan's uterus,
changed my mind immediately. Where are you taking me? Han Yuan could not see any expression on Fang Ge's face.
She was a little scared inside because she knew that the other party's song was not good. Now that Xia Yaohui is not around, if Fang Ge wants to hurt her, she, a weak woman, will be unable to resist at all.
Let's go, you'll know when you get there.
Fang Ge didn't explain too much, but simply gave her an order. Afterwards, Fang Ge brought Xin Shuelan, Xia Lishuan and Han Yuan to the school gate. He found that Shu Yuer and the other two were already waiting at the school gate. Song Yuyan found her best friend Wang Mani at school. Fang Ge took a glance and found that she was also a rare beauty. Although she is only 32 years old, she has a beautiful face and a figure score of 9.2.
It is said that Song Yuyan said that Wang Mani was married, but her husband was eaten by a monster. Later it fell into the hands of Xia Yaohui. It's a pity that she's not Tianjiao, and I didn't even notice this beautiful teacher at school before. Song Yao brought some friends she knew.
Fang Ge took a quick look and found that they were all around 70 years old. There is no particularly beautiful one, but she is youthful and energetic. Shu Yuer didn't find anyone familiar because most of the people in her class had left school. Fang Ge took a quick look and thought that walking down the street with so many women at once might cause unnecessary trouble. So Fang Ge looked at Shu Yuer. He knew that Shu Yuer had already mastered the supernatural powers of the alien space. Shu Yuer immediately opened the door to the other dimension. Except for herself and Fang Ge, everyone else went in. Then Fang Ge flew back to Tianjiao shelter with Shu Yuer in his arms. After returning to the shelter, Fang Ge made everyone sign a contract to sell themselves. Then all these women were arranged in a small room on the 3rd floor, and used the contract order to prevent them from entering places above the 4th floor. Because only women with Tianjiao status can go up to the 4th floor and above. Of course, there is one person who is not even qualified to go to the 1st floor. That is Han Yuan. Han Yuan was thrown into the solitary confinement room on the 2nd underground floor by Fang Ge. With so many women appearing at the Tianjiao shelter, it suddenly became lively. However, these ordinary contractors will mainly be responsible for food, hygiene, clothing and other miscellaneous tasks in the shelter in the future. Of course, combat training tasks are also indispensable. Fang Ge thought that maybe she could set up a women's guard corps in the future to be responsible for patrolling the surrounding area. Shaoling should be a more suitable candidate for the formation of this personal guard corps. This frees up all the time for Tianjiao to handle miscellaneous tasks. After that, they can devote themselves wholeheartedly to improving their superpowers. After completing Fang Ge's daily physical examination, they can also stay to discuss and exchange experiences. We can even hold a collective meeting of the Tianjiao group. If successful, there will be a small meeting every 3 days and a large meeting every 5 days. Soon, Fang Ge arrived at the confinement room on the 2nd underground floor. Fang Ge entered the room where Han Yuan was imprisoned. At this time, Han Yuan already knew that Xia Yaohui had died. Fang Ge, why are you locking me up here? I have your child in my belly. Han Yuan is still trying to get away with it. She tugged at Fang Ge's sleeve with an innocent expression on her face. Fang Ge touched Han Yuan's pretty face and said, "It's very quiet here, no one will disturb you, and you won't get a miscarriage. Besides, this is the first baby born in my Tianjiao shelter, so I must ensure her safe birth." But Han Yuan continued to look innocent. Nothing much. Yuan, you haven't named your child yet, right? Fang Ge interrupted what Han Yuan was about to say and suddenly talked about the child's name. No, how about you give the child a name? Okay, why not just call her
Lying. Fang Ge quickly named the child. Fang Lying, why is it a girl's name? Han Yuan showed a puzzled expression. No, no, no. Fang Ge shook his head repeatedly at Han Yuan. Her name is Xia Lying.
After saying that, Fang Ge left Han Yuan, who looked stunned, and left the confinement room. However, before leaving, he left a meaningful message outside the door. Don't worry, I will do my best to take care of Xia Yaohui's widow and orphans in the future.
After that, Han Yuan never heard Fang Ge's voice again.
Han Yuan collapsed on the ground, unable to recover for a long time. In the dormitory on the third floor of the shelter,
Xin Shualan was tidying up her clothes, as the clothes in Tenjiao shelter were more fashionable and sexy.
So she felt a little uncomfortable because she hadn't worn it for many years. At this time, Fang Ge pushed the door and walked in. Then he saw Xin Shualan's overflowing figure. The clothing sizes in the shelter were a little too small for Xin Shualan. So no matter how Xin Shualan tidied herself up, she couldn't hide her plumpness.
Ah, Fang. Fang Ge, why are you here? Seeing Fang Ge suddenly breaking in, Xin Shualan was suddenly at a loss.
I promised Professor Xie that I would take good care of you, so naturally I have to come over to express my condolences in person. Although Xin Shualan is nearly 40 years old, her figure and skin are in good shape.
It is said that Xin Shualan was once a student of Xie Yaohui.
She gave birth to a child for Xie Yaohui before she graduated from university. So from her current appearance of 8.8, we can see that she was also a great beauty when she was young.
After Fang Ge locked the door, he walked straight to Xin Shualan.
He just flicked her hair.
Fang Ge, you're too close. Xin Shualan took a step back and put her hands on the wall behind her. Sister-in-law, what did you call me?
Fang Ge placed his hands on both sides of Xin Shualan's head, then pressed his body up.
Fang, classmate, no. Fang Ge, you're using too much force. Chapter 110. Which one do you like better? Xin Shualan felt a little uncomfortable under the pressure. That's the wrong name. Fang Ge ignored him and continued to press forward. Then what should I call you? Xin Shualan began to breathe heavily due to the pressure. You should call me husband. How is this possible? I am much older than you.
Xin Shualan was pressed so hard that she could hardly breathe.
Fang Ge didn't say anything, just smiled at her. Until Xin Shualan's body shape was slightly deformed. Xin Shualan finally called out, husband.
Although she was forced, she suddenly called a man who was a dozen years younger than her husband.
Xin Shualan's ears couldn't help but feel hot. I heard Xin Shualan finally shout out. Fang Ge then slowly restored Xin Shualan's body to its original shape. Xin Shualan suddenly took a deep breath. The scent of mature charm kept blowing on Fang Ge's face. Fang Ge began to savor the rich fragrance slowly and leisurely.
While Xin Shualan was exhaling deeply, she also inhaled a lot of Fang Ge's masculine scent.
Fang Ge's domineering and unconventional temperament is unlike that of an ordinary man. It also made Xin Shualan's long silent heart begin to beat.
Since she became pregnant with Xia Lishuan, Xia Yaohui almost never touched her again. She thought it had been almost 10 years.
Xin Shualan looked at the man in front of her with extraordinary temperament, and her gaze was gradually drawn to him. Since you call me husband,
then let's start doing some husband and wife things. Hearing the man in front of her asking for love without any reservation, Xin Shualan's face turned red for the first time in a long time. She wanted to refuse in her heart, but Obai's hands hugged the other's neck uncontrollably.
The sexy red lips began to deform.
A few hours later,
Xin Shualan's empty and lonely heart was finally filled.
The dry body was moisturized again. 2 white candles cast shadows on the flowers at midnight, and the rain nourishes the deep plowing and overflows the dry well.
Xin Shualan's originally dull life skills began to revive.
From the beginning, they were hesitant and clamorous. In the end, they fought to the death and were unwilling to separate even for a moment.
Fang Ge also felt a different charm from other women in Xin Shualan. But during this process, Xin Shualan never dared to make any loud noise. Fang Ge naturally understood Xin Shualan's concerns. So he whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, I have moved your daughter's room to the other side." Hearing this, Xin Shualan immediately understood what Fang Ge meant. In the following time, Xin Shualan put aside all her concerns.
From the low hum at the beginning to the high pitch at the end, she kept calling the man in front of her husband. It seemed as if he wanted to shout out all the feelings that he had been holding back for so many years. After calling out for a whole day and night, and receiving a gift worth tens of billions from Fang Ge, Shen Xuelan has been greatly enriched both mentally and physically. Finally fell into a deep sleep. The next night. Brother Fang, come and see me. The young girl in front of him looked at Fang Ge with some excitement. Because she likes this place called Tianjiao Shelter so much. Not only is this place very big, but there is a park and a beautiful lake outside, and there are many sisters accompanying her. Not only that, she also saw the 3 sages circulating on the internet. They turned out to be 3 delicate older sisters. When she found out, she circled around them for a long time, her eyes full of little stars. It's totally different from Yunqing University. They were either a bunch of ruffians or hooligans, staring at her with lustful eyes all day long. There are even many vicious murderers mixed in. Xia Lixuan lived in fear every moment at Yunqing University. But here she felt very safe. Even the news of her father's death had become much calmer in her heart. How is it? Do you like it here? Fang Ge looked at the young girl in front of him with a smile. Although Xia Lixuan's figure and appearance are not as outstanding as Shen Xuelan's, she is still 8.6. And Xia Lixuan is young and energetic. She is even more lively and active than Song Yao, and very enthusiastic, and seems to be able to chat with anyone. It's like a little motor, running around in Tianjiao Shelter all day long. Although Fang Ge hated Xia Yaohui, he still liked Xia Lixuan's appearance and personality. I like it. I like it very much, Brother Fang. The only problem is that the soundproofing here is not very good, it is a bit noisy at night. Xia Lixuan jumped and danced around Fang Ge. The high ponytail on her head swung back and forth, and the fragrance of her hair drifted in the air. Oh? Do you like this place, or do you like Brother Fang? Fang Ge gave Xia Lixuan a mischievous smile. I like it here, and I like Brother Fang too. Xia Lixuan blurted out without any consideration. Fang Ge continued to ask, if you can only choose one, which one do you prefer? I prefer Tianjiao. Xia Lixuan originally wanted to blurt out Tianjiao Shelter. But when she suddenly saw Fang Ge's charming and handsome appearance, she lowered her head and said slowly, I like Brother Fang more. After saying this, a slight shyness appeared on her face. Really? Brother Fang likes you too. Fang Ge touched Xia Lixuan's ponytail and looked at her tender little lips. The pink little lips opening and closing make people want to explore deeper. When Fang Ge touched her, Xia Lixuan felt an electric shock all over her body. He seemed very excited just now, but suddenly became quiet. Even my breathing quickened involuntarily. Brother Fang, what do you want to talk to me about? Xia Lixuan subconsciously wanted to escape. But Fang Ge grabbed her waist and locked her body in place as she jumped up. At this moment, Xia Lixuan's heart skipped a beat. She began to look at Fang Ge helplessly, like a little rabbit that had just been caught. I see you're very close to the sisters in the shelter. Why don't you want to be closer to me? Xia Lixuan had no experience in love and had never had such contact with boys. Fang Ge's strong masculine scent made her heart beat faster suddenly. The urge to try something forbidden arose in Xia Lixuan's heart. Although Luo Xiaoyang was very handsome before, Xia Lixuan always disliked him. But Fang Ge in front of her made her want to get close to him. Fang Ge moved closer and closer, and their faces were now within arm's reach. Fang Ge gently licked Xia Lixuan's small lips. A tingling sensation instantly spread throughout Xia Lixuan's body, and the desire to taste the forbidden thing became stronger and stronger. She then took the initiative to move closer. The two never separated again after that. In these few hours, a blushing sound was heard in the room on the 3rd floor. Xia Lixuan doesn't have Shen Xuelan's patience. She started out by whispering softly, but by the end she couldn't stop singing high notes. After all, it was Xia Lixuan's first time tasting the forbidden fruit. After just a few rounds, she could no longer bear it and fainted from exhaustion. Fang Ge looked at Xia Lixuan's delicate body and couldn't help shaking his head. The body of an ordinary woman can no longer bear it. Xia Lixuan was already trying her best to hold on, but unfortunately she could only hold on for 3 hours. Chapter 2, Chapter 111, The Siege of Cloud City begins. The news of the destruction of the Yunda base quickly spread throughout Yunqing. All the major families in Yunqing sent people to check and found that it was indeed the case. They originally wanted to seize the alien world crack here. It turned out that even the cracks in the other world had been flattened.
It directly shocked all the major families. Because if someone can flatten the alien rift in the Yunda base, that would probably also be able to flatten the other alien rifts in Yuncheng. All the major families began to get nervous. They want to find out who did it. But after investigating all the survivors, we only got news about 3 women and 1 man. There is no way to trace their origins and whereabouts, as if they disappeared out of thin air. At this time, perhaps only Song Tiancheng could guess who did it. But he didn't tell anyone. Originally he wanted to win over the Yunda base, but ended up with nothing. Just when the major families were still trying to hold on to their own alien world cracks, another bombshell hit them. The Yuncheng garrison has entered the city. Before leaving, Fang Ge left some advice for Xiao Yu. When Fang Ge's clone went to check again, I found that there have been huge changes at the Yuncheng garrison base. Xiao Yu and another psychic in the army, Colonel Ding, worked together. The remaining alien world rift has been breached. And Xiao Yu's physical fitness has also reached the 2nd level of shackles. Although the physical fitness of the other psychic did not reach the level of shackles, it was almost the same. At the same time, they have begun to build city walls on the edge of the city in the eastern urban area. Although the monsters in Yuncheng were cleared and temporarily suppressed, but there are still many monsters around Yuncheng, and swarms of beetles will attack Yuncheng from time to time. However, with the current number of evolvers in the Yuncheng military base, plus the presence of psychics, I am no longer afraid of these beetle swarms. At present, there is still fog in some cities, towns and villages near Yuncheng. The people around here found that the situation in Yuncheng had cleared up, so they began to flee to Yuncheng. There is also a constant stream of refugees entering Yuncheng every day. Today, Yuncheng is full of refugees and food is in short supply. However, those upper-class families still held on to the grain and refused to distribute it in a timely manner. In the previous life, the situation in Yuncheng was actually worse than the surrounding areas. As the central city of a province, Yuncheng naturally has the largest number of alien cracks. There are only 2 small cities around. On the other hand, in Yuncheng, Fang Ge estimated that there were about 10 rifts in the other world. Before, people from Yuncheng had fled to the surrounding areas. Now, with the sudden appearance of Fang Ge, this situation has changed. And the construction of defensive walls has begun. Colonel Xiao saw that the situation in the east of the city had stabilized. So he led a troop to prepare to enter Yuncheng. As soon as Colonel Xiao entered Yuncheng, he immediately took control of Yuncheng's food storage base. He began to mobilize all the people in Yuncheng, including these refugees, to go to the surrounding areas of Yuncheng to help build the city walls. When the people from the major forces in Yuncheng saw Xiao Yu acting so domineeringly, they immediately refused to agree. So the major families dispatched masters with special abilities and began to besiege Xiao Yu. As a result, Xiao Yu beat each of the kids one by one, and they were all beaten to a pulp. Even if several psychics attacked together, unfortunately they couldn't even break the light armor on Xiao Yu. Afterwards, these families found out that this light armor was called silver feather green armor. It was obtained from a mysterious beast. Xiao Yu fought against the entire city alone, causing a sensation in the entire Yuncheng. He was extremely popular at the time, and his reputation even surpassed that of the 3 sages of magic. Only now did these families realize that they had been foolishly guarding these cracks in the alien world. I'm afraid that the family can't produce even a top-level expert. So the people of this family immediately changed their minds and began to attack the guardian beast of the last layer of the rift. Because once it is slower than other families. I'm afraid that in the end, my own alien world rift will be taken away by someone else. The clone that Fang Ge sent out for reconnaissance had already found the locations of the 2 alien world cracks. Just when I was about to take action, I found that it had already started to close. Fang Ge realized that the other alien cracks in Yuncheng might not exist anymore. Of course, except for the one outside Tianjiao shelter. The hidden danger of the alien rift that caused the destruction of Yuncheng in the previous life was eliminated in this way. However, it also made Fang Ge sigh. The crystal energy from these alien cracks was wasted in the hands of the Yuncheng families. Now Fang Ge can only do it himself, farming day and night to improve the strength of these Tianjia. Although there is no threat from the rift in the other world. But the major families in Yuncheng have fallen into a new round of struggle for interests. That is the management of the city gate. Once you control one of the city gates, you will still have an endless supply of crystal income in the future. Even better than mastering the alien rift. And there is no need for a person with special abilities to guard one place all the time.
Now that the city walls have not yet been built, these families have already begun to compete for the interests at the city gate.
Fang Ge's clone couldn't help but shake his head when he saw how these families ate. Fang Ge's real body has been staying in Tenjiao shelter, but the rest of his body was always out there in action.
Therefore, Fang Ge knew the overall situation of Yunqing very well. Then the body began to fade away, and finally turned into a ray of light and flew back to its original body. At the moment when Fang Ge's other body returned to its original body, Fang Ge's body froze for a moment. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful and moving voice came from Fang Ge.
What's wrong, Fang Ge? Why did you stop? Did something happen?
The owner of the voice showed a hint of complaint.
Fang Ge looked at Xin Xianing's rosy and translucent face.
The elegance on her face had faded, and now all that was revealed was tenderness. After he received the information brought back by a body, he continued to comfort Xin Xianing. The beautiful and moving voice once again rang out in our ears.
The two are currently completing a new storyline.
In this episode, Xin Xianing took the initiative to find Fang Ge for negotiation and communication. From the creative ideas to the costumes to the attractions and venues, the two hit it off immediately.
Several hours passed. The story finally ended with a commotion. Fang Ge gently stroked Xin Xianing's hair. Xin Xianing covered under the blanket.
Fang Ge could still vaguely see her almost perfect body huddled together.
Xin Xianing was lying quietly on Fang Ge's chest.
Her physical condition was undergoing tremendous changes at this moment. With a restrained trembling, Xin Xianing's body suddenly broke free from the first layer of shackles. At the same time, Fang Ge was also feeling the coolness he had just felt. As the coolness gradually spread throughout the body,
Fang Ge's physical fitness slowly improved again. The two of them just snuggled up to each other and felt the connection. After a long time, this sense of satisfaction gradually disappeared. Xin Xianing's jade-like skin was once again surrounded by the song. The two of them are ready to spend a few more spring breezes and autumn moons together, embrace each other and fly together. Knock 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 knock.
There was a rapid knock at the door.
Chapter 3, Chapter 112 Shaoling's Battle Uniform. The two people's interest was interrupted in an instant. Fang Ge and Xin Xianing could only be separated by force.
Xin Xianing draped the quilt over her body to cover her face, which was as red as a peach blossom. Fang Ge used his soul to sense and found that it was not Tianjiao who had a soul contract with him. If it was a Tianjiao who had a soul contract, Fang Ge would definitely drag her in by force and punish her severely.
Fang Ge stood up and walked to the door.
When he opened the door, he found that the person coming was Shaoling. If you come to me at this time without a valid reason, you will be punished by me.
Shaoling.
Shaoling seemed speechless on the surface, but she was complaining in her heart.
You guys are with these women 24 hours a day. When can I come to see you? But she didn't dare to say these complaints out loud. Yes, I have something urgent. Can you go and rescue my former colleague from the police department?
Shaoling was a little anxious, but still asked Fang Ge cautiously.
What happened to them?
Shaoling quickly replied, it seems they were captured by a group of mysterious guys. A group of mysterious guys.
Can you tell me specifically what happened? Shaoling then gave a brief explanation, but she didn't quite understand the details.
She also heard the news from Xiaoxin. After Uncle Zhao and the others finished their usual patrol of the surroundings, they prepared to return to their stronghold near the city wall. But today, they are on their way back. Suddenly a group of people rushed out, caught them off guard, and captured them all. Only Xin Chan was lucky enough to fall into the ditch after being knocked unconscious and escaped capture.
Have any of your former colleagues offended anyone recently? Who did you offend? Shaoling recalled.
If we talk about offending people, I'm afraid we offended quite a few people in our previous police department, and they were all criminals.
These people are probably all concentrated in the prison in Yunqing. Oh right. Xin Chan spotted a figure that looked like someone from Cloud City Prison. The guys in Yunqing prison have a deep grudge with the people in the former police department. Because most of the people in Yunqing prison were arrested by people from the former police bureau. As soon as they meet, sparks fly. But there are two people with special abilities in Yunqing prison, and there is also a rift in another world. In order to guard the rift in the other world, there had never been any major conflict with the people from the former police department. Afterwards, Colonel Xiao suddenly appeared and suppressed everyone. The two sides didn't have much contact with each other. Cloud City Prison. Fang Ge murmured.
If it was really these guys from Cloud City Prison who attacked the people from the former police station. That's too weird. Now the two teams are divided into the north and south city walls.
They're dozens of kilometers away, yet you still go all the way to catch someone? Fang Ge asked, isn't Uncle Zhao a superpower? How could he be captured so easily? I don't know.
Xiao Xian said that the other party has a very special psychic who took down Uncle Zhao in just one encounter. And Xiaoxin also said that these guys are very powerful. He feels that they are basically at the level of level 5 evolvers. It only took a few rounds to subdue them. People with special abilities, and a large number of level 5 evolvers, how is this possible? Even Fang Ge was a little surprised at this time.
Xiao Yu, where is Colonel Xiao? Didn't Xiao Xian go to look for him? Although these people from the police bureau have not yet joined the Yunqing garrison.
But he has already begun to move towards Xiao Yu's side.
Xiao Xian said that he had already looked for it.
But I heard that Jin Wu went out of town to rescue people from the surrounding cities. And Colonel Ding has to guard the eastern city wall, so he can't spare the time to come and rescue us. Xiao Ling quickly explained to Fang Ge.
Then Xiaoxin, do you know where those arrested people are being held? No. I'm not sure.
Xiaoxin said he might have been taken back to Yunqing prison. Before he lost consciousness, he seemed to see that group of people heading towards the Cloud City prison.
Fang Ge glanced at Xiao Ling and said, alright, go wait for me outside the shelter. Seeing Fang Ge agree, Xiao Ling's eyes finally showed a hint of joy. He immediately turned around and went downstairs. Then, Fang Ge returned to Xin Xianing. He lifted the quilt and put it back on. Xin Xianing groaned unconsciously under the pressure.
However, at this time, Xin Xianing's complexion had gradually returned to normal. Their eyes met each other's for a moment.
Xin Xianing nodded to Fang Ge, then gave Fang Ge a gentle look. Fang Ge laughed. Come outside the shelter.
Xiao Ling's long white legs were stomping on the spot. I didn't see clearly inside the house just now. It was only then that Fang Ge discovered that Xiao Ling was wearing a black and white tight vest and a pair of tight combat shorts. Her shoulder-length hair matches her heroic look with a touch of gentleness. Very much like the leader of the 3D area. They both use fist and kick techniques and their body shapes are very similar. This kind of leg with even lines may not hurt when kicking someone, but it will definitely look good.
Fang Ge, did you say Uncle Zhao and the others are really imprisoned in Yunqing prison?
Xiao Ling saw Fang Ge finally come out and asked hurriedly.
I don't know, but I can find out.
After Fang Ge finished speaking, he used the technique of penetrating the world in the direction of Yunqing prison.
Investigation?
Xiao Ling didn't know how Fang Ge conducted his investigation. But she understood that Fang Ge must have some unknown abilities. Although she had doubts in her mind, she didn't dare to disturb him at the moment. After a while, the beyond visual range perspective focused on Yunqing prison.
After some exploration.
As expected, Fang Ge discovered Uncle Zhao, Uncle Lu, Uncle Zhang, and other people from the police station. But their condition was a bit strange. Not only that, the entire Yunqing prison was a bit strange.
Looks like I have to go and see for myself what's going on.
Come here, they are indeed in Yunqing prison. After closing the world transmitting technique, Fang Ge stretched out a hand towards Xiao Ling.
Really?
When Xiao Ling heard Fang Ge give the exact information, her eyes immediately lit up. But when she saw Fang Ge reaching out his hand to her, she couldn't help but ask.
What's wrong? Do you need anything from me?
I'll take you flying.
What? You want to run all the way there? Fly.
Xiao Ling almost forgot that Fang Ge could fly.
Doesn't that mean?
Xiao Ling understood that the two of them might have some intimate contact next. His face looked a little unnatural. But he still gave his hand to Fang Ge. After taking Xiao Ling's hand, Fang Ge immediately put his arm around Xiao Ling's waist.
Because Xiao Ling was wearing a tight vest, the waist area was completely hollow. So Fang Ge's hand directly touched Xiao Ling's skin. Xiao Ling's whole body trembled slightly as if she had been electrocuted. Even humming accidentally.
Then Fang Ge picked up Xiao Ling.
The two of them got closer.
Xiao Ling immediately felt Fang Ge's hot body and strong masculine scent. Her ears began to turn red, her heartbeat began to accelerate, and her thoughts began to wander. Even Fang Ge had taken her to a height of 1,000 meters.
She was completely unaware. Chapter 4, Chapter 113, The Transaction Between Two People.
The moment Fang Ge touched Xiao Ling, he felt that her body was very firm. But there is a delicate part, but Fang Ge has not touched it yet. For now, I can only use visual inspection. Xiaoling was distracted, but Fang Ge was smelling Xiaoling. Xiaoling's scent is also very special, with a vibrant fragrance as well as a serious and restrained fragrance. In private, she is like an older sister and likes to take care of girls younger than her. Xiaoling is older than Fang Ge if they were on campus.
That is a charming queen. Fang Ge called out, Xiaoling. Xiaoling responded unnaturally, what's wrong? After this is over, you have to give me an explanation for what happened just now. Fang Ge said this very calmly.
When Xiaoling heard this, her heart began to beat rapidly. She understood what Fang Ge meant by this sentence. She felt very complicated at the moment, not knowing whether she should refuse immediately. Xiaoling shook her body and wanted to stand up and respond. But when she realized she was in the air, she fell silent again. The panic deep in her heart and the emotion she dared not face flowed through her blood. But the beating of her heart seemed to urge her to make this irreversible decision. Fang Ge was not in a hurry and waited quietly for the reply from the beauty in his arms.
Several minutes passed. Fang Ge looked at Xiaoling's lips, which opened and closed again, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Suddenly, he kissed her. This sudden attack made Xiaoling's eyes widen, her breathing trembled slightly, and her mind went blank in an instant. She pushed Fang Ge's chest with both hands, seemingly wanting to resist, but she never used any force. After their lips touched, Fang Ge wanted to go further. But it was blocked by a row of teeth. After several rounds of prying, the teeth could no longer withstand the force of the creeping. After a period of indescribable demands, Xiaoling's psychological defenses were subsequently broken. Her fair arms subconsciously wrapped around him. She closed her eyes and began to silently endure the feeling of being invaded. After a while, Xiaoling's eyes opened and closed regularly, her almond-shaped eyes gradually softened, and an unfathomable confusion appeared in her eyes in a trance. Gradually it became a mutual active request. After a long time, their lips parted, and Xiaoling looked at Fang Ge with a dazed look in her eyes. Can you give me an explanation? Fang Ge stared at Xiaoling and asked again. 10 seconds later. Xiaoling only then made a mosquito-like sound of hum. She didn't know whether Fang Ge heard it or not, but her fair cheeks were already flushed. My ears were burning hot. Even the cool breeze that kept blowing in the air couldn't cool it down. But after Xiaoling said this, she seemed to feel a lot more relaxed. After getting Xiaoling's response, consumed 1,000 alien crystals, remaining alien crystals, 2,869. Fang Ge took out a first-level shackle pill and placed it in front of Xiaoling. What's this? Xiaoling looked at Fang Ge in confusion. Don't ask, just eat it and you'll know. There seemed to be something in Fang Ge's eyes that made her trust. Xiaoling was just about to pick up the pill. Fang Ge suddenly stopped him. Under Xiaoling's puzzled gaze, Fang Ge put the pill into his mouth. Then bite it with your mouth. Xiaoling immediately understood what Fang Ge meant. His face flushed with shame, and he hesitated for half a second. She opened her tender lips in front of Fang Ge. Immediately afterwards, Fang Ge personally delivered the pills. It was sent to an elusive location before being released. The simple nectar wrapped the yellow pill and slid smoothly into the depths of the orchid. After Fang Ge gave the treasure away, he made a mysterious request. I brought it back and savored it carefully. After Xiaoling took the first-level shackles, her body reacted immediately. There was a soft sound of moaning. Xiaoling's waist suddenly arched towards Fang Ge. After a while, it fell back down. Then she let out a long sigh and let out a comfortable hum. Fang Ge's hand, which was holding onto Xiaoling's skin, immediately felt that Xiaoling's body was firmer and her skin was a little tighter. The peak also moved a little closer to Fang Ge. Are you comfortable? Fang Ge suddenly asked Xiaoling. Fang Ge saw the changes in Xiaoling's body and the unintentional humming sound. At this time, Xiaoling also noticed the look in Fang Ge's eyes. She turned her head to the side embarrassedly. Then he nodded slightly and said shyly. Since you feel comfortable, turn your head over. Because, it's not over yet. Fang Ge took out another refined pill and put it back in its previous position. Xiaoling blushed, this method of feeding pills was too intimate. Even between husband and wife, it might be difficult to do so. But that feeling of improving strength. As if by magic, Xiaoling turned her head back.
At the same time, it opened again consciously.
The smooth and mellow things and nectar appeared in Fang Ge's eyes again.
It was as if these two items had become items of elixir trading.
Fang Ge put the pill into the other person's mouth again.
During this period, another unspeakable transaction took place. After each got what they needed, they both began to savor the mystery and sweetness of it.
A minute later, the transaction was repeated.
Consume 30 alien crystals, remaining alien crystals, 2,809. Consume 30 alien crystals, remaining alien crystals, 2,779.
Until Xiaoling's trading items could no longer be found. Fang Ge terminated the transaction.
Ever since Fang Ge broke through the second level of shackles, he searched the crystal store and found that no new pills had appeared. However, the refined pills had little effect on improving his physical fitness. It seems that after this stage, the improvement effects of the crystals and pills from other worlds have become smaller and smaller. The alien crystals that Fang Ge rewards every day can only be spent on these beautiful girls. Although I have lost the method of using elixirs to improve my physical fitness. But Fang Ge, who possesses a spiritual fighting body, can still continue to make progress together with the other beauties.
It's Fang Ge's kidneys that have worked hard. Fang Ge thought of Sun Yuyan at this time.
Only she can make her waist feel more relaxed.
After a while, the outline of Yunqing prison finally came into view.
In this charming atmosphere, Fang Ge and Xiaoling flew all the way to Yunqing prison. At the gate of Yunqing prison, a green-haired man and a yellow-haired man were smoking. Green Hair suddenly said, "Hey Yellow Hair, how long do you think these guys in the police department can hold out?" Huang Mao said while puffing out cigarettes, "No matter how long they can hold out, they are so ungrateful to receive such good things."
Exactly.
I don't know where the boss got this good stuff from, but it actually allowed us all to break through to the 5th level of Evolver. No matter where he came from, I had already been sentenced to death. I didn't expect the world to suddenly change.
Huang Mao became a little excited when he said this.
Hey Green Hair, I remember you're also a murderer. I saw Green Hair throw away the cigarette and spit on the ground.
He. I'm not very talented.
I just robbed some things in Nanchang, Haicheng, and Sucheng. I raped a few people and stabbed a few people. And he was going to be taken out and shot the next day.
I didn't expect that, he. The end of the world has come at just the right time.
Having said that, Green Hair showed a proud smile.
Chapter 5, Chapter 114, Alien Puppet Bug. Then you are really lucky.
The yellow-haired boy gave the green-haired boy a thumbs up.
What a coincidence. The person who arrested me is now imprisoned in this prison. This is really a changing world. They used to be chased all over the world by the police, but now they have become our prisoners.
Green Hair's face was full of satisfaction.
That's right.
Now that we have united with the Zhao family, Yunqing will sooner or later become our world. By then, those beautiful girls in Yunqing. Speaking of this, green-haired and yellow-haired became excited at the same time.
He.
When they were halfway laughing, they suddenly noticed two people walking towards them from a distance.
Ha! How could anyone dare to come to Yunqing prison at this time? Stop, what are you doing here?
The yellow-haired man yelled at Fang Ge and Xiaoling.
Where did you detain the people from the police station?
Xiaoling ignored him and asked the other party directly.
Police department, how did you know? Huang Mao blurted out and then closed his mouth. When they arrested the police department, they did it in secret. Logically, no one would know.
As a result, less than a day later, someone came to the door.
Now that you know about this, I can't let you stay.
The yellow-haired man gave the green-haired man a look, indicating that they should work together. Xiaoling, I'll leave these two to you.
It's a good opportunity to practice.
Even if Fang Ge didn't say it, Xiaoling was ready to take action. She had seen the information about these two guys before. Both men had raped and murdered women. And he has been sentenced to death. Now, due to the great changes in the world, they have escaped.
Many guys in Yunqing prison are like this. This group of people regarded this world as a paradise. Hey, Huang Mao, I recognize this woman.
I saw this woman's poster when I was on the run.
She's the iconic policewoman of Yunqing. After seeing Xiaoling's appearance, Green Hair suddenly laughed obscenely. Really? That's great.
It turns out there's still a fish that slipped through the police department's net.
This little fish that slipped through the net is actually a great beauty. We two brothers can have a good time tonight.
There was a gleam in the eyes of the yellow-haired and green-haired men. Just as Greenhair licked his lips and stared at Xiao Ling with a wicked smile on his face. A fist hit his face in the blink of an eye. Greenhair rolled more than 10 meters away like a deflated tire. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, and the shapes of his limbs became extremely strange.
Huang Mao was startled and immediately attacked Xiao Ling.
Unfortunately, his speed is much slower than Xiao Ling's.
There was only a loud boom.
Yellow-haired boy suffered the same fate as green-haired boy. When Fang Ge and Xiao Ling were preparing to move on, the bodies of the yellow-haired and green-haired creatures suddenly moved strangely.
The two bodies stood up staggeringly.
Then, in front of Xiao Ling, he twisted all his broken limbs back into place.
It hurts so much, you stinky bitch, I'm going to kill you.
The yellow-haired and green-haired men now looked neither like humans nor like corpses, and were even scary. Xiao Ling had never seen such a strange scene. She stayed where she was, looking at Fang Ge somewhat bewilderedly.
Fang Ge's eyes flashed, and as soon as his eyes of seeing through the world opened, he instantly found the reason. Alien puppet worm. How could alien puppet insects appear at this stage?
In his previous life, Fang Ge had only heard of this kind of thing. When he was seeking a breakthrough, he also thought about finding a puppet worm. But in the end, nothing was found. Although Fang Ge didn't know where the puppet worms from the other world came from. But he knew that the puppet worm would be controlled by the sub-puppet worm of the upper level, and the sub-puppet worm would be controlled by the mother puppet worm.
Have sub-puppet worms already appeared at this stage? How did these puppet worms appear?
Fang Ge looked at the puppet worms in the bodies of these two guys in confusion. No wonder these two guys were able to break through the shackles of the first level. It turns out that the power is obtained by overdrawing the life of the puppet worm. As long as the puppet worm does not die, it can continue to survive by overdrawing the host's life.
However, the body controlled by the puppet worm still has a flaw. That is to attack the head. If the body loses the head, no matter how the puppet worm controls the body, it will be useless.
The eyes of the yellow-haired and green-haired boys were now full of blood red, and they looked very scary. The two of them roared and prepared to attack Xiao Ling. Two sounds of breaking through the air appeared one after another.
The next second, the yellow-haired and green-haired boys' heads were shot through by an invisible force.
The two men's bodies immediately lost power.
With two thuds, he collapsed and was no longer able to move.
But Fang Ge continued to stare at the two fallen bodies. After a while, the sound of flesh and bones being peeled off came from under the two corpses. Two strangely shaped creatures with 8 sharp horns on their bodies crawled out from the chest cavities of the yellow-haired and green-haired men. Even Xiao Ling, who was used to seeing corpses, couldn't help but feel acid oozing out of her stomach walls. Two sounds of breaking through the air appeared again, killing the puppet insects that wanted to escape.
Fang Ge, what is this thing?
Xiao Ling covered her mouth and nose, trying hard to suppress her nausea.
An alien puppet worm.
Fang Ge then explained this alien creature to Xiao Ling. After hearing this, Xiao Ling showed an expression of surprise and doubt. Then, according to what you said, Uncle Zhao and the others are in great danger.
Fang Ge, let's go rescue them.
Xiao Ling's eyes were filled with anxiety.
Fang Ge nodded at Xiao Ling.
The two of them walked quickly towards Yunqing prison. In a secret room deep inside Yunqing prison, a man covered in black with his face covered, and a man with a face full of flesh, were spying on something. The man in black, his face covered, stared at the muscular man and said, "Chang Kuan, are you sure no one has discovered that you're the ones who arrested those people from the police station? Don't worry, my brothers and I act quickly, and nothing should be missed."
Chang Kuan narrowed his eyes and showed a very sure expression.
That's good. These guys in the police department are so ungrateful and always against us. They still want to join the Cloud City Garrison Army, so let them become ours in advance. The garrison in Yunqing is now powerful, and our Salvation Society can only act in secret. We must proceed with caution in this plan.
Otherwise, if the Lord God blames us, neither you nor I can bear it.
The man in black robe covered his face as he spoke, and no expression could be seen.
Chang Kuan, don't worry, I will handle it carefully.
The black-robed man suddenly asked, "There's also a mysterious master who appeared in Yunqing. No one knows where he came from.
Do you have any information?" Chang Kuan shook his head, "I don't know."
The black-robed man was silent for a moment.
No matter what, the Lord God's plan cannot go wrong.
Then the two looked at each other.
With the Lord God's messenger. For the Holy Salvation Society.
They both put their hands on their chests at the same time. They had just finished their sacred declaration and the man in black robe was about to leave. Suddenly, a message came from outside the door. "Boss, something bad has happened, someone is breaking in."
"What? Do you know who it is?"
Chang Kunhuo stood up suddenly. "It seems to be a woman who claims to be from the police department.
"They have killed many of our brothers." When Chang Kuan arrived at the prison hall, many inmates were already lying on the ground. Even the puppet worms in their bodies couldn't escape.
Chang Kuan felt heartbroken when he saw the corpses scattered all over the ground. But what made him sad was not these inmates, but the puppet worms in their bodies.
Chapter 6, Chapter 115, A Serious Punch.
These puppet worms attached themselves to the bodies of these people and sucked a large amount of their blood in essence.
After draining these people dry, a drop of essence and blood will be condensed. This essence and blood contains rich energy.
Xiao Ling was still dancing.
Each of her punches blew open the inmates' heads. Then he killed the puppet worm that came out very quickly and neatly. "Stop!"
After Chang Kuan roared, he leaped up and punched Xiao Ling hard. Xiao Ling reacted quickly, she sensed the murderous intent behind her.
He immediately turned around and punched back, while activating his protective ability.
The collision of the two powerful punches immediately generated a powerful airflow that overturned the surrounding corpses. The two men stepped back several meters, and after their bodies stabilized, they looked at each other at the same time.
"Chang Kuan. Officer Xiao."
The two recognized each other at the same time. Chang Kuan was captured by Xiao Ling herself, and was one of the murderers who killed her sister.
"What a narrow road for enemies, Officer Xiao." "Chang Kuan, where are the people from my police department?"
Xiao Ling stared at Chang Kuan with gritted teeth. "I didn't expect that I had forgotten you, and you actually found this place." Chang Kuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Ling coldly. "As for your police department's people, humph, once I catch you, you'll naturally know where they are." Chang Kuan had already started to attack, and Xiao Ling didn't want to waste time talking to him. The two figures soon started fighting each other. Both sides attacked with heavy blows, holding back almost nothing.
After fighting for dozens of rounds, the winner could not be determined. Fang Ge couldn't help but feel a little confused. Chang Kuan's physical fitness is only slightly better than Xiao Ling's.
Logically speaking, the alien rift crystal here should be able to allow him to reach the peak of the second stage.
But the alien rift here no longer exists. This means that the alien crystal has disappeared. Guys like Chang Kuan would never share with the people around him.
"Officer Xiao, I didn't expect you to be a person with special abilities."
Although Chang Kuan was slightly at a disadvantage, he was not panicked at the moment.
Because he hasn't used his superpowers yet, but Xiao Ling has already used them. Chang Kuan's aura suddenly changed, and a supernatural power gathered in his hands. Xiao Ling looked at Chang Kuan with a serious expression. Chang Kuan punched again, and Xiao Ling also concentrated her protective power on her fist. The two heavy punches collided again. However, this time the situation has changed dramatically.
In this confrontation, Chang Kuan stood still. Xiao Ling's body flew backwards uncontrollably.
Just as she was about to fall to the ground, Fang Ge caught Xiao Ling steadily from behind.
"Feel the warm embrace."
Xiao Ling looked up at Fang Ge, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, and she looked a little embarrassed.
Fang Ge immediately used the healing technique and quickly suppressed Xiao Ling's injuries.
After a while, Xiao Ling recovered a lot. When she was about to fight again, she was stopped by Fang Ge.
"You are no match for him, let me do it."
Xiao Ling immediately stood aside obediently.
Fang Ge just glanced at Chang Kuan and found that his special ability was cancellation.
After the previous confrontation, Fang Ge roughly guessed the purpose of this ability.
It should be a weakened ability. "Boy, are you here to join my Yunqing prison, or are you here to die?"
Even Xiao Ling, a person with superpowers, is no match for him.
But an ordinary evolver stood up and wanted to challenge Chang Kuan. Chang Kuan looked at Fang Ge with contempt.
Fang Ge didn't answer, but just stretched out a hand and hooked it at him. Such a provocative gesture.
Chang Kuan showed a ferocious smile. "Boy, you are shameless, die." Although Fang Ge didn't look like a person with special abilities, Chang Kuan was not careless. He still had supernatural powers when he attacked. With the help of momentum, Chang Kuan punched Fang Ge hard.
When he was about to hit Fang Ge just threw a punch slowly and lightly.
To outsiders, this punch looked like a joke. Just raise your fist. The next second, the two fists collided. There was a loud boom. The scene of Xiao Ling and Chang Kuan fighting each other just now was repeated.
But this time it was Chang Kuan who retreated suddenly. He didn't stop even after retreating more than 10 meters.
Finally, it hit the wall hard and stopped. Chang Kuan was shocked and confused, but he was sure he was not seeing things.
The other party seemed to have just raised his fist. Although I didn't use my full strength in that attack just now. But it's almost there, and he also used his supernatural powers.
Met a tough opponent. Chang Kuan looked at the other party's nonchalant attitude, which seemed to have not put in any effort at all.
At this moment, Chang Kuan suddenly thought of the mysterious master that the man in black robe had just mentioned. It wouldn't be such a coincidence to run into him. Whether it is true or not, it is now correct.
Chang Kuan made up his mind and his eyes suddenly became fierce. He took out a bottle of blood and drank it quickly. After a while, Chang Kuan's whole body changed.
I saw that the muscles all over his body were suddenly growing, and his physical fitness was constantly rising. It soared all the way to the peak of the first level of Transcendent Realm before slowly stopping.
Chang Kuan, feeling the surging power in his body, immediately gained confidence. He felt that he was no longer afraid of the man in front of him, even if he was the mysterious man.
Boy, the second round begins.
Chang Kuan clenched his fist, which had grown half its size, tightly. Suddenly there was a crackling sound.
This time, he concentrated all his strength and abilities into one point.
The surging power made the surrounding inmates feel oppressed.
If this power were to erupt, even Chang Kuan felt that no one could stop it. At this time, Chang Kuan's momentum had reached its highest point.
He punched Fang Ge again. Before the fist even arrived, you could already see the airwaves from it.
Xiao Ling, who was standing opposite, suddenly felt a powerful pressure approaching her. She subconsciously spread her protective power in front of her.
Faced with such a powerful attack, Fang Ge's expression did not change at all. After Fang Ge made a slight move to punch, an invisible force quickly gathered on his fist. Just when Chang Kuan's fist was right in front of him, Fang Ge finally took action. Infinite. Serious punch.
The two forces collided violently, and a powerful wave spread out wildly. The entire prison hall was shaken. The weaker people around were also blown away more than 10 meters.
The air wave ended and the hostility dissipated. Fang Ge was still standing there unharmed. But Chang Kuan's condition at this moment is extremely miserable. His entire body had sunk into the wall. Muscles and bones burst all over the body.
But no blood flowed out, and it looked very strange.
Chang Kuan seemed to be breathing his last breath.
He just raised his hand tremblingly. He stretched out his hand to a mysterious man in black robe and said, "Save me."
Chapter 7 Chapter 116 The Escaped Man in Black Robe.
Only then did Xiao Ling discover that there was such a person hidden among her fellow inmates. Seeing this, the man in black robe also stretched out a hand. Xiao Ling was a little confused.
Chang Kuan had become like this. Could he still be saved? No matter what, Xiao Ling also planned to stop it. But the next second, a strange scene appeared.
Chang Kuan's broken body suddenly began to tremble violently.
Just when the surrounding inmates didn't understand what was happening,
their bodies also twitched suddenly. They felt the blood in their bodies flowing wildly and converging towards one point. After it was condensed a little, it floated out of the body uncontrollably and flew towards the man in black robe.
A feeling of being hollowed out came over me. After Chang Kuan and his fellow inmates fell to the ground, they became completely motionless.
After the black-robed man collected all the essence and blood, he immediately looked at Fang Ge and Xiao Ling.
Xiao Ling originally thought that the other party was preparing to attack.
As a result, the other party suddenly used a supernatural spell. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up in the entire prison hall, making it impossible for Xiao Ling to open her eyes. When the strong wind died down, the man in black robe had disappeared.
Who on earth is this person?
He is so cruel to his own companions.
It's such a shame that he got away.
Xiao Ling looked at the direction the black-robed man left with an annoyed expression.
Fang Ge said calmly, "Don't worry, he can't run away. I already know who he is. The most urgent thing now is to rescue your colleagues in the police department."
Oh, yes. Xiao Ling finally came to her senses and rushed to the depths of the prison. Not long after, the two finally found the people from the police station who were detained.
But at this time, they were all lying on the ground, in a coma.
Xiaoling hurriedly checked everyone's pulse and found that they were all still alive, but she couldn't wake them up no matter how hard she tried.
Fang Ge, what's going on with them? Xiaoling's face was filled with confusion and anxiety. Fang Ge used the eye of transparency to investigate.
It was discovered that everyone in the police station had been infected with puppet bugs. They all have puppet bugs planted in their bodies.
What? Fang Ge's information was like a bolt from the blue to Xiaoling. Then, what should we do? Fang Ge, do you have any way to save them?
Xiaoling is now at a loss and can only hope that Fang Ge can find a way to save them.
Let me think.
When Xiaoling heard Fang Ge say that he needed to think about it, she immediately quieted down, fearing to disturb him.
Fang Ge actually had no idea.
After all, I had only heard about it before and had never actually come into contact with the puppet worm.
Fang Ge observed the puppet worms in these people's bodies.
It seems to have been planted not long ago. It was originally egg-shaped and seems to have hatched. It may be that the large amount of blood supply required makes these people weak. Plus, both parties may be fighting for control of the body.
That's why these people can't wake up.
If there was an external force helping these people at this time, perhaps the puppet worms could be driven out of their bodies.
However, once the puppet worm leaves the host, it will probably cause indelible damage to the host. There is even the possibility of death.
Fang Ge can only take the risk and give it a try now, otherwise there is no other feasible solution.
Fang Ge pointed his hand at Uncle Zhao. A faint light burst out from Fang Ge's palm and sprinkled on Uncle Zhao. He was ready to use the healing technique to save these people. Fang Ge's spiritual fighting body was contaminated by Song Yuyan's holy light. His current healing technique has the effects of healing, purifying, and exorcising monsters. When the healing technique covered Uncle Zhao's body, Uncle Zhao's body suddenly began to tremble violently.
Xiaoling immediately stared at Uncle Zhao nervously. Immediately afterwards, Uncle Zhao's chest began to react violently, and something began to throb. The puppet worm attached to Uncle Zhao's body sensed the crisis. It is struggling frantically, as if trying to break out of the body.
Fang Ge seized the opportunity and used his finger to cut a small wound on Uncle Zhao's chest.
A young puppet insect darted out with a whoosh. It still wants to escape.
The next second, it was crushed to pieces by an invisible force. Fang Ge then continued to perform the healing technique.
After a while, scars began to form on Uncle Zhao's chest. Fang Ge analyzed his heart and found that it had gradually stabilized. Under Xiaoling's nervous gaze, Fang Ge said to her, "Don't worry, everything is fine now." Xiaoling finally let go of the stone in her heart.
Next, Fang Ge followed suit and rescued all the people in the police station. During this treatment process, everyone in the former police station also woke up one by one. When Uncle Zhao saw that it was Fang Ge who saved him, he felt mixed emotions. However, Uncle Lu and Uncle Zhang didn't mind at all.
Instead, they expressed their gratitude to Fang Ge with a smile on their faces. After everyone was rescued, they expressed their gratitude to Fang Ge one after another.
Fang Ge scanned these people again.
It was discovered that they had all broken through the first level of shackles and reached the level of 5th level evolvers. But this breakthrough will inevitably come at a price. Fang Ge saw that their energy and blood had been greatly depleted, and estimated that their lifespans must have been shortened as well.
Fang Ge told everyone the news.
After hearing this news, the crowd did not seem sad. On the contrary, he was somewhat excited because of the breakthrough.
At this moment, someone suddenly asked, "Where's Yang Lifeng? Why can't I see Yang Lifeng?"
Upon hearing the sound, everyone immediately began to look around.
In the end, Yang Lifeng was nowhere to be found. Uncle Zhao looked at Xiaoling. "Ling girl, when you came in, did you see Yang Lifeng?" Xiaoling shook her head. "No, I don't think I've seen senior brother Yang." Could it be that he was murdered? Uncle Zhao had a bad feeling. "Old Zhao, don't make blind guesses. We can't jump to conclusions so early before the body is found. Maybe he got away with it just like Shin Chan did." Uncle Lu was a bit optimistic. "I hope so. See that everyone is ready." Fang Ge walked out of the prison, ready to chase the man in black robe. Just as he was about to take off, he was stopped by Xiaoling's voice. "Fang Ge, are you planning to chase after that person?" Xiaoling hurried out. "That's right." Xiaoling said hurriedly, I want to go too." "What are you going to do? Those people inside are still weak, why don't you stay and take care of them?" Fang Ge glanced at Xiao Ling out of the corner of his eye.
I checked on Uncle Zhao and the others.
After your treatment, they are recovering well.
They told me I didn't need any care and told me to catch up with you.
And the person who just ran away must be from the Zhao family, right?
Xiao Ling ignored Fang Ge's refusal and directly revealed the identity of the person just now.
Oh? How did you know? Fang Ge was a little curious. Chang Kuan is one of the real murderers of my sister.
He has close ties with the Zhao family. Recently, I heard in Yunqing that the Zhao family is going to cooperate with Yunqing prison. So I made a bold guess. Anyone who can appear here now is most likely a member of the Zhao family. And my sister's body has not been found yet.
I think, maybe we can find some clues in the Zhao family.
Xiao Ling looked as if she was determined to go.
Chapter 8 Chapter 117 Blood Formation. Fang Ge glanced at Xiao Ling and sighed. Oh, never mind, just go if you want to. Fang Ge stretched out his hand after saying this.
This time, Xiao Ling walked up to him naturally, putting one arm around Fang Ge's neck and the other hand on Fang Ge's chest.
Then Fang Ge hugged Xiao Ling and flew into the sky again. The puppet queen Fang Ge definitely cannot be left alone. If left unchecked, it will probably bring great disaster to Yunqing in the future. The same is true for the Zhao family. The involvement here is probably inseparable from the Salvation Society. It would be best if these two hidden dangers could be eliminated. Going to the Zhao family, there might be a fierce battle. Fang Ge had consumed a lot of spiritual power just now in order to save people, and now he only had a little over 100 left. It would be a waste of time to go back to Tianjiao shelter to gather people now. Fang Ge was afraid that the Zhao family would hide because of what happened today. It will be difficult to find them and the puppet queen at that time. Fang Ge glanced at Xiao Ling in his arms. For now, I can only continue to improve Xiao Ling. Maybe she can help me later. Xiao Ling has the principles of justice and order in her heart, and she can bring out the greatest effect of her supernatural powers. Currently, her abilities have reached a bottleneck. Thinking of this, Fang Ge directly exchanged for a supernatural mutation pill. Consumed 1,000 alien crystals, remaining alien crystals, 1479. I saw Fang Ge took out the pill again. Xiao Ling blushed and opened her lips consciously. In the following time, the two began to engage in indescribable exchange transactions again and again. Consumed 30 alien crystals, remaining alien crystals, 1449. Consumed 30 alien crystals, remaining alien crystals, 1419. At this time, a man in a black robe in the distance was heading quickly towards the Zhao family. Although he had the wind at his feet, he ran very fast. But compared to Fang Ge's flying speed, it is much slower. He had just entered the Zhao family not long ago. Fang Ge and Xiao Ling were almost there. After a while, Fang Ge arrived near the Zhao family. Fang Ge did not fly into the Zhao family immediately, but landed in a secluded place. What's wrong, Fang Ge? Did something happen inside? Xiao Ling looked at Fang Ge with some confusion. Fang Ge didn't say anything, but directly took out a piece of clothing as thin as a cicada. Consumed 600 alien crystals, remaining alien crystals, 849. Put this on before you go in. Xiao Ling was even more confused now. She didn't understand why Fang Ge suddenly took out a piece of clothing. Although this dress is strange, it is very beautiful. Beautiful things usually attract women's attention. Xiao Ling is no exception. Just as Xiao Ling was staring at Yu Lingqingyi, Fang Ge suddenly asked her to put on this thing. Change, here? But here. Xiao Ling looked around and saw that it was empty and there was no obstruction at all. After hesitating for a while and preparing to refuse, Fang Ge spoke again. Trust me, put it on, it will protect you from harm. I'll just cover it for you. Xiao Ling looked at Fang Ge's serious attitude. Finally compromised. There was a rustling sound, and the cloth began to fall off bit by bit, but it fell very slowly. Xiao Ling didn't dare to move too much. Because this was the first time she changed clothes in front of a man. When I started putting it on, I was so flustered that I couldn't put it on properly. So Fang Ge had to do it himself. The hot hands began to slide slowly over the mysterious part. Xiao Ling's whole body was shaking as if she had been electrocuted, but she could only endure it silently at this moment. Xiao Ling thought Fang Ge would help her put on her clothes quickly. But it took him a long time to put on his lower body. After a long struggle, he finally put on his upper body. Well, I'm finally dressed and can go in.
At this moment, Fang Ge's hands were almost covered with the scent of Xiaoling's entire body. He looked at Xiaoling wearing the feathered light dress and nodded with satisfaction. The beautiful Lady Hongying is elegant and lively. Xiaoling's whole body was numb, her ears were red, and when she raised her head, her face was full of shame.
After 2 or 3 seconds, she slowly responded, okay.
In the secret room deep underground of the Zhao family. This secret room is very spacious, with a huge circular platform in the middle. It was covered with bloody lines. A young girl was lying on it with her limbs tightly bound by 4 chains.
On both sides of the platform, there are 2 alien crystals.
An elderly man was touching one of the crystals.
I saw him activate the alien crystal in an inexplicable way.
Then the energy of the alien crystal was seen flowing rapidly into the blood-colored lines on the circular table.
The next moment, the blood-colored formation was activated. Red and black strips emerged from the blood-colored formation.
Then he began to tightly wrap around the young girl on the round table. The girl in the formation was terrified and struggled desperately, but to no avail. Gradually, the red and black object wrapped around the girl's entire body.
After a while, the wrapped girl was completely swallowed up and disappeared.
And there was a worm-like object on the bloody altar. Zhao Tianlang walked up and picked up the insect-like object. Then he sighed, alas, another puppet worm. It seems that this woman is just an ordinary woman. Zhao Tianlang had just collected the puppet worm. The door to the underground secret room was suddenly pushed open.
Father, something terrible has happened. A man in a black robe rushed in.
How shameless to be in such a panic.
Zhao Tianlang scolded the visitor and asked, what's the matter? Changkuan is dead.
What?
Zhao Tianlang stood up suddenly.
Who killed him?
I killed him.
Zhao Renjie said it with some hesitation.
Zhao Tianlang stared at Zhao Renjie with wide eyes. Are you crazy? Father, please listen to my explanation. Afterwards, Zhao Renjie told Zhao Tianlang the whole story.
So that's how it is.
You did very well. If you want to blame someone, blame Chang Kuan.
He was too careless and something slipped through the net.
Zhao Tianlang nodded with some comfort. He then asked, who is that mysterious master? Do you recognize him?
Zhao Renjie shook his head. I don't know him at all, I've never heard of him. I just saw him coming with that Xiaoling.
Speaking of Xiaoling, Zhao Tianlang couldn't help but blame Zhao Renjie. I didn't expect that Xiaoling was actually a superpowered person.
It's all your fault that you arrested the wrong person.
Faced with Zhao Tianlang's accountability, Zhao Renjie could only lower his head. Zhao Tianlang continued to ask, you didn't reveal your whereabouts, did you?
Of course not. I was very careful on the way back and took a long detour.
No one has ever noticed. Zhao Renjie looked confident. Then, Zhao Tianlang hadn't even uttered the word good yet. There was a loud bang.
A huge echo came from above the secret room.
What's going on?
They were both shocked at the same time. Chapter 9 Chapter 118 Blood Moon in the Sky, the Day of the End.
The Zhao family's father and son rushed out of the secret room in a hurry.
When he came outside, he found that the entire Zhao family's house was in ruins. Almost half of the Zhao family's elites were lost, and even a psychic was killed.
Seeing this situation, Zhao Tianlong's heart was bleeding. These are the elites that their Zhao family has spent countless efforts to cultivate.
Almost all of them are evolvers above level 5.
Given time, it will surely sweep across the entire Cloud City. Now it has been ruined by this man and woman. Zhao Tianlang asked sternly, who are you two?
What grudge does our Zhao family have against you?
Why? Didn't your son tell you?
I was the one who killed Chang Kuan. Fang Ge looked coldly at the head of the Zhao family in front of him.
What? Zhao Tianlang was shocked, but did not show it. Could this be the mysterious master?
Then, the woman next to him must be the police officer named Xiao.
Sir, what does Chang Kuan's death have to do with my Zhao family? Zhao Tianlong's eyes narrowed and he stared at Fang Ge.
Zhao Tianlang, no matter how the crocodile disguises itself, it doesn't look innocent at all.
Fang Ge pointed to a dungeon and said, those women captured by your Zhao family.
Then, Fang Ge pointed to the spot below Zhao Tianlong's feet and said, and that strange altar.
When Fang Ge pointed to the dungeon, Zhao Tianlang was still fine.
But when Fang Ge pointed to the bloody altar in the secret room, Zhao Tianlong's face suddenly changed. That place is the core of their Zhao family and also the biggest secret. But now it was pointed out on the spot by a person of unknown origin.
Before Zhao Tianlang could say anything, Fang Ge continued, "By the way, what is your current position in the Salvation Society? Deacon or Grand Deacon?" Fang Ge revealed one secret after another of the Zhao family. At this moment, Zhao Tianlong's face was as gloomy as water. "It seems that your excellency is determined to go against us, so we cannot let you go." Zhao Tianlang said to Zhao Renjie, "Renjie, use all your strength and take down that woman." "Don't worry, father. I've just witnessed this woman's strength.
She's no match for me." Zhao Renjie stared at Xiao Ling with a confident look on his face.
"That's good.
We must take it down quickly, otherwise it will be troublesome if we alert the Yunqing garrison.
Zhao Tianlang gave further instructions.
Xiao Ling, I'll leave Zhao Renjie to you.
Good. Xiao Ling looked at the Zhao father and son. She could no longer hold back. Xiao Ling and Zhao Renjie walked to the other side.
Zhao Renjie's special ability is wind. He can use the wind to change his trajectory and increase the speed of his attacks.
At the beginning, Xiao Ling had no idea of Zhao Renjie's attack trajectory. Can only passively defend.
However, Xiao Ling's special ability happened to be defense, so Zhao Renjie had no way to deal with Xiao Ling for a while. Before, Xiao Ling's special ability might not be able to stop Zhao Renjie for long. But Xiao Ling's supernatural powers had been greatly enhanced on the way here. Her new skill, Guardian Shield, can effectively block Zhao Renjie's attack. In addition to the feathered light clothes that Fang Ge personally put on Xiao Ling, it can be said that Zhao Renjie is no longer a threat to Xiao Ling.
Fang Ge took a quick glance and guessed the approximate result. As long as Xiao Ling could find a flaw in Zhao Renjie, perhaps the battle could be ended.
As for Fang Ge, he also started fighting with Zhao Tianlang.
He discovered that Zhao Tianlang had not awakened any special abilities,
although the physical fitness has reached the peak of the second stage. But this level of threat does not pose any threat to Fang Ge. But there was something strange inside the other person's body, because Fang Ge saw that there was more than one puppet worm inside Zhao Tianlong's body.
And these puppet insects all look a little special.
Before knowing what the other party had up his sleeve, Fang Ge did not attack with all his strength.
He was simply fighting Zhao Tianlang with his physical strength. But this is enough. No matter how Zhao Tianlang attacked, he would always be knocked away by a punch within a few rounds of fighting with Fang Ge.
According to the average evolver, if he was hit by Fang Ge's heavy punch, even if he didn't fall down, he would suffer serious injuries. But Zhao Tianlang acted as if nothing had happened and stood up again in a short while.
And he didn't look injured. With a bang, Zhao Tianlang was knocked away by Fang Ge again. Zhao Tianlang stood up and dusted himself off. Then he stared at Fang Ge and said, "Young man, you have such strength. It would be a shame if you didn't join our Holy Church of Salvation." Zhao Tianlang was obviously being suppressed by Fang Ge.
Now he is still pretending to win over others.
Fang Ge raised his eyebrows. What on earth does this old guy want to do? Join you? Join you to fight against humanity? Fang Ge couldn't help but smile. You are wrong, young man.
We, the Holy Salvation Society, are actually saving humanity.
Zhao Tianlang didn't care about Fang Ge's ridicule. Save humanity?
These words came from the mouth of a member of the Holy Salvation Society.
This is the most ridiculous thing Fang Ge has encountered since his rebirth.
Young man, I know you don't believe what I say now. What if I say that our Holy Church of Salvation knew about these strange beasts invading a long time ago?
Zhao Tianlang directly dropped a bombshell. Fang Ge's eyes narrowed. This news surprised Fang Ge a little. But it wasn't over yet. Zhao Tianlang then read out a sentence.
Strange beasts invade, darkness descends, a blood moon rises in the sky, the day of the end.
What? If the news just now only surprised Fang Ge, this sentence completely shocked Fang Ge. Because the day of the end is when the blood moon is in the sky. If I tell this to other people, maybe they will just treat it as a story or prophecy. But Fang Ge happened to be a person who was reborn, and he had personally experienced the content of this sentence. Then this is not just a simple prophecy story. Seeing Fang Ge's silent expression, Zhao Tianlang knew that this news must have shocked him.
When Zhao Tianlang first found out, he tossed and turned for a long time before he could digest it. The end of this world has long been predetermined. Now, only we, the Holy Salvation Society, can save the fate of mankind.
You should join us and continue the flame of humanity. Zhao Tianlang continued to persuade patiently. Oh? Then how do you plan to continue the human race? Although Fang Ge was not interested in joining the Holy Salvation Society. But I also want to hear how they want to continue human civilization. Zhao Tianlang saw hope. So he took out a box from his pocket. When I opened the box, I saw a bloody reptile inside. This insect was exactly what Zhao Tianlang obtained by sacrificing a young girl just now. Just integrate this holy bloodworm into your body. Those powerful beasts will consider us as their own kind. By then, even if the alien beasts occupy the entire world, we will be able to survive. After Zhao Tianlang finished speaking, he handed the box containing the holy bloodworms towards Fang Ge. Chapter 10 Chapter 119 Holy Bloodworm. Fang Ge looked at the things in the box with an indifferent expression and did not make any movement. This made Zhao Tianlang, who was holding the box, feel a little embarrassed. Zhao Tianlang saw that Fang Ge had no intention of taking the holy bloodworm. Then he said again, "This holy bloodworm is the treasure of our Holy Church of Salvation. Ordinary members are not qualified to obtain it. This holy bloodworm can not only stimulate people's potential, but also burst out with astonishing power at critical moments." Zhao Tianlang looked at Fang Ge with a seductive expression. Oh. Really? Fang Ge slowly stretched out his hand at this time. Seeing Fang Ge finally move, Zhao Tianlang continued, "Of course, not only that, but it can also help you break free from your physical constraints. The benefits are countless. Humph, once this holy bloodworm merges into your body, you will be my puppet from now on." The thought of having a strong man like Fang Ge as his thug. Zhao Tianlang couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Fang Ge's hand, which was halfway extended at this moment, suddenly bent his fingers and flicked them. An invisible force instantly blasted the puppet insect into pieces. Fang Ge said sinisterly, "What the hell is this holy bloodworm? It's just a puppet worm. Just give it a high-sounding name and it becomes a treasure?" Fang Ge had already seen the situation of the puppet worm. Once that thing is integrated into the body, it basically says goodbye to humans. What about continuing the human race? Even dogs can't understand this thing. Once this puppet worm merges into my body, I will have to obey you obediently. Do you think I'm stupid? Jin Fang Ge not only knew the real name of the holy bloodworm, but also saw through his thoughts. Asshole. Aren't you afraid that even more terrifying beasts will come and tear you to pieces? Zhao Tianlang suddenly became furious. Before I am torn into pieces, I will make your Zhao family disappear from this world. Fang Ge looked at Zhao Tianlang with disdain. Humph, if you don't accept my toast, then I won't let you stay. Suddenly, a large amount of red mist emerged from around Zhao Tianlang. Red mist. This thing seemed a bit familiar in Fang Ge's mind. After a while, the red mist enveloped Fang Ge as well. Zhao Tianlang and Fang Ge soon started fighting in the red mist. Zhao Tianlang is still no match for Fang Ge. After being knocked down several times, Zhao Tianlang still seemed full of confidence. Zhao Tianlang smirked and said, "You're so brave. You're still so calm. This red mist is one of Zhao Tianlong's killer weapons. The red mist not only blocks the opponent's vision, but also corrodes the opponent's physical muscles. If inhaled too much, it not only affects the enemy's emotions, but also makes them weak and powerless. Humph, soon you'll start to panic." But as time went by, Fang Ge remained normal. Instead, Zhao Tianlong's face showed some fatigue. While releasing the red mist, he also had to quickly recover from the injuries he suffered from Fang Ge. Now the puppet worms in his body have begun to be overloaded. Damn it! How come this guy is still fine? Zhao Tianlang went from being full of confidence to becoming a little uneasy. At this moment, Fang Ge had almost figured out the workings of the puppet worm in Zhao Tianlong's body. Zhao Tianlang's red mist couldn't even break the surface of his spiritual fighting body. He no longer planned to waste time on Zhao Tianlang. An invisible force quickly gathered around Fang Ge. Just when Zhao Tianlang was approaching again, the unique skill is displayed. Infinite. Ordinary punch. There was only a muffled bang sound. Zhao Tianlong's body flew out from the red mist like a cannonball. Afterwards, he fell heavily to the ground, leaving a deep fist mark on his chest. Without Zhao Tianlong's support, the red mist gradually dissipated. Fang Ge glanced at Zhao Tianlong's body. It was discovered that 2 of the 3 puppet worms in his body had died.
Only the largest puppet worm was left, but it was already shriveled. On the other side, Zhao Renjie was unable to break through Xiaoling's defense. After a long siege, finally, Xiaoling seized the flaw and knocked Zhao Renjie out with one punch. It happened to fall next to Zhao Tianlang. Seeing that the Zhao father and son were finally defeated, Xiaoling walked to Fang Ge's side.
Fang Ge, how do we deal with these two? How else can we deal with this? The Zhao family is actually anti-human. What do you think?
Just as Xiaoling was about to speak, a weak voice came.
Anti-human?
What my Zhao family has done is beyond the comprehension of young people like you with limited knowledge.
The victor is the king and the loser is the bandit, not to mention that I, Zhao Tianlang, have not yet been defeated. Zhao Tianlang tremblingly climbed up from the ground. Fang Ge looked at Zhao Tianlang expressionlessly, without saying a word or refuting. Outstanding person. Zhao Tianlang suddenly called his son. Dad, what happened? Zhao Renjie looked at his father in confusion.
For the great cause of the Holy Church, Renjie, you should go first. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Tianlang placed his hand on Zhao Renjie's chest.
With a shrill scream, a drop of blood floated out from Zhao Renjie's chest and flew into Zhao Tianlang's mouth. Zhao Renjie died instantly, his eyes full of unwillingness.
Immediately afterwards, all the elites of the Zhao family had their essence and blood extracted.
There is also the essence and blood that Zhao Renjie brought back from Yunqing prison. All of them were absorbed into Zhao Tianlang's body.
With the incorporation of a large amount of essence and blood,
the only puppet worm left in Zhao Tianlang's body came back to life.
And it ate the other two dead puppet worms. As this puppet worm continues to grow,
Zhao Tianlang's physical fitness was also improving rapidly, and he soon broke through the second layer of shackles. But the physical fitness continues to grow. It didn't stop until it reached 250. Now look at Zhao Tianlang again.
His body had doubled in size, and his entire body, including his eyes, was blood red. Surging power surged out of Zhao Tianlang's body. He now has a sense of inflated confidence that he can defeat all his opponents. Because of you, I lost my only son. From now on, I will make you and that woman feel despair.
Zhao Tianlang raised his arm, which was thicker than his waist, and waved it in the air towards Fang Ge and Xiaoling. A powerful force rushed towards them both. Fang Ge didn't move. But the oppressive feeling of this energy made Xiaoling quickly cross her arms for defense. With a buzzing sound, Fang Ge remained motionless, while Xiaoling's body was pushed several dozen centimeters. Zhao Tianlang took a step, jumped up, and suddenly appeared in front of Fang Ge. A burly figure loomed over Fang Ge's head. A heavy punch fell. There was a loud bang. Smoke and dust filled the air and the ground shook violently. Xiaoling, who was standing next to him, was forced back nearly 10 meters. After a while, the smoke and dust cleared, and a big hole was blasted out where Fang Ge was standing. But Fang Ge had already dodged to another place. This was also the first time Fang Ge dodged Zhao Tianlang's attack. Zhao Tianlang couldn't help but sigh at Fang Ge's avoidance of the sharp edge. I'm too strong now. I'll smash you into pieces in a moment. Don't blame me. Chapter 11 Chapter 120 Alien Devourer. Despite Zhao Tianlang's confident declaration, Fang Ge continued to look at him expressionlessly. Zhao Tianlang attacked again, and Fang Ge dodged again. Boom, 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 boom. After a series of continuous attacks, Zhao Tianlang still couldn't touch Fang Ge. At this time, Zhao Tianlang finally stopped attacking. Boy, I have to admit that you are very fast. But I'm not necessarily slower than you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Tianlang's calf muscles swelled up. Then there was a loud bang. The floor beneath Zhao Tianlang's feet suddenly exploded. In just a moment, Zhao Tianlang's figure appeared behind Fang Ge. Zhao Tianlang's ferocious expression was fully revealed, and he hit Fang Ge hard with a heavy punch. Fang Ge's figure was blown away like a cannonball and sank deeply into the wall. Upon seeing this, Xiaoling immediately ran to Fang Ge and hurriedly called out, Fang Ge! Fang Ge! Zhao Tianlang did not continue to chase, but just stayed where he was and glanced at Fang Ge. Is this the power that transcends human limits? I didn't expect I'd become so strong. Zhao Tianlang stared at his fist with emotion. At the moment when Zhao Tianlang threw the punch, Fang Ge suddenly felt a strong sense of surveillance. He was now trapped in the wall and had a good time to explore it carefully. Unfortunately, this prying has disappeared. Is this an illusion?
Hearing Xiaoling's worried voice, Fang Ge finally opened his eyes.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
Although Zhao Tianlong's attack was powerful, it was just that effective for Fang Ge. With the recovery of his spiritual fighting body, he returned to normal in a short while. Xiaoling was relieved to see that Fang Ge was fine.
Fang Ge, let's deal with him together.
Xiaoling stood beside Fang Ge, then looked at Zhao Tianlang. No, protect yourself and don't let others attack you.
Fang Ge walked out from the wall he was trapped in.
Others?
Xiaoling looked around but didn't see anyone. Zhao Tianlang was a little surprised to see Fang Ge coming out again.
But the look he gave Fang Ge was still one of superiority.
Boy, why not just lie down and die comfortably? Why bother standing up again? Fang Ge looked at Zhao Tianlang with cold eyes. The steps under his feet were already slowly moving towards the other party.
At the same time, strength has begun to gather in his hands. Seeing Fang Ge ignoring him, Zhao Tianlong's blood-red face became even more ferocious.
He. Since you volunteered to come here to die, it's best not to.
But before he could finish his words, Fang Ge disappeared from the spot.
Before Zhao Tianlang could react,
a shadow instantly appeared in front of Zhao Tianlang.
Zhao Tianlang widened his eyes before he could see the figure clearly. Infinite. Continuous normal punches.
In an instant, a chaotic series of fist shadows kept shaking in front of his eyes.
So fast.
This was the only thought that came to Zhao Tianlong's mind.
As soon as he finished his thought, Fang Ge's attack ended. Zhao Tianlang raised his hand and tried to grab Fang Ge.
But he just couldn't muster any strength.
The other person is right next to you, but your hands feel thousands of miles away.
In Xiaoling's eyes,
Zhao Tianlang now looks like a wax figure that is about to dissolve.
His muscles had already burst, and the flesh and blood in his body began to gradually disappear.
I can't even speak clearly anymore. Fang Ge scanned Zhao Tianlong's body. It was discovered that the puppet queen in his body was still alive. This kind of life form is really tenacious. Fang Ge raised a hand.
The next second, a ball of fire emerged from the palm of his hand.
The appearance of the flames made Zhao Tianlang feel the true arrival of death.
He hurriedly shouted hoarsely, "God's messenger, save me."
Before Zhao Tianlang could continue to call for help, Fang Ge's flames had already fallen towards him.
At this moment, a dark figure suddenly appeared from somewhere. The speed was extremely astonishing, and it was heading straight towards Fang Ge's position. This lightning-fast moment.
Fang Ge instantly changed the direction of the flame and shot it towards the attacking black shadow. With a bang, the black shadow blasted the flames away with one punch. The punch continued to strike Fang Ge's face with undiminished force.
In a hurry, Fang Ge quickly changed his moves and turned his palm into a shield. Bumped fists with the black shadow.
Bang!
The force of this punch was so incredible that it knocked Fang Ge back several feet. When Fang Ge stood still, his face remained calm, but he was shocked in his heart.
The fight just now. Fang Ge instantly felt the other party's extremely strong physical fitness. I'm afraid it's above him.
At this moment, Fang Ge's right palm was clenching and releasing, and he shook his hand slightly, trying to get rid of the numbness.
During this gap, Fang Ge observed the other party.
The dark figure had a very strange figure, and his face was blurry and unclear, making it impossible to make out his appearance.
If you look closely, they don't look like the same person at all.
The strangest thing was the other person's aura, which was extremely chaotic and confusing. But Fang Ge still vaguely felt a familiar aura from it.
Otherworld Devourer. Physical fitness? Superpower, Devour. Devourer of other worlds? What is this?
In his previous life, Fang Ge had never seen this guy, he had never even heard of him.
Physical fitness was a question mark.
This was the first time Fang Ge encountered this, so he hurriedly asked the system.
System. Why are the opponent's physical fitness all question marks? Host, there are two reasons why your physical fitness is questionable.
One is that their physical fitness far exceeds that of the host, and the other is that their physical fitness is an unstable object.
Is it unstable? It seems to be this, otherwise I would have died in that sneak attack just now. Could this strange devourer be the messenger of God that Zhao Tianlang mentioned? While Fang Ge was still confused, Zhao Tianlang raised a question. Are you sleeping? Zhao Tianlang's question made Fang Ge confused. Isn't this the so-called messenger of God?
So where did this strange guy come from?
Why did he save Zhao Tianlang?
The alien devourer stared at Zhao Tianlang with a strange face.
The next second, something unexpected happened. The devourer from another world suddenly reached into Zhao Tianlong's chest.
Then he pulled the puppet queen out of his body, and then blew up Zhao Tianlong's body with ease. Then, a head of normal size appeared. Suddenly, a bloody hole larger than a manhole cover opened up and swallowed the puppet queen directly. The crunching sound of chewing spread in the cold wind. This horrifying scene made Xiaoling feel cold all over. After a while, the alien devourer finished eating. Its body began to undergo strange changes. Strands of blood-red lines appeared on the surface of the alien devourer's body. When connected, it looks like a mysterious pattern. The devourer of other worlds suddenly roared towards the sky. The voice was like old radio noise.
It's very annoying to listen to. After the long roar ended, the devourer of Otherworld turned and stared at Fang Ge. The strange pupilless eyeballs made Xiaoling feel very uncomfortable. The devourer of Otherworld stuttered, and I. More howling. Chapter 12, Chapter 121, Fang Ge vs. Devourer. That poor human language sounded very funny. But there was no smile on Fang Ge's face. The energy of this alien devourer is extremely chaotic. But the creepy feeling of oppression made Fang Ge feel like he was facing a formidable enemy. This is probably the first opponent with unpredictable consequences that Fang Ge has encountered since his rebirth. He has already activated his spiritual fighting body to its maximum extent. All body strengthening skills are used. Stay away and protect yourself.
After Fang Ge briefly instructed Xiaoling, his gaze returned to the alien devourer.
A cold wind blew. Fang Ge moved first. He wanted to get rid of this weird guy before his spiritual power was exhausted. The moment Fang Ge moved, the alien devourer also moved. Both of them disappeared from the spot almost at the same time. Bang! Before anyone could even be seen, the sound had already appeared. The two fists collided with each other, and two figures appeared at the same time. But in less than a second, the two figures disappeared again. Bang! When I saw them again, they appeared in another place. Every few seconds, their bodies would reappear. In Xiaoling's eyes, the two seemed to be fighting in an invisible void, occasionally returning to reality. Although it seemed like they had only fought a dozen times. But Xiaoling guessed that the two had probably fought hundreds of times. This went on over and over again, from the Zhao family hall to the Zhao family garden, then to the sky, and finally back to the original place. After another fist collision, the two figures suddenly separated. At this moment, the devourer of Otherworlds suddenly pulled out something from his body. It was bloody at first. Once completely extracted, the flesh and blood returned to the body of the alien devourer. This piece of thing, which originally looked like a bone, soon turned into something like a sword. A strange force quickly gathered on the bone knife. In a second, a blood-red knife light slashed down from above Fang Ge's head. This move. Fang Ge didn't have time to think and quickly dodged. Unexpectedly, the next blood-red knife light came down again. Fang Ge dodged again. Immediately afterwards, blood-red sword lights came one after another. Fang Ge dodged continuously and used the dodging skills several times. The devourer from another world can afford this kind of consumption, but Fang Ge cannot. He knew he couldn't go on like this. Fang Ge was already familiar with the opponent's attack patterns. Just as the devourer raised his knife. Light body illusion technique. Fang Ge's figure disappeared instantly. 5 or 6 figures appeared around the devourer in an instant. Infinite. Rapid punch. Dozens of fist shadows bombarded the alien devourer almost at the same time. Bang 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 bang. After the attack, Fang Ge quickly retreated. He felt that although he had hit the devourer of Otherworld, the opponent's aura had not diminished at all. Instead, he became even more violent. Fang Ge looked closely and saw that the alien devourer's skin was already covered with a steel-like color. Another superpower. GAG. The devourer of worlds' laughter sounded like fingers scraping on a blackboard. This guy is so difficult. Fang Ge was thinking about how to get rid of this guy. The figure of the devourer of other worlds gradually became ethereal and finally disappeared on the spot. Invisible. Fang Ge's eyes flashed, and another scene immediately appeared before his eyes.
But there was still no sign of the devourer from another world.
Fang Ge quickly searched up and down, left and right. No. Not invisible. No. This aura is underground. Fang Ge suddenly noticed a very thin shadow approaching him rapidly along the crack in the ground. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Fang Ge. It's actually invisibility and underground escape.
A fist suddenly burst out from the ground. Fang Ge had no time to resist, but he still avoided the vital points in an instant.
Bang!
Fang Ge's body was blown dozens of feet away, fell to the ground, and did not get up for a long time.
Quack!
The devourer of other worlds leaped forward.
A fierce attack came towards Fang Ge's position.
At this extremely critical moment, Xiaoling mobilized all her supernatural powers and stood in front of Fang Ge.
Boom! The attack of the alien devourer hit Xiaoling's protective shield heavily. Just this one strike almost exhausted Xiaoling's supernatural powers.
Xiaoling knelt on the ground powerlessly, unable to hold up the protective shield any longer.
The devourer of other worlds attacks again. Xiaoling's face showed horror, and she could only watch helplessly as the opponent's attack fell. At the critical moment,
Fang Ge, who was lying behind Xiaoling, suddenly stood up. In a flash, he appeared beside the devourer of other worlds. Then he delivered a powerful punch and successfully launched a sneak attack.
The devourer of other worlds was also blown away hundreds of meters in the same way. Seeing Fang Ge stand up again, Xiaoling showed a nervous expression. Fang Ge, are you okay?
It's okay, it just took some time to recover from the injury. When Xiaoling heard Fang Ge say that everything was fine, the tension on her face suddenly relaxed a little. But she still looked at Fang Ge with a worried look on her face. What on earth is this thing, and why is it so difficult to deal with? I don't know its origins either, I only know it's called the devourer of other worlds.
Otherworld devourer, Xiaoling muttered.
At this time, the devourer of other worlds had stood up again. The part of its body that was hit by Fang Ge recovered in the blink of an eye.
A difficult guy. I guess its special ability comes from devouring other creatures. Continuing to fight like this would be too disadvantageous for me.
If I want to kill this guy, I'm afraid that's the only move I can use.
Fang Ge explored his spiritual power in Sea of Consciousness. I don't know if the remaining spiritual power is enough. Even if I can't kill it, at least I can seriously injure it and escape temporarily. Thinking of this, Fang Ge's eyes became serious. Fang Ge took a deep breath and then assumed a posture to accumulate strength.
The power condenses into a light breeze, and a strong wind surrounds the body. The invisible power gradually began to spread.
A terrifying power was born in Fang Ge's heart.
The devourer of other worlds also felt the horror of this move. There was no expression on its strange face, but it had already taken action. The color of steel covered his entire body again, and his hands also took a defensive posture.
Although Fang Ge's spiritual power has been completely exhausted, there is still a lot of spiritual thoughts in his sea of consciousness.
He wasn't sure if he could defeat the devourer completely. He could only continue to inject his spiritual power into this punch.
As spiritual power increased, the invisible power became tangible.
This invisible power began to condense into a huge fist like a gust of air.
And with the continuous infusion of spiritual thoughts,
this huge fist became more and more solid, and its power was infinitely close to the power in Fang Ge's hand. With the superposition of these two forces, finally, the devourer of other worlds felt the crisis. It sensed the presence of a force that could annihilate it.
The devourer of other worlds tried to dodge away. But the spiritual thought was like an invisible fishing line, always pulling on its body.
Chapter 13 Chapter 122 requires 100 explanations.
Just when Fang Ge was about to take action, a strange crack appeared out of nowhere.
At this moment, the devourer of other worlds suddenly said, "Human, I'll remember your stomach." After the devourer of other worlds finished speaking, he disappeared into the crack. And this strange crack also disappeared along with the alien devourer.
Fang Ge did not withdraw this move immediately.
After observing for several minutes, he slowly withdrew his strength.
Then Fang Ge collapsed on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief.
His hands and feet were now shaking slightly uncontrollably. This was one of the most difficult and dangerous battles he had fought since his rebirth.
Fang Ge, is that monster gone?
It took a long time for Xiaoling to come back to her senses.
Well, I'm leaving for now. After getting Fang Ge's confirmation, Xiaoling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Will it come back? Xiao Ling continued to ask. Maybe I'll come back. Fang Ge thought about what the devourer of other worlds said before leaving. This guy is targeting me. What should we do then? The terrifying figure of the alien devourer cast a deep shadow on Xiao Ling. In her eyes, Fang Ge has always been very powerful and almost invincible. But now a monster suddenly appeared, which even Fang Ge found difficult to deal with. This made Xiao Ling very worried. If Fang Ge loses today, Yunqing will be in danger. Fang Ge looked at Xiao Ling without saying anything. Just now, Xiao Ling was able to withstand the powerful attack of the alien devourer. It still surprised Fang Ge a little. If it continues to strengthen, it may be able to confront the alien devourer head-on in the future. Moreover, the spiritual fighting body can be contaminated by Xiao Ling's supernatural powers. My body's ability to withstand blows should be able to be improved to a higher level. What happened? Is there something dirty on my face? Seeing Fang Ge staring at her intently, Xiao Ling couldn't help but touch her cheek. Your face is very white, there is no dirt on it. Then why are you looking at me like that? Xiao Ling looked at Fang Ge doubtfully. The other person's eyes made her a little nervous. I thought that maybe in the future, you would be able to withstand the attacks of that monster. What? Xiao Ling couldn't believe her ears. Fang Ge, stop joking. That monster is so powerful. If I can't even handle you, how can I possibly stop you? Xiao Ling shook her head repeatedly. You can't do it now, but if you continue to strengthen your abilities, we will definitely be able to deal with that monster in the future. Fang Ge looked at Xiao Ling with a smile in his eyes. Really? Xiao Ling looked at Fang Ge with half belief and half doubt. Xiao Ling continued to ask, then how can I continue to improve my supernatural powers? Well, we will slowly study the issue of improving our abilities later. Help me up first. Fang Ge, who was sitting on the ground, extended his hand to Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling didn't think much about it and walked forward to help Fang Ge up. After Fang Ge stood up, he put his arm around Xiao Ling's waist. Fang Ge, you let me go. Xiao Ling was struggling, but she didn't dare to use too much force. She was afraid that Fang Ge's injuries from the previous battle had not healed yet. Have you forgotten that you promised to give me an explanation? Fang Ge said this while staring at Xiao Ling's rosy lips. I haven't forgotten. Xiao Ling pursed her lips. But this isn't the Zhao family, and you just fought a big battle. Aren't you afraid that new enemies will appear soon? Xiao Ling turned her head away, not daring to look Fang Ge in the face. No enemy is as important as your explanation. You. Xiao Ling's face turned red, and she dared not look directly at Fang Ge. Fang Ge's majestic figure fighting against the alien devourer just now was still in Xiao Ling's mind. Now, not long after, he seems like a completely different person. She was now feeling resentful. This Fang Ge is good in every way, but why does he always keep staring at her and insists that she give him an explanation? You just finished fighting that monster, you probably haven't recovered yet. How about I tell you, next time? When it came to the word explanation, Xiao Ling's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Tomorrow and tomorrow, why not today? Xiao Ling, do you know how many explanations you owe me? Fang Ge stared at Xiao Ling with a mischievous smile. What do you mean? Don't I just owe you an explanation? Xiao Ling asked tentatively. Then let me ask you, how many people in your police station did I save just now? Xiao Ling was a little confused. There are probably dozens of people. What's going on? These dozens of people mean dozens of lives. If this life counts as one explanation, then you owe me dozens of explanations. Besides, Uncle Zhao, Uncle Lu, and Uncle Zhang have treated you very well. Just with these 3 people, you should give me at least 30 explanations. Taking it all together, you have to give me at least 100 explanations in total. Fang Ge was now very serious with Xiao Ling, and he went over every detail clearly. You, how can you be so calculative? Xiao Ling's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she stared at Fang Ge in disbelief. Originally, she thought of gritting her teeth and accepting the responsibility. But Fang Ge suddenly gave her an unexpected calculation. If you have to explain it 100 times, then what is the difference between you and a couple living together? No. Couples living together may not be able to explain it so many times. Only true couples can achieve this many times. Xiao Ling was in great confusion at the moment, at a loss, and even didn't know how to defend herself. Aren't the lives of each of them worth an explanation from you?
Or, in your heart, these people are not that important.
Fang Ge stared at Xiaoling with an aggressive look. No, Fang Ge, that's not what I meant. 100 explanations is a bit too much. Can you reduce it a bit?
Seeing Xiaoling opening and closing her lips shyly, Fang Ge directly blocked her lips.
They kissed for half an hour.
It didn't end until Fang Ge had sucked up all of Xiaoling's sweet energy. Since you're so cooperative, I'll reduce it to 1, leaving 99.
What, just once?
Xiaoling pursed her dehydrated lips.
Aren't you satisfied with reducing it once? Then forget it. Then let's keep it up for 100 times.
Seeing Fang Ge wanted to take it back, Xiaoling hurriedly stopped him. No.
We'll see each other once we reduce the amount. As long as you perform more actively and outstandingly later, I'll consider reducing the frequency for you.
In the blink of an eye, Fang Ge's expression changed again.
Oh, really? Then how should I show it? Xiaoling asked naively.
I'll tell you everything in detail when I get back later.
Fang Ge avoided the question temporarily.
He is now preparing to go and take a look at the Zhao family's secret room.
Chapter 14, Chapter 123, Zhao Family Secret Room.
In the fierce confrontation between Fang Ge and the devourer from another world, the entire Zhao family was wiped out. After some effort, Fang Ge finally cleared the passage to the secret room. Following the underground passage, Fang Ge and Xiaoling came to the secret room of the Zhao family. The blood-colored circular platform and the mysterious array pattern linger with a hint of blood.
Fang Ge, what on earth are these things? Why does the Zhao family have such a place? Fang Ge shook his head and did not respond to Xiaoling's question. This kind of Eastern and Western song is also the first time I have seen it.
Fang Ge touched the alien crystal next to the circular table and found that a lot of the energy inside had been consumed. Combined with this blood-red dome, the alien crystal, and the girls in the dungeon, Fang Ge guessed that this was probably the place where the Zhao family performed mysterious sacrifices.
The layout and everything else here don't seem to be from this world.
This made Fang Ge even more confused about the background of this Salvation Society.
Fang Ge frowned and thought about it. Could it be that this Holy Church of Salvation is related to another world? I'm afraid this is the only reason. Otherwise, the prophecy of the blood moon and the end of the world. Even the Zhao family's puppet worms can't be explained. At present, Fang Ge couldn't figure out anything based on this information alone.
All he can do now is to continuously improve his strength and move forward step by step. Afterwards, Fang Ge collected the energy from the 2 alien crystals here.
Obtained 666 alien crystals, current alien crystals, 1515.
Obtained 666 alien crystals, current alien crystals, 2181. After collecting the crystals, Fang Ge went to the Zhao family's dungeon again. There were 7 or 8 young girls imprisoned inside. When they arrived at the cell door, they began to shrink back, their eyes filled with fear.
Because none of the women who were taken away before came back. However, with Xiaoling's patient persuasion, these girls finally put their minds at ease temporarily.
Afterwards, he followed Fang Ge back to the Tenjiao shelter. On the top floor of Tenjiao shelter.
How can this be? A pleasant yet flustered voice.
At this time, Xiaoling was standing at the bathroom door, hesitating to move forward.
Why don't you look at what we both look like now? Fang Ge pointed at his ragged clothes and disheveled appearance.
Then he pointed at Xiaoling's dusty appearance. Both men had seen several fierce battles. Fang Ge was still sweating profusely, and Xiaoling's sweet sweat was also still flowing all over her body.
I don't care. If you can accept that your first time was conducted under such conditions, will you really not regret it? Fang Ge's patient and persuasive manner made Xiaoling very conflicted. I still can't accept it. Why? There's such a big pool of water, isn't it enough for the 2 of us to use together?
After Fang Ge finished speaking, he opened the door. There was only smoke inside, and the pool was already full of water.
Xiaoling hurriedly explained, No. That's not what I meant. We are not husband and wife. How can we be together? This kind of thing is too intimate.
Xiaoling just imagined it in her mind and her heart started beating rapidly.
How about this, if you come in with me, it will cancel out the 2 charges. Fang Ge did not force him, but instead offered a bait. Xiaoling shook her head. That cancels it out 3 times. Fang Ge added it again.
Xiaoling thought about it and continued to shake her head.
4 times, no more. I tell you, this opportunity is rare.
There won't be many opportunities to reduce the number of explanations so often. Fang Ge added again, and Xiaoling began to hesitate. Seeing Xiaoling hesitate, Fang Ge suddenly said, "Well, forget it, let's get started." After saying that, Fang Ge, who was sweating profusely, pressed himself against Xiaoling. The sweat of the two people suddenly mixed together. Xiaoling immediately felt very uncomfortable. He hurriedly put his hands in front of Fang Ge's chest. However, due to excessive sweat, the hands cannot form friction on the skin. Xiaoling's hand slid directly to the back of Fang Ge's neck. The two of them came into close contact instantly. The mixture of sweet sweat and masculinity suddenly became even more turbid. Xiaoling said hurriedly, Can
you offset it a few more times? 3 times. What? Why did it become 3 times?
Fang Ge did not play by the rules, which confused Xiaoling.
2nd time. Stop. 3 times. It's the 2nd time.
Okay? After some careful pulling, Xiaoling was pulled clean again. The door of the nursery was slowly closed.
Slender and charming, smooth and beautiful. The thick fog is constantly changing. The water in the pool is shaking strangely.
An extremely suppressed hum mixed with the sound of water, making it impossible to tell what the sound was.
Until 3 hours later.
The door of the nursery slowly opened again.
Fang Ge carried Xiaoling out again.
Then they came to a soft place and Fang Ge slowly put Xiaoling down. Xiaoling was tortured inside for 3 hours, but never took the final step. At this moment, her face was filled with shame and her whole body was limp. She felt like she had almost no strength left in her body. Xiaoling looked at Fang Ge with a dazed look in her eyes.
She is feeling very conflicted now.
She hoped that Fang Ge would end this torture as soon as possible, but she also desperately hoped that Fang Ge would start as soon as possible.
Fang Ge is a seasoned hunter with a lot of experience. Fang Ge will not take action until Xiaoling collapses. Fang Ge slowly approached.
The two lips began to touch, and soon the indescribable transaction began. But for Xiaoling, this could never quench her thirst.
Finally, Xiaoling's sanity came to a breaking point. Fang Ge, please.
Xiaoling's eyes were completely blurred, and her words were in a daze.
His face was full of pleading.
Seeing that the time was ripe, Fang Ge finally agreed to Xiaoling's request.
A slight tearing. 2 hours later. Soul contract progress 100%.
Fang Ge and Xiaoling's souls merged together, forming a pact that would last until death. The reason why the two of them were able to complete the contract so quickly and with 100% success.
This is also the experience Fang Ge has gained from hundreds of battles.
The 3 hours spent in the nursery were not wasted. At this time, Xiaoling returned to the state of saint.
She gently stroked Fang Ge's chest with her fingertips and said, "Tell me once. Xiaoling, are you provoking me?" No, you misunderstood.
Xiaoling suddenly realized that this shouldn't be the case. But it was too late to regret. Fang Ge began to torture her again.
The confused voice appeared again. Chapter 15, Chapter 124, Leaving the City.
Days later the sound continued. The first 10 rounds. Whenever Xiaoling recovered to her saintly state, she would secretly note down the number of times she had been instructed.
But not until after the 11th round.
Xiaoling could no longer remember how many times she had explained it.
The two of them have been complimenting each other over the past few days.
Xiaoling's physical fitness has not only reached the peak of the second stage.
Moreover, she has reached the critical point of breakthrough, and her supernatural powers are also fully filled. If we encounter the devourer of other worlds again, I will probably be able to hold it off for a while. Fang Ge's physical fitness is also close to 300. Fang Ge. Physical fitness, 50 plus 150 plus 89 second transcendent stage spiritual fighting body. Spiritual power cultivation, 245. Sea of consciousness, 223. Number of Tianjiao contracts, 10.
Magic skills, soul gathering, transparency, light body, cleansing, disappearing, wind control, sparks, soul capture, spirit body, clone. Special skills, 1 knife, eye of the world, dream stealing, infinite punch. Gold, 185421, otherworldly crystals, 3869. The most important thing is that after practicing with Shaoling, the spiritual fighting body has been contaminated with Shaoling's protective ability.
Now Fang Ge's physical defense has reached another level.
When facing the devourer of other worlds again, I won't be so passive. These days, Fang Ge and Shaoling are inseparable.
The Tianjiao star map has been sending signals to Fang Ge. The Tianjiao star map shows that it is 200 kilometers away from Yuncheng. There is a shining point of Tianjia. The light spot turns yellow and then white.
But most of the time it is in white state.
Fang Ge guessed that white should be a safe state, while yellow should be a warning state.
In other words, this Tianjiao on the map is in a semi-dangerous situation.
Fang Ge tried to summon, but unfortunately there was no response.
Fang Ge even tried the forced summoning once a month, but it still didn't work. The system prompts that the Tianjiao is in a non-summoning area and cannot be forcibly summoned. This means Fang Ge can only go find this Tianjiao himself. At this time, the Tianjiao star map sent out a signal again.
Fang Ge had no choice but to stop what he was doing.
Then he pulled out the Tianjiao star map and checked it, and found that the shining point of Tianjiao turned yellow again, and then turned white after a while. Just as Fang Ge was checking, a confused voice came from his ears.
What happened? Fang Ge? Why did you stop? The owner of the voice sounded a little complaining. It seemed like he was blaming Fang Ge for not being serious.
Although Shaoling showed a slight look of anger, her eyes were full of tenderness and affection. Her face was flushed at this moment, which was very touching.
Fang Ge put away the Tianjiao star map and got back into the state.
Shaoling's frown suddenly melted away, her beautiful eyes began to move, and she continued to call Fang Ge's name. Seeing Shaoling like this, Fang Ge couldn't get away at all and didn't dare to leave Yuncheng for the time being.
The shadow of the devourer of other worlds still hangs over Fang Ge's head.
He must seize the time and continue to improve his strength with Shaoling. Thinking of this, Fang Ge couldn't help but increase his strength a little. Suddenly, a mysterious sound was heard. There is also the messenger of God who has never appeared as mentioned by Zhao Tianlang. These two are currently the biggest hidden dangers in Yuncheng. In addition to practicing with Shaoling these days, Fang Ge has been frequently using the clone technique to investigate various places in Yuncheng,
trying to find trace of these two guys. Unfortunately, nothing was found. It was as if these two guys had never appeared. If nothing happens after 2 days, Fang Ge planned to go to the location of the Tianjiao star map to find out what was going on. 2 days later, with Fang Ge's repeated help, Shaoling finally broke through the second layer of shackles. A lasting sense of satisfaction made Shaoling linger on it for a long time. At this moment, Shaoling had already forgotten how many times she had explained it. The only thing on her mind was to continue like this. 1 day later, Fang Ge flew out of Tianjiao shelter. Just in case, he left behind several clones before leaving. However, these clones can only stay in the shelter. Because the clone consumes spiritual energy every moment, it will disappear once it is consumed. Therefore, the clone must stay in the same place and practice the spirit gathering technique. This is the only way to maintain the existence of the clone. Not long after, Fang Ge arrived at the western edge of Yuncheng. Looking down from a high altitude, the city wall is being built here in full swing.
Now the outline of the city wall has been completed, and all that remains is to raise it and make it more stable.
Yuncheng originally had a population of tens of millions. After this period of disaster, only a little over 1 million people were left. Currently, most people are assigned to build city walls on all sides of Yuncheng. In order to save their own lives, everyone worked very hard. In addition, the strength and physical strength of these evolvers far exceed those of ordinary people.
Therefore, the construction of the city wall is progressing very quickly. I believe that it won't be long before we can see the huge walls on all 4 sides.
And many people flee to Yuncheng every day.
Therefore, the population of Yuncheng is also increasing, and has gradually recovered to more than 2 million.
Currently, the 4 walls of Yuncheng are controlled by several major forces in Yuncheng.
The east side was originally guarded by the Yuncheng garrison, and it is still guarded today. Originally, the north was controlled by the Zhao family and those in Yuncheng prison. The south is maintained by the Song family, the former police department, and former government agencies, but it is mainly controlled by the Song family.
But after the Zhao family and Yuncheng prison disappeared overnight,
the north became an uncontrolled place. Since then, under the strong control of the military, the north has become a place jointly guarded by the former police station and the military.
The former police bureau has been officially renamed the First City Defense Force and started recruiting people continuously. At the beginning, this First City Defense Army was not favored by everyone.
But at some point, dozens of level 5 evolvers suddenly appeared in this city defense army.
Then the significance of this First City Defense Force is not simple. Dozens of level 5 evolvers appeared at the same time. That means this city defense force will become stronger and stronger in the future. It may even become the #1 force in Cloud City in the future. Therefore, many evolvers rushed to the North City Wall. But it is not that easy to join the First City Defense Force. Lao Zhao and his team would never allow those with impure intentions to join. As for guarding the West City Wall,
it is a team formed by various forces such as the Chao family and the Ling family.
Fang Ge took a look at the situation to the west and then flew away.
After flying for a short distance, Fang Ge landed. After all, if you rely entirely on flying to cover a distance of more than 200 kilometers, it will consume a lot of spiritual energy. If we encounter a tough opponent at that time, it will be difficult to deal with. Moreover, he was outside now, not in the Tianjiao shelter, and there was no Tianjiao to help him recover his spiritual power quickly. If Fang Ge wants to recover his spiritual power, he must meditate and practice the art of gathering spiritual energy.
Chapter 16, Chapter 125, Highway Robbery. Infinite. Ordinary punch. There was a loud bang.
The 3 giant beast insects in the lead, along with tens of thousands of beetles behind them, were all smashed to pieces by this punch.
Fang Ge is like a humanoid monster.
Wherever he went, no monster could survive his hands.
Fang Ge continued cleaning along the straight line. Soon they left Yunqing and arrived near the outskirts of Anzhong City. Fang Ge stood on the edge of Anzhong City and looked into the distance. There was still fog in the central area of the city. The fog has almost disappeared in many places now. If the mist dissipates, there should be a rift in the other world. Let's just take care of it while we're at it. It shouldn't take much time. Fang Ge took out the Tianjiao star map and found that the light on it was in normal state, so he put it away. Then Fang Ge headed towards the center of Anzhong City. On a necessary road between Anzhong City and Yuncheng, there was a group of guys lying in ambush here. They piled their cars in the middle of the road, as if waiting for someone to pass by. The leader was a bald man with a scar on his face. "Boss, no one should be coming out of Anzhong City, why don't we go to the area near Yuncheng?" A crooked-mouthed boy walked up to the scarred man and said. This group of people had been guarding here for several days and had robbed many people heading to Yuncheng. "Yeah, boss, even the monsters are leaving Inaka City." Another little brother came over and pointed at a large group of beetles in the distance. This group of beetles did not walk along the highway, but crossed mountains, rivers, and fields, and headed to Yuncheng in a straight line. Seeing that his subordinates had frequently raised opinions, the leader, the scarred man, thought about it and felt that it was time to leave. "Okay, wait another hour. If no one comes, we'll go to Cloud City." Not long after the words fell, a figure appeared in the distance. "Boss! Boss! Someone's coming! Someone's coming!" The crooked-mouthed little brother suddenly shouted. "Where?" The leader Scar hurriedly looked towards the direction of Anzhong City. The result was nothing. "What nonsense are you talking about? There are people there." When the leader Scar was about to hit the younger brother on the head, the crooked-mouthed younger brother hurriedly said, "Boss, in the direction behind you." "What?" The leader Scar looked back and saw someone coming towards them. Is this guy crazy? Everyone is fleeing towards Cloud City, and he actually dares to run out. Brothers, surround him and see what he is like. Just as Fang Ge approached here, this group of people suddenly emerged from the weeds on the roadside. Their movements were very skillful, and they surrounded the newcomers tightly. There was no place left for escape, and it was obvious that a lot of this kind of thing had been done. The person who was surrounded was Fang Ge. Fang Ge had encountered this kind of highway robbery several times in his previous life. These people neither dare to fight the strange beasts to death nor want to get something for nothing. So they got together and attacked those who were alone without a team, stealing their food and crystals. If he meets a beautiful woman, he will naturally not let her go. "Boy, leave the crystals on your body." The leader, Scar, raised the fire axe in front of Fang Ge. Fang Ge spread out his hands. "Unfortunately, I don't have any crystals on me." "No? If you don't have the crystal, you'll lose your life."
Seeing Fang Ge's casual attitude, the leader Scar rushed forward angrily, raised the fire axe and prepared to chop him. But Fang Ge suddenly said, "I don't have any crystals on me, but those strange beasts do." After Fang Ge finished speaking, he pointed his finger towards the distant fields. There just happened to be a large group of strange beasts preparing to cross the mountains ahead.
You dare to play tricks on me? I'll chop you to death. The place where Fang Ge pointed instantly ignited the anger of the leader Scar, and the fire axe smashed down on his head. The next second, the fire axe stopped motionless in mid-air. Fang Ge removed the fire axe from his finger. Then he said calmly, "Don't worry, I'll get the crystal for you right now." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ge jumped up and headed straight towards the group of strange beasts. The leader Scar, with a look of astonishment on his face, stood there, suddenly not knowing what to do. In less than 3 seconds, Fang Ge appeared above the group of strange beasts, followed by a deafening bang. The misty mountains and countryside in the distance were swept away by a shock wave, revealing a fresh and green color. The shock wave continued to be powerful and spread directly to the leader Scar, blowing the group of people so hard that they couldn't open their eyes. At the same time, there was a slight vibration under my feet. As the tremors subsided, a huge shadow suddenly appeared above the group led by Scar. Everyone looked up and was horrified to find that it was a giant beast insect. Moreover, this giant beast insect was being held upside down, with its 8 long legs flapping around in the air. At this moment, a voice sounded above their heads. "There's a large crystal in this little bug's body. I left it specially for you. Take it." Fang Ge threw the giant beast worm directly onto the head of the leader Scar. The leader, Scar, didn't even have time to scream before he was smashed into a pulp in an instant. The rest of the people screamed and began to flee in panic. After the giant beast worm landed, it seemed very irritable. It had no way to deal with Fang Ge in the air, so it could only vent its anger on the little bugs on the ground. The giant worm waved its 8 long legs quickly. First, string those who don't have time to escape on their feet. Then he began to pursue the remaining people. 2 legs can never outrun 8 legs. In just a short while, the giant beast worm's long legs were covered with human bodies. It seemed unsatisfied, and its 2 huge eyes stared at Fang Ge. The next second, a shadow flashed through its eyes. The pieces of meat all over the sky suddenly appeared in its eyes. The huge eyes began to wander and then fell into the field. Finally, it was buried under a pile of minced meat. At this time, a group of people in Anzhong City were heading towards the location of the alien world rift. "Captain, why do we have to defeat that monster? We've failed twice. Why don't we go to Yunqing now? I heard they've already started building the city wall there." A pretty woman in her 20s with a slim figure was persuading the leading man. "Yue, don't worry, we will definitely succeed this time. Only when I become stronger can I gain a foothold in Cloud City. I heard that Yunqing has established an Evolver Management Bureau, and only level 5 Evolvers are eligible to join. Otherwise, you can only be an outside staff member." A tall and handsome man responded to the woman next to him. But when Xia Yue wanted to say something, she was interrupted by Deng Jingming. "Yue, it's nothing to worry about. I already know the monster's weakness." Seeing Deng Jingming so insistent, Xia Yue said nothing more. After all, she has little influence in the team. She also joined this team not long ago. The team was originally going to Yunqing, but discovered this alien rift on the way. Deng Jingming, the team leader, immediately changed his mind. It is already known that the otherworldly crystal can break through to the next level. But Deng Jingming had never met her before, and when he met her by chance this time, he naturally didn't want to let her go. Once you break through to the next stage, you are no longer an ordinary evolver. That is the real superior person. Forced by the situation, Xia Yue had no choice but to follow along. After all, it is almost impossible to get to Yunqing by one's own strength. Chapter 17, Chapter 126, Sister Next Door? Fang Ge has arrived at the central area of Anzhong City. He walked at a leisurely pace. At this moment, a black beetle pounced on him. At the moment of contact, the black beetle turned into ashes. But I didn't see him make a move at all. Fang Ge's attention was focused on finding the cracks in the alien world. Killing the black beetle depends entirely on the body's stress response. Then I saw this scene, a person walking on the street. Whenever a monster gets close, an invisible afterimage will appear and turn the monster into ashes. Soon Deng Jingming and his team arrived near the crack in the alien world. "Captain, there's someone there.
A team member sent out Fang Ge.
Deng Jingming immediately became alert when he heard this.
At this time, several black beetles surrounded Fang Ge.
What's wrong with that guy? Why isn't he moving? Is he a fool?
Everyone found that Fang Ge, who was surrounded by black beetles, had no reaction.
It's like waiting to be slaughtered. When the black beetle is about to attack, Shu Yuer took action.
She just waved the iron rod in her hand and got rid of the black beetles in no time.
Are you okay? Shu Yuer looked at Fang Ge.
She suddenly realized that the man in front of her seemed a little familiar.
Are you Shu Ge? Few people would call out this name.
Fang Ge stared at the woman in front of him.
Shu Yuer. Age, 27. Appearance, 9.3. Life skills, 0. Physical fitness, 31. Sister Yuer?
The figure of the woman in front of him reminded him of the neighbor's sister who took good care of him. Although I moved away a few years ago. But as far as Fang Ge could remember, it had been at least a dozen years.
Fang Ge didn't recognize him for a moment. It's really you, Shu Ge. Shu Yuer went straight to Fang Ge's face and examined it carefully.
He also touched Fang Ge's face with his hand.
Why are you here? Isn't your home in Cloud City?
Shu Yuer didn't expect to meet an old friend here.
I came out to find someone. Looking for someone. How dare you come to such a dangerous place to look for someone? Shu Yuer looked at Fang Ge with some confusion. Forehead. Before Fang Ge could answer, Deng Jingming walked over from behind Shu Yuer.
He saw that Shu Yuer was somewhat intimate with Fang Ge. He hurried over and put his arm around Shu Yuer's shoulders.
Yuer, who is he?
Shu Yuer suddenly felt uncomfortable when her shoulders were hugged.
This is my former neighbor, Fang Ge. Shu Yuer simply kept calm and pushed Deng Jingming's hand away.
She knew that Deng Jingming had been pursuing her, but she never had any feelings for him. Deng Jingming, whose hand was turned away, looked embarrassed for a moment, but then he burst into laughter.
Xiaofeng, right? I think it's quite dangerous for you to be here alone. Why not join our team?
After Deng Jingming finished speaking, he looked at Fang Ge with a half smile on his face.
Without waiting for Fang Ge to answer, Shu Yuer said, yes, Shu Ge, it's too dangerous outside now. We are going to Yuncheng. Why don't you go back with us?
But, before I go back, I'm afraid I still have to deal with some things. It's great to see that this beautiful neighbor sister still cares about me so much.
Fang Ge still felt a little nostalgic.
At that time, Fang Ge was only in his teens. I often go to her house for dinner and secretly smell her scent. Fang Ge originally planned to refuse to go alone. But I heard that they also planned to enter the alien world rift.
Fang Ge changed his mind. Okay, I'll go with you first.
It's just right to let these people lead the way, so there is no need to waste spiritual energy looking for cracks. Shu Yuer immediately became happy when she heard that Fang Ge was willing to go with her.
After saying that, he dragged Fang Ge back to the team.
Deng Jingming watched the scene, and although he didn't say anything, he was secretly jealous of Fang Ge in his heart. Because since I met Shu Yuer, I have never seen her smile like this.
Deng Jingming still laughed on the surface.
Then he continued to lead the team forward.
Soon, the group arrived at the crack in the alien world. Before entering the crack,
Deng Jingming secretly recruited a subordinate and then whispered something into the subordinate's ear. Then he saw this subordinate looking at Fang Ge intentionally or unintentionally.
After Deng Jingming and his group entered the crack,
soon they started fighting with the swarm of beetles. This team had plenty of combat tools and good combat experience, so they advanced quickly.
It can be seen that this is not the first time entering the alien world rift.
Shu Yuer also stayed behind the team, looking like she wanted to protect Fang Ge.
Fang Ge was also happy to relax and did not take any action. After a while, we arrived at the alien crystal on the first floor.
Deng Jingming looked back at this time. I found Fang Ge still standing in the team unharmed. He glared at his subordinate, his eyes revealing accusation.
This subordinate was also very innocent. He clearly deliberately let many monsters go to Fang Ge. But for some reason, the monsters disappeared in the blink of an eye.
At this time, Deng Jingming had no choice but to give up. They are about to officially start dealing with the golden beetles guarding the crystal.
Several agile people have begun to attract the attention of the golden beetle. Once the golden beetle's flaw is exposed,
Deng Jingming and others immediately raised several guns that they had retrieved from somewhere.
He shot madly at the golden beetle's flaws. The first shot didn't hit the target.
Everyone had no choice but to pull out the golden beetle's weakness again.
It wasn't until the third time that he finally hit the golden beetle's weakness.
The golden beetle wailed and fell to the ground. Deng Jingming and others cheered immediately. Looking at the alien crystal that was about to be obtained, Deng Jingming felt excited.
Deng Jingming walked straight to Shu Yuer without hesitation.
At this moment, something strange happened. The ground shook violently. Then, a huge monster emerged from the ground.
This is a giant beast worm. It's a giant beast worm. Everyone started to panic, and many people started to run away. Because the giant beast worms are simply not something they can deal with. Xiao Ge, let's run quickly too. This monster is too scary. We won't be able to escape once it catches up to us.
At this time, Shu Yuer also wanted to pull Fang Ge away and run away together. But she found that Fang Ge was looking at the giant beast worm calmly, as if this monster was not something to be feared at all in his eyes.
You go out first. I have to stay and deal with this alien rift. Fang Ge looked so arrogant.
Shu Yuer had the illusion that she had just met him on the first day. She suddenly had a feeling that staying with Fang Ge was the safest.
So Shu Yuer decided not to run away.
Although the monster in front of her scared her.
But she still held Fang Ge's arms tightly and did not leave.
A soft and full fragrance drifted around Fang Ge.
Fang Ge's calm expression fluctuated slightly. Chapter 18, Chapter 127, A Slightly Clean Room. But Deng Jingming didn't seem to give up. The crystal is about to be obtained. The opportunity to become a superior person is right in front of you.
Deng Jingming actually wanted to forcibly absorb the crystal from another world.
How could the giant beast worm let him get his wish?
Deng Jingming's hand just touched the crystal from another world.
The giant beast worm's attack came down.
In order to save his life, Deng Jingming finally let go of Shu Yuer and began to flee. Under the attack of the giant beast worm, Deng Jingming rolled on the ground for a long time. After several struggles, Deng Jingming finally escaped from its attack range. The direction Deng Jingming fled was exactly where Fang Ge was. When he saw Shu Yuer leaning on Fang Ge, he suddenly felt malicious. When he escaped to Fang Ge, he suddenly made a sharp turn and came behind Fang Ge.
You two dogs, go to hell.
Deng Jingming had a ferocious look on his face and pushed Fang Ge and Shu Yuer fiercely with both hands.
Shu Yuer exclaimed, she didn't expect Deng Jingming to be so cruel. He actually launched a sneak attack at this moment when his life was hanging by a thread. With a bang. Fang Ge and Shu Yuer were still there.
But Deng Jingming's body was thrown back to the feet of the giant beast worm. The next second, before Deng Jingming could react, a piercing attack pierced through his body.
Deng Jingming is not dead yet.
I saw him still swinging on the giant beast worm's feet. However, the giant beast worm ignored him and began to target Fang Ge.
Shu Yuer couldn't help but hide behind Fang Ge.
Although she now believed Fang Ge, she was still very scared.
She closed her eyes tightly and lay tightly on Fang Ge's back.
After a long while, she realized that there was no sound at all, so she slowly raised her head.
As a result, she couldn't find any trace of the giant beast worm at all.
All she saw was the ground full of minced meat.
Shu Yuer asked in disbelief, Xiao Ge, are you still the same Xiao Ge?
Fang Ge did not answer, but just smiled slightly, and brought Shu Yuer to the crystal from another world.
Fang Ge pointed at Shu Yuer and said to Shu Yuer, Sister Yuer, come here and put your hand on it. This. How can this be? I didn't do anything. I don't want it. Xiao Ge, you can take it yourself. Shu Yuer shook her head, showing a completely rejecting attitude.
This crystal is a reward for your protection of me, and this crystal no longer has any effect on me.
I'll protect you, Xiao Ge, stop joking. Without waiting for Shu Yuer to finish speaking, Fang Ge put her hand on her. A powerful heat wave instantly rushed into Shu Yuer's body.
All her limbs and bones were connected. Shu Yuer's physical fitness continued to soar at this moment.
Soon it reached 50. Pink shackles began to appear on Shu Yuer's body.
The energy of the alien crystal continues to impact. Under the impact of this powerful energy, Shu Yuer's body began to arch uncontrollably. Fang Ge stepped forward and held Shu Yuer's waist to prevent her from falling to the ground.
Finally, when there was only a little bit of the alien crystal left,
Xia Yue's first layer of shackles was broken, and the pain of being torn apart ended at this moment. Warmth flooded through my body, like being in an embrace. Xia Yue felt so comfortable that she couldn't help but hum. She slowly opened her eyes and found that she was really in his arms. Her hands were placed on Fang Ge's chest at some point. Xia Yue's face turned red and her heartbeat began to quicken. She realized that Fang Ge was no longer the child he used to be. He has become such a manly man. Seeing that her promotion was complete, Fang Ge released her hands. Xia Yue suddenly felt a sense of emptiness and regret. Seeing Fang Ge starting to walk away, Xia Yue hurriedly chased after him.
Xiao Ge, aren't we going out? The monsters inside seem to be even more powerful. Can the two of us handle them? Seeing that Fang Ge wanted to go deeper, Xia Yue couldn't help but ask. Although she believed in Fang Ge's ability. But she heard that there was an even more terrifying monster deep in the rift. There was still worry on his face. Sister Yue, if you are scared, just wait for me outside. I'm not scared, I'm just worried about you. Xia Yue found that Fang Ge had really changed a lot. In such a disastrous world, he was still so calm and composed when facing horrific monsters. Xia Yue was gradually infected and her mood began to surge. She was ready to cooperate with Fang Ge to kill the monster. But Fang Ge's tornado spark technique left her stunned for a long time. In the following time, all she could see were the charred corpses of monsters along the way. It took their team 3 full days to clear the first floor. The man in front of him cleaned up the monster cave with just a wave of his hand. Even the terrifying monster at the innermost part of the crack. Just as he raised his head, Fang Ge punched him into pieces. Xia Yue was still in a daze until she walked out of the crack in the alien world. She still couldn't believe that those monsters that plunged the world into chaos were like pieces of paper in front of Fang Ge. All this made her feel like she was dreaming. In a slightly cleaner hotel room, Fang Ge was regulating his breathing to recover his spiritual power, while Xia Yue was washing herself in the bathroom. Although she didn't fight much just now. But when breaking through the first layer of shackles, a lot of dirt still flowed out of the body surface. The sound of dripping water gradually stopped. Through the glass wall, you can vaguely see the gentle swaying of the mountains. After a round up, the shaking could no longer be seen. The bathroom door opened, and the scent of a bathed body spread throughout the room. A pair of jade feet walked out gently. Slowly approached Fang Ge. As the fragrance got closer, Fang Ge opened his eyes. Xia Yue looked at Fang Ge with a slightly red face, and then spoke shyly. Xiao Ge, my clothes seem to be dirty. Can you help me find some? Fang Ge slowly waved his arm, and more than a dozen sets of women's clothing appeared in front of Xia Yue. This magical scene made Xia Yue purse her lips again. She originally thought it was an illusion, so she began to touch each set of clothes one by one. I found that they are all genuine and the fabric is very comfortable and soft. Xiao Ge, I really can't understand you anymore. Xia Yue randomly picked out a black lace halter dress. After she put it on, it suited her temperament very well. Exquisite and graceful, sexy and charming. Xiao Ge. Xia Yue suddenly said in a low voice. What's wrong, Sister Yue? Fang Ge raised his head and shifted his gaze over. He found that Xia Yue had her back to him and was pointing at the zipper of her clothes. The figure with its back arched made Fang Ge take a few more glances. He stood up and walked up slowly. Then he stretched out his hands and touched the zipper, but at the same time he also touched Xia Yue's body. It was as if an electric current passed through Xia Yue, causing her to tremble slightly, and even her heartbeat and breathing quickened a little. An inexplicable expectation suddenly appeared in Xia Yue's heart. As Fang Ge zipped up her clothes, Xia Yue's expectations seemed to fall into thin air. But the next second, a big hand directly wrapped around Xia Yue's enchanting part. Chapter 19, Chapter 128, The Edge of Changming City. Little Song Yu. The hot touch made Xia Yue's body tense instantly. Sister Yue, I almost forgot the smell of you. Fang Ge leaned against Xia Yue's hair and slowly sniffed it. Fang Ge's words reminded Xia Yue of the time when they hugged each other and took a nap. At that time, both of them were a bit naive, so nothing unexpected happened. At that time, Fang Ge just felt that it was very fragrant and soft, which made people want to hug it. Xia Yue recalled how Fang Ge had rubbed that part. Her ears began to feel hot and her body unconsciously leaned back a little. As Fang Ge continued to whisper in his ears. Xia Yue's body collapsed backwards.
She gently turned her head and subconsciously reached out her left hand towards Fang Ge behind her. After the two of them had been in this position for more than half an hour, Xia Yue turned around slowly. The two looked at each other, their eyes meeting with complicated expressions.
Xiao Ge, are we doing this right?
Affected by Fang Ge's aura, Xia Yue's voice began to become unclear.
Sister Yue, just follow your heart. Fang Ge sniffed it.
Reason was calling out to Xia Yue, but her body was moving towards comfort. Xia Yue gradually fell for the extraordinary man in front of her who was both familiar and unfamiliar. The two began to touch each other gently, and soon they tasted the sweetness of it. The softness gradually began to deform.
The charming figure began to twist.
The breathing became faster and faster, and finally turned into a mysterious note.
2 hours later,
they both breathed a sigh of relief and slowly stopped.
Host, do you want to sign a contract with Xia Yue?
Yes.
A contract entered Xia Yue's consciousness along with the output. Xiaoge, what is this? Do I need to agree?
Xia Yue's eyes were blurry at the moment, and her strength was dissipating, so she could only ask vaguely.
Sister Yue, are you willing? This is a contract to sell your body.
Once you agree, you will be under my control forever.
Fang Ge kissed the soft spot and asked back. Really? If it's you, Xiaoge, then I'm willing. Hearing Fang Ge's straightforward statement, Xia Yue chose to agree without hesitation.
After the contract was signed, the two snuggled together. At this moment, the two of them finally completed their nap time. Although her beautiful hair was spread on Xia Yue's back, it could not hide her beauty.
Xiaoge, who are you now?
Xia Yue was rubbing Fang Ge's skin with her fingers.
I am still the same Fang Ge.
I have never changed.
Fang Ge touched Xia Yue's hair and gave a vague answer. Yeah. But I feel like you've changed a lot. Xia Yue kept fiddling with something, as if she was still savoring something. Sister Yue, haven't you personally experienced how much I've changed?
After Fang Ge finished speaking, he gave Xia Yue a mischievous smile.
You, Xiao Ge, you've become bad.
Xia Yue raised her head slightly, raised her long beautiful eyes and glared at Fang Ge.
Sister Yue, my bad behavior has only just begun.
After Fang Ge finished speaking, he immediately used a turning point move on Xia Yue.
Xiaoge, don't, it was my first time. Now there's still a little.
Xia Yue turned her head to the side with a blush on her face, but the movement of her limbs was very honest.
Of course I know this is your first time. Fang Ge glanced at the out-of-place color next to him. Don't worry, the second time will be completely different from the first time. Sister Yue, believe me. Fang Ge's gradual invasion made Xia Yue completely unable to defend herself. Little Song. Xia Yue called Fang Ge's name tremblingly. Yue, stop calling me Xiaoge. You should know I'm already big.
Fang Ge whispered in Xia Yue's ear for a while.
Xia Yue's eyes were blurred, and she called out again tremblingly, Fang Ge.
Soft, moving, twisting, shouting. Xia Yue once again fell into a dream of indulgence.
A few hours later.
After a long pause, the two finally stopped.
After that, we were reluctant to part for a long time. Xiaoge, are you saying that you came out of Yunqing specifically to search for someone? Yes. Oh. After hearing Fang Ge's response, Xia Yue still felt a little disappointed. Because from Fang Ge's tone, it can be seen that he is definitely not looking for her. Feel the other person's mood.
Fang Ge lifted up Xia Yue's red lips and kissed her deeply. Only after he had kissed her until she was completely paralyzed did he say, Sister Yue, please go back to Yunqing first.
I'll come find you when I get back. Xia Yue nodded with a rosy face. In the past few hours, Fang Ge fed and sucked Xia Yue, nourishing her from head to toe. Xia Yue's physical fitness has been improved to over 100.
This way, as long as she is careful on her way to Yunqing, she can arrive safely. The two continued to be affectionate for a long time.
Finally let go.
When the two were about to separate, Xia Yue suddenly said, Fang Ge, the Changming city you are going to is very strange.
Weird? What do you mean? Fang Ge asked puzzledly.
It is said that this place is extremely mysterious, and no one has ever left Changming city.
Not only that, anyone who accidentally ran in never came out again.
When Xia Yue heard that Fang Ge was going to this place, she couldn't help but start to worry.
Okay, I understand. Fang Ge nodded at Xia Yue.
Seeing Fang Ge showing no sign of retreat, Xia Yue warned him again, Fang Ge, you must be careful and remember to return to Yunqing safely.
Well, you should be careful along the way.
After the two of them gave each other some instructions, they finally said goodbye to each other. I saw Xia Yue's figure gradually walking away.
Fang Ge jumped and disappeared from the spot with a whoosh. Not long after, they arrived at the edge of Changning City. Fang Ge discovered from a distance that the entire Changning City was shrouded in a yellow fog. This kind of fog is extremely rare. Fang Ge had seen it from afar when he was fleeing in his previous life. I felt it was very strange at the time and didn't dare to get close. Now that they met again, Fang Ge wanted to go in and take a look. However, Xia Yue's instructions echoed in Fang Ge's mind. Fang Ge thought it would be better to be cautious. Transparency is performed. There was still yellow mist in Fang Ge's eyes. The transparency technique is ineffective.
This was the first time Fang Ge encountered such a situation.
In that case, I can only use the Eye of Transcendence.
The yellow mist was penetrated this time. But after Fang Ge scanned for a long time, he didn't find anything special. No moving objects were found.
Changning City is a bit big, and I want to scan it out through the Eye of Transparency.
Even if Fang Ge used up all his spiritual power and spiritual thoughts, he still couldn't finish the scan.
If you want to know what's going on inside, you probably have to go in and see for yourself. Fang Ge took out the Tianjiao star map and found that the shining point of Tianjiao was indeed in it.
After being silent for a while, Fang Ge put away the Tianjiao star map.
Fang Ge fiddled with something for a while before walking into the yellow mist. I have something urgent to do, so I can only update one chapter. Chapter 20, Chapter 129, The Realm of Mirage Beasts. Fang Ge didn't know how long he had been walking in the yellow fog. So far, not a single person has been seen. Not even a single moving creature was found. Since the transparency technique is ineffective, the Eye of Transparency cannot be used casually. Fang Ge could only grope forward slowly. Suddenly, a light appeared in front. Fang Ge's eyes flashed, and after thinking it over again and again, he walked towards the light.
This piece of light is like a passage, neither long nor short. As the end appears.
With a swish, the originally blurry scenery in front of Fang Ge's eyes gradually became clear.
The blue and cloudless sky, the clean and tidy streets, the busy traffic, and the passers-by coming and going.
All this creates a noisy and busy city scene. There is a very large landmark building in the distance. There is a row of big signs on the building. It says Changning City Times Square. Is this Changning City?
Such a harmonious yet strange scene made Fang Ge a little difficult to understand.
But the only thing that is certain is that all this is an illusion. Could it be that I have entered an illusion? Just when Fang Ge was lost in speculation,
a figure suddenly rushed over from the side.
Fang Ge glanced at it out of the corner of his eye and dodged it easily. The figure fell to the ground without hitting Fang Ge.
Then he stood up immediately. Only then did Fang Ge see the man's appearance clearly.
A middle-aged man of medium height. He had disheveled hair, looked crazy, and was covered in blood.
He was holding a machete in his hand, which was also stained with blood.
While waving the machete, he shouted, "You monsters, I'm not afraid of you, watch me chop you to death." Chop you to death. Although this middle-aged man looked like he would chop anyone he saw. But his face was extremely pale and he looked extremely terrified. After seeing the situation here, the people around gradually gathered over. Soon the place was surrounded by a crowd. Everyone looked at the state of this crazy man. Not only did he not feel scared, but there was a strange smile in his eyes. Just as the man was about to chop one of them. With a bang, a bullet hit him precisely between the eyebrows and went straight through his skull. The man's scream stopped abruptly, and the horror on his face was frozen forever. His eyes were full of despair and unwillingness. With the machete in his hand, the body fell heavily to the ground, and the blood from the head stained the ground red, forming a flower. Several police officers then came out and cordoned off the scene. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the surroundings returned to the original scene, as if what had just happened had never happened. Fang Ge was the only one left standing at the scene. At this time, a police officer came over and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Fang Ge shook his head, "No."
The police officer examined Fang Ge and said impatiently, "If you don't have any, then go away and don't gather around the murder scene."
Fang Ge said nothing and walked away silently. The police officer's information was displayed in front of Fang Ge.
The Mirage Beast clan, the police officer just now was a Mirage Beast. Fang Ge had never heard of what a Mirage Beast was. And the crowd watching just now were basically Mirage Beasts. Only the middle-aged man who was shot and killed was a human being. In fact, Fang Ge could save that man. But Fang Ge still restrained himself from taking action. This place is too weird at the moment, and Fang Ge has no intention of taking action until he figures it out.
Not long after Fang Ge left,
the body of the middle-aged man who had just been shot to death suddenly crawled up. He just stood up, nodded to the police officer, and left as if nothing had happened.
System, where is this place? Host, this is the realm of Mirage Beasts. The realm of Mirage Beasts? What kind of place is this?
The inside of the Mirage Beast is the realm of the Mirage Beast.
You don't mean to say that I'm in the belly of a Mirage Beast? You can understand it this way.
What the hell is this Mirage Beast? The Mirage Beast is a void creature from another world that likes to capture humans and enjoys their 7 emotions and 6 desires.
Then how to leave this world of Mirage Beasts?
The exit of the Mirage Beast realm is uncertain, and the host needs to find it himself.
Forget it, let's go find Tianjiao first, and then think about leaving. Fang Ge opened the Tianjiao star map and prepared to find Tianjiao's location.
It turned out that the Tianjiao star map was pitch black.
This really gave Fang Ge a headache. Could it be because we are in the realm of Mirage Beasts?
There was another situation that gave Fang Ge even more headaches.
There is no spiritual energy in this place for him to absorb.
Once the spiritual energy is used up, it will be gone forever.
Now a news report. There are currently 3S rank wanted fugitives at large, their photos are shown below. The big screen in Changning City's Times Square showed the appearance of 3S level wanted criminals.
A sturdy man with a full beard, a cool and beautiful woman, and a young girl with freckles all over her face.
These 3S level fugitives attacked and killed multiple police officers.
If you see them, please call the police immediately. In addition to these 3S level fugitives, the bottom of the screen continued to display fugitives from A to D levels in order.
There are more than 1,000 of them. After watching the news on the big screen, Fang Ge left Times Square.
At this time, a figure was looking at the direction where Fang Ge left. Under the bright moonlight, in a dark alley. Click, click, click.
Fang Ge was walking slowly in it. There was originally only the sound of one person's footsteps.
When Fang Ge walked deep into the alley, another sound of footsteps suddenly appeared.
Bada, bada, bada.
A sound of leather shoes. After Fang Ge stood still, the footsteps behind him also stopped.
Fang Ge turned around and said, "Officer, I'm not a wanted criminal. Why are you following me?"
A figure walked out from the darkness. It was the police officer who had spoken to Fang Ge before.
"You're not on the wanted list, but I think you look like one."
A strange smile appeared on the face of the Mirage Beast officer.
"You police officers all handle cases based on your feelings?" Fang Ge also smiled. "Police officers can't rely on intuition to solve cases, but we Mirage Beasts can, he. And I feel like you're still human."
Some blue-black scales were already visible on the Mirage Beast officer's neck and face.
Fang Ge asked calmly, "How did you know I'm human? Have I forgotten? I'm a police officer and have dealt with too many human incidents. I recognized you from the first moment I saw you."
The shooter officer's body continued to change, and blue-black scales began to spread all over his body.
"Then why did you reveal my identity in Times Square just now?" Fang Ge continued to ask like a curious baby. "There are fewer and fewer humans coming here. Why should I share you with other Mirage Beasts?"
Several centimeters long sharp blades emerged from the fingers of the Mirage Beast officer.
Chapter 21 Chapter 1 30,000 Illusions Queen. After all this time, you want to have it all to yourself. Fang Ge showed a clear expression.
A sticky tail slowly emerged from behind the Mirage police officer. The face began to deform, and the mouth full of sharp teeth seemed particularly translucent under its ugly appearance.
"Smells so good, human. You really are a human."
A hoarse voice came from an inhuman mouth.
Didn't you smell it before?" Fang Ge asked curiously. Ha 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 ha. "After we eat you humans, we will put on human bodies.
At this point, our five senses are greatly reduced, and it becomes difficult to judge the taste of humans. The blue-black sticky tail finally emerged in its entirety, nearly 2 meters long, wriggling on the ground, making a rustling sound.
Isn't this the same as taking off your pants and farting? Why not just capture the human and kill him?
The mysterious actions of the Mirage Beast made Fang Ge shake his head speechlessly. It seems that you humans don't understand us Mirage Beasts after all. Only humans in despair and terror are our delicacy and the source of our strength. The reason we created this world is to let you humans slowly discover that everything familiar around you is fake, and the people you know only want to eat you. Humans in this state of despair and helplessness are the most delicious. The Mirage police officer rolled out a 1-meter-long tongue from his mouth and swayed in front of Fang Ge's eyes.
Oh, it seems you are quite particular about food. Fang Ge showed a clear expression. Human, aren't you afraid of us Mirage Beasts?
There was a coldness in the green eyes of the Mirage Beast officer.
This is the realm of Mirage Beasts. Isn't it normal to meet a strange guy like you? Fang Ge asked calmly. You actually know that this is the realm of Mirage Beasts? Officer Mirage Beast showed a hint of surprise. By the way, where is the exit of your world of Mirage Beasts? Fang Ge asked casually. Exit? You're a guy who's about to become food, what's the point of knowing the exit, huh?
The Mirage Beast police officer smiled grimly.
What? Don't you, a little Karami, know where the exit is? Fang Ge asked back. Ha 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 ha. Once a human enters the Mirage Beast realm, there's no way they can leave. So just become my delicacy.
The Mirage Beast officer already showed an expression that he no longer wanted to communicate, and his body was leaning forward slightly.
Fang Ge shook his head and sighed. Want to turn me into food? Ha, even if I stand still, you can't do it. It seems you don't have any valuable information. But to thank you for your friendly communication, I intend to reward you with annihilation. Fang Ge gave a gentlemanly smile. Ha 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 ha. This is the first time I've met a human like you who is still stubborn even when facing death.
As soon as he finished speaking, the Mirage Beast police officer attacked Fang Ge.
Boom! Boom! The huge body, dragging its long tail, is very imposing.
The bloody fangs and sharp claws were already within reach of Fang Ge. At this moment, a shining long knife fell from the moonlight. In an instant, he arrived above the head of the Mirage Beast police officer. A cold light flashed by. The Mirage Beast police officer, who was so aggressive just now, suddenly stopped. Then a neatly cut fine crack was seen surrounding the long green neck of the Mirage Beast police officer. A strange green liquid slowly began to seep out. With a loud bang, the Mirage police officer's body fell heavily to the ground. From beginning to end, the Mirage police officer went from attack to death.
Fang Ge's expression never changed at all.
He looked beside the body of the Mirage Beast officer. A petite and thin body with a bunch of freckles on the face. It's exactly the same as the wanted person on the big screen before. At this moment, she was staring at Fang Ge expressionlessly.
Lang Lingxuan stunning beauty shadow. Age, 19. Appearance and figure, 9.8. Life skills, 0. Physical fitness, 111. Superpower, 1000 illusions mutation level. Soul contract progress, 0%.
Long Lingxian was looking at Fang Ge, and Fang Ge was also looking through Long Lingxuan's information.
Lang Lingxian, the queen of 1000 illusions, one of the 10 great beauties. Appearance and figure 9.8. The little girl in front of him with an average figure and ordinary appearance was completely different from her. If Fang Ge hadn't recognized that this was Lang Lingxian, one of the top 10 beauties, he would have suspected that the system had malfunctioned. But the only thing that impressed me about the little girl in front of me was her clear and bright eyes. Thousands of supernatural powers. Could it be because of this supernatural power?
It seems that her current appearance is not her true appearance. But it is said that few people have seen her true face. I vaguely remember that this 1000 illusions queen disappeared a long time ago and did not appear until the end of the world.
It's a human, it's a beast.
His eyes were cold and his voice was cold too.
Lang Lingxian placed the shining long knife against Fang Ge's chin. She was waiting for Fang Ge's answer. Once the other party made any move, she would thrust in without hesitation. Didn't you see me being attacked by the Mirage Beast just now? Fang Ge didn't care about Lang Lingxuan's cold attitude. On the contrary, I felt somewhat happy. I didn't expect to be so lucky and find the destination of this trip so quickly. Fang Ge couldn't help but smile. Next, you just need to find the exit to go back. Beasts eat beasts. Long Lingxian was still cold. Ah. There is such a thing. They are indeed a bunch of beasts. Fang Ge did gain some new information. You haven't proven what you are yet. Lung Lingxuan's blade continued to approach Fang Ge's neck. I really can't prove that I'm human. Fang Ge said helplessly and frankly.
Animals don't have reproductive organs. After Lang Lingxian said this, he pointed the blade directly at Fang Ge's most vital part. A chill came from below. This left Fang Ge speechless. It was the first time he was threatened by a woman like this. Fang Ge's eyes flashed with humiliation, and he planned to give this Thousand Illusions queen some unspeakable punishment. Just when Fang Ge was about to take action, there was a commotion not far away. Then there was a shout, "Where is it? There's something going on over there." Hearing the sound in the distance, Lung Lingxian did not hesitate. He didn't even put away the knife, but just dragged it in his hand and jumped up quickly. After flashing back and forth on the wall a few times, he rushed to the roof and then quickly disappeared. Fang Ge glanced at Lung Lingxuan's position. The next second, he disappeared from the spot. Soon, a burly figure led a group of people here. They discovered the body of the Mirage Beast police officer at the first moment. Everyone immediately searched everywhere, but found nothing. Looking at the animal body on the ground, the burly figure walked forward alone. After a while, a huge animal appeared in the shadow on the wall. The beast opened its bloody mouth and ate without any hesitation. The sound of chewing echoed in the streets and alleys. The people behind him stared silently, but no one dared to step forward.